Volume 1, Chapter 1 of The Rebel Rose. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Deanna Beauvais. The Rebel Rose by Justin McCarthy and Rosa Campbell-Praed. Volume 1, Chapter 1. In the Lobby. "Mr. Bellarmin, can you tell me who that handsome girl is?" asked Lady Saxon. "I have been watching her this long time. What is she doing here, and why does she dress in that eccentric fashion? She looks a cross between a lady horsebreaker and Mary Queen of Scots." The question was put in the lobby of the House of Commons on an evening in May to one of the most rising young men of the Conservative Party. This was Mr. Rolfe Bellarmin, Lady Saxon's latest favorite. She was determined to make a victim of him, it was said, and he seemed quite willing to be victimized. The lobby was full. A great debate was going on, and many strangers were waiting on the off chance of somebody leaving his place in one of the galleries and going away, thereby bequeathing a seat to some fortunate successor. Lady Saxon, who was a clever woman and regarded life from the dramatic point of view, was wont to say that to stand in this inner lobby of the House of Commons on such an occasion was to feel the pulse of England. Tonight, the very air was exciting. An important by-election, an election, that is to say, caused by some unexpected event, such as a resignation or a death, was going on, and its result might be made known at any moment now. And the result would be one of much moment and significance. Everyone in the lobby seemed to have the shadow of this coming event on his face. Every face had its own look of importance and preoccupation. Telegrams were flying off by the score from the clicking little room in the outer lobby. A little mob had collected round the post office. The floor was strewn with more than its usual quantity of torn paper. Members were gathered in knots, their hats tilted over their foreheads after the approved fashion of the House of Commons, and were talking earnestly or chaffing each other noisily. Other members passed to and fro in an alert, eager manner. Only the policemen on duty kept their stolid, bored expression. Several ladies were dotted about among the groups. One or two, who waited against the wall while their escorts asked questions or applied for orders, looked a little shy and awkward, but for the most part the ladies in the lobby seemed sufficiently at ease, and were eagerly snatching at all the information they could get from the various politicians who came in their way. English political life was in a curious condition just then. An ominous calm prevailed for the moment. It had followed a storm, and everyone felt that it was sure to be followed by a storm. The Tories were in office, but hardly in power. They had succeeded in turning out Sir Victor Champion after he had held office for some years. But they had turned him out only by a small majority, and by the help of votes on which steady, old-fashioned Toryism could not always count. The fire new, energetic, and compact little band of Tory Democrats, as they chose to call themselves, supplied the votes which turned out Sir Victor Champion, Lord Saxon, and the other Liberal ministers of various shades, and put the Marquis of Bosworth, Lord Twyford, and other Tory nobles and gentlemen into their office. But the Tories had lost their great statesman, de Carmel, the only man who could stand up against Sir Victor Champion. Lord de Carmel's death had brought Lord Bosworth to the front as leader. Lord Bosworth was a Tory of unbending will and inveterate prejudices. The political sun must stand still for him. But then, would it stand still, people asked? In truth, there seemed a lack of some stimulating purpose on either side. Victor Champion's ministry had not been liberal enough for the Liberals out of doors. Champion was kept back by his Whig colleagues. So his radical adherents and his Tory opponents declared. But it seemed impossible to believe that he would not do his best to get hold of the country again. A good war cry on either side would be a great thing, everybody said. The trouble with the Tory government was that if the sun would not stand still for them, neither would the Tory Democrats. The trouble with the Liberals was that they lacked a cause and a cry. The lady who asked the question of Mr. Bellarmin was herself of most striking appearance. She was not in her first youth. 30 she frankly owned to, and probably she was a little older. But is it not conceded that a beautiful woman of 30 is at her most dangerous age? She was extremely handsome. Hers was a beauty that told of a passionate, melodramatic temperament. The most optimistic soothsayer would hesitate to predict for Lady Saxon a life undisturbed by any whirlwind of emotion. She was luxuriant in form, tall, more than commonly tall, and her height was increased by the style in which her bright yellow, rather curly hair was brushed up from the nape of her neck and from her oval forehead, and coiled in a mass on the top of her small, very finely set head. The upper folds of the coil were so much lighter than the hair beneath that they suggested a coronal of gold, such as might have been borne by some early Saxon princess. The coronal was placed, however, a little on one side, thus giving her a certain air of defiance and coquetry, bringing to mind also the rakishly worn képi of a daredevil young French soldier. Her dark eyebrows and large dark eyes were in curious contrast with the golden hair, which evidently did not owe its glory to art. Her mouth was ripe and red, and had a slow way of smiling that was one of her greatest fascinations. She was in evening dress, having rushed from dinner to hear her husband speak, and wore a long plush mantle, the color of heliotrope, which was a little thrown back, and showed glimpses of a neck and arms half veiled in lace, and of what sculptors call heroic size. Perhaps a fastidious observer might have said that there was just a little too much of her in every way, that nature had made her a little too tall, too yellow-haired, too dark-eyed, too handsome, that there was something almost oppressive in her beauty, that there was a faint suggestion of lack of refinement, as in a dinner table too prodigally adorned with plate and hothouse flowers. Lady Saxon was quite entitled to feel at home in this political atmosphere. She was married to the Marquis of Saxon, eldest son and heir of the great Duke of Athelstane, and one of the Whig leaders in the House of Commons. Lord Saxon had been up and was now down, and his speech was creating some talk in the lobby. Rolfe Bellarmin, when he approached Lady Saxon, had expected that she would say something about her husband's speech, and was surprised to find her mind occupied with the unknown beauty. He laughed pleasantly. The laugh brightened his fine-featured, poetic, almost melancholy face, which, when in repose, looked like that of a medieval hero of romance. But when he laughed his ringing laugh, and above all when he baited his opponents on the floor of the House in his pugnacious schoolboy style, he seemed what he was, a 19th century Tory Democrat, the leader of the little party which had been instrumental in bringing the Conservatives into office. That young lady has every right to get herself up as Mary Queen of Scots, Lady Saxon. She is the Honourable Mary Stuart Beaton. And who is the Honourable Mary Stuart Beaton? You haven't heard of our new pretendress? There was an article about her in the Piccadilly last week. It was called 19th Century Jacobites. Lady Saxon smiled. I like my politics and my scandal at first hand, she said, but I'm behind instead of before the newspapers in this case. Mary Stuart, what does that mean? I retract my remark about the lady horsebreaker, since she is a friend of yours. Her Majesty has a distinguished look, and is certainly very pretty. Tell me about her. Lady Saxon turned a critical gaze upon a little group of ladies and gentlemen who had just been brought into the lobby. Anybody could have seen at a glance that this particular lady, about whom Lady Saxon was inquiring, was the principal figure in the group. One could as well have failed to pick out Diana herself in the midst of a group of her maiden huntresses. There was indeed something of the huntress in this young woman's aspect. In her height, she, too, was taller than the ordinarily tall woman. In the erectness and freedom of her carriage, in her slimness and the poise of her head, and in the clinging robe of black velvet, which fell in straight folds from the waist, and looked odd and picturesque in contrast with the more inflated draperies of the fashionable London women. Whether by accident or design, the costume reminded its beholder of that style of dress which we associate with portraits of the Scottish Queen. The stiff long bodice, made with a sort of modern adaptation of the old-fashioned stomacher, the rosary and cross hanging from the girdle, the bonnet peaked in front and edged with large jet beads, the full lace ruffle, all harmonized with a face startlingly Stuart in outline. This 19th century representative of the White Queen bore a curious resemblance to some of the best known and most authentic portraits of her hapless prototype. She had the oval face and long slender neck, the rather high forehead, over which dark brown hair with a ruddy tinge through it parted in natural waves, the long straight nose, the full, clear, almond-shaped hazel eyes, and fine arched brows, even the little pointed chin with a dimple upon it. The face was full of decision and of a certain innocent pride. It was not without the shade of proverbial Stuart melancholy. But this was only noticeable when the features were in repose, and then it gave to the countenance a pathos and feminine sweetness that was perhaps its greatest charm. Yet surely the tragic could have no association with this Mary Stuart, whose smile, suddenly illuminating the face, was so frank and bright, and whose manner, when she talked, had almost childlike animation. Miss Beaton is the lioness of a certain coterie, answered Bellarmin. She holds a sort of court of her own, so they tell me, and gives herself quite naturally, I suppose, the airs of exiled royalty. A queen of the gypsies, said Lady Saxon scornfully. Come now, Lady Saxon, that complexion doesn't look like gypsy blood. Charles II looked like a gypsy, didn't he? Lady Saxon interjected. Well, Miss Beaton doesn't, as you see. If you were a legitimist, I should tell you that there stands your lawful queen, your queen by divine right. You count yourself English, I suppose now, he added. I am English, of course, replied Lady Saxon composedly, though I was married to a German. Bellarmin bowed. Certainly, Lady Saxon's pronunciation of the letter R was too trill-like to bear out the current rumor that she was of Teutonic origin. Though many fanciful pen-and-ink sketches had been made of Lady Saxon in society publications, nothing more was known as positive fact about her than that Lord Saxon had married her in Frankfurt some 18 months previously, and that she had been the widow of a certain Baron Langenwelt, ennobled for scientific discovery. But tell me, said Lady Saxon, still looking toward the quasi-royal group, tell me about this Miss Beaton. What are you talking of? Is it a joke or a mystification or a case of the bend sinister? Nothing of the sort. I am quite serious. That girl is the legitimate descendant of the Stuarts. You can study her genealogy in the Almanac de Gotha, Lady Saxon, if you doubt me. She starts from Henrietta Maria, Duchess of Orleans, who, according to scandalous chronicles, was poisoned by her husband. Henrietta Maria left a daughter married to a Prince of Savoy. Miss Beaton's mother, through whom her Stuart blood runs, was a Bavarian princess, and she married an Englishman, Lord Beaton, a legitimist, a Tory of the old school, of the divine right, church and king order. In short, a conservative like you, put in Lady Saxon, fixing her dark eyes upon the young man and smiling one of her enigmatic smiles. Not in the least like me, returned Bellarmin. Like Lord Stonehenge, if you want an illustration. And he glanced toward a tall, slight, aristocratic-looking man with a peaked Van Dyke beard who was standing near Miss Beaton and was at the moment speaking to a portly, white-haired lady, evidently one of Miss Beaton's companions. Lord Stonehenge was a Catholic, a Jacobite by education, whose ancestors paid homage at St. Germain's and whose association with the English court ended when the dynasty of revolution began. I am interested in Lord Stonehenge, said Lady Saxon. His place is not far from a queer little nest of mine. You don't conserve traditions, then, Mr. Bellarmin? I am a Tory of the new-fangled sort, replied Bellarmin. That is, not a Tory at all in the old-fashioned sense, what Lord Saxon would call a Tory. I only conserve the traditions which are not rotten enough to crumble away of themselves. There I differ from your leader, your champion of Christendom, as they call him, who wants to go at established institutions like St. George at the Dragon. Social evolution is my theory, Lady Saxon, though I and my progressive Tory party did turn out you Liberals the other day. You should be in our camp, said Lady Saxon, her eyes still gazing into his. You have nothing in common with the Tories, and you know it. But you like to be master of the situation, Mr. Bellarmin. You love a free fight. You must be always in opposition, showing up abuses and bullying the placeholders. You have it in your power now, while the balance is so even, to turn out any government. That has been your aim and ambition. Oh, I know, it is a proud position for so young a man, but will it last? Till the general election, said Rolfe, in a tone rather of question than of assertion. You refused a place in the ministry? Continued Lady Saxon. Yes, the place of a junior lord, put in Bellarmin. Ah, well, you see, Mr. Bellarmin, I do know some political secrets which the newspapers only hint at, she went on. You were quite right not to commit yourself. I may tell you that. There was meaning in her tone. I suppose I understand you, Lady Saxon. You think that Sir Victor Champion will soon have to face the country on a new issue. Well, the time may come to demolish the House of Lords. 50 years hence, perhaps, but I don't quite see it now. Bellarmin lowered his voice and glanced cautiously round. I am quite ready to believe that you know a great many political secrets, Lady Saxon. Perhaps you wouldn't mind giving me the straight tip about these mysterious negotiations some knowing ones are talking of the mine which people say Champion is springing beneath the foundations of the Constitution. Lady Saxon's eyes shot out a gleam. Oh, I cannot tell you anything about that, she said slowly. She drew a deep breath, and involuntarily perhaps pressed her hand to her bosom. Sir Victor Champion is a great man, she said, a man of indomitable will, of infinite resource. His enemies have not done him justice, nor, she added, his friends. Has he any friends? Not so many as worse men, but those he has are true to him, said Lady Saxon. Yet his secrets get out, you see, Bellarmin answered. You think so? I have proved it, have I not? I'm amazed, I confess, said Lady Saxon after a moment's pause. How did you get to know? About these negotiations? If you choose to call them so, she replied. What else could anyone call them? Well, no matter what they are called, don't fence with me. Surely we know each other too well for that. How did you get to know? The shadow of an emotion passed over Bellarmin's face at her appeal, but he shook it off. He was evidently under constraint and tried to hide what he was feeling under a mask of conventional banter. He laughed. Come, isn't that rather cool on your part, Lady Saxon? You want me to tell you everything, and you, who hint at a great deal, but will never really tell one a political secret? I don't so much want to find out what you know, as how you came to know, Lady Saxon said emphatically. After all, if there are traitors in Sir Victor's confidence, men who reveal his most secret purposes. Lady Saxon seemed moved to generous anger. Lady Saxon, said Bellarmin gravely, there was nothing of that kind. There was no underhand revelation of anything. There was no treachery of any sort. Lady Saxon's eyes flashed with a delight which she hastened to conceal. All this talk had been a little fencing match between her and Bellarmin, and, quite unconsciously, Bellarmin had been vanquished. Lady Saxon had never before heard one word of any negotiations going on between Sir Victor and any set of politicians.
Bellarmin had taken it for granted that she must be aware of the whole matter through her husband, and had had a hope that, by playing a bold game, he might get to know something of Lord Saxon's purposes. He gained no addition to his stock of information. She gained much. She learned that there were negotiations. She knew that her husband had not been told anything about them, and from Bellarmin's last answer, she also learned that the negotiations were carried on semi-officially with him on behalf of his party. That was the only construction to be put on his declaration that there had been no treachery. "Let us come back to our princess," said Bellarmin, as if he wished to turn the conversation. "See how these men are doing homage to her, here in the lobby of the House of Commons," he laughed. "There's something odd and incongruous and picturesque about the whole thing, Lady Saxon. It takes my fancy. It is going back to Sir Walter Scott and Flora MacIvor and all that sort of thing. It's dramatic. It's refreshing in these days of the Birmingham caucus and the divided skirt. Don't you think so?" "I agree with you that Miss Mary Stuart Beaton has a sense of the dramatic," said Lady Saxon rather absently. She would have preferred to talk about this unknown scheme of Champion's, the leader of the opposition, this great coup which people said he was meditating, and which was to shatter or cement the Liberal party. She wanted to talk about practical politics and not about visionary dynasties. The interest she had felt in Mary Stuart Beaton was imperiously expelled by another and more powerful interest, an interest that lay deep at the core of Josephine Saxon's heart. She herself became conscious that her bosom was answering to an emotion not warranted by the mere casual mention of her husband's chief, and she tried to pull herself together, making a peremptory little sign to Bellarmin to await her pleasure. She suddenly nodded and smiled to a lady who came up at that moment. "How do you do, Lady Mavis?" There was a half-whispered colloquy. "Just come from Polesmere. It was too terrible. We are getting as serious as the Bostonians. Everybody in corners with dictionaries, trying to see how many words they could make out of Sardanapalus. That sort of thing. Then guessing words. Somebody gave Cupid and Psyche. And Lady Polesmere, the bride, who they say learns her lesson by heart every morning and is too stupid and too lovely for anything, said, 'But who is Psyche?' I never heard of Psyche." Had she ever heard of Cupid? Well, my dear, she couldn't come to a better person than you to learn about him. Have you begun your parties yet? Ask me soon to a little dinner, only don't put me beside one of your horrid radicals. Since you gave Hodge his vote, the ladies' gallery has become a bear garden, a pair of radical shoemakeresses talking so loudly that it was impossible to hear any of our side. I spoke to the doorkeeper, but it was of no use. He couldn't do anything." "Oh, poor Mr. Samuelson," Lady Saxon said. "I didn't ever suppose that he had any radical tendencies." "All creatures of that sort have radical tendencies," Lady Mavis affirmed in a manner that ought to have settled the question. "I always fancied that he was a mild conservative," Lady Saxon said. "My opinion is," Lady Mavis Redhouse gravely declared, "that doorkeepers ought not to have any political ideas of their own. I do not believe that politics were meant for doorkeepers." Lady Saxon bantered her friend upon certain Primrose League proceedings in the provinces. It was evident that the Tory party depended mainly upon Lady Mavis Redhouse for its maintenance and consolidation. Bellarmin marvelled at the frivolity of woman, especially of political women. There were barbed congratulations on Lord Saxon's speech and parting allusions to coffee on the terrace. Rolfe Bellarmin, watching Lady Saxon's face, fancied that he had a clue to the changes in her manner. He did not doubt that she was acquainted with the springs which moved the figures in this game of politics. It was whispered that Lord Saxon, heavy Whig and unimaginative, unambitious leader of the less progressive Liberals, was not in complete sympathy with Champion's bold views on the subject of reform. Bellarmin suspected that, whatever coup Champion might be meditating, he had not the absolute certainty of Lord Saxon's support. He made a shrewd guess that Champion calculated upon startling Lord Saxon into acquiescence, or upon his power of educating his party so secretly and so rapidly that Lord Saxon would one day find himself in the rear and comparatively powerless. But in that case, what was Lady Saxon's attitude? She was too clever to be kept in the dark. There were not two opinions on the subject of Lady Saxon's cleverness, though it was often said that she lacked self-control, that she made her likes and her hates too apparent to outsiders. Some of her words just now in reference to Champion gave the impression of unguarded and devoted admiration. Bellarmin had not, however, observed any sign of intimacy between the Liberal chief and the wife of Lord Saxon. Sir Victor was not met in Lady Saxon's drawing-room. Though they were of course acquaintances, it would seem that their acquaintance was only superficial. To be sure, there had been hitherto but few opportunities for social intercourse. Lord Saxon's marriage had taken place the last autumn but one. The Liberal ministry had come into short power in the following summer, and during part of their term of office, Lady Saxon had been kept out of the whirl of London life by the birth and death of her first child, a son. She had only taken her place as a leader of fashion in London a few months ago. Her social prominence had been coincident with the dawn of her friendship with Bellarmin. This friendship had constituted a sort of crisis in Bellarmin's career. He began to find out that, like other men, he seemed to have a dual nature. He sometimes wondered whether it was to his best or his worst self that Lady Saxon appealed. There were moments when he felt a sense of passionate revolt against her influence, moments when he had thought of marriage as a possible refuge or corrective. But her ascendancy remained. No other woman, so far, had been able to enchain even temporarily the young politician's affections. The political atmosphere was to him so keen and so necessary a stimulant that to love outside its radius appeared to him an impossibility. Unmarried girls he found painfully insipid. This is a conclusion to which many a London man arrives even without the splendid contrast presented by Lady Saxon. The whole situation was piquant. There was a double charm in the fact that the lady of his admiration stood in the first rank of his opponents. Could she win him over? Dared he trust himself within the enemy's lines? Was she playing with him, or was she in heroic earnest? Was she goddess or diplomatist, or mere everyday excitement-loving coquette? All this speculation heightened the charm and danger of the position. No definite word had been spoken. The draught was too strong to be taken without consideration of consequences. Bellarmin dallied with the cup, but the fumes from it were mounting. Lady Saxon turned again to Bellarmin and lightly touched his arm with her gloved finger. "When are you coming to see me to talk of important things? Tomorrow? You have only to name your own time, always provided that it is not an hour when the division bell is likely to ring." "Tomorrow. It is an off day. At 6 o'clock. I have a great deal to say to you about serious things. Your eyes keep wandering to your Stuart princess," she added in a bantering tone. "Take care. Remember the fate of Chastelard." "Who is that tall man with her?" "The man with the white moustache and the scar on his forehead. He looks the dignified parent in a play." "Is he her father?" "Oh, no. Her father is dead. That is General Falcon, an Englishman, I believe, who was in the Austrian service and has given up everything to act as her, what shall I say? I really don't know. Prime Minister? Master of the Horse? Chief Secretary? Manager? Factotum? Anything you like to call him." "I don't particularly want to call him anything," answered Lady Saxon a little disdainfully. "I can understand what the office is." A pretty young pretendress, is that what you called her? Wants just such a picturesque and stately and unimpeachable sort of person to introduce her and manage her affairs. Oh yes, one knows all that. There was a tinge of bitterness in Lady Saxon's tone. Her hearer might almost have fancied that she herself had known what it was to face the world without an introducer. Unprotected youth and beauty are at a disadvantage in these days. Well, I should imagine that General Falcon's figure and moustache would count for ever so much with a jury of British Philistines, and will impress society greatly. Is your Stuart princess going to assert her claims to the throne of England? Oh no, said Bellarmin again with more eagerness than was quite pleasing to Lady Saxon, for it showed too strong a measure of interest in the lovely unknown. I can't think that anything so absurd is dreamed of. She has very sensible friends in this country. I hear some of the Tory Catholic set, and they won't let her be led into nonsense. There's a notion that she has come over to claim some money or estates or something that once belonged to the ancestral Stuarts. You seem to be well up in her affairs. Have you been presented at her court? Not yet, but I shall get an introduction. I think the whole thing is most interesting. Do you? I don't, somehow. I can remember the Tichborne case. That excited me a little at first, but it became so tiresome. Claimants to anything are bores. I would rather look at my Mary Stuart than at the gentleman who called himself Sir Roger Tichborne, said Bellarmin. No doubt, Lady Saxon answered coldly. One can't help admiring her, Rolfe went on injudiciously. I think I detest her already, Lady Saxon said. I hate shams of every kind. Perhaps, she added with a curious burst of candour, which was the characteristic of a woman, because I am a good deal of a sham myself. Lady Saxon, in truth, was a little out of tune. When will men learn, or will they never learn, that women do not delight in hearing the praises of other women, especially when these praises come from masculine lips that might be employed in saying more appropriate things? Meanwhile, Miss Mary Stuart Beaton was conducted by Lord Stonehenge, the gentleman with the Vandyke beard, and some members of the House of Commons to the entrance of the legislative chamber, in order that she might have a front view of the debate. Passing through the outer door, between the great leather chairs where the twin doorkeepers sit, one comes on a sort of hall, out of which the division lobbies run. The no lobby on the right of the visitor, the I on the left. Straight in front are the swinging brazen doors, which open only to members of Parliament, and within which is the debating chamber itself. On the extreme left of the left-hand door is a kind of niche, with a small leathern seat. On this seat, in this niche, it is the privilege of women, and only women, to stand. They are escorted in there, not more than two at a time, by a member of the House, and standing on that perch, and looking through the plate glass encased in the brass of the door, they can see Mr. Speaker on his throne, and the members of the government on the Treasury bench at his right, and the leaders of the opposition at his left, and leaders of independent parties below the gangway. The ladies' gallery, be it observed, is above and behind the Speaker's chair, and Miss Beaton might go there forever and not see what the occupant of the Speaker's chair is like, or how the House looks from the natural or pictorial point of view. Miss Beaton had not looked upon this sight before, and she ran across the tessellated pavement of the lobby with the eagerness of a girl anxious to see something new, and the careless freedom of one who has got it well into her mind that she is at liberty to do anything that she likes in the way that pleases her. Her escort, Mr. Levin, a Scotch member, descended from a family which had forfeited its title in the rebellion of 1745, was a little behind her, and her skirts were long and trailing, and he was afraid of treading on them. He had to plunge forward, however, for she was positively about opening the brass door, and calmly entering the sacred precincts of the house itself, where the apparition of a woman would create as much bewilderment and consternation as her intrusion into the Mosque of Omar while the services of the Mohammedans were going on.
"This way, please," he said breathlessly.
"Not into the house. This perch here." "Oh, am I to mount on that?" "If you please. Do you know that you were going into the House of Commons itself?" Mary laughed, not in the least abashed by the knowledge of the sacrilege she had so nearly perpetrated. She mounted lightly to the perch and studied the front view of the house for a moment in silence. "I feel rather ridiculous here," she said, looking down on Lord Stonehenge. "I am like a schoolgirl mounted on a penitential stool. I think I am rather too tall for this sort of perch. I'll get down. Oh, what is happening?" Two members were rushing wildly past and thrusting their way into the house. One of them was waving a telegram in his hand. Miss Beaton remained on her perch for the moment, eager to see and hear. She saw the member who bore the telegram break through the groups who were standing at the bar, and while the doors of the house were yet swinging open, she could hear him say in quite a loud and excited tone, 1400 majority for Tressel." Then there was a tremendous burst of cheering from the opposition benches, which was again and again renewed. It utterly bewildered a member of the government who was haranguing from the Treasury bench. He could not at first understand the meaning of this strange interruption, did not know what had happened, and stumbled hopelessly in his oration. Mary dropped lightly to the floor without touching Lord Stonehenge's reverential hand. She and her escort came out into the lobby again, and Mr. Levin explained the meaning of the telegram and the cheering. The election had gone in favor of the Radical candidate by a large majority. But that was not all. The victorious candidate was Tommy Tressel, a very advanced and audacious Radical, an independent, eccentric sort of man. But that was not all. Tressel had been representative of the constituency for a long time, but his Radical opinions had been growing more and more pronounced of late, and he had been making furious attacks upon the House of Lords. His opponents taunted him with having betrayed his constituents and promised him that he should never get into the House again, or at least for that constituency. The general election, whenever it came, would settle him, they said. Whereupon Tressel promptly applied for the Chiltern Hundreds, in other words, resigned his seat and came forward again as a candidate for the same place, in order to give his constituents a chance of saying whether they approved of what he had said or done or not. And now, behold, he is sent back to the House with an immense and wholly unexpected majority to encourage him. No wonder the Radicals cheered. Yet another incident occurred. Sir Victor Champion and Lord Saxon were passing out in deep conversation, and the moment Sir Victor was seen, all the Radical members in the lobby set up a wild cheer, and other Radicals came rushing out of the House and joined in the cheer, and soon quite a crowd formed around Sir Victor, cheering for him as if he were the hero of the hour. Sir Victor looked pleased. Lord Saxon scowled.
"What's the row about now?" Lord Saxon asked when the cheering had at last subsided.
"Oh, Tressel's election, of course," Sir Victor said carelessly. "But I don't see what we have to do with that. I mean, what you have to do with it. Why should they cheer you because Tressel has been elected?" Sir Victor said nothing. Lord Stonehenge whispered a word or two to Mary, who nodded assent, and then he stopped the two statesmen and presented each to Miss Beaton. Lord Saxon, a tall, heavy-jawed man with a stolid face deeply flushed, a full, reddish beard, and a shambling, groom-like way of walking, felt awkward and looked it, and said only a formal word or two. Sir Victor's eyes darted upon Miss Beaton and fastened on her face. He felt and showed the deepest interest in the meeting, and before many seconds had made it clear to Mary that he understood all about her history and genealogy. Lady Saxon and Bellarmin watched the movements and gestures of the little group. "Come, you had better take your turn and do homage with the rest," Lady Saxon said. She was willing to do without Bellarmin now. She wanted to come in the way of Sir Victor Champion. The interview between Miss Beaton and Champion was over. Lord Saxon saw his wife and came across and spoke to her. "I want to know why Sir Victor has not been to see me," said Lady Saxon in a low, rapid tone. "Make him come here. You seem annoyed, Saxon. Has anything happened?" "Nothing much. Talk to you by and by," Lord Saxon said, brightening a little. Then he turned and motioned to Sir Victor, who was about to pass on, merely lifting his hat to Lady Saxon. "My wife wants to speak to you," he said. Lady Saxon moved forward and held out her hand. Sir Victor joined them. Lady Saxon's opportunity had come. End of Volume 1, Chapter 1.
How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content.
Volume 1, Chapter 2 of The Rebel Rose by Justin McCarthy and Rosa Campbell Praed. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, On the Terrace. Sir Victor was a man the first sight of whom gave one the idea that he trod the earth with a peculiarly firm tread. His walk was not a stride nor a plunge, but an assured, rapid, masterful walk, each foot seeming to take a steady hold of the ground until the other had found its place. Sir Victor moved with the air of one who believes that all he sees belongs to him. He had a large forehead, strongly marked features, heavy eyebrows, and quick gleaming eyes. His face was almost smooth-shaven. He kept his head thrown back as he walked. He was not handsome, but he was commanding in appearance, and few who looked at him would have thought of mentally inquiring whether he was handsome or not. There was something stern, something tragic about his face. His forehead seemed scarred with the thunder. As with Marcellus in Virgil's poem, darksome night appeared amid all his triumph to gather its black shadow around his head. Women admired him, that was certain, admired him and were afraid of him, admired him all the more because they were afraid of him. He had been a very successful man thus far. He had entered public life with some fortune to back him, but with no aristocratic connections. He had married both fortune and rank. His wife had died after a year, but his success was assured. His marriage had been the turning point in his career. Now he had come to be the maker of peers and the patron even of dukes. He had a consuming ambition. His friends said it was a noble ambition. His enemies said that it was an ambition ruinous to his country. It was not a selfish ambition in the lowest sense, but if it led him wrong, it would be likely to do infinitely more harm than any merely selfish ambition could have wrought in such a position as that of a modern English statesman. Had Sir Victor only coveted office, rank, power, influence for himself, and been content with such acquisitions, he might have had enough to sate the most greedy ambition, and yet have done no great harm to anything except his own nature and his own soul. But the ambition of Sir Victor Champion was to have his own name inseparably associated in time to come with some great change wrought in the condition of his country. His admirers insisted that his only desire was to have his name remembered in connection with some great good deed done by or for England. But his enemies would have it that he was resolved to be remembered in history at England's expense, if he could not be remembered in blessings. Both sides, it is likely, were partly right, were seized of half the truth. The ambition which identifies our country's glory with our own does not always regard our own glory as identical with that of our country. The aspiring youth who fired the Ephesian dome was only a fool for his pains, or a madman. It is a comfort to reflect that there are not many ambitions like his. But a man of very different quality might have set fire to the temple under the impression that he was only illuminating it while inscribing his own name in letters of flame round its dome. Lady Saxon, having got her opportunity, was determined not to lose it. She wanted to bring Sir Victor Champion to her side here in the full light of the House of Commons lobby. She had deeper and much stronger reasons for this desire, but one of her minor and superficial reasons was to inflict a sort of punishment on Bellarmin, who had been thinking a great deal too much about Miss Beaton and her claims and her beauty. ' We have not met for a long time, Sir Victor,' Lady Saxon said, turning her eyes upon him and then letting them droop, ' except in the most casual and commonplace way. We have not met to talk.' ' No, we have not been floated together,' Sir Victor answered in a deep melodious voice, which fell caressingly on her ear and made the blood rush for an instant to her cheek. ' I am glad to find you in town.' Lady Saxon looked up again straight into his face. There was something at once seductive and defiant in her glance. Her expression was peculiar. She seemed to be commanding Sir Victor's attention, and to be appealing at the same time to a claim upon his sentimental regard which only he and she understood. Lord Saxon, it was evident, suspected no such claim. His heavy head was bent, showing the bull-like conformation of neck, and giving him an appearance of dull obstinacy, in striking contrast with the alert, dominant expression of the Liberal chief. The eyes of both Sir Victor and Lady Saxon turned for a second upon him and met again. Lady Saxon laughed in a forced manner, but her voice faltered in spite of herself. ' The current has drifted us together at last,' she said, ' but you might have found me before.' ' Look here, Josephine,' Lord Saxon broke in, ' I have got to go away for a while, you know. I dare say Champion won't mind seeing you back to the Ladies' Gallery, or the Terrace if you want to go. I'll meet you later on at Lady Dorrington's.' ' Very well,' she answered, and gave him a smile as she added, ' That means there will be nothing much going on here, and that there is to be a political caucus at the Dorringtons, instead. Saxon doesn't often go with me to an evening party.' Lord Saxon strode away. ' I don't think I need give you the trouble of mounting up to the Ladies' Gallery with me, Sir Victor. I have heard enough for one night, and it is hot and stuffy up there. Why do you gaze up in that sort of way? I think I had better get home and go on to Lady Dorrington's. Shall I see you there ?' Sir Victor shook his head. He seemed to be hesitating as to what he should say next. She watched him narrowly. She was eager to see whether he would take her at her word and let her go. ' Will you come for a turn on the terrace ?' he asked at last in a low tone. ' The night is delightful.' She could hardly restrain a deep breath of exultation. ' Yes, thanks, since you are so good. Indeed, I told one or two women that I should be on the terrace.' ' Come this way,' Sir Victor said, and she swept out of the lobby with him, making as she passed a parting bow to Bellarmin, who had just been presented to the mysterious Stuart girl, and who appeared by no means unhappy, even though Lady Saxon was leaving him. Lady Saxon and Sir Victor passed out of the lobby into a corridor lined on both sides with the schoolboard-like numbered lockers in which members keep their papers. They went through a swinging brass door on the left and made their way down a tortuous staircase, darksome as that of a jail, and at the bottom of this sordid staircase to another door, which conducted to a stone passage on the right. Wheeling round to the left again, they were at a gate through which they suddenly passed into all the beauty and glory of the soft night of early summer, and found themselves on the terrace where the river washes the southern walls of Westminster Palace. There was a moon shining, but its brightness was dimmed by the amber glow which poured down from the library windows above, and the lamps set at intervals along the balustrade illuminating the wide stone walk. A fitful breeze swept up from the water. The river, closed in here by the two stone bridges with their cavern-like arches and triangular jets of light, had a ripple on it and looked alive. The reflections of the lanterns in the barges lying along the embankment seemed to dance in the depths. Opposite rose the great square blocks of St. Thomas' Hospital with their spectral windows, and the tall grey shot tower lower down lost itself in the mist. A little steamer puffing and groaning, and the roar of the Charing Cross train gave life and commonplace reality to the scene, which otherwise had a curious solemnity and impressiveness. "I am always ashamed of that vile dark staircase," Champion said, in his conventional manner, as they walked up to the end and turned again, "and yet I think we ought to keep it as it is, if only for the reason that the Terrace looks so much more attractive because of the caverns through which we have to get to it. Don't you think so, Lady Saxon?" "I have been thinking of many things since we came out, but not of that," she answered. Perhaps Sir Victor did not wish to notice the significance of her tone, or perhaps his mind was occupied with the late election and Tressel's majority, or perhaps he had thrown off the statesman for a moment and was enjoying the picturesqueness of the place and of the evening. Sir Victor Champion had a quick and vivid interest in almost everything. Certainly there was hardly anything in which he could not promptly get up a genuine interest. He had a liberal knowledge of art, science, history, poetry, romance, the acting drama, architecture, Japanese coloring, and old China. His power of throwing himself from subject to subject gave some excuse for the allegation of his enemies that a fatal levity, a want of depth and adhesiveness, was destined to mar his best gifts and make his career dangerous to his country. He soon became conscious of the beauty of the scene, and found a pleasure in expatiating on it to Lady Saxon. As they walked along the terrace, he began pointing out to her what he regarded as the most interesting objects, and he was launching into quite an eloquent dissertation on the history of Lambeth Palace and the Lollards' Tower. Lady Saxon's bosom heaved with impatience. She had not come there to be told of the Lollards' Tower. "We walked together side by side, the first time for years," she said in a low tone of impassioned remonstrance, "and you can only talk to me about Lambeth Palace? Victor!" Her voice dropped to the lowest, softest, most plaintive note of appeal as she looked into the statesman's face and called him by his name. He stopped and turned to her in some surprise. "Lady Saxon," he was beginning to say. "Lady Saxon," she repeated in a low, wistful protest. "Josephine," he said. "Josephine, how many years is it since I called you by that name?" She did not answer. They had reached the end of the terrace and turned. Sir Victor glanced at his companion. Lady Saxon, in her splendid beauty, with her stately carriage, her arms folded in her rich mantle, and her eyes gazing earnestly into the night, had about her a suggestion of the dramatic which was not without attraction for Sir Victor. His temperament required the stimulant of drama. He wondered what was passing in her mind. He half expected some theatrical outburst, but it did not come then. "Have you noticed those thin white tracks along the latticework pattern of the pavement?" she asked quietly. "There are 3 of them. See, the middle one is very distinct." "They are the marks of many footsteps," he replied, "the tracks of the men who have walked up and down here, the tracks of the men who have made and are making history. You are of them, Victor. I think that if I were a writer, I could compose a poem or a satire by the inspiration of those 3 narrow paths. Think of the big schemes that have been worked out here in the brains of ambitious men, and think of the agonies of disappointment some of those men must have suffered as they paced these stones, when their schemes had come to nothing." "Yes," said Sir Victor, "you have a quick imagination, Josephine. These stones could tell many a soul's story." "Think of the women who have walked here too," Lady Saxon went on, "of the hopes that might be spoken, and of those that might not even be whispered, the fears and the ambitions for the husband or for the lover. I wonder how much oftener for the lover. The light flirtations, the intrigues, the heart tragedies. But I don't want to talk of intrigues, the heart tragedies. Oh, I've seen enough of the House of Commons, Victor, to know that love often walks along this place masquerading as policy. Not with me. I am not one of the politicians who turn the House of Commons into the background of a flirtation." "Why not?" Politicians, I suppose, are but human, and want some pastime in the intervals of their serious business. Mr. Bellarmin is not the only one of you who finds it here ready to hand. What makes you instance Bellarmin?" "He comes naturally to one's mind. People are talking of him just now. He is young, handsome, and a power in his way, and he will be a greater power still before very long. Remember, he is the leader of the party which turned us out of office. He has a future." "You are right," said Champion thoughtfully. "A woman who bound him with her chains might feel proud of her captive," said Lady Saxon. "Report speaks of you as that woman, doesn't it?" "Is that why you have avoided me?" she asked in a different tone. "Let us be frank with one another. Surely we have known each other too well for masks to be necessary now." "It would be more prudent to wear them, would it not, at any rate in this place?" he replied, waiting till they had passed through the knots of people who were gathered about the various little tables in the middle of the terrace. "Not at all," she said. "No one would be surprised that I should be here with my husband's friend and leader. But tell me, why have you avoided me?" "Because, Josephine, I felt that there might be danger in our intimacy." "Danger?" she repeated. "To which of us?" "I scarcely know. I was afraid that the position might be painful to you. Our past has some troublous associations. I thought it probable that, as Lady Saxon, you might wish that past forgotten, or at least ignored. Not one memory of it which links me with you. I cherish these associations. They are sweeter to me than rank or riches, sweeter to me than anything on this earth. They are myself. Josephine, if all that makes the good or ill of my life were to crumble into nothingness, they would remain." She paused and placed herself with her back against the balustrade which fronted the river. The two were in shadow and far out of hearing of the merry groups scattered here and there by the tea tables. "Do you ever think of those old days, Victor?" she went on in a voice of smothered emotion. "Those dear old days when we were so much to each other." "I have remembered them always, Josephine, with tenderness and gratitude." He too spoke with emotion. To a critical listener it might have seemed only the echo of her emotion. "You loved me?" she asked eagerly, "even though you left me?" "I loved you indeed, and for many a long day I missed you. But," he hesitated, "you put the case harshly." "Well, be frank, you owe me that." She spoke with agitated insistence. "I find a greater difficulty in touching upon the past with Lady Saxon than I might have done with Madame Langenwelt." "You know that Langenwelt married me after that, because I refused to accept him on any other terms," she put in coolly. "I had become indispensable to him. The trade would have collapsed without me." "He was ennobled?" "Oh yes. A patent of nobility bought out of the proceeds of quack medicines," she laughed in an odd tuneless laugh. "It's a queer sort of career, isn't it? Not altogether unlike that of Emma Hart. Lady Hamilton, you remember, only I'm better educated. I have to thank Langenwelt for that, and I'm not going to make a mess of the wind-up as she did. Good heavens! In the days when I exhibited at sixpence a head, who would have dreamed that I should ever have the right to go into dinner before your wife?" "Josephine," said Champion in some embarrassment and much pity, "it pains and perplexes me to hear you talk in this wild way. Your outspokenness is alarming. I beg you, for your own sake—" "Oh," she interrupted with a gesture of her hands, as if she would fling away pretenses, "outspokenness is the most highly prized of luxuries to me. I can't afford to indulge in it often. You shouldn't grudge it to me on an occasion like this. You and I, Victor, have the faculty of appreciating a situation, as they say in the theaters. At least I used to think so. There's something dramatic about our meeting tonight, isn't there? And to be in this place, of all places, the theater of your glory. You sacrificed me that you might play your part here, and it's only fair, now my turn has come, that I should be allowed to do a little melodramatic spouting of my own." Again she laughed. Just then some passing member took off his hat. Lady Saxon bowed. "A lovely night," she remarked indifferently, "and so warm for the time of year. Do we lose anything by enjoying this delicious air? Who is speaking?" "You have lost nothing. Only old What's-his-name hammering away still for the government. He was awfully put out by the cheers for Tommy Tressel's election. Hasn't quite recovered even yet." The member moved on. Lady Saxon turned again to Champion. She put out her hand and touched his for a second as it rested on the balustrade. "You don't know how I've longed for this meeting. I've dreamed of it. I've rehearsed it. I've—" She broke off with a low, passionate ejaculation. "You don't seem moved. You are your old self still, impassive, carried away sometimes by your intellect, never by your heart." "And you are still your old self too," he answered gently, "impulsive and emotional as you always were. To you all this is nothing," she went on bitterly, "a mere episode in a parliamentary session, as I was in days gone by. But I'm going to be something more than an episode now, Victor. We meet on equal ground. I can be of use to you. I can further your projects. I can be a valuable ally instead of the shame and the hindrance you once thought me." "Josephine, your reproaches cut me like a knife." His deep voice, which in debate or invective was Sir Victor's most powerful weapon, thrilled Lady Saxon's ear and heart. "Think of our position then, and you will admit that they are a little unjust. Come, can we not bury the past? Can we not make a compact from this night to be friends, dear friends and comrades? You must hear first what I've got to say. Oh, I'm not reproaching you. I think I admire you for your impassiveness and the cool judgment which made even love subordinate to political ambition. I always knew that I couldn't love a man unless he were my master." "Surely your husband is a man whom you can love, and who might make himself your master?" Lady Saxon threw her head back with a cynical, disdainful uplifting of her chin. "My husband? I once read of a woman of whose husband it was said that he was her slave, her drudge, and her convenience. Lord Saxon is my slave, and he is my convenience." There was a silence between them for a few moments. Lady Saxon was the first to break it. "I have never loved any man but you, Victor. I may tell you this, even though my frankness alarms you. You and I are above shams. I only ask you to be frank with me, brutally frank, if that is to tell the truth." "I'll be as frank with you, Josephine, as your courage and generosity deserve." "That is well. Let us talk our minds out for a few minutes only. Yes, I loved you, Victor, as I can love. And at first, when you left me, I hated you. I wanted to be revenged on you. Then, as I watched your career, I admired you for what you had done. I felt glad and proud that you had bought success even by the sacrifice of me. At a distance, I began to understand you better, to see what your genius had seen so quickly and unerringly. Your time had come. Your opportunity was before you to seize or to leave. It was a choice between giving up me and giving up a grand future. You chose wisely. You gave up me. You gave up your Agnes Sorel, your Aspasia. Don't you think that is a pretty way of putting it?" she said suddenly with a scornful laugh. "Well, I thank you. If you hadn't chosen so, what should I be now instead of being what I am? You made me, Lady Saxon, and I shall have made you Dictator of England." "No one has ever understood me as you understand me," he said with a low-toned fervor. "You have a noble, sympathetic soul, Josephine. You, too, feel that compelling force which drives our destinies, and which I have always felt so strongly within me. I have a mission which to me is more than love. I know it. I know that I, too, have a mission. Yes, we stand on equal ground now, Victor. We will fight side by side. We must fight, either for or against each other. We breathe the same political atmosphere. Your life is mine. The current has drifted us together. You say, let us make a compact from this night to be friends and comrades. Yes, but on one condition. Name it. Whatever you ask shall be agreed to." You loved me once. I had great influence over you. I am content to take a secondary place, but I must have no rival there. We will not talk of love, you and I. My burst of melodrama is over. This only I ask you. I know you too well to doubt the truth of your answer. Do you love any other woman? I love no woman in the world, Josephine, unless it be yourself. Since my wife's death, I have given myself up completely to politics, and I have no thought of marrying again. The first place is yours. The second place, she corrected. I will yield the first to England, but I will not yield it to a woman. There shall be no misunderstanding. This is not a drawing-room conspiracy. I have said that we will not talk of love. Let us bury the past then. So, the compact is made. Your hand upon it. They clasped hands silently. His was cool and firm. He could feel hers through her glove, trembling and feverish. End of Volume 1, Chapter 2. Volume 1, Chapter 3 of The Rebel Rose by Justin McCarthy and Rosa Campbell Praed. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Who Shall Separate Us? Now tell me of your plans, she said impulsively. What is in your mind? What are the prospects of the party? I want to understand your ambitions, your personal ambition. Personal ambition? He said doubtfully. I don't say that a man is bound to shut his mind and heart against such a feeling. No, I don't go so far as to say that. But is it not his duty to foster within himself only that truer and nobler ambition which devotes itself to the real greatness of his country and the abiding happiness of his people? There was a ring of the House of Commons peroration which did not please Lady Saxon. Are you ashamed of acknowledging your personal ambition to me? She said, turning the full light of her eyes upon his. Did I not always know you were ambitious? Did I not always urge you to give your ambition full play? You took me at my word then. Did I not admire you all the more? Well, yes, let it be admired. Did I not admire you all the more because of your ambition? Ah, times and things may have changed, but I shall never forget. I have never forgotten the days when it was allowed me to share your ambition. I share no ambition now. Yet surely you have conquered for yourself as splendid a position as an Englishwoman could achieve. You are Lady Saxon. You will be Duchess of Athelstane. Yes, she answered, and the triumph is sweet to me, though sometimes, Victor, I ask myself whether Bohemia wasn't a pleasanter place to live in than Mayfair. I exult in it, and I scorn it at the same time. For all that sort of thing isn't my highest ambition, and never was, and you know it. But we have dropped the curtain on old scenes. My husband cares about nothing except in a dull, heavy, prosaic way. He doesn't care one straw for the highest prize and the highest fame that political life could give. I always longed to be the wife and the comrade of a fighting man. And now, well, I don't want to talk of myself, I want to talk of you. You are meditating a great stroke. I know that much. I don't ask you what it is, I only ask if I can help you in it. Help me. Without knowing what it is, without asking? Yes, without knowing, without asking, if you wish. It will be enough for me to know that I am helping you in some scheme that holds your heart. Josephine, you deserve my full confidence, and you shall have it. Yes, I am sick of being one of a party. I am sick of compromise and cold counsel and postponement and surrender. I am determined to make a great radical party and to lead it as I have never yet been able to lead. The time has come to appeal to the imagination and the passion of the English people. How could such a people be enthusiastic about petty modifications of the suffrage and peddling schemes about local government and county boards? We have no longer a great party because we have no longer a great principle. I mean
to appeal to the English people on behalf of the first step to the creation of a commonwealth, of an educated democracy. The first step, she asked, with all the seeming of breathless interest. The abolition of the House of Lords. Let us have our sovereign and our people, the sovereign of the people, with no privileged class or chamber to intervene. Loose the bonds of England and let her go. Then, for the first time, we shall see what an English commonwealth is capable of attempting and achieving. We shall gather our colonies round us as the bird gathers her young. Come the three corners of the world in arms, and we shall shock them. He spoke in a tone kept purposely low, and his voice dropped to a whisper now and then as they passed in their walk some other promenaders. But his look and manner were full of enthusiasm. He always spoke like a man addressing an audience whom he has to persuade and carry with him. "Have you spoken to anyone of this as yet?" she asked. "Not as yet. At least, not in any distinct way." "Not to Lord Saxon?" "Not to Lord Saxon. He is your husband. But you won't mind my saying that he is not a man to warm to such a scheme. At least, he is not a man with imagination to take to it at once. You see, it would pull down the house of which he is one day to be a member," said Lady Saxon thoughtfully. "Do you know, I don't think such a consideration would influence Saxon in the least," he said. "I do him that justice. I am sure that if it could only be got into his mind that it would be for the good of England, he would give the scheme his heartiest support. I hope to be able to convince him that it is for the good of England, but I don't believe it would do to flash such a proposal on him at the present moment. When it takes shape and he finds that it is a reality, he may then come to it." "He will never come to it," Lady Saxon said firmly. "You may make up your mind to that, Victor. Sooner or later you will have to separate from him." "You think so?" "I am convinced of it. It might be possible, perhaps, through my influence, to pull Saxon up to a division on some general declaration of a wish for some reform of that kind." She paused. "Beyond that, I doubt." "Your influence over him is strong." "I suppose so. I have not cared to exercise it in political matters." She seemed to be reflecting. "I don't know. It might be possible to carry him over the crisis which would oust the Tories. That even would be something worth trying for. I suppose it is your idea ultimately to go to the country?" "Yes, when I have declared my purpose in the House." "You will not take Saxon with you?" "There is bound to be a split of the party." "Well, what then if it be strengthened from another source?" "At the worst, you can separate from him. You will be better without the Whigs." He looked at her earnestly, full of admiration for her courage and her quick decision. He could not help thinking to himself, "If I had such a wife." "I know what was passing through your mind this moment," she said. "You were thinking how it would be with you if you had a wife with courage and ambition." "I was indeed. How did you know?" "I knew. Oh, well, because I was thinking at that moment, if I had a husband with courage and ambition. Well, I can help you, I think, Victor. I should welcome help from you. I know there is one man whom you would like to bring to your side, a very different sort of man from my husband." "There is one man," Champion said slowly, "to whom I have even made a sort of overture, because he has talents and imagination and any amount of courage, and I presume ambition, and because he has a mind free from stupid tradition and inane party prejudice." "Yes, we mean the same man," she said composedly. "Are you sure?" he said with a certain degree of hesitation. "We both mean Mr. Bellarmin." "Yes, you were right just now when you said he had a future. I think highly of him. He is forming a party which he has purposely pledged to nothing but a name, and I do not see why progressive Toryism and educated democracy should not be accepted as meaning one and the same thing." Lady Saxon looked keenly into his face to see whether he was speaking these words in irony or sarcasm, but he was not.
He was quite in earnest. He had little of the humorist in him. He was considering in all gravity whether the two designations might not, by bold and clever manipulation, be made out to mean the same thing for political purposes. "What has Mr. Bellarmin said?" she asked. "Hardly anything so far." "Of course you didn't speak to him yourself?" "Oh no, that would never do. It is too early for that. I got a man to open the thing to him in a tentative sort of way." "Who was the man, Victor? Tell me." The manner in which she took possession of his confidence had a certain fascination for him. He had for so long been such a lonely man that her frank assumption of camaraderie and companionship had a sweet and soothing sound in his ears. "Of course I will tell you. It was Tressel." "That man? Victor, you have made a mistake. Bellarmin would never treat as serious anything coming through Tressel." "I believe Mr. Tressel is profoundly serious. I think he showed it by his pluck in resigning and standing another contest," Sir Victor said, looking at her with puckered brows. He did not like being told that he had made a mistake, and especially such a mistake. "Very possibly. I know little or nothing about him. You probably know the real man, but the world does not take him seriously. And Mr. Bellarmin would not have any way of knowing that you had got at the man's true self. No, Bellarmin would not open his mind to him. You must try again, and through someone else." "You are the leader now, not I," he said with a smile that gave a peculiar sweetness to his melancholy face. "Well, Josephine, tell me the man you would recommend." "I don't recommend any man. I don't think it's a man's office. I recommend a woman." The smile passed from his face and was succeeded by a look of wonder. "A woman?" he said slowly. "A woman, Victor, the one woman who could be trusted in anything that concerned you. I offer you my own wits, such as they are, for this purpose. Let me negotiate with Mr. Bellarmin. See, there he is." She stopped suddenly and made Champion also stop. She looked toward the doorway of stone through which one comes onto the terrace from the interior of the house. Bellarmin was coming out, escorting Miss Beaton and Miss Beaton's retinue. A peculiar light flashed in Lady Saxon's eyes as she saw the group. "You know who the lady is?" Sir Victor said in a low tone. "Oh yes, I have heard. A woman whose friends tell her she is the legitimate Queen of England. What childish absurdity in days like these, too." "If Bellarmin should become devoted to her," Sir Victor said, "she will not be likely to inspire him with much inclination for the abolition of the House of Lords and the cause of a democratic commonwealth." Lady Saxon looked curiously at him, once again wondering whether he was not speaking in satire. But no, Sir Victor was quite in earnest. He was considering within himself whether it might not be to the disadvantage of his position if Bellarmin were to be taken captive by the feminine representative of divine right and the cause of legitimacy. "We must intervene," Lady Saxon said with alacrity and emphasis. "He has had no time yet to be influenced by her. He never saw her until tonight." Perhaps, up to this moment, Sir Victor had not been very cordial in his reception of Lady Saxon's generous offer. Champion was never much of a believer in the use of the petticoat in politics. In spite of his asseveration to Lady Saxon, it was said that more than once in his life he had been strongly under the influence of some woman, but that influence had not shown itself in his policy. Now, however, as he looked at Miss Beaton and at Bellarmin together and saw how beautiful she was and how young she was, he did begin to admit to himself that the intervention of a brilliant and fascinating woman like Lady Saxon would have some advantage. He saw that her eyes were lighted already with the flame of battle. He admired her. He felt a pride and a new delight in her professed devotion to him. They continued their walk. "You accept my service, Victor?" Lady Saxon asked. "Most cordially. I put my trust fully in you. Speak to Bellarmin. Tell him as much as you like, or as little." "And we are friends and comrades once more?" "Friends and comrades once more. Who shall separate us?" Just then they turned again and came towards Miss Beaton and Bellarmin. End of Volume 1, Chapter 3. Volume 1, Chapter 4 of The Rebel Rose by Justin McCarthy and Rosa Campbell Praed. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, Mary Beaton. A bright gleam of interest lighted up Mary Beaton's eyes when Lord Stonehenge presented Bellarmin. She had been hearing a good deal lately of the bold, brilliant young political freelance, but she had not remembered just at that moment that he was so young, and it was with a pleased surprise that she saw the handsome, well-shaped, well-dressed youth brought to her notice as Mr. Rolfe Bellarmin. Her very first words, much more abrupt than ceremonious, were sweeter to Bellarmin's ear and heart than the most courtly turn of compliment. "Mr. Rolfe Bellarmin, I am delighted, but I never thought you were so young, and you have done so much." Their eyes met, and hers were all brightness and vivacious kindliness. He felt his cheeks flush with a strange feeling, half modesty, half mere delight. Her frank, sweet expression seemed to single him out at once with special interest. She held out her hand to him, and he bent over it with the deference he would have shown to the princess of a reigning house. His instinct at once told him that thus he must meet the free and friendly graciousness of her reception. He spoke a few words of gratefulness, of gratification that she had heard of him, and he addressed her as Madame. He had heard Lord Stonehenge do so, and he assumed that this was done in recognition of her illustrious birth, her claims, and her peculiar position, and Bellarmin did not find that it qualified or compromised his allegiance to the sovereign of England to give to this beautiful, interesting, and most friendly creature any title which her friends wished to adopt for her, and which she was willing to receive. Mary Beaton really felt much interested in him. He was young, like herself, and there was a glance in his eye which spoke of a vivacity somewhat wanting in those who chiefly surrounded her. "Yes, I have heard of you," she said, "and of your party of young progressives. I like anything fresh and original, Mr. Bellarmin, and I am afraid," she said in a somewhat lower tone, "that I have a leaning towards anything which is called young." She threw a somewhat mischievous glance backward at an elderly lady with a prim face and white hair, dressed a la marquise, who stood behind her, and at the stately, soldierly-like old man whom Bellarmin had described to Lady Saxon as her factotum. General Falcom was gazing at her intently and surprised her glance. A sudden gleam shot from his eyes and for a moment transformed his calm, severe face, giving it an expression of fierceness, almost of malignity. It was as though he interpreted and resented Miss Beaton's playful look. Both Mary and Bellarmin were struck by this unexpected fire. Mary laughed lightly. "Now, you wouldn't think that General Falcon was touchy on the subject of his years," she said in a low tone, "but I assure you he is as vain as my dear Lady Struthers, who will tell you if you ask her why her hair turned grey so prematurely." She shook her head in an amused manner at the General, who bent his ceremoniously, but did not speak. "All the same, Mr. Bellarmin, I did not expect to find you so young," Mary went on. "It's such a strange thing with all you English statesmen and politicians. You were all so old. I mean the others are all so old. I am told of some one who is said to be a rising politician, still quite young, and I see a man of 40, 45, or 50 perhaps. Look at Lord Saxon. I always heard of him as a young man, and look." She shrugged her shoulders with a pretty movement of wonder and protest. "Yes, we think Lord Saxon quite a youthful and rising politician," replied Bellarmin. "And then," he added, with a glance toward Lady Saxon and the Liberal chief, who were moving off to the terrace, "there's Sir Victor." "Oh, tell me about Sir Victor," Mary cried eagerly. "It doesn't seem to matter with him whether he is young or old. I've heard and read all kinds of things about him. I want to know why he has got the nickname of Lucifer." "It came out of a joke of Tommy Tressel's," answered Bellarmin. "Champion was making a speech in one of his most highly wrought moods. just a trifle too highly wrought perhaps, and he was glorifying his own political career and showing how absolutely consistent it was. "My mission is to bring light," he exclaimed, and then Tommy Tressel was heard to murmur dreamily the one word Lucifer, so the House laughed, and it stuck to Champion. "But I thought Mr. Tressel was a devoted follower of Sir Victor Champion's. Was not that why they cheered Sir Victor so much just now?" "Oh yes, but Tressel likes to have his fun with Champion's little weaknesses all the same. He does Champion real service. He will do anything for him almost, and he pays himself with a laugh every now and then. Another man would expect a baronetcy, or a privy councillorship, or a place in the administration, or a peerage. Tressel cares for none of these things. He considers himself amply repaid by being allowed to make fun of his chief sometimes." "Quite a court jester," Mary said scornfully. "Well, one doesn't altogether despise Chicot the jester," replied Bellarmin, "but Tressel is much more than a mere jester. He is one of the most disinterested public men I know." "A man ought to have ambition. A high ambition, I mean. I am attracted by Sir Victor Champion. He has a high ambition, everyone says. Yet it may be a little wearisome sometimes to those around." Mary spoke in a different tone, as if her mind had been drawn along some new line of thought. "General Falcon has great ambition for me, and it wearies me sometimes. I think perhaps I should like Mr. Tressel now and then to come and say amusing things and make me laugh." Her manner touched Bellarmin. There seemed to him something curiously pathetic in the position of this young girl. She must be lonely, he thought. All her views of life must be strangely colored by the conditions under which she had been brought up. He had an odd desire to talk to her about herself, to get at what she really felt, and thought, and hoped for. "There is Lord Stonehenge," Mary said suddenly. "Now, he is young, but yet he is so grave and serious that I would never dare to approach him with the frivolity of youth. I'm afraid you were very much shocked just now, Lord Stonehenge," she added, turning towards him, "when I was so near blundering into the very midst of the House of Commons." "Not so shocked as Mr. Leven, who has an intense reverence for the forms and traditions of the House," said Lord Stonehenge, smiling in his grave, sweet manner. "Besides, you have an ancestral claim, madame, to a place on certain occasions in another house." Mary smiled. "We mustn't bring Mr. Bellarmin into our traitorous schemes. I see he is thinking already of Tower Hill and the block. I think nothing would be more delightful than to die on Tower Hill," Bellarmin answered. "That would be dying like a gentleman, like a brave, loyal Englishman of a better time than ours." "Is that the faith of the progressive Tories?" Mary asked. "Do you speak for your party, Mr. Bellarmin, or only for yourself? You see, I have learned something of your political phraseology already." Meanwhile, General Falcon and Lady Struthers, who was Miss Beaton's gouvernante, chaperone, mistress of the robes, or such like anomalous functionary, had been communing together. Madame expressed herself anxious to see the Terrace. "Lord Stonehenge," said Lady Struthers, "is the present an appropriate time for Madame's wish to be gratified?" "Just a moment, my good Struthers," Madame said, apparently in no impatient anxiety for the Terrace. "I want you to tell me, Mr. Bellarmin, are there any of your celebrities in the lobby just now?" "Lord Stonehenge has just been saying that there are not any," General Falcon observed, "and Lord Stonehenge knows everybody." "On the contrary," Lord Stonehenge gravely interposed, "I know very few. I seldom come here. Mr. Bellarmin is ever so much a better guide." "There is no one, I'm afraid," said Bellarmin. Miss Beaton studied the lobby. "What a strange-looking, venerable old man. I never saw a face like his before. Who is he? He is a celebrity, surely." "Yes, in a sense," replied Bellarmin. "He is an odd sort of person. That is old Clarence Greenleaf. He has sat for one and the same constituency for 57 years. He has never spoken in the House. There is a tradition that he once presented a petition. He boasts that he has never missed a division. The House is his home. It is all the world to him. He has neither kith nor kin. He has never married. He knows everybody a little and nobody well. He likes to make the acquaintance of anyone who is a celebrity, or is even talked about. He calls himself a Liberal, but in reality he has no politics. I see him looking at you with intense interest. I have no doubt he is planning in his mind how he may get presented to you." "Poor old man!" exclaimed Mary, to whom the picture seemed a pathetic illustration of the life of the House of Commons. "Will you present him?" "May I?" "Oh yes, if he cares about it." "He will only be too delighted. You may be sure that he knows all about you already." Bellarmin crossed the lobby and immediately returned with Mr. Greenleaf, who came along making a succession of solemn bows, and had taken off his hat the moment he first put himself in motion. "Madame has been kind enough to say that she wishes you to be presented to her." "Madame is all graciousness," the old man said, in a thin, reedy voice, and again bowing lowly before Mary. "I had the great honor of knowing Madame's father. He sat for a while in this house before he succeeded Madame's honored grandfather in the title. I had the honor of seeing Madame herself when Madame was a child, in the palace of my illustrious friend, the late Grand Duke of Schwalbenstadt. May I trust that Madame will grace and favor us by making a long stay in England, which is indeed her country in some sense?" "England, I hope, is my country in every sense, Mr. Greenleaf," Mary said. "I was not born here, but it is my country. It was the country of my ancestors." "Madame cannot claim the country more eagerly than the country claims her," and he bent again as he might to a queen on her throne. Then Mary bowed, and so to speak dismissed him. The old gentleman went away delighted with himself. He had contrived to let her know, he thought, that he understood her position and her claims, and without compromising himself had almost given it to be understood that on the whole he rather favored them than otherwise in his secret heart. Mary, for her part, was amused. "I think Mr. Greenleaf managed his part very prettily," she said. "He almost made a profession of true allegiance to me. But I saved him from compromising himself with the Hanoverian people. I stopped him just in time." "You have made him very happy," said Bellarmin. "He will become quite a figure at every dinner party for the next few weeks on the strength of this interview with you." The young man laughed softly as he spoke, but his laugh had something tender in it, and was rather the outcome of that curious compassion he was beginning to feel than of any sense of amusement at the unconscious assumption of the young pretendress. "At any rate, she is perfectly sincere," he thought. "I am glad she has faith in herself." Miss Beaton's eyes roved round in eager curiosity. Now they looked up at the groined ceiling, now down at the tessellated pavement and at the inscription in Old English letters which surrounded it. "General Falcon," she said imperiously, "why haven't I been here before? I want to go all over the house." "It can be very easily arranged, Madame," returned Falcon. "I am sure that Mr. Levin or Mr. Bellarmin—" "Are entirely at your service, Madame," put in Bellarmin. "Would you like to see the library and the reading rooms now, before we go on to the terrace?" The little party moved along the corridor, Bellarmin and Mary in front, Falcon closely following them. Mary examined the oak presses as she passed, and looked in at the open doors and asked questions about everything, sometimes turning to Falcon as to her recognized protector, more often to Bellarmin. "I like this place," she said. "It excites me. Watching people and things here is like seeing the heart of England beating. Isn't it so?" "Yes," replied Bellarmin, his eyes fixed upon her. "Here is the heart of a great nation," Mary went on enthusiastically. "Here, in Westminster. Oh, I wish—" She stopped abruptly. "What do you wish?" asked Bellarmin. "Never mind. You people who are at the core of it all, and who sit here and make the laws, don't seem to notice or to care about the wrong and misery that are crying at the very doors of this Westminster." They were about to enter the library, and had just passed the door that leads into the newspaper room and the members' tea room beyond. At the side of this door, the side nearest to the library, stands a desk, beside which members often stop to read letters or to write a hasty note or to confer with somebody. "Let us not go in just yet," Bellarmin said. "I can't take you into the library under these new regulations. Let us stop here a moment. I am anxious to hear you on this subject." He was really much interested in Miss Beaton's views, and was glad to have a chance of knowing how the condition of things in England impressed her. The little party came to a stand accordingly. "Oh, I haven't anything to say which can be new to you. I have only my own crude notions. I judge hastily, perhaps, by what I see. Well, for instance, it was only yesterday we walked about some of your streets, General Falcon and I. I like to go about among the people in that way, for how could I do any good if I did not know? We had a friend with us, a lady who is interested in that work, and we went into some alleys and houses. Oh, Mr. Bellarmin." Mary stopped short and clasped her hands excitedly. "Well," he said. "It chills me to the marrow. It makes my blood freeze to see these hideous contrasts. This terrible poverty, that lavish wealth. It's like death behind a carnival mask haunting one everywhere. When one is driving in the street and the park, when one is going into smart parties. Oh, do you remember the face of that man last night?" She turned to General Falcon and then again to Bellarmin. "A man was trying to sleep as he cowered in the doorstep of a fine house. And the woman, the girl, the child who was trying to get coppers by sweeping a crossing. Oh, what sights for a Christian country! Thank God that I am not really Queen of England. No, though I wish I were. I wish I were Queen of England only for one day, as somebody was Caliph of Baghdad, or wherever it was. I would do something for the poor. I would do something, too, for the rich, for while things go on as they are in England— look you," she said, sinking her voice to a low, grave tone, "these rich cannot enter the kingdom of heaven." "What can they do? They can't help being rich," Falcon said abruptly. "No, can't they? Can't help being rich? And people as good as they starving in thousands all round them, at their gates, on their doorsteps, and they can't help being rich?" she cried in her childish way, the tears starting to her eyes. "I feel sometimes, when I am sitting down to my good dinner, when I am putting on my jewels, as if I were the most cruel and heartless girl who had ever lived. And I can do so little. They will let me do so little. I think to myself how it will be with me when I stand up before the judgment seat. Shall I be asked, 'How much have you?' or 'How much have you given away?'" "It is quite true," said Lady Struthers in an aside to Lord Stonehenge. "The misery in London preys upon her frightfully. She gives away all that she can. She would have sold her jewels if it had not been represented to her that they were heirlooms." Bellarmin heard the aside. Mary had moved to another table. He followed her. "But money given away in thoughtless charity does no good to anyone, the giver or the receiver," he said. "Thoughtless charity? No, but could true charity ever be thoughtless? And see what you have made of it, what they have made of it, whoever they are, who are always preaching against thoughtless charity, yes, and practicing very faithfully against it. I haven't the slightest doubt. What have they made of things, and of life here in England, here in London? Could any thoughtless charity make a worse hand of it? Can you get me to believe that the condition of things is right and satisfactory in which one woman spends £1,000 in flowers for a single ball, the show and pleasure of one night, and another, just as good as she, gets 3 halfpennies? Yes, they told me it is so. 3 halfpennies, a penny and a half for making a shirt. End of Volume 1, Chapter 4. Volume 1, Chapter 5 of The Rebel Rose by Justin McCarthy and Rosa Campbell Praed. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, If You Were Queen. "What would you do if you were queen?" Bellarmin asked. He was deeply interested in her vivid faith, in her own power to settle much perplexed economical problems. "I can't tell you offhand," Mary answered, with a certain self-sufficing imperiousness of manner. "But I can tell you this, Mr. Bellarmin. I would do something. I would devote my life and my thoughts and my care to it. I would set my heart on settling the question, and I should end in settling it. I would never rest happy while a single honest Englishman or Englishwoman was starving for want of employment, and hundreds of thousands of other Englishmen and Englishwomen who never wrought one stroke of work in their lives were sinking into the mere corruption of too much wealth. Yes, if I were queen, queens can do so much. Things are very bad in America. In the United States, Lord Stonehenge struck in, the contrast between extreme of wealth and extreme of poverty is equally terrible there, I am told. Yes, Mary answered, shifting her ground with quick, sweet, woman-like disregard of logical consistency. But then, America has not a queen. Everything is left there to drag on at the mercy of politicians and political economists and all that, and there is no presiding influence, no presiding sympathy to intervene and give a chance to something better. Well, I should try if I had the chance. Now nobody cares. It is everyone for himself and God for us all. Only fancy God being for the set of wretches who were everyone for himself. She flung her handkerchief on the desk with the air of a sovereign who throws down his truncheon to signify that enough has been done in a duel, that the fight is over, and that the combatants must now be parted. There was nothing new in what she had been saying. Bellarmin admitted that to himself. Her logic was crude, her facts were faulty. It was all just the same sort of thing that he had heard many a woman say before. Almost every sweet-natured, intelligent woman in countries like ours has said the same at one time or another. The fact is that women never did and never will acknowledge the absolute authority of economic law. The intelligent women do not go the length of saying that there is no fixed economic law, only they have the impertinence to suggest that men have not yet got an absolutely certain knowledge of the exact interpretation of the law. Woman is by nature a mutinous creature, and on this question of political economy she will not allow herself to admit that her husband or her brother or her father is infallible. They are a poor lot, these women. They can never reason, says Mr. Hunks, MP, after a futile attempt to persuade his wife that the eternal conditions of human society justify starvation and the 3 halfpence for the making of a shirt. Bellarmin was not without some secret misgiving about the woman's view of the subject. He fancied sometimes that she had got hold of her half of the truth, and that the man had not quite got hold of his, and that some day or other an attempt must be made by statesmanship to bring the two halves together in the construction of a sound social system. But even if Bellarmin did not admit to the full all the feminine reasoning of Mary Stuart Beaton, he was none the less charmed with her fresh sweetness of nature, her generous impulsiveness, her bold self-confidence, her simplicity, her quick and flashing sympathy. A man, he thought, felt braver and better for talking to her, for hearing her talk. "Can you do nothing in the House of Commons, Mr. Bellarmin?" she suddenly asked. "Nothing. Nothing whatever. Nothing, at least, that you would call anything. I am speaking now of what we call independent members. They can't do anything. Even if we saw our way to any proposal, and we don't, what could we do? Put on some motion by the favor of the ballot for a Tuesday night, and if we succeeded in getting an early date, bring on our motion and be counted out. But why don't you all stand together, you independent members, and not be counted out?" "Because," he answered gravely, "we English are a practical people." Mary said no more, and they passed into another corridor, and after some further wandering and an attempt to hear part of a speech from the back row of chairs in the ladies' gallery, they went down to the terrace. As they were going down, a telegram was thrust into Bellarmin's hand. He glanced at it. This is what it contained: "Am coming up to town tonight. Shall be at Spinola's. Be sure to go. Want to talk to you. Tressel." Lady Struthers thought all that she heard about politics in England very shocking. It was her first visit to the House of Commons, and she asked many questions, wanted to know who the men in wigs were sitting at the table, and why members got up and walked this way and that like a flock of sheep when the bell rang. And if it were a division, why weren't Sir Victor Champion and Mr. Bellarmin in their places? And since it was all of no consequence, what was the good of wasting people's time for nothing? General Falcon, who in a quiet way was amassing a good deal of information, had already made a mental note of Tressel as a man who ought to be propitiated on the subject of Mary Beaton's claims to the forfeited Stuart property. These two principal members of Miss Beaton's household differed in one important respect. Falcon was reticent and made his observations in secret. Lady Struthers blurted out her opinions with an undesirable lack of discretion. People who knew both looked upon Lady Struthers as a harmless, good-natured person, but there were many who regarded Falcon with vague dislike and distrust. As has been seen, Lady Saxon and Sir Victor were passing by when Mary Beaton and her companions came out through the massive doorway onto the terrace. Mary noticed that Lady Saxon paused in her walk, noticed also the looks she turned on Bellarmin. An involuntary movement on Bellarmin's part also struck the young girl. She was going to ask him a question about the regal-looking woman whom she had remarked in the lobby, and whom she concluded to be a person of consequence, when General Falcon pressed rather eagerly forward. "Mr. Bellarmin, can you tell me who is that lady?" "That is Lady Saxon," replied Bellarmin, "the wife of Lord Saxon to whom we spoke in the lobby." "The wife of Lord Saxon? Is it possible? She has not been long married." "About 2 years," answered Bellarmin carelessly. "Why do you ask?" "Oh, for no particular reason. I fancied that I recognized her as a lady whom I have seen in Schwalbenstadt." "Lady Saxon's first husband was a German," said Bellarmin. He turned to Miss Beaton. "Do you admire Lady Saxon? She is considered one of the most beautiful women in London." "Yes, I think her very beautiful," answered Mary, a little constrainedly. "But I don't know that I like her. They say, Mr. Bellarmin, that women are not fair judges of one another. I am quite sure that I should not like to have Lady Saxon for an enemy, or even for a friend." The words made Bellarmin colour a little, and wince, almost start. They touched him, even hurt him, in a curious way. Miss Beaton saw that she had given him pain. "Oh, I ask your pardon," she said earnestly. "I am so sorry. I forgot that Lady Saxon was a friend of yours. I really meant nothing, Mr. Bellarmin. It was only my absurd, impulsive way of saying right out any nonsensical idea that comes into my mind." "I hope you will always speak to me in the same frank way," Bellarmin said, he too yielding to sudden impulse, and he spoke the words with a certain emotion which a little surprised Miss Beaton. General Falcon was standing near them, looking impatient. Just then a soft sheet of summer lightning enveloped the scene, and there came a long, low roll of thunder. "Come, madame," General Falcon said imperatively. "It is time to leave this place. A storm is coming." "My good Falcon, there is no need for haste. We are near enough to shelter if rain should come." "But you ought not to remain any longer," Falcon remonstrated. "Madame will perceive, too, that she is keeping this gentleman from his parliamentary duties, which I have no doubt are highly important." General Falcon spoke in accents of hardly suppressed passion. Miss Beaton looked up surprised. A cloud gathered on her face. "You must forgive the zeal of my friend General Falcon," she said, turning to Bellarmin. "He is always somewhat too anxious about me." "General Falcon's zeal for you doesn't need any excuse," Bellarmin answered. "It can only recommend him to all your friends." Bellarmin really felt what he said. He was not in the least angry with Falcon. "The acquaintance is too short for Mr. Bellarmin to presume to call himself one of Madame's friends," Falcon interposed rudely. Bellarmin now, indeed, felt angry, and was on the point of expressing his anger in words. Miss Beaton stopped him with a look. "You are forgetting yourself, General Falcon," she said coldly and with decision. "I have to ask Mr. Bellarmin, as a favour to me, to forgive your rudeness and to believe, as I do, that it is not meant to give offence." At this moment Lady Saxon, who had again passed, stopped and turned. Her keen eyes and quick perceptions took in the whole of the little group. She saw the embarrassed look of Bellarmin, the enforced composure of Miss Beaton, the smouldering fury in Falcon's eyes. Another flash of summer lightning illumined and emphasized the living picture. Lady Saxon could not, of course, understand its meaning, but it told her of some existing elements of discord, and she was pleased. She marked out Falcon from that moment as a man to be studied. Then, with the manner of one who yields to a sudden impulse, she advanced towards the group. Lord Stonehenge was with her now, as well as Sir Victor Champion. She came directly to where Miss Beaton stood. "I have asked Lord Stonehenge to make me known to Miss Beaton," she said. "My husband, I believe, has already had the honour of being presented." Bellarmin felt surprised. It was not like Lady Saxon to seek acquaintanceship with one of her own sex in this informal fashion. Her manner was graceful and winning, and Mary frankly accepted the courtesy, though with a certain dignity which was observed by both Sir Victor and Bellarmin. There was some desultory conversation about the beauty of the night and the summer lightning, and the debate which was going on. General Falcon and Lady Struthers were presented, and then Lady Saxon and Bellarmin fell back a few steps. She asked him to take her to her carriage, and bade good night to Miss Beaton, saying that she hoped to be permitted to call upon her shortly. "I dare say we shall meet later on this evening," she said to Rolfe. "Where are you going?" "I'm going to Madame Spinola's," he answered. "Madame Spinola's?" repeated Lady Saxon. "I don't know Madame Spinola." "I didn't suppose that you ever found your way into Bohemia, Lady Saxon," Bellarmin said. "It's a country that befriended me when I was a homeless waif, and I owe it some gratitude. No, I'm afraid I shan't turn up at any of the places that you were going to this evening." "Good night," she said. There was something caressing in her voice. The footman was holding her carriage door. She stepped forward, then turned her head back, looking at him half over her shoulder. "Remember tomorrow," she murmured, still in the same caressing manner. Presently she had stepped into the carriage. The door was closed, and she was whirled off. Rolfe Bellarmin lingered a few minutes in the stone-paved square at the entrance to the ladies' gallery. He took out a cigarette and lighted it, and said a few words to the policeman on duty. It was getting late now. The deep notes of Big Ben sounded the 11:15. Late, that is, to outsiders. For busy fashionable women with a ball or two on hand, as well as for members of the House of Commons, real night business was only just beginning. 2 or 3 broughams were drawn up in the courtyard. One of these, which had the appearance of a carriage let out by the season, Bellarmin conjectured to be that of Miss Beaton. He wondered if she too were going on to some ball, and decided that she was not. Mary Stuart, in her black velvet gown and coif-like bonnet, seemed an incongruous figure against the unpoetic background of London society. Why did she dress like her far-off ancestress? Was it part of the masquerade, part of the game, or only a girlish whim? Was she rich, or a mere high-born adventuress with whose shadowy claims General Falcon was trading? Rolfe recalled all that he had heard, or fancied, now that he had heard of Miss Beaton's parentage and connections. No, he felt sure that she was, if not rich, certainly not poor. He had a dim recollection of having read in some book of memoirs of an estate left to the Stuarts in the latter days of Anne by a devotee of their cause, and confiscated by the Hanoverians. There was some reality then in the claims she had come to urge, and about which, in talking to Lady Saxon, he had, by some momentary freak, seemed to know a great deal more than he actually did know. The girl interested him. She was old-world poetic. She appealed to the romantic vein in his nature. She stood out in his imagination like some moonlit statue that, once seen, is never forgotten. As he strolled irresolutely down the covered archway, he had a vague intention of going to seek her. A curious consciousness of disloyalty to Lady Saxon checked the impulse, and he crossed into Palace Yard, a sudden contrast to the cloistral enclosure he had left. There seemed something at once fantastic and workaday in the aspect of the place, a blending of the past and the present, of the ideal and the actual. Bellarmin had in his nature a greater admixture of the dreamer than he would have been ready to admit. He was struck by this thought tonight. The great square with its innumerable lamps, its bustle and movement, the men passing to and fro, the carriages and cabs, the newspaper messengers hurrying with latest intelligence to the shed where their horses stood saddled, and then the majestic walls of the building, the spectral clock tower rising aloft, the grey, solemn, time-stained abbey, which appeared so little in keeping with the roar and rush of the London night, all had been suddenly magnetized for him by some new spell of association, and had been perfumed by that essence of poetry, which, ever since Helicon's diviner days, is most often distilled by a woman. But Bellarmin did not trace his vague sense of intoxication to its subtle source. He believed that what he felt was a keen thrill of triumph in the success which had made him part of this throbbing life around him, and which had set him here to help in weaving the threads of England's destinies. It seemed only the other day that he had come to Westminster, an obscure youth with apparently no chance of ever distinguishing himself, and now, "I've turned out the Liberals, and Champion is making overtures to me," he said to himself, and then another thought set his pulses tingling. Lady Saxon's boudoir was a dangerous place. Lady Saxon was beautiful. It was her whim to play the game of political intrigue. He knew this. He had often told himself that forewarned is forearmed, but already his fancy was reveling in anticipation of the morrow, of the hour in her companionship. He half hated himself for this eager longing. There were times when he almost hated Lady Saxon for her influence over him. Her cool fencing excited and irritated him. It was alternate allurement and recoil, pastime becoming conflict. With an effort he wrenched his mind away from Lady Saxon. He had much of the typical schoolboy's enjoyment of contrast and variety. "Now for Bohemia," he said half aloud. He delighted to jump from serious debate to rollicking fun, from the atmosphere of pathos and poetry into that of club gossip and drawing-room frivolity. He got into a hansom and gave the order to drive to Madame Spinola's. End of Volume 1, Chapter 5. Volume 1, Chapter 6 of The Rebel Rose by Justin McCarthy and Rosa Campbell Praed. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, Madame Spinola at Home. The Countess Spinola lived in a small, old-fashioned house in the Buckingham Palace region. The Countess Spinola was an English woman married to an Italian, and it was well understood that he and she were poor, at least that they had but slender means. According to all received traditions of satire and fiction, Count Spinola ought to be in such circumstances a mere sham nobleman, and his English wife ought to be a woman of real position sacrificed to him. But it was not so in this case. Count Spinola was unquestionably a man of high and genuine rank, and nobody quite knew what his English wife had been. Some people said she had been an actress. Some whispered that she had been an artist's model, and that if you wanted to appreciate to the full her claims to be considered beautiful, you had only to go to the South Kensington Museum and see the painting of Andromeda chained to the rock, which was done by the lately deceased chief of romantic school of art. But all this was only talk, and no one had anything substantial to say against Madame Spinola, except that she was very pretty, that she was poor, and that nevertheless she and her husband managed to see a good deal of society. Their parties might indeed be said to represent a certain phase of London society, and a book professing to describe London life would certainly not be complete unless it took in Madame Spinola and her set. The Countess Spinola was very pretty, and oddly enough, she, the Englishwoman, was dark-haired, and her husband, the Italian, was fair. Not many women came to Madame Spinola's parties. Perhaps she was too pretty to make women anxious to go near her. A lady of fashion once laid it down as a canon of good taste that no really well-bred hostess ought to be prettier than every one of her guests. The reason why women kept away from the place could not be because Madame Spinola flirted a little now with this man and now with that, for she did not flirt nearly so much as many ladies did, whose drawing-rooms nevertheless had in them more petticoats than pantaloons. And indeed, Madame Spinola's flirtations were very general and so evenly distributed as almost altogether to disarm ill nature itself. Still, the women did not come much. Only a few came who were well known to Madame Spinola, who were regular pals of hers, and would have kept to her through thick and thin, and some, like a certain Mrs. Rivers, who would go to any house at which there was a man to be seen or a supper to be eaten. Madame Spinola, however, did not seem much to miss the fair sex. Her house was a rendezvous for agreeable, lively, distinguished, and sometimes fast men. She could hardly be said to give formal parties. She never issued invitations. But she was at home on certain nights in the season, and her friends were free to go and see her then, and one might come very late, for the meetings were well kept up. If she anywhere met a man she liked, she told him he might come and see her on any or all of her evenings. And then, if he was on the free list, so to speak, if he wished to bring some friend into the circle, he asked Madame's permission, and it was generally given, and the permission put him, too, on the free list. If a man only came once in the season, the Countess was satisfied, but if he did not, she gave him to understand that he was not to come any other season. There were some faithful friends who came every night regularly and stayed till the very end. There was always a little supper very late in a rather small room below stairs. Madame Spinola passed round among her guests the word who should go first when so many had remained as to make it impossible that all should sit down together. Her principle was to send down first those she least cared for. They did not usually sit very long over their supper, having the disturbing consciousness that others, among whom was the hostess herself, were waiting for a turn. Then those who came last stayed over their supper and their drinks as long as they liked, and cigars and cigarettes were lit up, and people made themselves really happy. The supper was simple, but in its way it was dainty. Delicious little sandwiches, gelatines, and the appetizing dish which one meets with so often in New York, but is so rare in its appearance in London, the real chicken salad. There was good sound claret. There were some excellent wines in huge straw-sheathed flagons. There were brandies and soda. There was really fine whiskey. Madame Spinola kept no manservants. The waiting was done by two bright and quick-witted as well as nimble-handed Tuscan girls. It was said that people sometimes played and played highly and deeply at Count Spinola's house, and this was talked of as a possible explanation of Madame Spinola's frequent entertainments. Madame Spinola wore diamonds, fine diamonds. Who gave them to her? Folks inquired, with meaning glances and shrugs. If there was any gaming indulged in at the Spinolas, it was certain that Bellarmin never saw it, although at one time he was a frequent guest. Perhaps the explanation of the entertainments is as simple as that of many a social mystery. Count Spinola, although he had but a small income, certainly had an income, and a regular one, and the pair had no children. Madame was still very young, very lively, very fond of company, and her husband was very fond of her. Is it not within the limits of bare possibility that she may have liked to spend some of her income on a succession of little parties, cheap in themselves, but which often brought her in the season a company that the riches of the richest city stockbroker might have failed to attract to his vast dining table? Is it not credible that Count Spinola may have been glad to be able to afford his wife this one pleasure which she so loved, and may even have been willing to pinch himself in other ways that she might not be deprived of this enjoyment? May he not have admitted to himself that he owed her some recompense for having bound her youth and her charms up with his elderly companionship? But this is not the fashion of reasoning in Vanity Fair. Now, Mr. Bellarmin, don't you attempt to go away without supper, and don't attempt to go down with the first lot. I won't have it. You must stay, and you must wait for me. I haven't seen you for ever so long. And Tommy Tressel is coming, and he's the hero of the hour, is he not? I am in rare good fortune tonight. Now, your word." "I pledge myself," Bellarmin said, "to take you down to supper. Hear me swear." Bellarmin was very popular in this circle, and indeed in most circles. His good spirits, his bright ways, his flow of talk, his utter freedom from pretentiousness made him a favorite. He never patronized any man, and he did not carry the tone of the House of Commons always in his voice. He never took account in private life of what a man's politics might be, and therefore he was welcome to out-and-out radicals as well as to no-surrender Tories, and even to pale-blooded, lymphatic Whigs, with whom Lady Saxon, notwithstanding he was naturally less congenial. One of those who now rushed up most vociferously to greet him was big Ross Bingley, a journalist, the noisiest, the cheeriest of men, with his big frame, his big head, his big beard, his big voice, his big laugh. Ross Bingley was a living type of bigness. He had been a war correspondent and a resident foreign correspondent, and now he was settled down in London journalism. He hated numbers of men whom he did not know, for Bingley, unlike most journalists, was a fierce politician, but he liked everyone he knew. He could spend hours in execrating Champion's most devoted followers, and if he had been brought into personal relationship with Champion, he would doubtless soon have come to adore him too. He could talk many languages and play on many instruments, and had been in love a great many times in a great many countries. Now a London home and a wife claimed him as their own. His pith helmet, which he used to wear in his war correspondence days, was, metaphorically speaking, a hive for bees, like that of the noble old warrior in the poem, and Mrs. Bingley ruled him. "Now, Mr. Bellarmin, you must talk to me. No, no, you must not go away, at least not just yet. I have not seen you for ever so many ages." This was spoken by Mrs. Rivers, who caught his arm to emphasize her appeal. Bellarmin protested that there was nothing he so longed for in existence as a talk with Mrs. Rivers, and as he looked into the dimming beauty of her eyes and heard her voluble tongue going, he began to moralize mentally and to preach to himself a little wan and outworn sermon on the nothingness of human hopes. Short, comparatively, as had been his experience of London society, he could almost remember Mrs. Rivers a beauty. She was one of the first of the galaxy of professional beauties who were publicly recognized as such, and dubbed with that name of doubtful compliment. When Bellarmin heard of her, she was the central star of almost every social constellation. Men of rank and fashion and wealth and genius swarmed around her, scrambled to get near her, were proud to be seen with her, even to be seen saluting her in the park. Now nobody cared twopence about her. She had to ask men to come and sit by her. She had to insist on their talking to her. She had to get up and cross the room to arrive at some particular man who would not arrive at her. In her bright days, she had never troubled herself about women, and now women never troubled themselves about her. What had happened in the meantime? She had gone off, she had gone down, she had gone out. But there were others who had started as professional beauties with her, who were keeping the field as professional beauties still. She had not quite lost her charms, although her luster had faded and her figure had got too firmly set, and her movements were stiffer, at all events were less supple, than they used to be. She had had a quiet separation from her husband. They did not get on very well together. There was no scandal. She had never been seriously talked about with any man, but after her separation from her husband, she got into a way of drifting about the social world which was fatal to her. She had to make herself too cheap. The allowance from her husband was small, and she knew that if she gave cause for scandal, it would be stopped altogether. In the days when her beauty was fresher and more prized, she could, of course, have found admirers who would have lavished money upon her. But if she was not good enough to depend on goodness, neither was she bad enough to depend on badness. She must have society, the society of men. She must have admiration, or at all events the profession of admiration, and she made this too plain. Men began not to care about her, began to avoid her, to think her a bore, even to speak of her as a bore. Women sometimes talked of her as poor old Mrs. Rivers, and she was hardly outside 40 yet. When she went to a party, which in the season she did every night in the week, Sundays included, her mind was always set on finding some good-natured man to take her home. It was not for the sake or in the hope of being flirted with or made love to or being complimented. It was wholly and entirely to escape the payment of her cab fare. If she had to pay all her cab fares, she could not go out to parties, and if she could not go out to parties, she could not live. Bellarmin was always very kind and good-natured to Mrs. Rivers. He had taken her home many a time, although he had come to know long ago what was the reason of her anxiety for escort. She touched him with a curious feeling of pity. He was amused in a half-melancholy way to observe how she succeeded now and then in getting hold of some very young man, to whose vanity it was pleasing to suppose that he was mashing a married woman, who had been, perhaps, even still was, accounted a professional beauty. Soon the very young man dropped off. Perhaps he heard someone talk slightingly of old Jenny Rivers, and his feeble, factitious love-light went out at once. Another youth would no doubt succeed to him, but the succession must every season be more and more interrupted, and at last must come to an end altogether. What then would remain for the poor creature who had staked all her earthly happiness on society and on men's admiration? If she sank into being recognized as a mere bore among men, the women certainly would not invite her to their parties. How could she live without these parties? They formed part of her means of living. She did not very often get asked out to dinner now, but still she had some dinner invitations, and when she was not lucky enough to have a dinner on hand, she ate no dinner and made up for the want as soon as she decently could by going to the refreshment room of some evening party. There she consumed her sandwiches with only too keen an appetite, and she drank her wine with a heart as merry as well might be under all the conditions. Sometimes her first really solid meal in the day was made at a ball supper table. When the season was over, she got invited a good deal to country places still. People in the country regarded her yet as one of the reigning queens of society, and were astonished when some irreverent young man or woman, fresh from the West End of London, described her as an old bore. There is not, after all, very much that is more truly tragic in the world than such a career, such an ambition, such a game of life, such a failure, such an end. Mrs. Rivers is but the type of many a woman who hangs on to the skirts of London society. Mrs. Rivers talked with a curious little emphasis on wholly unimportant words. The truth was that she never quite knew what she was talking about, and so got into the way of trying to supply meaning by emphasis. Her mind was as nearly as possible empty of all but her own little schemes and shifts and dodges. In her professional beauty days, men delighted in the vapid chatter which rippled through such full red lips. The lips were full and red still, but somehow the value of a professional beauty depends very much on what society says of her. She may be a beauty still to the cool, impartial eye, but if society ceases to regard her in that light, then there is no use protesting. There is an end to her beauty. So men now began to value the chatter at its real worth, now that they had ceased to believe in the loveliness of the lips through which it flowed. "I saw you the other day, Mr. Bellarmin, but you did not see me. At least, I suppose so. I must hope so. It was in Palace Yard." And she laid as much emphasis on the word yard as if there were serious possibility of his supposing that she had seen him on the palace roof. "You were driving by in a hansom." "I do drive into Palace Yard in a hansom pretty often, Mrs. Rivers. I think that I pass a great part of my time in hansoms." "You are so much occupied, so much sought after. I wonder you have time to come here tonight, to honor a company like this with your presence. Do you know, I am told that you are invited out to more dinners than any other man in London." "Nothing of the kind, I can assure you. I am not by any means such a favorite in society. Besides, it wouldn't be any use. I have to dine so often in the House of Commons, I can't help it. If I am in a thing, I like to stick to it, Mrs. Rivers." "Yes, I see. And how is your beautiful princess?" "My princess?" repeated Bellarmin with a startled and somewhat displeased glance back at Mrs. Rivers, from whom his eyes had been roaming. "Oh, I heard about you this evening. The lady who is said to be so like Mary Queen of Scots, and whom the society papers are talking about, and who they tell me is going to set up some claim to the crown jewels, or the revenue, or the duchy of Lancaster." "Or the crown itself?" suggested Bellarmin. "Well, I don't know. Perhaps even the crown itself. But tell me all about her. Is she coming here tonight?" "Here? Oh no," Bellarmin said with a sudden wonder that he could not conceal. "Oh no? How odd of you, Mr. Bellarmin. You seem to be quite shocked at my question, but what was there wrong in it? Why might she not be here? There's nothing surely in our dear hostess which should make it so very extraordinary that even a young lady of great family should condescend to cross her threshold. My dear Mrs. Rivers, I never meant anything of the kind. I was presented to Miss Beaton for the first time an hour or two ago, and I am a great friend and admirer of our hostess, as I am a great friend and admirer of yours. But you know the political ways of people differ so much that I was a little astonished at the thought of an uncompromising representation of Jacobitism and divine right being found in this cosmopolitan assembly, where the red Republican lion lies down with the Peace Society lamb. Mrs. Rivers did not in the least understand what he was talking about, but she looked up and saw some woman passing who had occasionally slighted her, and she was delighted to be seen in apparently deep and confidential conversation with the fashionable and brilliant Bellarmin, the enigma of so many conjectures and speculations. At the same moment she thought she detected in Bellarmin's manner a desire to escape, and she could not allow him to go while her critic and enemy was still in sight. But now, Mr. Bellarmin, there is something I wanted so much to ask you about, something very particular indeed, and you can tell me. And Mrs. Rivers began exploring all the corners of her mind to discover something on which she wanted to get Mr. Bellarmin's opinion. Delighted, Mrs. Rivers. Tell you anything you want to know, Bellarmin said vaguely. But Mrs. Rivers had fastened on her hostess, who was passing. Kitty, dearest, she whispered in a tone quite audible to Bellarmin, may I stay for the second lot too? I do so love to hear Mr. Bellarmin, and I want to congratulate Mr. Tressel. But Jenny, love, I'm afraid we shan't have room. Oh, but I must, now I must, Mrs. Rivers implored, and her once lovely features underwent an odd little contortion, like what children call making a face. She was really on the brink of the fountain of tears. She had been so little used in her bright days to be contradicted and crossed in anything. The best places had always been for her. You dear old silly, the good-natured hostess exclaimed. Of course you must have your way. I'll pack off somebody else. Never mind, I'll manage it somehow. Oh, here is Tommy Tressel. Tommy, we all congratulate you. How do you do, Kitty? Mr. Tressel drawled out in languorous accents as he entered the little drawing-room, and with a single glance of his half-closed eyes seemed to take in the individuality of every creature in it. How do, Bellarmin? I am going to have a row with you. Oh, I am so delighted, Countess Spinola exclaimed. I'm so glad when you have a row. It is such fun. But I am afraid of Tressel, Bellarmin said. I always find that I am bound over to keep the peace when I meet him, as Captain Bobadil found when he was suddenly confronted with Downright. Now who is Captain What's-His-Name and who is Downright? Madame Spinola asked. Are these nicknames of men in the house? Is it true that they call one man Pussy and somebody else the Goat? What do they call you, Tressel? They call me Drawl, replied Tressel promptly, and they call Bellarmin Rattle. This was pure invention, struck off on the spur of the moment. You haven't looked at me, Mr. Tressel, Mrs. Rivers complained with appealing eyes. Haven't I really, Jenny? Then I will. Come and let me look at you. This was exactly what Mrs. Rivers would have delighted in. She just wanted Tressel to sit beside her and look at her. But Tressel turned away immediately and began to talk to someone else. In Countess Spinola's little drawing-room the manners were free. Men went there, at least men of Mr. Tressel's order, because they were wanted to go and because they liked it. They did not feel under any strict obligation to be attentive to the women they met there. The women were called by their Christian names as often as not, with the addition of the word dear. Mr. Bingley usually went a step further and called each woman darling. Tressel did not get as far as the use of dear or darling. His manner rather said, "Oh yes, I see you are there. I suppose I ought to call you Jenny and say something nice. There now, I have called you Jenny and said something nice. Run away and play with somebody else." Yet Mr. Tressel was no woman-hater, or report belied him. Tressel, the Honorable Spencer Christian Tressel, was a tall, thin man with a swaying body. He always looked through life with half-closed eyes, but he saw a good deal. His profile was aquiline, and in its outline thus suggested something of the force of character and the strong individuality which the half-closed eyes and the languorous accent might have hidden or denied. Spencer Tressel was the younger son of a nobleman. He had offended his father very early in life by avowing radical opinions. Good-natured people said he had only assumed these opinions to spite his noble parent, and that if his father had become a radical, the son would have declared himself converted back to the Tory faith. However that might be, Spencer Tressel stuck to his opinions. He further offended his father by marrying a very poor and very pretty girl. His father made him only a miserable allowance. His brothers dropped his acquaintance. He discovered suddenly that he had great capacity for political writing, and he got an engagement to write leading articles for a bright and audacious evening paper. He lived manfully with his wife on his earnings as a journalist, and the pair were as happy as birds in soft springtime. The happiness was almost as short-lived as the springtime. The young wife took sickness and died. Tressel disappeared from the sight of all friends and acquaintances for a long while. No one knew where he was. He held communication with nobody. People were beginning to forget him. When he suddenly turned up in London again, he never made the slightest allusion to the death of his wife, and he never said a word about his long absence. Some time after, he told a friend that he meant to marry for money, and he did marry a good-natured, uninteresting widow with an immense fortune. Not long after his second marriage, a distant relative of his, who had never taken the slightest notice of him, got into some sort of quarrel with Tressel's father, and to annoy him made a will leaving his whole fortune to Tressel, and died soon after the will was made. Probably, if this event had happened a little earlier, Tressel would not have married the rich widow. But he was very kind and attentive to her, though he did not in any way give up his life to her. He made politics his business, as he said, his amusement, as others preferred to put it. He was always assailing and denouncing the peerage, and especially members of that highly privileged body who had had the good fortune to serve their country as foreign ambassadors. Tressel's father had been at the head of several embassies. Tressel now had a great house in one of the most fashionable squares, and was understood to be a good deal of a wire-puller in the interests of the extreme radical party. Perhaps the principal stimulant to his taste for wire-pulling in this direction was the good of his country, according to his understanding of it. Perhaps it was to be found in the fact that whenever a Tory ministry was displaced, Tressel's father and elder brother straightway had to bundle out of office. "Are you going my way, Bellarmin, when you leave this?" Tressel said, as there set in a general movement and scattering, some guests having come from the supper-room, others preparing to go down. "Going anyway. I don't much mind." "Well, walk my way then. Don't let's drive. I hate driving." "All right," Bellarmin answered. "I will discourse with my philosopher." End of Volume 1, Chapter 6. Volume 1, Chapter 7 of The Rebel Rose by Justin McCarthy and Rosa Campbell Praed. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, Tommy Tressel. The selected guests, the initiated ones, the guests of this night's second circle, were settling down to the table. Madame Spinola sat at the head. Her husband, who scarcely ever spoke to anyone, took the other end. There were only 3 women, Madame Spinola, Mrs. Rivers, and a clever, eccentric woman of fashion, Lady Cora Mallory, who went in for amusing herself in life, went wherever she pleased, and did not care what people said of her. She was a widow. She was only 30 years old. She had just enough money to live pleasantly, and she found the ordinary society of the season dull. Bellarmin came down to supper, and Tressel and Bingley and Colonel Towers and some others. Colonel Towers was a man who lived happily and proudly on the reputation of being managing diplomatist and secret wire-puller to the inner circle of the Conservative Party, at present the party in office. He had been for some time in the House of Commons, and he had never spoken there. Some people believed in Towers and his confidential relations with the Tory chiefs. Others, and they formed the majority, did not. Tressel always affected a profound belief in him. You asked Tressel what he was going to make a row with me for, Madame Spinola, Bellarmin said, as they were sitting down. Oh, yes, Mr. Tressel. Tommy Tressel, what were you going to blow up Mr. Bellarmin for? It's this. Do you know that they counted me, at least they counted one of my supporters, on his great motion Tuesday night? And you promised me long ago the support of your whole progressive priggism party. Ain't that what you call it? You promised me that the whole 5 of the progressive prigs, yourself included, would be in their places to support my man, as I couldn't be there myself. It was a favorite joke of Tressel's to assume that the progressive Democrats only numbered 5, a favorite retaliation of Bellarmin's to talk as if they numbered hundreds. You outrageous humbug, Bellarmin promptly replied. Do you pretend to forget that the bargain was conditional? I promised you all the influence I could bring to bear on the progressive Tory party to get some small proportion of them, 50 or 60, let us say, to keep a house for your man on condition that he let us go to a division the moment he had fired off his own speech. We couldn't stand having the thing argued by solemn blockheads on both sides of the house. I can stand you, Tressel, on the expediency of extinguishing all our embassies and legations abroad, and it amuses me to hear the anecdotes and the bits of scandal about the pompous old ambassadors and the wives of the secretaries of legation. That sort of thing, my good fellow, is amusing enough, but I can't stand hearing it argued out. Why didn't you get your fellows to hold their tongues? I don't believe you ever showed up at all. Better employed up in the ladies' gallery? That was about it, wasn't it? Or out on the terrace? If you had been in the house, you'd have seen there were lots of fellows on both sides dying to show that they had traveled, and each of them wanted to drag in his imaginary experiences of some particular court or capital. It wasn't that they wanted to argue the thing. They didn't care a bit more about the right or wrong of it than you do, Bellarmin. Or than you do, Tressel. I have thrown my soul into it. Safest thing you could do with your soul, if you can only manage to keep it there, said Bingley, with a great jolly laugh at his own joke. Is that you, Bingley? Didn't see you before. I know you have been trying a joke because you laughed and no one else did. It was always a great thing when people could get Bellarmin and Tressel together at the supper table in Count Spinola's house. The two chaffed each other unendingly, and the animated rapidity of the one man set curiously off the languorous slowness of the other. Oddest thing in the world, Tressel observed. The House of Commons will never take either Bellarmin or me at our word. I say that I am a serious politician, and they won't believe that I am. He says that he is not a serious politician, and they are firmly convinced that he is. What do you think about Mr. Bellarmin's seriousness? The hostess asked. Do tell us, pray. Bellarmin won't mind. Will you, Bellarmin? There were occasions when the Countess Spinola's manner to men, and her way of speaking generally, did suggest that after all there might be some truth in the story that the pretty creature was the daughter of a washerwoman, and had begun active life as an artist's model. I shan't mind, said Bellarmin. I'll tell him if he guesses right. Now then, Tressel, oblige the company. I think Bellarmin is one of the most serious politicians in the House of Commons, the most serious, I should say, after myself, said Tressel, calmly taking a rosebud from a vase near him and fastening it into his buttonhole. He has been devoting himself for several years back with the most indomitable perseverance and energy to the task of finding out what his political opinions are. The two women laughed in a somewhat puzzled manner. And he has just this evening discovered that his political opinions are incompatible with allegiance to the reigning house, continued Tressel solemnly. Good gracious, Tommy Tressel, what do you mean? Asked Madame Spinola. The age does well enough for commonplace people like you and me, Madame Spinola, but it's too crude and practical for a poetic creature like Bellarmin, said Tressel gravely. Bellarmin has found that England is getting vulgarized by American republicanism, and the almighty dollar, and the liberty of the press, and all that sort of thing, don't you know? Bellarmin thinks that sentiment and chivalry are dying out, and he can't get along without sentiment and chivalry. Bingley gave a hoarse guffaw.
Quite right, Bingley. You can't either. Well, Bellarmin intends to revive them by a revolution, a new dynasty, a queen whom he thinks one might die for with some feeling of satisfaction. Tower Hill, the block, a declamation on the scaffold — that's Bellarmin's form nowadays. A new dynasty? Not really. The block, the scaffold, cried Mrs. Rivers in horrified accents. Oh, Mr. Bellarmin! Bellarmin's sense of humour was not easily tickled this evening. He saw nothing amusing in Tressel's joking. He seemed absorbed in the peeling of a peach, which he placed daintily on Madame Spinola's plate. "Go on," she said to Tressel. "It's you that are the rattle now. Mr. Bellarmin doesn't even condescend to answer you. How much of it is serious?" "Every bit of it," said Tressel. "Don't you know, Madame Spinola, that there's a regular Jacobite faction in London? Lord Stonehenge is at the head of it. On my honour, I assure you. White cockades and all the rest of it. Only Charlie over the water is a fascinating young woman got up after the Mary Stuart pattern. She was in the house this evening, I'm told. Old Greenleaf tumbled up to me on Piccadilly half an hour ago in a state of intense excitement to tell me that he had been presented to her. And he said that Bellarmin was dangling at her skirts along the corridors instead of leading his 5 progressive prigs in the house." "By Jove!" exclaimed Bingley, who had caught the name of Mary Stuart and turned from a whispered conversation with Colonel Towers. "It's the cheekiest thing I have heard of for a long time. Takes one's breath away, don't it? In a country like this, where, by Jove, we are all devoted to the reigning house and to every member of it, I say." "We all know that you are, Bingley," said Tressel languidly. "You are quite a tame cat among the royalties, ain't you now?" Tressel himself had that reputation, his radical opinions notwithstanding, and Bingley, who had never been presented to a single member of the august family, felt that the speech was barbed. "But suppose now," Tressel went on, "that the Prince of Wales was banished from the British dominions and had to take up his residence in, say, Camden, Oneida County. I wonder if you'd follow him there into exile." Everyone laughed except Bingley, who said emphatically, "I was talking to Colonel Towers about it, and he quite agrees with me that something ought to be done." "I'm quite with Towers there," Tressel gravely observed. "Oh, you too think that something ought to be done, Tressel?" "I think that something ought to be done always, and indeed I am of opinion that something is always done. But in this particular instance, Bingley, what is the emergency?" "Well, haven't you seen that thing in the Park Lane Pictorial?" "What thing?" "The portrait of that audacious foreign woman you are talking about, who presumes to call herself lawful Queen of England." "No, I haven't seen that," said Tressel, now pretending unconsciousness. "What does it matter?" "Oh, this must be your princess, Mr. Bellarmin," Mrs. Rivers whispered. "Well, it seems she is a Miss Beaton," Bingley began in an explanatory tone. "But you said she was a foreigner." "So she is. At least, her mother was a foreigner, and she herself was brought up abroad." "She is not a foreigner," Bellarmin interposed. "She is an English lady, the daughter of an English nobleman." "Mr. Bellarmin knows all about her," Mrs. Rivers said, with a little malice in her tone. "I have had the honour of being presented to Miss Beaton. I have the honour of her acquaintance. Look here, Bingley, my good fellow, I would not advise you to get into the way of talking disrespectfully of that young lady. She has a good many friends in England." "But why does she call herself Queen of England?" Madame Spinola asked. "I never heard of her calling herself Queen of England," Bellarmin answered. "Her friends say that she is the legitimate Queen of England, and so in that sense she is. Only for the act of settlement she would have as much right to be Queen of England as Lord Saxon will have to be Duke of Athelstane when his father dies." "Oh, Mr. Bellarmin, you are talking treason," Lady Cora exclaimed with a laugh. "This is quite delightful. Jacobitism in the 19th century, the white cockade. Oh, I like this." Seated at table as she was, she broke into a rattling version of the famous Jacobite song, nor would anything stay her until she had finished her verse. "Now then," she said, "tell us all about our rightful queen." I am only mentioning dry, hard historical facts, Bellarmin said, but his cheek was a little flushed for all that. This lady claims to be the heiress of the Stuarts, and she is the heiress of the Stuarts. Nothing on earth can alter that. Count Spinola spoke for the first time. She stems, I suppose, from Henrietta Maria, Duchess of Orleans? She does. Oh yes, then it will be this way, and he gave a full, detailed account of Mary's pedigree. Count Spinola was a living, moving almanac de Gotha. Exactly, Bellarmin said. There is the case. If anyone in his senses can deny that this lady is the heiress of the Stuarts, then all I can say is that he would deny anything. Bingley was chafing with impatience. We don't care about that, he exclaimed. What we say is that the Constitution of England has put the reigning family on the throne, and anyone who sets up a claim against them is a traitor and a rebel, by Jove, and ought to be clapped into the Tower or Newgate and sent from there to the scaffold. Very good, Bingley, very good indeed. Your sentiments do equal honor to your head and heart, said Tressel. But then I knew what they would be, of course, knowing my friend Bingley as well as I do. I don't yet know what the Park Lane Pictorial has been saying about this young and lovely creature. She is lovely, ain't she? I haven't much curiosity on the subject of the Stuart pedigree, but I do feel some curiosity about that. May I be allowed to know what she is like? Look at this, said Bingley, handing him the paper. The Park Lane Pictorial was a journal of which Bellarmin had never to his recollection heard before. It was now passed from hand to hand and eagerly studied by each possessor in turn, so that it was some time before it reached Bellarmin. When it got to him, he found that it was a pretentious-looking society paper, which published weekly portraits of distinguished and fashionable and beautiful women, and the portrait in this number was that of Mary Beaton, evidently taken from a photograph. Beneath the portrait was an inscription in Latin, setting forth Mary's parentage and pedigree, and declaring her the law for constituting the succession alone standing in the way, Queen of Great Britain and Ireland, defender of the faith. A short memoir accompanied the portrait. Bellarmin saw the whole thing with unspeakable dissatisfaction. It was most unlucky, he felt convinced. Its appearance was most untimely. It would set people against her. It would be assumed by those who did not know anything about her to be published with her authority and connivance. There was something about it which seemed to him utterly out of harmony with what he supposed were Mary Beaton's own feelings and temper. It was not of any political or personal responsibility on Mary's part that Bellarmin was thinking, but there was a vulgarity about such an appeal to publicity which he felt sure would be bitterly hurtful to her nature. As to her claims, Bellarmin did not suppose that anything could do much good or harm to them, but he shuddered to think of what might be said in public and private about this ill-omened publication. Then he pulled himself up with almost a laugh at his own concern about a woman to whom he had spoken for the first time a little while before. "Well, what do you think of that?" Bingley asked impatiently of Tressel. "Simply a statement of fact, it seems to me." "Of course it's a mere statement of fact," said Bellarmin. "You see," Tressel continued, "all that this says is that, except for the act of settlement, this young lady would have a rightful claim to the throne of England. But that's so, ain't it? And where is the crime in saying it? But at such a time, and in such a way, to put out a portrait of this woman in their windows and a Latin proclamation under it, declaring her Queen of Great Britain and Ireland and defender of the faith? Why, the publisher ought to be taken out and shot before his own door." "I must say," interposed Colonel Towers, "I do think that you two men make far too little of this. Do you think they would stand this sort of thing in any other country?" "Such a thing might do some harm in a foreign country. Don't see how it could do any harm here," Tressel said dryly. "I don't know. I am not by any means of your opinion. I think I must talk to some of the chiefs about this. These are strange times. There is a great deal of restlessness everywhere." "Suppose you put a question in the House about it, Towers," Tressel suggested, with a keen glance at Bellarmin. Nothing would have delighted Tressel more than to see Towers make a fool of himself. "I should hardly like to do that," replied Towers, with a look of great solemnity. "At least, not without taking advice, in a manner, getting authority. It would hardly do in my case, Tressel. Of course, I am not in office." "And a great shame, too," Tressel interjected. "So we all say, I can assure you." "I don't know, Tressel. I don't know, really. These things are difficult to manage, and there are so many men who want office, you know, and have to be conciliated. I always make it a point, when a ministry of our men is being formed, I always make it a point to say to our chief, Lord Bosworth, never mind me, never mind about me. You know I would rather be out of office than in, so far as personal feeling goes. Provide for the men who want office. I'll work with you all the same. You'll give me your confidence all the same." "And he does, of course, just the same," Tressel said. "I haven't the slightest doubt of that." Yes, just the same. But about this princess, do make a row in the house about her, Towers. Do now," the hostess appealed to him. "It would be such fun, such capital fun. And won't you get me a seat in the ladies' gallery? I should love to be there." "I think it is rather a matter for Tressel," Colonel Towers suggested. "You see, Tressel goes in for being independent. He doesn't acknowledge any authority. He has no responsibility. Besides, you go in for out-and-out radicalism, Tressel, sort of disguised republicanism, isn't it? So it would come better from you, perhaps. You can't be supposed to have any sympathy with the sentiment of divine right." "There, I can't quite agree with you, Towers. I go in for sentiment. I'm altogether a man of sentiment." Most of the company screamed with laughter at this announcement. Tressel went blandly on. "I am a man of sentiment altogether. I am touched with the melancholy beauty of that hopeless claim, that lost cause, and then I am a slave to the charm of female loveliness. No, Towers, I can't do it. For you, on the contrary, I should think your duty was clear." "Does she go to the house?" Mrs. Rivers asked confidentially of Bellarmin. "I believe she went there for the first time this evening." "Will you take me down to see her? Oh, please do." "My dear Mrs. Rivers, she is not on show, and even if she were, I am not her showman." "Now I have made you angry. Oh yes, I have. I can see it. But indeed, Mr. Bellarmin, I meant nothing." "I am quite sure of that," Bellarmin said. "Anyhow, you will look into this thing, Towers," Bingley shouted. "You won't let it drop out of sight. Mind, I reckon on you. If you don't, I'll get someone else. It shan't be allowed to pass unchallenged, I can tell you." End of Volume 1, Chapter 7. Volume 1, Chapter 8 of The Rebel Rose by Justin McCarthy and Rosa Campbell Praed. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. About Champion. Bellarmin and Tressel were walking through the Green Park. "They are badly advising that girl," Tressel said abruptly. "Who are they?" "I don't quite know. The people, whoever they are, who have her in hand. Why did they get that thing put into the Park Lane Pictorial? Why such a thing anywhere? And in any case, why the Park Lane Pictorial?" "Oh, they know nothing about it." "Don't they? You bet they do. Someone does. If I know anything about anything, I know that the Park Lane Pictorial never published that portrait and that memoir and the whole lot of it without being well paid." "Oh, but that is impossible. She would never listen to such an idea." Bellarmin spoke with angry surprise. "She wouldn't, eh? Well, you ought to know, I suppose, better than I, at any rate." Tressel cast a keen glance at Bellarmin's face as he spoke. "Anybody who knew anything of her would know that. As a matter of fact, I judge from inference only. I met her for the first time in the House of Commons tonight." "Yes, very good. Then somebody about her is doing things without her knowledge, and she ought to be put on her guard." "Lord Stonehenge certainly would not tolerate anything of the kind," Bellarmin said. No, of course he wouldn't. In point of fact, no one who knows London would do it, but the people who have this girl in hand don't all of them know London. Anyhow, there it is. You had better give someone the straight tip, or tell her yourself." You speak as if you had some knowledge of her affairs, said Bellarmin, with an interest which he could not disguise. I have some knowledge of the affairs of most people, replied Tressel, and I am always, in a quiet way, on the lookout for information. There's no knowing when it may come in handy. A habit acquired in journalism, and not a bad training for a politician. Try it. I do happen to know something about Miss Beaton's claims and Miss Beaton's adherents, Stonehenge among them. Does he want to marry her? Bellarmin asked abruptly. Don't think so. No, Stonehenge is a dreamer, a man of chimeras. Like many of these Catholic people, a man who half believes in the king's evil and the virtue of royal touch, by a legitimist sovereign, of course. A man who cherishes, as a sacred heirloom, the historic wig of His Majesty Charles II. No, Stonehenge doesn't want to marry her. They are only hoping to put the thin end of the wedge in. By the way, did anyone ever try to put the thick end of the wedge in? If it were not too ridiculous, one might imagine some deep-laid scheme. Oh, there won't be a civil war just yet, unless you start it. You might turn the Irish-American energies in that direction. Not a bad notion. A second Stuart bid for the Irish support. Stonehenge isn't such a fool, though he is a legitimist. There may be a plot against the throne in the brain of that white-mustached old ass who got the sabre cut at Solferino. Why always a sabre cut? Added Tressel meditatively. Have you observed that fanatics, foreign finions, and legitimist agitators, which all comes to much the same thing, have generally, in novels and out of them, got a sabre cut somewhere? Why not a bullet hole? However, a bad whist player will try to force his enemy's hand with the 10 of trumps. I dare say that's the general's notion. But Miss Beaton's claims, has she any at all, any that are real? I have heard something of an ancestral estate. Oh yes, she has a bona fide claim on an estate in the Palatinate of Lancaster, left by a Stuart adherent in the latter days of Anne, when the old woman herself seemed inclined for a Stuart restoration. It was left to the eldest princes in the Stuart family, and in default to the eldest succeeding princesses of the line. There's the whole pretension in an historical nutshell. Well, said Bellarmin. Well, the Hanoverian ministers simply seized the property for the crown. It's conceivable, however, that a Prime Minister of England, say, an enthusiast like Champion, possessed with fantasies of reform, might be wrought upon to recognize the claim on the part of the undoubted representative of the Stuarts, merely as a family possession. However, enough about that. Now what about Champion? About Champion? Quite so, about Champion. Are you coming to terms with him? You may speak out with me. I know all about it, and I saw Champion today, and he particularly wished me to see you in an easy, informal sort of way, and get to know what your ideas are on the whole subject. First, the thing itself, next, the time when. Bellarmin was silent for a while. He was surprised to hear that Sir Victor had made Tressel his confidant on such a subject. Bellarmin himself was inclined to believe in Tressel on the whole as a sincere and serious politician, but he never supposed that a man with the intensity of conviction and the lack of humor which alike characterized Champion could be got to put himself and his schemes into the power of a teller of scandalous anecdotes and a maker of cynical jokes. I see that you are a little astonished, my youthful politician, to think that Champion should make me his emissary. It does seem odd, doesn't it? But I managed to work it out of him and to work myself into him. I have my peculiar advantages, don't you see? And I got him to see them. I talk to everybody, and so nothing is inferred from my talking to anybody. Then, I am not a serious politician. Everybody says that, and what everybody says must be true. Therefore, of course, nobody would believe that so tremendously serious a politician as Lucifer would think of taking me into any confidence. Then, if I were to let out the secrets, nobody would give them a moment's attention, seeing it's me, don't you know? Then again, if the worst came to the worst, I could be disavowed so easily. Oh, it's only Tressel's absurd talk. Nobody minds him, and the thing is at an end, don't you see? Yes, there is a good deal in what you say, but this is a serious business. Has Champion told any of his colleagues in office? Not one. Most of them are mere puppets whom he can set in motion when he likes and move in any direction he pleases. Saxon he is a little afraid of, but he thinks it safest to keep Saxon in the dark for the present. Saxon is the sort of man who accepts accomplished facts. If Champion can say to him, "Look here, this is a definite policy, to which I am pledged in my own mind. Will you go with me or desert me?" he thinks there would be his best chance for nailing Saxon. Well, what does Champion want of me? Champion thinks you are a clever young fellow with some fresh ideas and plenty of go, who has made enormous strides in the political race, and has the faculty of keeping the House amused by showing it game. The House always likes that. He thinks you must be about as tired of the stupid old ways as he is himself. That's why I stick to Champion, because he wants to do something new and plucky. Champion thinks that you would have wit enough to see that some reform of this absurd old anomaly must be made soon, and that a clean sweep would be as easily done as a little trimming and clipping. He fancies that you are a sort of man who would rather be identified with a great reform, which is inevitable, than care about the barren honor of opposing it. He thinks progressive Toryism might very properly include in its progress a march over the ruins of the House of Lords. He wants to form a new party, and he is eclectic, and he wants you to belong to it. Will you see him? No, I think not. I don't see the use. I don't fancy I could do him any good, just now at all events. The House of Lords, as it is now constituted, has got to go. Everyone with the prophetic eye must see that. I should like my progressive Tories to have a hand in the construction of the new chamber. Whatever it is to be, of course, Champion would go for some sort of second chamber? Oh yes, I wouldn't if I could, but he is strong on it, and I don't much mind either way. But I doubt about the time, and I am inclined to think that Champion's notion of springing the scheme upon his old colleagues will lead to a smash. I don't see my way to it, Tressel. That's all I can say. If I were to advise him, I should tell him he ought to take Lord Saxon into his confidence at once. He won't do that. Look here, Bellarmin, it's not Lord Saxon I'm afraid of, so far as this business is concerned. No? Who else? Lady Saxon. I've some reason to suspect that she and Champion are old pals, and he would be easily managed by a clever woman like that. I don't believe there is an atom of foundation for your suspicion about her and Champion. About their having been friends before her marriage, said Bellarmin hastily, yet with an uneasy recollection of the conference on the terrace. All right, said Tressel. Good night. End of Volume 1, Chapter 8.
Volume 1, Chapter 9 of The Rebel Rose by Justin McCarthy and Rosa Campbell Praed. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, The Princess at Home. Mary Beaton lived in a wonderful little house very near the walls of old Kensington Palace. It was only chance which had given her a domicile, but it seemed sometimes to her, when she was in a mood of exaltation, that the hand of Providence itself had settled her down in the immediate neighborhood of the palace, where Queen Anne died, beneath the very shadow of its walls. The house General Falcon and Lady Struthers had succeeded in getting possession of was a long, ancient, low-roofed building. It had only one story above the ground floor, and that upper story held only bedrooms. The whole day life and evening life of the house was therefore on the ground floor, and the reception rooms ran out of one another in a quaint and curious way. In each room there were long, low windows, some of them shadowed by the trees of the Kensington Gardens, some of them looking on the walls of Kensington Palace. When it was decided that Mary Beaton should come over to England and set up her claims there, General Falcon went on in advance to find a suitable dwelling for her. and after a while Lady Struthers came to help him in his quest. General Falcon decided from the beginning that the heiress of the Stuarts could not condescend to occupy any house in one of the new and fashionable quarters. Belgrave Square he put aside, after some consideration, rather as being under the social and historical condition undesirable, than because the rental was beyond Mary's means, though that was certainly the case. It had of course the traditional attraction, to a legitimist, that it was the scene of the famous pilgrimage to do homage to Charles X. But times had changed since that time, and General Falcon could not find any fragrance of divine right and exalted, self-sufficing legitimacy lingering now along the stuccoed lines and ridges of Belgrave Square. Eaton Square he held to be as utterly out of the question as Cromwell Road itself. Park Lane would not do. It was occupied far too much by hangers-on to the Hanoverians, as he put it, and by the aristocracy of birth and of money who habitually went to court. There was too strong a savour of Marlborough House about it for his purpose, he thought. So, when after the coming of Lady Struthers, and when things seemed well nigh desperate, a strange chance threw the long, low, old-fashioned house at Kensington in his way, Falcon thought he saw the finger of Providence distinctly intervening for his guidance. He took Lord Stonehenge into council, and they arranged for a long tenancy of the house. Everything was prepared for Mary's reception by the Dowager Lady Stonehenge, Lady Struthers, and General Falcon in permanent council, and when all was done, Lady Struthers and Falcon went back to bring their young mistress to her London home. Nothing could exceed the delight of Mary Beaton when she first ranged through the rooms of that delightful old house. She thought she could never have enough of it. She studied all its peculiarities and all its views and glimpses. She kissed Lady Struthers a dozen times in her rapture. She felt almost inclined to kiss dear old Falcon too, so she told Lady Struthers in private confidence. With all her little dignities and airs, Mary was a thorough girl. Mary was very fond of Lady Struthers, after a fashion, but it was not surprising that she sometimes found this scion of the aristocracy a little tiresome. Lady Struthers prided herself on the length of her pedigree. Her mother had belonged to a noble Highland Catholic family, and she herself had married she considered beneath her rank. Sir Peter Struthers had begun his career as an apothecary's assistant, and had ended it as a court physician. He had doctored various foreign royalties. He had died after making an unaccountable, and to his wife, eminently unsatisfactory will, by which the bulk of his fortune had gone to his children by a former marriage, while Lady Struthers was left but a moderate annuity and the consoling reflection that she was suffering for having demeaned herself by such a union. It had seemed natural enough that Lady Struthers should accept the position of governess to Miss Beaton, and at the court of Schwalbenstadt, where the young lady was brought up, Lady Struthers had revelled in titles and high life, and had become so accustomed to addressing her acquaintances as princess, countess, or baroness, as the case might be, that she found some difficulty in adapting herself to humbler society in England. It was a disappointment to Lady Struthers that Miss Beaton's claims were not at once recognized, and that she did not immediately receive invitations to all the greatest houses. The Catholic coterie was all very well, and Lord Stonehenge had proved himself a valuable ally, but Lady Struthers wanted and expected something more than that. General Falcon and Lady Struthers had this in common, and perhaps almost this only, that they were both devoted to their young mistress. They had watched her grow up from childhood with pride and delight. They had bent before her petty, wilful ways, admiring her the more for them. Would she be a Stuart if she were not wilful? They had yielded her an exaggerated deference, exulting in the thought that her nature was too sweet for adulation to spoil it, and even when scolding her for her shortcomings and tutoring her in what they conceived to be the duties of her position, they had never succeeded in inspiring her with any wholesome awe of themselves. Gradually, Lady Struthers' supremacy had waned. Now she was a mere picturesque dummy, for she was certainly very picturesque, with her snowy hair and her stately presence, an amiable chaperone, whose ideas of propriety never interfered with her charge's inclinations. General Falcon, however, seemed with years to become more exacting and more tenacious of such authority as he held over Miss Beaton. In truth, Mary sometimes felt a little puzzled by his manner and impatient of his system of surveillance. His humor was by turns querulous, suspicious, and curiously emotional, tender, even impassioned. She would have been more annoyed by the ill temper were it not that the tenderness appealed to her warm heart and to all that was romantic and queen-like in her nature. His affection, she thought, was something more than mere personal devotion. It was devotion to the memory of her dead parents, to a cause. It was the living example of that mysterious poetic fascination which the Stuarts had always exercised over their followers. The day after the visit to the House of Commons, Mary was in her own room, her peculiar place of retreat, some time before the regular breakfast hour. It was her custom, after the fashion of the Continent, to have her coffee alone in the room early, and then to meet her household circle at a set déjeuner à la fourchette about noon. She seldom saw General Falcon till the time of the midday meal, and after that they usually began and got through the business they had to do, a business which generally consisted in considering and dismissing absurd and impossible suggestions from unthinking and unsolicited advisers. On this particular morning, however, General Falcon sent a formal message to say that it would gratify him if Madame would kindly allow him to wait on her. In all superficial intercourse he treated her with an almost exaggerated ceremony. Madame at once accorded the interview, and Madame shrugged her shoulders and pursed her lips and pouted, well knowing that she was to be scolded. She did her best to escape censure. She met Falcon with a look of sweet, disarming welcome, but Falcon was not to be disarmed. As he entered, gray, erect, with the scar on his forehead conspicuously white, Mary thought she had never seen his face sterner or more ill-tempered. She was puzzled by a certain air of excitement and forced self-repression which she noticed in him. "What now, I wonder?" she murmured half aloud and with a mocking accent. "London air is too stimulating for the General's nerves. Come, something is wrong," she went on in a louder tone. "Well, let us have it out. What have I been doing?" Falcon was silent for a few moments. "I am afraid that you shocked Lord Stonehenge and Mr. Leven last night," he said. "You were near going actually into the House of Commons, and you only laughed and made fun of it." "Well, there was nothing to weep over, was there? Why should Lord Stonehenge care? He is one of us. As for Mr. Leven—" "And then you kept rambling about the Terrace with Mr. Bellarmin, as if you were a schoolgirl. A man like Lord Stonehenge could not approve of that." Mary gave up all thought of conciliation. "I wish you would not speak to me as if I were a schoolgirl," she said petulantly. "I wish you would not act as if you were a schoolgirl," he answered as petulantly. "I wish you would try to remember that you are not of the schoolgirl's age or of the ordinary schoolgirl's position." "I wish you would try and remember my position a little more than you do. You scold me in a very disrespectful and disagreeable fashion. What have I done that was so bad? Come, tell me all my faults, and heaven send me patience to listen. Give me a bead-roll of them. But stay a moment. I presume the task will be pretty long. Let us make ourselves comfortable." She pushed a soft and heavy armchair towards him with an air of mock humility, and settled herself on a great heap of cushions, converted to the duty of an ottoman. She settled herself down very comfortably, unfurled her fan, and waved it gently before her face. She did not look at Falcon. Her eyes were upturned. Had she looked, indeed, she might have been surprised by the gaze bent upon her. A fierce, melancholy longing, almost tragic in its intensity. It was as though Falcon had dropped his mask for a moment, and allowed play to the emotion he had been trying to conceal by his petty fault-finding. His eyes literally devoured her. and his face, lighted by the gleam of ardor, seemed for an instant youthful once more. But Mary saw nothing of this. She appeared to be languidly studying the painted ceiling. There was a minute of silence, and then she said, "I am waiting, General Falcon." "Waiting?" he said dreamily, pulling himself together with a start and turning his eyes away. "For what, madame?" "Waiting to be lectured, to be scolded, to be told of all my various sins of omission and commission. Won't you tell me? I only want to be put right. I'll promise not to be aggravating," she said coaxingly. "Oh, it isn't any use," he exclaimed with sudden sharpness. "I haven't any influence over you, now, any longer. I'd better give up." "General Falcon," said Mary solemnly, "what would you have? Did not I play my part properly last night? You said that you wanted me to know influential people in the political world, people who would take up my claims and see the justice of giving me back the estate which these Hanoverians confiscated. Well, isn't Sir Victor Champion an influential personage? You are extremely unreasonable. Thou shalt praise me today, O Caesar." This was the least that I expected. "Madame, it is not for the descendant of the Stuarts to boast of an introduction to an adventuress like Lady Saxon." "I'm not boasting, General. Quite the contrary. I behaved prettily to Lady Saxon last night from a sense of duty, and indeed I thought I had put quite the right infusion of dignified reserve — that's your phrase — into my manner. Is she an adventuress? Then my instinct did not deceive me. It's always so comforting to know that one may put trust in one's instinct. Of course, I should have supposed her to be a very great and high-born lady, if it hadn't been for my little inward monitor, which labeled her with a big D. Doubtful. What do you know about Lady Saxon, General Falcon?" "Enough to make use of her." "You are dreadfully melodramatic. Tell me the mystery. I adore a mystery." "There is none," said Falcon. "Let me advise you, madame, to treat this lady with a certain amount of reserve, not to become too intimate with her, not, for example, to discuss your private affairs with her, your likes and dislikes, your theories, your feelings. Yes, it is the want of that dignified reserve in your manner which I complain of. In your conversation with Mr. Bellarmin—" "Ah, I understand," Mary interrupted with scornful amusement. "You are jealous of Mr. Bellarmin. That's it. You are jealous because he is young and good-looking and famous and agreeable, and because he interests me. Good gracious, what have I said now?" A sudden wave of red rushed to Falcon's face and overspread his forehead, except where the scar seamed it, leaving his cheeks pallid. His eyes flashed angrily. He bit his mustache and rose abruptly. "Madame, I was right when I accused you of levity." "And I, when I told you that you were melodramatic," she retorted. "What did you object to in my conversation with Mr. Bellarmin?" He made an impatient gesture and moved a few steps from her without answering. "Oh, I know. You want me to be stiff and formal and superficial to everyone but yourself. You did not like my talking to him so openly about what I thought of the poor people and the state of England and everything. Why, I wonder? General Falcon, for heaven's sake, let me be myself sometimes, a young woman with heart and sympathies and, yes, some wish to amuse herself. I want to have a taste now and then of a girl's natural life. I am tired of this sham sovereignty. I am weary of it all." She spoke with impetuous warmth. General Falcon had stepped nearer her again. He did not look at her. His face, still working with some untold emotion, was turned towards the window. "God knows that I am weary of it too," he cried with a burst of passion. There was silence for a moment or two. "You speak strongly, General," said Mary, with a puzzled, wistful glance at him. "Are you tired of me?" He turned to her with a gesture of apology. "Forgive me, madame. I forgot myself." "Why are you unhappy? Are you tired of me?" Mary repeated. "Well, yes, in a manner." The General spoke now in a forced mechanical voice, dropping out the words slowly, as if he were deliberating while he uttered them. "I am not tired of you, but I am tired of trying to make you do the right thing and see things in the right way, and I see that you rebel against the restraint. I see that I bore you. I see that my influence over you is weakening day by day, and yes, I get tired and sore and sorry, and I don't see what is to come of it." He threw himself into his chair with a heavy sigh. "My father would be grieved if he could know of this," Mary said softly, more as if she were talking to herself than remonstrating with Falcon. "He would be so sorry if he could only have known that the friend he loved best and trusted most would come to weary so soon of the task of taking care of his daughter." "How dare you talk in that way?" Falcon exclaimed, starting forward, tremulous and excited. You are a wicked girl, a wicked, heartless girl, to play upon me like this, to bring up your father's name, to say that I have wearied of taking care of you, when you know that I only live for you. Oh, say what you please, torture me as you choose, but don't cry. Don't begin to cry." For there were tears in the girl's brown eyes, and she put up her handkerchief to hide them. General Falcon sat like one terrified, not knowing what to say or do. After a moment or two, Mary looked at him with a serious face and eyes that were still moist and wistful. "General Falcon," she said, "tell me, what is it that you want? You cannot make me Queen of England, you know." "I can't make you Queen of England," he repeated, and his eyes were fixed upon her with a rapt gaze that seemed more befitting a lover than an elderly guardian. "Would I if I could? I have dreamed so many wild dreams, Mary, dreams in which you were the central figure, dreams of glory and of poetry and of love." His voice dropped in a sort of caressing cadence, and the girl started and blushed. "I have dreamed so much," he went on, "that sometimes I can hardly tell the real from the unreal, the possible from the impossible. I often think that dreams are my only real life." "General Falcon," said Mary in a soft voice of compassion, "you idealize me, you know. You mustn't do that. I'm only a girl, and a very frivolous girl sometimes, as you tell me yourself. Mary Stuart was only a girl when she came to Holyrood, but she had in her face and her voice that magic which made men forget that she was the queen, and made them dream wild dreams of ambitious love and daring deed, aye, and do the deeds. There are women still who have such magic, my princess, women with the dangerous gift of fascination by which a man may be turned into a madman or a hero. You are one of these, Mary. You have that gift, but there clings round you something more than the magic of the woman. There is the magic of an historic cause." "I know it," replied Mary soothingly. "I like to feel that some of the romance of the dead and gone Stuarts is revived in me. And there are moments, oh, many, many, in which I am proud and glad to be a Stuart. You must not think that I undervalue your devotion, or that I don't know what it means. Do you know what my devotion means, madame? My princess, my queen, if you do know, you are wiser than poor old Falcon, who makes himself wretched in trying to understand it." He laughed a quavering, uncertain laugh. "Devotion like yours is the birthright of the Stuarts," said Mary affectionately, touching his hand lightly as she spoke. "I accept it as such, dear old friend, and I will try to tease you no more. Dream no more dreams, Falcon, about magic charms and heroic deeds and impossible thrones. Make me glorious and rich, if you please, in a matter-of-fact 19th century fashion. Curry favor, if you like, with Her Majesty's ministers, present and to come, and settle me in my historic inheritance with my historic thousands. In good truth, Falcon," she added with a laugh, "I think we shall need them, for though this house isn't a palace, and I am not a pauper, I am quite certain that we spend more than we ought." "You must spend money," Falcon answered impatiently. "You must keep up an establishment." "It seems to me, my good General, that I myself am something of an adventuress. I fancy that my Stuart dignity might be supported without a hall porter, and with a fewer number of men in livery, and that I might have a better chance of heaven, and should be a worthier daughter of the Mother Church, if I spent more in charity and less upon this vain state and show. But we have talked of this often enough, and now I hope that our quarrel is over for today." "Yes, thank heaven," murmured Falcon in a relieved tone. He seemed to have descended to the 19th century level. His emotion was past now, and he leaned back composedly in his chair. Mary came and sat herself on one of the broad arms of the chair, and laid her left hand caressingly on his shoulder. At first he winced at the touch. Then, as if with an effort, he put up his right hand and placed it on hers. "Yes, dear old friend," Mary said, "you shall give me the list of all my sins, offences, and negligences, but no more now. Some other time. I am going to coax you. I have a great, great favour to ask of you. You will take me to the East End and let me see the sort of life that goes on there. Come, promise now. I'll be as sweet as honey to you for a whole week if you will say that I may go." She bent down and looked into his face with a childlike coquetry that was irresistible, at least to General Falcon. He gazed at her fondly, admiringly. Then he moved his hand from hers and timidly touched her soft cheek. The contact might have been magnetic. He withdrew his hand again so quickly, and he gave a sort of shuddering sigh. "Promise," insisted the girl. "Yes, you shall go," he answered. "You shall go with me, alone with me." There was a wildness in his manner of pronouncing the last words of which he himself seemed to become conscious, for he added in a different tone, and after a moment's pause, "Perhaps it is as well that you should see for yourself what life is." "Exactly my own notion, and what I have been trying to impress upon you ever since we came to London. I want ever so much to see an East End music hall, and I don't want to be seen and known. Listen, may I go in boys' clothes? I should like that, because I should be so much more free, and nobody could suspect who I was. Don't you see?" "I am afraid that you would never be fit for a queen," he said in a half melancholy remonstrance. "I every inch a queen," she said, and she sprang to a standing position and stood before him straight as a spear, tall, with one hand raised to her forehead as if she were placing a crown there, and the other held on her bosom as though it grasped the symbolic orb. General Falcon had in his time seen many queens and empresses and princesses of all sorts, nationalities, and even colors, but he thought in his heart that he had never looked on so queenly a form as that which now stood before him and challenged impeachment of its right to sovereign state. Mary threw herself down upon her cushions again. "I want to go to court," she said defiantly. "To court? But, Madame, surely you don't think of what you say." "Indeed, Falcon, I am afraid I very seldom think of what I am saying, or at least of what I am going to say. I do now and then begin to think of what I have said after I have said it, and the reflection is not always encouraging. But I mean what I am saying this time. I want to go to court." "If you wish to be presented at court merely as the Honourable Mary Stuart Beaton, daughter of an English baron, I presume that could be arranged," Falcon said doggedly. "But I should hardly have thought you would condescend to such a performance." "I want to see the sight, but I suppose it wouldn't be the proper thing. It would be like a recognition of the Hanoverian family. No, we must not do that. But I want to see the Queen in private. Do you think you could manage that?" "See the Queen in private?" "Yes, I want to talk to her about the condition of England, the poverty, the misery. I am sure she could do something if only her eyes were open to the real truth. I am sure she is not allowed to know anything about the wretched condition of so many of her subjects. I mean of the people who are her subjects for the time. You may be certain that her ministers and her courtiers and the ladies who are about her take good care to keep her in perfect ignorance of the truth. Well, I want to see her and tell her all. It is my duty. I must not stick at points of etiquette where such interests are concerned." Falcon smiled compassionately. "Madame, you may take it from me that the Queen knows as well what is going on all over the country as any man or woman in the land. She has the newspapers read to her regularly. She keeps herself thoroughly informed." "Yes, read to her. There it is. You see, you admit it yourself. Read to her. Of course they only read the pleasant parts. They leave out all that could distress her, or make her think that she had duties to perform which they don't want her to be troubled about. I understand these things, General. Why, I remember so well when I was at the residence in Schwalbenstadt, the newspapers were all carefully examined before they came under the eyes of the Grand Duke or the Grand Duchess. The ministers and court people would not let either of them know a word that would give them any trouble. I let the Grand Duchess know all the truth of some stories, I can tell you, and how the court people hated me for it. Ah, yes, I know." Mary Beaton sighed with the air of one on whom long and varied experience has forced the knowledge of hard realities. General Falcon became more compassionate than ever. "My dear child," he said with father-like tenderness, "this court here is not in the least like any of the little courts you have seen. The Queen knows everything, and if there was anything in her power to do, she would do it." Mary dropped the discussion, but did not feel satisfied. After a moment of silence, she began again. "I should like to know the Princess of Wales, General." General Falcon was becoming impatient. "Madame, you must know very well that sort of thing can't be for the present. Why do you let such ideas get into your head at such a time? Well, we are all so dull here. You are a brave soldier and a good, dear friend, Falcon, but you are not lively. Come now, are you? You know you are not." "No, I am not lively," Falcon admitted grimly. "And Lady Struthers, dear thing, she is very obliging and knows languages and has an exalted and very proper notion of the high life, as they say in French novels." Mary laughed softly. "But you wouldn't call her a very amusing companion, would you? And I'm tired of the people we have to meet and the solemnity of it all. Everything so ordered and so stately and so cold and such a sham. If one were a queen actually, a queen reigning, I suppose one would pull one's courage about one grandly and put up with it. But to me, and as we are here, it has no reality. It is all stiff, chilly, stupid. I want to be amused, and yes, I want someone to admire." Falcon looked suddenly at her. She caught the expression of his face and broke again into a little peal of musical laughter. Falcon's features were convulsed as they had been a little while ago, and he kept his eyes down as if afraid they would betray him. "Positively," said Mary, "your look means, why don't you admire me?" "You vain old hero! Well, I do admire you very much, but then I am so accustomed to you that I don't think of you. What I mean is that I want to see someone from the world outside whom I could admire as a hero." "Madame!" burst fiercely from Falcon's lips. Then he checked himself and laughed discordantly. "Exactly," he said. "You are so accustomed to me that you don't think about me. What if some day I were to do something which would force you to take me into account in your life? Something wild, daring, if I were to act one of those dreams I spoke of just now. You would be obliged to think about me then, madame." "What sort of dream? I don't understand you today, General Falcon." Mary spoke uneasily. "Of course, I take you into account in my life. Don't you know that I'm very fond of you? You don't need telling, surely. And now that I haven't a single relation left, you are closer to me than anyone else in the world. But I don't think of you in a girl's way, General." "No, you don't think of me in a girl's way," he repeated with a sardonic emphasis. "Well, let us look around. There's Lord Stonehenge. Everybody who knows Lord Stonehenge must admire him." "Oh, Lord Stonehenge. Yes, indeed, I do admire him very much. He is a man of gold. He knows everything one could want to know. He is ever so kind." "He is very handsome," Falcon interjected, as if he were saying, "Don't pretend to forget that." "He is very handsome. Yes, that one sees," she admitted. "He is not very young." "Quite young for such a man," Falcon declared authoritatively. "He is only just over 40. "Only just over 40?" Mary made a little grimace. "Oh yes, I admire him. I think he is a little shy of me. And do you know, my good Falcon, an idea has once or twice come into my mind that some of you are making up a little scheme to marry me to Lord Stonehenge." She spoke with the utmost composure, and looked quietly into Falcon's eyes, waiting for a reply. Falcon appeared embarrassed. "Madame," he said gravely, "if any hint of that kind were to reach Lord Stonehenge's ears, he would be shocked and horrified." Mary glanced at herself in the glass and smiled. "You understand quite well," he replied almost gruffly. "Lord Stonehenge would regard it as presumption on his part to lift his eyes to the daughter of the Stuart kings. It would be impossible for him to devote himself, as he does, to you and your cause, if any such talk were to get about. I beseech you, madame, to guard your impulsive utterances." "I observe, my dear General, that you have not disclaimed the intention all the same," Mary said quietly. "I never supposed that Lord Stonehenge was a party to it, or to anything half so amusing. Suppose that I were to take a liking to him," she added, "to fall in love with him. What would have to be done then? Should I have to propose to him? And suppose his modesty and his devoted allegiance were to compel him to refuse, where should I be then?" "I don't think you ought to talk in that way, madame." "Well, let us talk in some other way. I wish you would tell Lady Struthers to write and ask Mr. Bellarmin to dinner." "Mr. Bellarmin?" "Yes. I think he is very clever, and he amuses me, and I'm sure he has a career before him, and he isn't like everybody else. I want him to dine here, General, or somewhere else where I am going to be. I want him asked to Lord Stonehenge's when we go down there. See about that, General Falcon." "I have no doubt, madame, that whatever you insist upon can be done, but I would have you remember that some people call Mr. Bellarmin a political adventurer." "What is an adventurer, General, in politics?" "You say Lady Saxon is an adventuress. I have a notion that I am a political adventuress. Now, how do you define a political adventurer? Is it one who goes in quest of adventures, and to whom life is only a game? I wish I were a man, and an adventurer in that sense. It must be delightful." Mary allowed a half sigh to escape her. "Well, what we call a political adventurer is a man who has no fixed principles, who goes into politics rather to advance himself than to advance any great cause." "But, my good General Falcon, what an immense number of adventurers there must be in English political life! I never name any public man without being told by somebody that he is utterly unprincipled, that he has no good purpose whatever, that he is only thinking of himself and of his own ambition, and so forth and so forth. I don't see, in that case, how Mr. Bellarmin can be any worse than most other men. And he has certainly the advantage of being young and handsome and agreeable. He may amend, Falcon. He may repent. He may develop wonderful principles some day. He may be the moral hero of the coming England. Meantime, let us have him to dinner." "Madame is mistress in her own household." "Is she, Falcon? Really now, is she?" Mary smiled at him mischievously. She had apparently forgotten her promise not to tease him. "I am so glad to hear it, for there are times, do you know, when I should not quite have thought it." Mary Beaton was, it must be owned, in a somewhat provoking mood today. Falcon stood under severe self-restraint. "I hope," he said, "that neither Lady Struthers nor I have been unduly interfering." "Oh, no, no, my dear creatures, you have been absolute perfection. I fancy you are a good deal too near perfection for me. But you will remember Mr. Bellarmin, Falcon? I am sure that he is not by any means perfection, and he will suit me all the better for that." "I will speak to Lord Stonehenge," said Falcon stiffly. "Thanks. And now about the East End." "That shall be arranged, madame, since you are set upon it, a little, perhaps, after the Stonehenge visit. And mind, I shall wear boys' clothes. Now you know you have promised, and in return I have promised, to admire you, to consult you, to adore you, seriously, to be so sweet to you, General, and so good. I shall never believe in your affection again if you are going to be as inflexible and as unyielding about the proprieties as you try to be on most occasions." "Unyielding about the proprieties? and I have consented to allow the heiress of the Stuarts to go to an East End music hall in boys' clothes. Unyielding? Oh, Mary, my princess, you see too well how blind and foolish are my affections." He rose and strode up and down the room. Mary looked at him with amusement, in which there was a faint trace of perplexity. "Now, General, if you must be theatrical, imagine that I am the Queen of Scots as an archer of the guard. You know she was up to a good many pranks. It's in the Stuart blood. That reflection will comfort you. I know you like to please me," she went on in a different tone, "and I suppose I do like to try your patience sometimes. There's not the least doubt that when I get married I shall try my husband's patience and temper terribly. You don't like me to talk of marrying, General, but I suppose that I may take a husband some day? I'm not in the act of settlement, you know, and there's nothing to prevent me from marrying a shoeblack." "Indeed, madame," he exclaimed bitterly, "I have almost brought myself to believe that your marriage would be the best thing for you and for me. I shall at once set about introducing suitors to your notice." "That's right. Understand, I shall want to govern this husband absolutely. I shall take positive delight in conquering him and taming him and making him obedient and submissive." "Yes, and you will despise him if he is obedient and submissive," said Falcon with a melancholy laugh. "I wonder, would that be so, do you think? I don't know at all. I haven't followed out my track of thought so far. I have only got to the subjugation point. I have enjoyed in advance many a triumph over his complete subjugation and his final acknowledgement that he was subjugated, that he was my captive and my slave, and so forth. But I haven't studied the question beyond that point. That has been my skyline, my horizon. I haven't asked myself how I should feel to my slave when he had meekly put on his collar and accepted his yoke. You don't like all this nonsense, do you, Falcon? I can see by the look on your face that you disapprove of it highly." "Excuse me, madam. I was not venturing to express disapproval or approval, but I would remind you that I came at this early hour to talk over some matters of business before luncheon, and that luncheon time is now near at hand." "You are right, General Falcon. Your words recall me to myself, as the people say in the plays. Well, let us get to business. I dismiss my fantasies and my as yet untamed husband. Go on. I am all attention." So General Falcon went into a great number of questions of policy and expenditure and so on, and one might have fancied, from the way in which Mary lolled carelessly upon the cushions and toyed with the fan in her hand, that she was not listening to a word he said. But she every now and then drew her eyebrows together and interrupted him with a shrewd question, or made a quiet, keen suggestion, which showed that she was not altogether the frivolous girl that she seemed. End of Volume 1, Chapter 9. Volume 1, Chapter 10 of The Rebel Rose by Justin McCarthy and Rosa Campbell Praed. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10, Rolfe Bellarmin. Bellarmin lived in St. James Place, a small street opening out of stately St. James Street. His was not an august habitation. He was not rich. His father allowed him enough money to live like a gentleman in London, to pay for gloves and cabs and all the rest of it, and was willing to make such an allowance to him forever. But, as our readers will see, Bellarmin had not yet opened out any career for himself in a paying sense. He had been drawn into political life and had made a mark there, and he meant to stick to it. Up to the present, however, he had not got any money out of it, and therefore he took care not to live extravagantly. His lodgings consisted of a sitting room, a bedroom, and a bathroom. The sitting room was rather small, and it was encumbered, as is the sitting room of every bachelor member of Parliament, with piles of blue books and parliamentary papers of all kinds. Newspapers, of course, were scattered all around. The chairs, the sofas, the tables, the floor were encumbered with books and papers. The books that Bellarmin kept in his sitting room were not, however, the books that he read. They were the books that he intended to read, or that he told himself he intended to read. They were, first the blue books, and then the works of various kinds which Bellarmin meant to study in order to supplement the knowledge to be derived from the blue books. For example, there came to him the latest blue book on the affairs of South Africa. Now, to understand and to test the statements in the blue book, it seemed necessary to get a number of non-official books about South Africa, and Bellarmin got them with full intent to read them. But then came in the blue book on bimetallism, the blue book on our dealings with Russia in relation to the Afghan boundary, the blue book on the employment of pit-brow girls, and all these and various other subjects Bellarmin wanted to get additional information, and so got in additional books from the London Library. When he set out on his political career, he wanted to study everything, to know everything. But then came in the social attractions, the dinners, the luncheons, the garden parties, the visits to country houses, the race weeks here and there, and Bellarmin wanted to accomplish all that too. Arthur Pendennis said of himself in his position in London society, "I am in the swim, and by Jove I like it." Bellarmin was in the swim too, and by Jove he liked it. One result was that the blue books got less and less studied, and that they accumulated more and more. Bellarmin was loath to acknowledge even to himself that he had abandoned any particular subject, and so he would not get rid of the blue books, which he had once fondly believed that he could master. Nor had his acquaintance with Lady Saxon, nor had his appreciation of the charms of Mary Beaton's society tended in any way to expand his opportunities for the study of the South African question and bimetallism and the work of the pit-brow girls. The books which he said he must not allow himself time to read, but which he did read pretty often nevertheless, were all in his bedroom, a room comparatively large for a set of London apartments. There were the books that he loved, a few of the classics of ancient and the classics, too, of modern days. There also were various novels and memoirs and biographies got from Moody's library, and never destined to be classic at all, but which Bellarmin sent for because people were talking about them. And in such matters, too, his ambition was to know everything. On the walls of his sitting room were displayed the ordinary West End lodging-house frames and engravings, but in his bedroom he had some really fine etchings, given to him by artists or bought by him here and there, and some curious swords and pistols and fans and bronzes. And he had a long japanned box which contained his court suit, cocked hat and all. The mantelpiece in his sitting room was littered with letters and cards of invitation. There was no mirror there. This was an alteration Bellarmin had insisted on. He could not stand the lodging-house looking-glass over the lodging-house chimney-piece. So he had the glass taken away, and he substituted for it a screen, which he well-nigh covered with photographs of celebrated persons and of men and women who were personally interesting to him. But there was no photograph of Lady Saxon there. Doubtless she must at some time or other have given him one, but if so, he did not display it. Probably he kept it treasured apart and away somewhere. Was there in life anywhere a happier man than Rolfe Bellarmin? He was young, he was handsome, he had a graceful figure, slender but vigorous, and there was an almost antique air of good breeding about him, although he was nothing of an aristocrat by birth, but indeed only the second son of a very successful businessman in one of the great provincial cities. The Bellarmins, to be sure, were understood to have good blood in their veins, even though of later years some of them had succeeded and some of them had failed in the effort to make money in the ways of commerce and industry. Rolfe's father had a great ambition, not for himself but for his sons, and as the elder loved business and the younger detested it, he resolved to make a liberal allowance to Rolfe and start him in life as a gentleman. Rolfe took to the calling very kindly. He passed through the training of a public school and a university in the regular fashion, but he had some extra studies in Paris and Bonn as well, and then he went boldly into politics. He had the gift or the genius of success. He threw himself upon a constituency and was elected. No one expected him to make much of a figure in Parliament. He seemed cut out for mere social success, but he contrived to play a conspicuous political part from the very beginning. There was something winning about his youth, his bright ways, his refined medieval-looking face, and his well-modulated voice, and, let it be added, his audacity, which was in such odd contrast to his appearance. He had an absolute faith in himself. After he had made his first speech, which was what someone called a rattling success, a friend of long experience in Parliament cautioned him that he must take more pains to catch the tone of the House. "Catch the tone of the House," was the reply of that brazen youngster. "That abominable sing-song? Not if I know it. Let the House catch my tone, if it likes or if it can." The sage adviser shuddered, but young Bellarmin went his own way, kept to his own tone, and before 2 sessions he had a little knot of imitators. He was always taking divisions, moving adjournments, coming boldly up to the rescue of some forlorn independent member, to whose Tuesday evening crochet no one but Bellarmin would think of giving countenance. He despised no one. He made friends everywhere. He soon attracted the notice of the Conservative leader, for Rolfe had gone in as what he liked to call a progressive Tory, and the leader was pleased with his buoyancy, his brilliant animal spirits, his evident delight in all the life and all the ways of the House of Commons. Bellarmin had a good stock of more or less superficial information on almost all subjects likely to come up in Parliament. He knew enough of most things to be able to make some use of any fresh facts. At all events, he knew enough to be able to talk without talking obvious nonsense. One evening he came in rather late, flushed from a dinner party, with gorgeous flower in faultless dress coat. A debate was obviously breaking down. The Conservatives, then in opposition, were trying to make something out of a foreign question on which a motion had been put down for papers on going into Committee of Supply. The government had laid some papers on the table to meet the demand, had, in legal phrase, paid so much into court, and the opposition did not seem able to carry on the discussion in face of that fact. The leader, for reasons of his own, particularly wished it to be carried on for the whole evening. Some of his weighty men, his big guns, were not yet on the field, and he kept looking anxiously at the doors. In came Bellarmin. "Ask Bellarmin to speak," the leader said in a voice low as an evening breeze, but distinctly audible to Bellarmin as well as to the party whip for whom it was intended. Bellarmin felt his cheek glow with pride and delight. To be thus specially invited to take part in a failing fight by his leader was a compliment such as one might have had from a Caesar or a Napoleon on the field of some desperate battle. The whip came to Bellarmin. "Chief wants you to speak," he whispered. "What is it all about?" asked Bellarmin breathlessly. "What am I to say?" "Oh, it's right. Information in papers, wholly insufficient. Pitch into ministry, you know," was the comprehensive and luminous reply, and the whip scuttled away after having thrust a blue book into Bellarmin's hand. Bellarmin began to read, the letters all dancing before him. Just at that moment the minister who was speaking came to an end of his discourse with the declaration that he was convinced the universal judgment of the House would admit that the government had produced ample and sufficient information for the guidance of all honorable members, and that the House might now be permitted without further delay to get into the business of supply. The hint was enough for Bellarmin. The moment the minister sat down, indeed before he had got to his seat, Bellarmin leaped to his feet after the manner of one who has been choking all the evening with a hitherto vain desire to unburthen his soul of something it is his duty and mission to say. "Mr. Speaker," he began, "the right honorable gentleman who has just sat down has been talking of the ample and sufficient information contained in the pages of the blue book which I hold in my hand. Ample and sufficient information? I wonder if the right honorable gentleman really believed that he could either cajole or bully
the House into an acceptance of the contents of this worthless book as ample and sufficient information? The minister in question was a man of violent temper, and Bellarmin knew this, and expected some interruption which might give him a chance of even a momentary glimpse into the contents of the blue book. The minister sprang to his feet. "I rise to order, Mr. Speaker," he said in a tone of half-suppressed fury. "I wish to ask you, sir, if it is in order for an honourable member to charge a minister of the Crown with the desire to cajole or bully the House of Commons." Bellarmin did not care 3 straws how the point of order was decided. He was only trying, meanwhile, to get some rapid notion of the general subject of the blue book. Up to this moment, he did not know whether it was a question of home or foreign politics. Now, to his immense relief, he saw it had something to do with Russia. His chief, appreciating the situation, came to his assistance in good time. "On that point of order, Mr. Speaker," he blandly said, "may I direct your attention to the fact that my honourable friend—" Oh, how Bellarmin's young heart beat with pride to hear the great Conservative leader speak of him as "my honourable friend," did not accuse the right honourable gentleman of any desire to cajole or bully the House. Cries of "Oh, oh," from the ministerial benches interrupted the orator, and now the House began to fill in the eager hope of a scene of some kind. "I do not understand the meaning of these interruptions," the Conservative chief went calmly on. "I fancy the honourable gentlemen who indulge in them do not understand their meaning any more than I do. I said that my honourable friend did not charge the right honourable gentleman with any desire to cajole or bully the House. My honourable friend put a mere hypothesis." There were new cries of "Oh, oh." "Yes, I repeat it, a mere hypothesis. He merely asked whether the right honourable gentleman really believed that he could either cajole or bully the House into a certain belief, into the belief that these papers contain ample and sufficient information." This ingenious interpretation was greeted with delighted cheering from the benches of opposition, and much laughter and diverse manifestations of various emotion from other quarters. The Speaker rose with becoming gravity and said that, although it might have been better perhaps if some other form of expression had been used, he could not take it on himself to declare that the honourable member had been actually transgressing the rules of order. Bellarmin had got all he wanted. He had seen that the blue book was something about Russia and was quite content. Once fairly started on the designs of Russia and the danger to England from a ministry blind or indifferent to such designs, there was no reason why Bellarmin should not go on talking for hours. Every now and then he read at random from the blue book some paragraph or passage, and then demanded of the House, in language of indignant eloquence, whether such pitiful crumbs of information doled out to Parliament on such a subject could be held to satisfy the just demands of the House of Commons, or to fulfill the duty of a government. Not half a dozen members in the House had read one line of the blue book, or had the least idea whether the information contained in this or that paragraph was ample or inadequate. The Under-Secretary for Foreign Affairs could be seen rapidly fluttering the pages of his blue book to get at some of the passages which Bellarmin was criticizing. But before he had quite time to possess himself of the meaning of one paragraph, Bellarmin was off to another. At last, Bellarmin's chief, who was listening with a bland and smiling face, saw that his heavy men had come up. "Tell Bellarmin he may stop whenever he likes," he whispered, and Bellarmin, winding up with some sentences of glowing patriotic passion, sat down, much relieved, and wondering within himself what he had been saying all the time. "That was very well done," his chief whispered, turning round in his place to nod to Bellarmin, and Bellarmin felt, like Othello, that if it were now to die, 'twere now to be most happy. Bellarmin had now got far beyond that stage of his career when a tour de force of this kind could be expected of him. He was the recognized leader of a party, a small party, it is true, but a party that had considerable influence in putting the Liberals out of office, and had at present much influence in enabling the Conservatives to stay in office. Bellarmin's little group was composed almost altogether of young men. They had faith in what they believed to be the principles of progressive Toryism. Progressive Toryism, they held, could do everything for England by taking necessary reform in time. Progressive Toryism must move with the age, must invigorate itself with the spirit of the time. Progressive Toryism was great in catchwords. Why not? Youth always has faith in catchwords. When Progressive Toryism proudly proclaimed that we march with the movement of the times, Progressive Toryism was as well satisfied as though it were really marching. In fact, was quite assured that it was marching. Bellarmin represented the juventus mundi of Toryism, the youthful ardor which, believing it could not live without a principle, was satisfied to live with the catchword. It was the old story of Ixion and the cloud. Ixion believed he was embracing Juno, while he was only throwing his futile arms around a cloud. Bellarmin and his friends believed they had got firm hold of their principle and were all the time in possession only of their catchword. The elders, for the most part, had found out long ago that they could get on very comfortably without either catchword or principle. Bellarmin's social success was not the least wonderful part of his career. He had come up to London almost unknown. He never saw the interior of the House of Commons until the day when he came to take his seat there as a member of Parliament. He suddenly found that he had the gift of knowing people, the gift of being taken up by society. He had not been aware that he had this gift. He had not thought anything about it. He wanted to be in the political world. He was ambitious of a seat in Parliament, and he had vague notions that when he got into the House of Commons he should be able to do something in some line or other. But he had not bestowed one thought on mere success in society. He got suddenly taken up, however, by this and that great house. He soon became a man whom it was the right sort of thing, the necessary thing, to have at people's houses. We must have Mr. Bellarmin, of course, smart people said, all the more because it was not by any means easy to have Mr. Bellarmin. Bellarmin enjoyed all this mightily. He had not quite got over, even yet, the delight of seeing his name in the newspapers. The one thing he wanted was someone to write to and tell all about his success, his speeches in the House of Commons, his dinners, his luncheons, his visits to great country houses. His brother would not care a straw for hearing anything of the kind, and although he knew his father would feel gratified by the fullest account of his son's successes, yet somehow Bellarmin felt ashamed to say much to him on the subject when he rode home. Many times he found himself wishing that he had a sister to whom he could send long confidential letters, telling her about his good fortune and his enjoyment of life, telling her what the newspapers said about him and what various great ladies said to him, and how kind they all were, and how easy after all it was to get on in good London society. One can write these things to one's sister. To a sweetheart one can't exactly. She would be sure to think her lover was forgetting her in the society of people much smarter than she. She would be jealous of the great ladies, and would assume that they were, as a matter of course, young ladies and handsome, and that they were making love to the lover, and that the lover was falling in love with them. And the sweetheart would let all this be seen only too plainly in her letters, and then the lover would write about such things no more, and would keep all his little triumphs to himself. But the sister would not mind. Even though the kindly great ladies were all young and lovely, the sister would never feel jealous or think herself forgotten, and she would read with delighted eyes every word of praise that was spoken of her brother, and would never for a moment think him egotistic or grow tired of his writing always about himself. So Bellarmin just wanted a sweet sister to write letters to, and in the fullness of his still young and fresh heart he once let out as much to Lady Saxon. She looked at him out of her deep eyes and said, "Let me be your sister, Mr. Bellarmin. I am sure I should like to have such a brother, and I have no brother." Come to me today, best of brothers, at 3 o'clock. I want to talk to you about something very important and interesting. Don't fail me on any account." This was the whole of a first little letter signed J.S., which Bellarmin received after the compact was made. It was the prelude to a volume. Lady Saxon had taken on herself the part of a sister ever since the day when she invited him to put a brother's confidence in her. She was too young as yet even to affect that mother's place in a young man's interest, which coquettish matrons sometimes find very attractive with youth. But the sister's part was suitable to any age, and allowed of a charming and easy familiarity between her and her adopted brother. It was the part of an elder sister decidedly, and permitted Lady Saxon to take the initiative in giving advice or even administering reproof when occasion suggested. She saw that Bellarmin very much enjoyed the position thus given to him, and was quite delighted to be petted as a brother or even scolded as a brother. The scolding, indeed, was only petting in another and sometimes a more captivating form. What could be more delightful to a young man than to be sent for to the boudoir of a beautiful and clever woman in order to receive a scolding for not having done something which, according to her judgment, would have been for his political and personal advancement? Lady Saxon seemed to move in an atmosphere of sensuous emotion. She carried her atmosphere with her, around her, wherever she went. Her looks, her movements, her figure, her voice, all gave out with them that bewitching sense of womanhood, of woman's sex, which is so magnetic to the temper of a young man. The quietest, most ordinary words she spoke seemed to ask the man whom she was addressing, "Why don't you make love to me? I know you are longing to do it. I look into your eyes with mine, and I read all your feelings there. Come, make love to me. I shall not be angry. You may get nothing else by it, but at least you shall not get a scolding, nor a lecture on morality." This was one of Lady Saxon's fascinations. She seemed to put herself frankly on man's level, to accept him and his passions without affectation of thinking him any better than he was. She won many a man's heart by letting him plainly see that she quite understood his sensuous feeling towards herself, that she did not blame him for it, that she knew it could not be otherwise, that she knew what he would have if he could, and that although he was not to have it, yet he was not to be censured by her in any way because of his impulses and his desires. She was not in truth a passionate woman. Had she been so, she could not have exercised over so many men the supremacy which she enjoyed so much. The lion tamer does not feel the fierce rage of the lion. Had she been a passionate woman, she could not possibly have escaped the scandal which, so far at least, had not seriously affected her fame. Short as had been Lady Saxon's career in London, she was already notorious for daring flirtation. There were men who envied Rolfe Bellarmin his position, and there were men who, it was whispered, shared the position with him. Lady Saxon had more than one elder brother in the political world. Society wondered and speculated upon the meaning of Lord Saxon's complaisance. Was he still infatuated, blind, or only indifferent? Lord Saxon was a man whose feelings it was difficult to guess. Habitually silent, heavy, and awkward, he looked utterly unemotional. He was supposed to be entirely engrossed in politics. He had never been a London man in the conventional sense. He was scarcely known in fashionable drawing rooms. His early manhood had been stormy, and it was said that he had occasioned considerable uneasiness to the Duke his father. He had gone for racing, had patronized ballet girls, and committed follies. He had built a theatre at the command of a beautiful burlesque actress who had a great reputation for ruining men. She did not quite ruin Lord Saxon. She deceived him, and he found her out, and from that time a change took place in his manner of living. He gave up racing and ballet girls and theatres and took to politics instead. He had become, in a certain sense, a power in politics. He was looked upon as a sort of skid to the Liberal wheel, and likely to retard any violent innovations. He was slow to make up his mind as to the course he would pursue, and equally slow to swerve from it. He was always opposed to wars and daring schemes of reform. He could make a weighty speech the result of deliberate preparation and careful verification of facts and statistics, but his delivery was awkward and hesitating, his voice monotonous, and he had none of that magnetic sympathy, that spontaneity and adaptiveness to the hour which distinguished his enthusiastic and impulsive colleague, Sir Victor Champion. He worked hard and took as much pains in acquiring statistical information as if he had been qualifying for an examination in political economy. He had serious ideas as to the duties of landed proprietors and the abuse of aristocratic privileges. He had little time for social, or it might even be said for domestic enjoyment. In the early days of his Reformation, ambitious mothers had made a dead set at him, but to no avail, and he had so long been given up as a match that the sudden announcement of his marriage was a shock rather than a disappointment. No one knew anything about the affair till it was an accomplished fact. The Baroness Langenwald had never been heard of till she appeared as Lady Saxon, and burst in her wonderful beauty on English society, an ample justification of any act of folly. Lord and Lady Saxon did not go about a great deal together, and Lady Saxon had admirers, but that was all. Lady Saxon was a very clever woman, far too clever a woman to allow her influence to become weakened by disuse. She knew the man she had to deal with, knew his weakness and his strength, knew that she had captivated him in the first instance by her daring independence, her impulsive frankness, and a certain imperious air of mastery combined with that peculiar sensuous witchery that has been spoken of. She knew that she was not the more likely to retain her hold upon him by adopting the attitude of a patient gazelle. The Cleopatra part was much more effective, and she could play it well. Perhaps she had spoken truly when she described her husband as her slave and her convenience. She had only to exert her power of fascination, and she could bend the great, heavy, sullen-looking creature in whichever direction she pleased. But she did not always please to exert herself, or even to disguise the fact that he bored her supremely. She bade him do this or do that, attend her or absent himself, and he obeyed, rewarded by a contemptuous smile or caress. It was her mood just now to be deeply interested in politics and to keep him closely in that groove. She had an ambition to open a salon and to make her drawing-room a rallying point of the Liberal camp. She wished to attract Champion to her house. She urged her husband to invite him, to insist upon his coming, but Champion did not come. His personal relations with Lord Saxon were not of an intimate kind. He evaded the invitations, pleaded disinclination for society. And then Lady Saxon had a wild, vindictive longing to make her power felt somehow, to undermine his influence, to split his party. She had a vague intention of working against him, of using Bellarmin as a weapon. But first she must discover, if any opportunity of discovery presented itself, whether Champion was in very truth indifferent as he seemed. She would make the opportunity, and for this reason she frequented the House of Commons. Her humour was of this kind when suddenly, by favouring chance, she and Champion were drawn together for the first time since they had been lovers. And now her mood in relation to Bellarmin had changed. End of Volume 1, Chapter 10. Volume 1, Chapter 11 of The Rebel Rose by Justin McCarthy and Rosa Campbell Praed. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11, Litera, Scripta. Lord and Lady Saxon lived in Seymour Place. There was a stately, forbidding-looking mansion in St. James's Square, ready for their occupancy when the old Duke should be called to a better world. But this was an event which, for other than filial reasons, Lord Saxon would gladly see postponed as long as possible. He was not anxious to change his seat in the House of Commons for one in the House of Lords. Lord Saxon, before his marriage, had a set of rooms in Athelstane House, in which mansion the Duke and Duchess and their unmarried daughters only lived for a few weeks in the season. But though there was space and to spare for two establishments, it did not suit Lady Saxon to be domiciled even for a few weeks under the same roof as the Duchess. Lady Saxon had an Oriental taste, which she had exercised in the decoration of her house in Seymour Place. She was fond of bizarre effects and brilliant coloring, and when she appeared in public, liked to be seen with a retinue. Her private apartments, which looked out upon the park, were furnished after her own fancy. It was her custom to receive her intimate friends here when she returned from her drive at 6 o'clock, and to have the entree at this hour was quite a different thing from being invited to Lady Saxon's formal parties. Bellarmin had often passed through the Moorish anteroom, with its wonderful arabesque ceiling, its fretwork carving, its hanging lamps in filigree silver, its huge vases and magnificent draperies, and he knew the pretty little Japanese waiting maid, Lady Saxon's latest caprice, who stood outside her mistress's boudoir and looked as though she had just stepped out of the Mikado. She ushered him into a most strange and luxurious apartment, the walls of which were hung with red and gold peacocks embroidered upon a blue satin ground, where each low chair and divan was a marvel of exquisite embroidery, and each cabinet, bronze, and bit of lacquer work might have taken its place in the South Kensington Museum. But Lady Saxon's sanctum was not in the least like a showroom in a museum. It was very gorgeous, but the eye rested nowhere on an inharmonious spot of coloring, a piece of defective grouping, or an incongruous effect. Lady Saxon's old Tokyo and Satsuma ware was the joy and envy of connoisseurs, but it did not obtrude its costliness, and merely blended agreeably with the background. No one would have suspected that the quaintly shaped pottery bowls, which were filled with hothouse flowers or enclosed palms and tropical plants, were almost unique as specimens of their period. On first entering this room, Bellarmin had felt a sense of bewilderment. So many uncanny monsters peered at him from walls and tables. Lady Saxon had a fine taste in monstrosities. Sea serpents, with grotesque human heads, twined the legs of the tea-table. Dragons guarded the fireplace. Demons with tails and fins climbed over the chairs or did duty as footstools. Strings of hideous ivory masks festooned the drapery of the mantelpiece. But after a time the confusion of coloring, the demons, and the monsters wrought themselves into the curious fascination of the place and of its occupant. Lady Saxon called this room her confessional, and certainly it seemed a spot which might well invite confidences of a tender kind, and she herself appeared a fitting priestess of such a shrine. She sat in a low, wide lounge, propped up by gold-embroidered cushions, and she wore a sort of robe of some rich velvety material of a deep yellow color, which toned with her yellow hair. She looked, Bellarmin thought, like some wonderful orange-colored lily or orchid, such as he had seen in tropical houses. There was in her whole appearance, in her glowing eyes, her slow smile, the soft undulations of her form, something rare, exotic, and enervating to the senses. She did not rise as he came in, but held out her hand to him with a welcoming look. At the sight of her, a glow suffused his being. It was a kind of intoxication. He longed to press her hand to his lips, but upon this he could not venture. Lady Saxon, in spite of her audacity, had an imperious way of dealing with her admirers, and of keeping them at a respectful distance. She was always on guard, even when she seemed most open to attack. In her hand she held a copy of the Park Lane Pictorial, and it was open at the portrait and biography of Mary Beaton. "You see," she said, "I am studying the genealogy and the claims of our heroine of last night. It's all very ridiculous." Bellarmin took a chair near her. Yes, he said with a faint hesitation, it is ridiculous. But it is picturesque, Lady Saxon went on. Your Mary Stuart is delightfully picturesque. The old gentleman with the scar is picturesque too, and so is the white-haired housekeeper who talks so much of the Grand Duchess of Schwalbenstadt. I think that if I were to ask the princess and her suite to one of my parties, people would find them attractive. This would be an odd house, wouldn't it, for your pretendress to make her debut in? I shall ask Miss Beaton to dinner, and I shall invite some highly respectable members of the House of Commons and a detachment from the Lords to come and inspect the claimant to the throne of Great Britain. Lady Saxon's laugh jarred upon Bellarmin. He did not want to talk of Mary Beaton. Her name seemed as much out of place here as at Madame Spinola's. The people who put that thing into the Park Lane Pictorial have done her an injury and an injustice, he said with some warmth. Such a flourish of trumpets is absurd. She can't help being a Stuart, and there's the beginning and the end of it all. Is it? Then why is she here? She might just as well have stayed in Schwalbenstadt. One finds it conceivable that Miss Beaton might wish to see her own country, said Rolfe. Her father was an English baron, but I believe there is a claim, he added, to a property in the north which was confiscated. Ah, said Lady Saxon, and it is intended that some chivalrous young member with influence in the house should bring forward a motion for inquiry and restitution. Is that to be your part, Mr. Bellarmin? In the meantime, Liberal and Tory politicians are to be attracted and conciliated. I should say that Miss Beaton might have a very good chance of getting her claims recognized if— She paused as though she were deliberating. No, Rolfe, there are graver issues than that coming up. There is something more important for you to do than play the part of a political paladin to a pretty, ambitious girl. I have neither wish nor intention to play the part of paladin, Lady Saxon. Tell me of these graver issues, if we are to talk politics. Lady Saxon leaned back against her cushions and looked at him thoughtfully for a minute or two. Bellarmin sometimes wondered if her eyes actually had some magnetic quality, and if she were conscious of it and made use of it. Certainly they affected him peculiarly. Yes, we are to talk politics, she said, and first I am going to give you some tea. There was a tray near her with a silver service and a tiny crystal liqueur flask. Koto, Lady Saxon called, and the Japanese girl appeared with some fresh tea. Lady Saxon poured out a cup and gave it to Bellarmin. He did not refuse the little glass of liqueur that Koto handed him. I will see no one, said Lady Saxon. Koto made an obeisance and disappeared, and Lady Saxon and Bellarmin were alone again. Lady Saxon had put down the Park Lane Pictorial and now leaned forward, her hands clasped on her knee, still looking intently at him. Have you anything to confess today? She asked abruptly. There's something on your mind. Come out with it. His voice trembled a little, and his eyes seemed unable to move themselves from hers. I have something on my mind and in my heart at this very moment. Are you really not afraid to know what it is? Afraid? I was never afraid of anything in my life or of anybody except myself. Go on. I shan't flinch, however dreadful it may be. I shouldn't mind that. I shouldn't mind if you showed some sort of feeling, so long as you were not scornful and angry, and didn't forbid me to come near you. I'm a mortal coward if there's a risk of losing your friendship. Oh, that would stand a shock, she answered softly. I think I can promise you that short of murder or high treason, you won't lose my friendship, if you care to keep it. I like you, Rolfe Bellarmin. I am proud of you. I wish you success and happiness. I have your career as close to my heart. I am as fond of you as if you were my brother. Oh, he exclaimed, that's it? I don't want to be your brother. That relation is impossible with you. Why are you so kind to me, Lady Saxon? Why do you encourage me to say daring things? Because I want to inspire you to do them. Because I am daring and ambitious for myself and for those whom I admire. Now I've one virtue, Mr. Bellarmin, and that is frankness. And I am going to be frank with you. I can read your thoughts, and I'll read them to you if you'll let me. She gently furled and unfurled a fan of yellow feathers which had lain beside her, and went on very deliberately. You are in a state of irritation against me, against circumstances, against everything. You are angry because we are only what we are. You're distrustful of yourself, and you are distrustful of me. In spite of what you said a moment since, you have an impulse to end everything, to keep away from me, and to break off in a highly virtuous and melodramatic fashion our harmless and pleasant friendship. You want to have done with this brotherly and sisterly sham. That's what you call it yourself. You fancy yourself the good young hero from the country who falls a prey to the London Peg Woolfington. That's how it is, Rolfe. She touched his cheek with the feathers of her fan and looked into his eyes with more of tender reproach than mirth. But, my dear boy, you are no more the virtuous hero from the country than I am Peg Woolfington. It went out of date, all that kind of sentiment, before you came into Parliament. Progressive Toryism must keep pace with the times, you know. Oh, Lady Saxon, don't be cruel to me. The young man reddened and put out his hand imploringly. I am a good thought reader, then? Well, I never pretended to be younger than I am, and to be stupid, and to know nothing of men and their moods. To do myself justice, Rolfe, I may say that I never in my life pretended more than was absolutely necessary. You shouldn't laugh at me, he said rather sullenly. I didn't mean to laugh at you, my poor boy, and I think I understand young men. Experience is my magic. It's the only sort of magic labeled. That is the genuine article, mind that. This brother and sister business, Rolfe, is difficult to keep up. You are quite right. It is a sham. But, my brother, when one cannot have realities, one must make the best of shams. There was a note of plaintive regret in her voice, which dropped in sighing cadence. Bellarmin fancied that her eyes were tearful. He imprisoned the hand and the slowly swaying fan. She let her hand remain in his for a few moments, then gently withdrew it and shook her head sadly. New purposes and plans were in her mind since she last received Bellarmin in her confessional. She had made her compact with Victor Champion. I can't be your brother, he exclaimed passionately. My feeling towards you isn't in the least brotherly. I'm quite certain of that. Though what I do feel about you in the very depths of my heart puzzles me a great deal more than Lord Bosworth's foreign policy. Look here, Lady Saxon, you won't mind bluntness, I know. I'm not fool enough to imagine that what I feel or don't feel makes any difference to you. If I thought you really cared an iota, I shouldn't think for an instant about what was good or bad for myself. But I can't do the platonics. I want to take your hand. I want 1,000 mad things. Heaven knows what I want. I don't. Rolfe spoke in a quick, boyish, agitated manner, looking at her straight all the time, but she kept her eyes on her fan. A man who wouldn't lose himself, risk everything, give up everything for a woman's sake is a cad, the young fellow cried. But when there's no question of that, and the woman doesn't care, and he is only certain at best of hurting himself severely, and perhaps of being laughed at, he broke off. Well, she asked calmly. He had better not make any pretenses to her or to himself. I think you are dangerous to me, Lady Saxon, and that's the truth. Complimentary or uncomplimentary, as you may take it. I will take it as complimentary, she answered, since I want to believe that you are not making pretenses, but have a real feeling for me. I have a real feeling for you. It's horribly real, and that's the worst of it. But I should not feel like that about you if you were my sister. I should be very sorry if anyone felt for my sister, supposing I had one, in that way. Being with you is like taking opium. One wants more and more of it. Yes, the thought has come into my mind more than once lately that it wouldn't be a bad thing if I were to give up altogether and run away and keep away until I am cured. And then, after a month or so, come back and marry some charming girl with a fortune, or a rich widow. She need not be too young. That would be a certain way of advancing your career. You might indulge in the luxury of political principles then. You have an example before you. In Sir Victor Champion, he answered in her own vein, Providence might not be equally kind to me. Lady Saxon gave a little laugh. So, on your way here, you were meditating how to make your escape? You needn't let it trouble you any longer. From this moment, Mr. Bellarmin, you are free. I release you from all vows and promises. This has been your prison, and I have been your jailer. Well, give a last look round and take your liberty. She glanced about the pretty fantastic room and up at the embroidered peacocks. He followed her eyes, then rose and stood by the mantelpiece, where he seemed lost in the examination of one of the grotesque ivory faces. You are free, she repeated, pointing with her yellow fan as she spoke. Why don't you go? I don't mean to take my liberty, he answered stolidly, looking at her straight. Not now, not in this way. I'm ashamed of what I said to you. Why? If it was true, I dare say that my influence is pernicious. Are you sure that you don't mean politically and not morally? Perhaps. Do you take me for a Delilah? Are you afraid of being drawn by my wiles from the straight paths of progressive Toryism into crooked liberal ways? Oh, my poor boy, I am a more disinterested counselor than any of the rest of them. I don't make my living by politics. He echoed her laugh, but in a remorseful, discomfited fashion. How cruel you are. I don't deserve your taunts. You know well that your sympathy and counsel are inexpressibly valuable to me. Then why give them up? Why make difficulties by saying things you don't mean? Her voice had become plaintive again. I am ambitious for you, Rolfe, not for the party. Oh, don't you see? Don't you know? He cried, starting to his feet. You must know how it is. Lady Saxon's manner changed suddenly. In her rippling laugh there was a sound of mockery. Do I see? Do I know? Oh, how poor our English language is. One realizes that in private theatricals and the great moments of life. All this peroration in the climax not arrived at yet. In French, it would have gushed out with all the spontaneity and naturalness in the world. Je t'aime, and she clasped her hands dramatically on her bosom. Or, ayota mo, or, do you know Spanish, Mr. Bellarmin? She stopped, seeing his white face. Rising, she stood before him and laid her hand on his arm, looking at him with a sort of caressing command. She was almost as tall as he. Well then, he said fiercely, in plain English and without peroration, I think I love you. I am afraid I do, yes, and it's not a sentiment that I am proud of. Lady Saxon did not in the least resent his roughness. My poor Rolfe, said she, moving back slowly to her seat, I'm not going to be melodramatic, or to let you be melodramatic either. Do you think those 3 words haven't been said to me in most of the European languages? And do you think I am any the worse wife to Lord Saxon on that account? Of course I knew that the platonic mood would not last. It never does last. People make up their minds to separate, or they don't. Either way, there is an end to the platonics, but what then? Would it be such a serious thing even if you did love me? I also love you. Josephine! Yes, in a manner, in a sort of fashion, but I love some other things far better. I love my ambition for you best of all. This last shot of hers told upon him. Where is the ambitious man who does not delight to hear from the lips of a beautiful woman that his fame is dearer to her even than himself? But with all his delight and the sudden revulsion from his fervid mood, there came to the young man — he was still very young — a pang of distrust in his own capacity, a dread, amid all the confused pain and rapture, that the woman's enthusiasm was rating him far too high. ' Dear Lady Saxon,' he said tenderly, and he touched her hand as he spoke, ' you are very good to me. I'll try to talk sensibly and not to worry you about my feelings.' The touch and the tone had something remorseful in them. The passion had gone from his voice. Somehow she had calmed his heated mood. She had wished to turn him in another direction from that to which he was tending, and he answered obediently to the rein. ' You mustn't expect too much from me,' he went on. ' You mustn't think too much of what I can do in politics. You must not, indeed.' ' What man of your years,' she asked impatiently, ' has made such a place for himself in the House of Commons? Why, you are only a boy.' ' Yes, perhaps there it is, a sort of political infant phenomenon. And we know what the infant phenomenon grows up to. I was very young when I first got into the House, and quite unknown, and I had plenty of schoolboy cheek and little reverence for my seniors, except one, De Carmel, who was my hero and my ideal, and I rattled away at anything, and I could do the thing easily and talk nonsense fluently, and I suppose I talked better than people expected, and so I was set down as a rising young man. But one can't always be a rising young man, can one? And I sometimes doubt whether I have anything better to show after these years than I had in my first session.' He lowered his voice and spoke those last words pathetically. He had really often felt the doubt rising within him lately. ' Come,' she said, ' I think all the better of you for these little gleams of distrust now and again, these bursts of stage fright. They show that you have the true artistic temperament. But the real actor never gives way to his stage fright. He fights against it and conquers it. What you want, my friend, is a field, and I am going to show you the field.' She paused complacently. She enjoyed all this. He looked at her, and he too waited. Did any sudden sense of distrust spring up in his mind? She, the wife of Lord Saxon, how did she propose to find a field for an enterprising young Tory Democrat? Was she speaking as Lord Saxon's wife? She quickly settled that question. ' I want you, Rolfe, to join with Victor Champion. That is what I mean that you should do.' ' With Victor Champion ? But don't you understand, my dear Lady Saxon, it is out of the question. But you don't know,' he added blankly. ' You absurd boy. Why, of course I know. Somebody made overtures to you in Victor Champion's name, and you have been artfully trying to keep it from me. Oh yes, I saw all that yesterday, and it was all cloudy, and you couldn't see your way. That was all right. That was then. But now it is now. That makes all the difference.' Bellarmin involuntarily drew back. ' I don't see that much has changed since then,' he said. ' Don't you? I do. Then Sir Victor Champion was only feeling his way. Now he sees it. Then he was only thinking of going on. Now he has made up his mind to go on. The old Whigs are done with, Rolfe. Their day is past. They sleep in ancient history like the monumental figures of the knights, and their dames lying side by side with folded arms on the tombs in the ancient churches. They are gone. You see that at least, Rolfe?' ' Oh yes, of course,' he answered impatiently. ' Every fool sees that.' ' Rude young man, because I see it? No, it is only a saying. Please go on.' ' Well, the fossil Conservatives can't do much, can they? Your whole career goes to show that you don't believe they can do anything.' ' They can't do anything of themselves, certainly. But if they could be educated up, to the acceptance of some modern ideas, they might be made a useful party under a leader who could lead. Yes, and where is he? Ah, de Carmel is dead. Yes, and Lord Bosworth is alive. My dear Rolfe, no one knows better than you that the day has quite gone by when a man in the House of Lords could be the real leader of a great English party. Could you but ask de Carmel what he thought? Yes, I suppose that is so. I suppose he began to feel that lately himself in the Lords. Bellarmin assented somewhat reluctantly. I used to believe in the House of Lords once, because of its picturesque side, I fancy. Radicalism is so confoundedly unpicturesque. The young man got up again and stood somewhat in the attitude of a declaimer, with one hand clenched upon the palm of the other. Curiously enough, this was a gesture common with Champion in debate, and Lady Saxon knew this and noted his unconscious imitation. I wish I could believe in the possibility of a great leader in the House of Lords, Lady Saxon said, with a sigh and a distinct shrug of the shoulders. You, Lady Saxon? Why do you particularly wish that? Don't you see? Because I am an ambitious woman, wildly ambitious. Not for myself. I have got about all that a woman can, get in that way, but for any man in whom I take a real interest. Don't be too self-conceited, Mr. Bellarmin. I dare say that I should be a model wife and famous helpmate if only there were no House of Lords. I don't quite understand. He sat down once more close to her. No? Well, I suppose not. I'll tell you. If Lord Saxon's father were not an old man, if Lord Saxon were not doomed by fate to succeed him in that hopeless House of Lords, well, I really believe I should turn all my energies to the task of driving on my poor, heavy, reluctant husband to the career of a great leader in politics. You know he has some capacity, Rolfe. We all know that he has capacity. Some say that he has great capacity. But what is the use? He must go into the House of Lords, and when he gets there, he becomes a mere figurehead. If he be even so much, and he will be quite content and happy. No, I can't make anything of Saxon. I want to make something of you, and it is to be done through Sir Victor Champion. What is Champion going to do? Bellarmin asked. Great things, Rolfe. To create a new party, call up a new spirit in English politics. In any case, your place is with him. The future is with him, and will be with you, if only you make up your mind, pull yourself together, and take my advice. She paused and gazed at him from under her level eyebrows. He looked at her in return, but did not answer. I know Victor Champion, she said steadily. Her voice seemed clear as a bell. I discovered what was in him. Well, never mind how long ago. I am not going to tell you that. I don't make up. You can see that for yourself. Yes, I appreciated him, and he appreciated me. If only we had had the good luck to get married then, it would have been better for me now, and better for him. And better for you too, perhaps, in one sense, for you would never have been in this dangerous confessional of mine. I should have been a devoted wife to him. Why do you tell me this just now? Bellarmin asked, with something like annoyance in his voice. He remembered Tressel's hints, and he wondered what Tressel knew. He had not come to Lady Saxon's confessional, surely, to hear her confession of tender feelings towards Sir Victor Champion. So you are jealous already, my impetuous youth, she replied, with a kindly glance at him. You are jealous of those old days long before your time. Where were you then, I wonder? Eton? Harrow? Where? You forget, my dear friend, that I saw the sun before you did, and had time to get through and get over a good many likings and loves, if you will put it that way, before you had grown out of the hands of your nursery governess. Yes, Rolfe, my heart ought to be an extinct volcano by this time, but somehow it isn't. He wanted to press her a little on this subject of Sir Victor Champion. Quite without premeditation, he put his hand on her wrist to check her and call her attention. Her pulse was beating as steadily and calmly as that of a Roman soldier on guard. A shadow of surprise and disappointment, dissatisfaction of some sort, passed over his face. Lady Saxon caught sight of it as it passed and read its meaning. "You think I tell you all this too coolly, too composedly, with the candor which our French friends would call brutal," she said. "I don't call it anything, only I don't quite know why you tell it to me," he answered bitterly. "No, to be sure. You men are to have all the flirtations and all the loves you please, and to go from one woman to another woman, and if a woman only confesses to a man that somewhere about the time of his birth she did rather like another man, lo and behold, our heroic youth is angry and offended." "I am not quite so young as all that," Bellarmin said almost roughly. "Sir Victor Champion is not quite old enough to be my father, and you could not by any possibility pass yourself off for my mother." "Are we not wandering from our subject?" she asked with a smile. "Very much, I think," he answered almost with a frown. "Yes, well, let us go back to it. You were asking me why I told you of my old devotion to Sir Victor Champion. Why you told me, and now? Quite so, dear impetuous youth. For this reason, that you should plainly understand why I am working for Sir Victor Champion now, because he is the only man whom I loved in my youth, the man I would have married if I could then. Such a memory is sacred to me, such a past." She put all the emphasis of her sweet and thrilling voice on that word past, giving it a significance in Bellarmin's ears which set his pulses tingling once more. "Such a past has to me the sanctity of a dying bequest. Victor Champion understands me as perfectly as I understand him. I want to help him, if I can, to success because of the past. I want to help you to success because of the present. Because I am fond of you, Rolfe, and I want you to go in and win. Don't you see?" In these closing words, which spoke of him, she dropped all her melodramatic style, and her manner was seemingly simple and natural. She put her hand in kindly tender fashion on his. The young man's mind was passion-tossed. The touch charmed away all his distrust for the moment. He caught her fair plump hand and kissed its fingers. It was not a small hand. Why should it be small? Lady Saxon was a woman of what sculptors call heroic size, but it was very white and soft. It had perhaps too many rings on for a lover's kisses. Bellarmin kissed more ring than finger. Lady Saxon smiled at him in a soft, bewildering way. No, we mustn't have any raptures, please. We are talking politics now. We have done with even platonics for the present.
I want you to think over all that I have said.
I want you to allow yourself to come into Victor Champion's way and get to know what he really intends to do. You will soon find that he is the man who really sees his way, and that the next great, truly great English party is to be called into existence by him. I will not, if I can, have you left out in the cold. I want you to understand him, to appreciate him, to work with him, to be his right-hand man, in time to succeed him. There, you have my whole meaning, and my whole secret is out now." She rose to her feet, hastily, in an impulse as that of a woman who has betrayed herself, has allowed herself to say what she did not intend to say. "No more today," she cried out with passion in her voice. And then she stopped for a moment and seemed to control herself and smiled and spoke in a quiet tone. "No more today, Rolfe. We have said enough. At least I have said enough. One word." He put out his hand and she sank again on her divan as if she would listen. "Sir Victor Champion knows nothing of this?" "Of what?" of my talking to you in this way about this?" "Yes, Lady Saxon." "Rolfe, how could you ask such a question? Do you think he would accept a woman's intervention in such a thing, or that I would put you in such a position?" "Ah, I ought not to have asked the question," Bellarmin said, abashed. "You ought not, no. But I forgive you. You don't quite understand me yet. No, I talk to you on my own account, for I have set my heart on your success. I want you to promise that you will think well over what I have said. That isn't much for me to ask after what you told me. And if you come in Champion's way, well, do not keep coldly out of his way. Now that's all. Goodbye, Rolfe, my brother. Shall I still call you my brother?" She took the young man's hand in her own and looked into his eyes with her own swimming eyes, and almost seemed as if she would draw him towards her. Her voice seemed the voice of sincerity itself. Bellarmin's heart was deeply touched. Dusk was setting in, and the dimness and the perfumes and the strange gorgeous coloring of the room heightened the sense of half-poetical intoxication under which he felt himself languishing. He spoke passionately. "Oh," he cried, "you do me harm? I must have been mad to think it. I am mad sometimes, when I have been kept away from you, and when you seem cold and sweet and mocking, when I remember that you are Lady Saxon, and I poor Rolfe Bellarmin. Josephine, to say that I am yours, ready, glad to be counselled by you, and I know that you would never counsel me against my honest convictions, is to promise everything. What should I wish for more than to be led on to success by you?" He flung himself down on a stool before her in an adoring attitude. His eyes, beaming with all the young man's ardor, upraised to hers. She stooped over him from her greater height, but even as she did so, seemed to interpose her soft hand as a barrier between him and her. "You must go," she said. "Go at once. Yes, I accept your devotion, for your own sake, for the sake of your career, because you are dear to me, if you will. But I will not urge you against your convictions. I only ask you to keep your mind open, to give yourself this chance to become the man of the future. But go now. Write to me tonight, Rolfe, a letter, straight from your heart, no conventionality, from your very, very heart." She said the words very low, almost in his ear, her head near to his. Now, as she ended, she bent her face lower still, so that it seemed to him her lips actually touched his forehead, actually sealed the compact with the lightest, faintest suggestion of a kiss. Faint and light as it was, the touch brought the blood to Bellarmin's cheeks, and a wave of passion to his heart. He rose from his seat, but she said to him vehemently, "Go, you must go now," and almost pushed him from her. So Rolfe left her. He passed the little Japanese girl in the anteroom and went downstairs, dreamlike, and found himself in the glaring street. That night he wrote to Lady Saxon from the House of Commons a letter in which for the first time he committed to paper and to written words a wild and passionate declaration of his gratitude to her, in which he spoke of the bond he had made and protested his lasting devotion, his love. He went home in the early morning hours after a droning debate. He slept uneasily, and his first waking thought was of the letter. It brought him a pang of shame, of dread, almost of remorse. It seemed to him that under the influence of an intoxication which, in his saner moments, he could recognize as intoxication, he had signed away his liberty. Whether Lady Saxon attached any importance to the deed, and this he was hardly vain enough to think, or, as he put it to himself, to hope, the fact remained the same. Lady Saxon read the letter with delight. She read it with full satisfaction. She wanted to captivate Champion, but yet not to lose Bellarmin. She was never content with any flirtation which did not give her the triumph of a written declaration of love. Such letters were to her just the same trophies of conquest as the rings which the clever wife of the genie in the Arabian Nights — what marvellous stupid folk these genies were! — used to wear and delight in. In Bellarmin's case, there was a little more than the ordinary joy of victory. Josephine had a pervading idea that the letter might turn out to be useful somehow, and at some time, she did not exactly know when,
It might, in all the varying changes of the coming days, happen to be of some importance to her that she could produce a letter from such a man as Bellarmin, telling her that he loved her. So she put it carefully apart from other letters, and she felt pleased, and her conscience was quite at rest.
End of Volume 1, Chapter 11.
Volume 1, Chapter 12 of The Rebel Rose by Justin McCarthy and Rosa Campbell Praed. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12, Mary's Reception. But in spite of Bellarmin's impassioned declaration, in spite of his still more impassioned letter, Lady Saxon did not feel certain of her prey. Love had not blinded her cool judgment, and she saw through his reactionary moods and impulses, and his struggle with the worst part of himself. Lady Saxon had watched such a conflict many a time before. It always amused her, and her interest in the doubtful issue never lost its keenness. There was a good deal of the instinct of the savage in Lady Saxon. She liked to inflict pain, to know that she had the power of inflicting it. She had an unconquerable egotism, a thirst for power, for excitement, for mental stimulant of some kind. In her life, she had felt one passionate, consuming attachment, and that had been for Victor Champion. When she had laid her snares for Lord Saxon, the thought of Champion had been as prominent in her mind as that of the splendid position she might achieve. She had won the position, and though it delighted her less than she had fancied it would, she exulted in it nevertheless. There was still something she wished to win, something which she meant to hold as well as the position she had gained, if possible, but for which she would throw up the position if needs be. This had been the end and aim of her interest in politics. The fact that Champion was her husband's colleague gave dramatic point to the situation and intensified its zest. Lady Saxon was in some sense an anachronism. She would have better suited an earlier civilization. She was unscrupulous enough for a Medician court. She would have reveled in the luxury and the intrigues of the lower empire. For the present, with her one supreme object still in view, Lady Saxon was resolved to feed her craving for power and excitement as best she could. Bellarmin's admiration still gratified her. Besides, he had now become an instrument which might be turned to useful account. By winning Bellarmin to Champion's side, she might come nearer to her great aim. And in any case, Bellarmin amused her, and he should not marry the nice girl with money, which was the fate his friends predicted for him. He should be her slave, her toy, and if he were in any danger of being attracted by Mary Stuart Beaton, well, Lady Saxon would advance daringly into the enemy's country. All the movements should be made under her own eyes, and if she were to be worsted, which was improbable, she would at least have the excitement of the fight. So some days later, when Bellarmin was lunching in Seymour Place, Lady Saxon announced her intention of calling on the princess that afternoon, and she told Bellarmin that it was her wish he should also pay his respects to the representative of the Stuarts. He was surprised and showed it. He stammered, and for a young statesman exhibited a most ingenuous confusion. "Yes," said Lady Saxon, "the princess holds her court today. I have found out all about it. I want to see what sort of ceremony goes on at this English St. Germain's. Shall I be permitted a fauteuil, do you suppose?" Bellarmin said that he ought to be at the house. "Nonsense," she rejoined. "It is only solid, serious politicians like Lord Saxon who are interested in statistics and who put in an appearance at question time. Come, I insist upon your going. Stay," she added in an imperious undertone. "These people will have gone presently." Lady Saxon had been giving one of those informal little luncheon parties for which she was famous, where anybody and everybody might be found, except Lord Saxon. He exercised some slight jurisdiction in the matter of dinners, but his wife asked whom she pleased to luncheon. She usually had a politician or two of the less serious type. She was not particular whether Tory or Liberal. A favorite actor or actress, a bishop, perhaps, possibly a foreign anarchist as mild as a sucking lamb, at her table, and some smart young guardsman and frisky woman of fashion. After luncheon, cigarettes were smoked in a fantastically decorated den behind Lord Saxon's study, and coffee and Kimmel were handed round, and a certain laxity of conversation, just a piquant flavoring, was permitted. There followed a good deal of light talk and explanation about the princess and her claims, which somehow grated disagreeably on Bellarmin. The young man was in a feverish and contradictory mood. He had a vague longing to escape from the scene, to breathe another atmosphere, and yet he was like the prisoner in an opium den, held by a fascination which he could not and would not resist. And all the time he felt disgust at himself and contempt for his own weakness. The other guests went away, and at last he was alone with Lady Saxon in the dully gorgeous room, in which the fumes of the scented cigarettes and odors of the aromatic coffee and the Kimmel blended with Eastern perfumes for which she had a fancy. Lady Saxon seemed in keeping with the room. She was quaintly dressed in some soft yellow-brown Liberty stuff, the color she was so fond of, with her yellow hair piled above her forehead and a barbaric-looking jewel fastening the lace at her throat. She came close to the young man and smiled at him in her peculiar way. "Well," she said, "you are thinking of something." "You were at the German embassy last night," he said. "Yes." "And Champion was there?" "Yes." "And you sat and talked to him the whole evening in a little side room?" "Yes," she said again. "Are you going to do me the honor to establish an espionage over my movements? Would you like to know of what we talked?" "You and he never seem to have anything to say to each other, till quite lately. People have remarked it. Tell me, Josephine." "Poor boy," she said in her sweet mocking tone. "You are so impetuous. You let your feelings run away with you. That is not wise in a politician. You know that I have your good at heart. I don't want you to take the fever too severely. It is such a wasting fever, Rolfe. It saps youth and energy and hope. No good comes of it, and it isn't a thing you can get over and be done with. It breaks out sometimes years afterwards, and then, oh, one can hardly be still for that restless longing to be," her voice sank almost to a whisper, "to be with the one." She moved abruptly away from him. He looked after her with a sort of sullen wrath in his eyes. It had flashed over him that it was not of him she was thinking. Presently she came back and spoke in her light, caressing manner. "Did I not tell you that you were to come here less often? That you were to go and devote yourself to your country's service and make up your mind how far her institutions needed reforming? It isn't good for you to hang about me. You mustn't call me Josephine. I never said that I allowed that. You mustn't write me letters," which, she laughed at him rebukingly, "which are so pretty and so sweet, but which might occasion some uneasiness to Lord Saxon if, which isn't possible, they fell into his hands, and if he didn't understand his wife so thoroughly. So now go and put yourself into a hansom and meet me in half an hour's time at the court of St. Germain's." There was something in the aspect of Mary Beaton's drawing-room, when Lady Saxon entered it, which made her think of the old-time court to which she had so jestingly alluded.
The house was early Georgian, and the lofty rooms were paneled, and had the corner fireplaces, and the high narrow windows and stiff ornamentation of that period. The portraits on the walls added to the illusion. The high-bred melancholy Stuart countenance seemed to haunt the place. Even the Beatons appeared to have been of the Cavalier type, and 2 or 3 vivid paintings of Italian noblemen bore no relation to modern London. The furniture, old-fashioned and Georgian too, had been collected by Falcon and Lord Stonehenge, both determined that the surroundings should harmonize with the prominent figure. Mary Beaton was seated in a high-backed chair against a background of tapestry, which filled in a sort of recess and represented in faded colors some of the adventures of Ulysses. General Falcon, in a sort of undress uniform, stood very erect near her chair, and Lady Struthers, standing behind it, had the air of a lady in waiting. Mary Beaton's costume, of rich brocade, quaint and straight-falling, with a ruffle of Mechlin lace framing her throat, and at her side a quaint chatelaine with a veritable pomander, said to have been the property of the Queen of Scots, was in keeping with the scene. There were a good many people in the room, but scarcely any who belonged to Lady Saxon's world. Some standing about, others sitting on the slim-legged stools and settees, others looking at the collection of miniatures on the cabinets which were of historic interest, a few passing in and out to the garden, a walled-in enclosure with some old beech trees in full leaf and a grassy lawn and brilliant borders. The birds were singing there, and the scent of roses, which in this sunny sheltered corner had come early into bloom, floated pleasantly in. Above the subdued hum of conversation there rose every now and then a word in French or Italian or German. Miss Beaton was talking in French to a venerable Catholic dignitary with cassock and cross, who was listening attentively to her words. Lord Stonehenge stood near the priest, and in the group, respectfully standing also, Lady Saxon, to her great surprise, saw Sir Victor Champion. The little circle broke up as Lady Saxon entered. Her appearance seemed to produce in all some slight start of wonder. General Falcon made an abrupt movement. Lady Struthers went through a sort of preening process and put on her blandest smile. She was much gratified by this recognition of her mistress's social claims and her own on the part of the fashionable world. Mary got up and bade her visitor welcome. Her greeting, a pretty mixture of girlish cordiality and native dignity. Sir Victor bowed gravely and moved apart with the priest, whom, with his characteristic many-sidedness, he had drawn into a discussion on ecclesiastical literature. It was this alertness and receptivity, this quick desire of culture in every field, and openness to every claim and conviction, which made Sir Victor Champion the object of such admiration among his friends and sarcastic commentary among his enemies. This thought flashed through Lady Saxon's mind while she was uttering sweet conventionalities to her hostess. It was like him to be attracted by the romantic and historic associations that clung round the descendant of Mary Stuart. It was like him to wish to inspect more closely this fantastic flower of bygone chivalry blooming in prosaic modern London. Lady Saxon was not much disturbed by the thought so far. She had no kind of affinity with such ideas and associations. What sort of feudal instincts could she possess, any more than Emma Hart, that Lady Hamilton to whom she had once likened herself? She only said in her mind that Sir Victor liked to be in touch with everything, and that he was curious about the charming claimant. He liked a sensation. That taste he had in common with herself, and she recognized and made allowance for the temperament. But she knew very well that the sensations he liked were of a more poetic kind than those which delighted her most. Lady Saxon had an odd candor towards her own soul. She knew the pretense and scorned it, even when she made it. She knew that she had never appealed to that poetic strain in Champion. She knew, only she did not care much now, that she could never appeal to the poetic strain in Bellarmin. That subtle, moonlight sentiment of life was for such women as Mary. For her, passionate sunglow, ripe fruit, red wine.
Still, she hated the girl who had inherited the crown of romance, the girl who could inspire poetry. Why should Mary Beaton be the daughter of the Stuarts? Why should Josephine Saxon be an Emma Hart? Lady Saxon said a great many pretty things to Miss Beaton, and she was gracious to Lady Struthers also, and to General Falcon, the latter of whom she replied with sardonic courtesy. A steady look interchanged between the London lady and the soldier legitimist, the paladin adventurer whose changing lot had thrown him among strange scenes and strange people, told a great deal to both. Lady Saxon had no definite personal association with Falcon, but she knew that he had crossed her path in the past, and that he remembered her. She guessed more than this. It seemed to her that there was some sinister design in the manner in which he turned his gaze direct from her to Sir Victor Champion, standing apart, conversing with the priest, and back again with a kind of malign exultation to her face. She was a fearless woman and indifferent to consequences, but for the moment she had a spasm of the heart. Then her natural courage reasserted itself. If I have a secret, he has a secret too, she thought, and I will find his out and turn it into a weapon. If he can do me harm, I can surely be of use to him. It might be worth while for each to buy off the other, and failing the rest, if there's war, I never knew the man who was too strong for me. All the time that she was thus taking inward counsel, she smiled on Mary and her companions. She complimented the girl on her pretty house, and Lord Stonehenge and Falcon on the taste which had arranged it so appropriately. She told Mary that Lord Saxon was most anxious to meet her, that her father-in-law took deep interest in the question of Miss Beaton's pedigree. She declared that the portrait in the Park Lane Pictorial had not done Miss Beaton justice, and asked if she had not felt angry with the artist to whom its execution had been entrusted. The girl flushed a little. "I did not know about it," she said, "and I did not like it. I was very angry with General Falcon for giving the people my photograph. I am not an actress, or—" She paused, and just then a smile of bright girlish greeting broke over her face as she glanced suddenly towards somebody who had that moment come in. Lady Saxon, without looking round, felt jealously certain that it was Bellarmin, and she was right. He too looked glad. He was thinking, "I knew she had nothing to do with that Park Lane Pictorial affair." He had overheard her words. The deferential manner in which he returned Mary's greeting irritated Lady Saxon. He did not perceive her for the moment, and there was a buoyancy about him as if he had determinedly shaken off some stupefying influence. What had made him late? It was explained. Tommy Tressel, cool, indifferent, with his half-shut eyes and a smile of gentle cynicism, followed Bellarmin and was forthwith presented to the representative of all the superstitions he was supposed to hold in abhorrence. Tressel in a drawing-room and Tressel on the floor of the House of Commons were two different beings. "Ah," said Mary to Bellarmin with frank cordiality, "I wondered whether you would get the card that I told Lady Struthers to send you. You seem to have so many addresses, Mr. Bellarmin. Do all English politicians belong to all those clubs?" "I have to thank you, madame, for having done me the honor to remember me," said Bellarmin. "I was very sorry not to see you when you called the other day," Mary went on. "I want to talk to you, Mr. Bellarmin. More problems in political economy that I want explained. Oh, if I were a statesman, what would I not do? I did not dare to tell Sir Victor Champion just at first what I am thinking about. Why don't you do something for your own people instead of— Mr. Bellarmin, I know a great deal more about the poor people round your Houses of Parliament, I think, than you do. But never mind, we have a plan. Lord Stonehenge has a plan. He will talk to you about it by and by. Lady Saxon, you are not going yet. I want to show you my garden. I am so proud of my garden." "I have a plan too," said Lady Saxon, "in which Mr. Bellarmin may be included if he pleases. I want you to dine at my house, Miss Beaton, and meet my husband and the Duke of Athelstane and some of our political friends.
She had come forward, and as she looked at Bellarmin, the young man flushed, and Mary saw the flush, saw that his bright, boyish ease suddenly left him. She saw, too, that he and Lady Saxon exchanged no formal greeting. "Mr. Bellarmin has been lunching with me," said Lady Saxon, "and he was so disingenuous, or so polite, as to let me think I had given him the information that it was your reception day. I sent him on to announce my coming." Her manner clearly conveyed to Mary Beaton's sensitive ear that Lady Saxon, and Lady Saxon alone, had been the object of Bellarmin's visit, that he would not have come had she not bidden him. The girl felt a little shock of recoil from both the woman and the man. She regretted her warmth. Her manner became ever so little constrained, though she smiled brightly. "Your plan is a very delightful one, Lady Saxon," she answered, "and I gladly agree to it. My dear tyrant must be consulted, however, I presume," and she glanced up at Falcon. "My guardian, Lady Saxon, seems to look upon the acceptance of an invitation as seriously as if it were the signing of a state treaty." "General Falcon and Lady Struthers will, of course, come too," said Lady Saxon, turning to Falcon, who bowed with his characteristic solemnity. "They would not consider it becoming that my youth and inexperience should go anywhere without their protection," laughed Mary. "Is it not so, General? Do you understand that Lord and Lady Saxon wish us to dine with them and to make acquaintance with some of their political friends? Could anything please you better, since you are so anxious that I should learn exactly how England is governed from the people who govern her?" "It appears," said Lady Saxon, her eyes turning from Tressel and Bellarmin to Sir Victor, "that Miss Beaton is in a fair way to establish a political salon." "Ah, Sir Victor, I felt much flattered when he came here of his own accord today. I am fascinated by Sir Victor, Lady Saxon, and his great charm is that he is not in the least political, or, what do you say, Philistine? He might be a Catholic or a Jacobite, and he is an English radical. You puzzle me, you English statesmen," she went on. "You seem so out of keeping with your professed characters. There is Mr. Bellarmin, who calls himself a Tory, and you, Mr. Tressel, I heard you speak in the House of Commons, but I could not see you. I heard you denounce royalty and aristocracy and all the rest, and yet—" "And yet I am here," put in Tressel, with languid courtliness which amused Mary. People were coming and going. Every now and then Miss Beaton would move forward to greet some fresh arrival, to take leave of a departing guest, or say a gracious word or two to someone who looked neglected. Her manner, notwithstanding its girlishness, had a queenly assurance which might have provoked a smile had it not been so entirely unconscious. Lady Saxon could not help observing, not with unmixed satisfaction, that the young pretendress showed considerable aplomb in her reception of certain guests, and in the way she warded off attention from mere lion hunters. Madame Spinola was one of these. She had made her way into the house in Kensington by grace of an introduction which she had been at a good deal of trouble to procure from one of Mary's foreign friends. She had already made an attempt to entrap Miss Beaton into a promise to come to one of the Bohemian parties which have been described. But Lady Struthers rose to the occasion, and, sustained by the combined dignity of all the dead Stuarts and of their living representative, replied with her stateliest air that it was not considered politic for Madame to mix much in London society just at present. To dine at the Marquis of Saxon's in order to make acquaintance with the Duke of Athelstane, and to attend a reception at the house of Madame Spinola, whom the experienced old lady at once gauged as third rate, were things not to be classed together in Lady Struthers' mind. Nor was Miss Beaton favourably disposed to the lady who was addressed by the Scotch member, Mr. Leven, with such easy familiarity, and whom she heard talking in terms of assured intimacy about Rolfe Bellarmin and Tommy Tressel. Mary noticed later that when Madame Spinola effusively welcomed Bellarmin, the young man's tone and manner became unconsciously and almost indefinably free and flippant. She overheard also some slight criticisms from Tressel upon poor Jenny's grief and rage at not being able to pay her respects to Bellarmin's princess, which were not intended for Miss Beaton's ears, and Mary's color heightened for a moment, and she wondered what manner of women these were whom Mr. Bellarmin appeared to know so well, and she was half indignant, half gratified, to observe from his chivalric air, when he spoke to her, how differently he rated her from such as they. The question rose involuntarily. Was his deference a tribute to her as a woman or as a Stuart? There was a faint bitterness in the girl's heart as she passed on, leaving it unanswered. The knots of talkers changed and broke up. Lady Struthers was devoting herself to immediatized royalty, and in rapid French was making such of the bystanders as were familiar with that language aware of the fact that she was on terms of intimacy with various serene and imperial highnesses. She was also expatiating volubly on the merits of iced strawberry squash, and explaining to her illustrious guest that it was a mistake to suppose roast beef and plum pudding the national English dishes, that distinction being claimed by strawberry squash. And at intervals the deep rolling voice, with its suspicion of Highland accent, might be heard above all the feminine buzz and general clatter, urging, in tones of deferential entreaty, "Encore du squash, chérie princesse, encore du squash." General Falcon, drifting about after Mary Beaton in the manner of a lord-in-waiting, found himself detained in a little group of which Lord Stonehenge and Tressel made part. He found that they were arranging for a visit to Stonehenge Park, the plan to which Miss Beaton had alluded, and about the exact date of which she had evidently been first consulted. This was an irritation to Falcon's jealous heart, the greater when he found that Bellarmin had been asked without his knowledge or interference, and that it was intended Sir Victor Champion should be invited. And yet he could not even in his own mind find any reasonable objection to the move, which, with the eye of a tactician, he saw was a wise one. "You enter into our idea, of course," said Lord Stonehenge. "Mr. Tressel would like to bring about a rapprochement between these two, and it is important to us that there should be a feeling of harmony on all sides on the question of the Stuart claims." Tressel blew away the smoke of an imaginary cigarette and gave a comical side glance out of his half-closed eyes. "I'm not going to say anything about the Stuart claims," he said. "They are beyond me. I shall confine myself to Hanoverian grants and hereditary pensions for the present." "We count upon you, General Falcon," Lord Stonehenge said. "You do me honour, Lord Stonehenge, but I fear that I shall be a little use to you in your political conversations." "Come now," Tressel languidly observed, "you don't imagine that hard-worked politicians go down to a beautiful place in the country in the Whitsuntide recess merely to talk politics?" "Yes, I do," Falcon answered bluntly. "Quite wrong, my dear fellow, I assure you. Buttercups and daisies, and a beautiful old castle full of historic associations, and a library full of rare books, and a pretty girl. Nothing in the world more calculated to warm the cockles of Lucifer's heart, or, as Stonehenge puts it, to promote a feeling of harmony. I ain't quite so sure of the harmony on Bellarmin's part, though." Tressel's remarks grated upon Stonehenge almost as unpleasantly as they did upon Falcon. "You will come," he said, turning to the General. "Undoubtedly, Lord Stonehenge. I could not refuse an invitation which does me so much honour." And the grim old soldier bowed himself out of the conversation. "Wonder it don't get upon Miss Beaton's nerves sometimes to have such a companion always hanging about her," said Tressel. "He is devoted to her, and she knows it," Lord Stonehenge answered gravely. "Something about his eyes rather suggests the idea of the private madhouse," Tressel observed. "Oh, come, he was a splendid soldier, and he is a man of considerable capacity," Stonehenge remonstrated. "Just you wait and see. I don't exactly claim to be an inspired prophet," Tressel replied, "but I do observe that what I predict does somehow always come to pass." "You haven't predicted anything in this case," said Stonehenge good-humouredly. "No? Then you'll find that what I haven't predicted,
What I keep to myself, in this case, will come to pass. End of Volume 1, Chapter 12. Volume 1, Chapter 13 of The Rebel Rose by Justin McCarthy and Rosa Campbell Praed. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13, The Bothwell Part. Meanwhile, Lady Saxon too had been moving about, having come across several people whom she knew. She had exchanged a few words with Bellarmin, upon whom the double fascination was working, and who was like a moth between two flames. She left him presently and got into conversation with an attaché of a foreign embassy, who expressed some surprise at seeing her in Mary Stuart Beaton's circle. Lady Saxon, in her turn, said to Champion, when chance threw them together, "I was not prepared to find you in the Pretendress's court." "Why not?" he rejoined. "She is a very fresh and interesting young woman, quite a picturesque figure. I don't know if anything can be done for her," he added in a reflective sort of manner. The manner vexed Lady Saxon, partly because his reflections were about Miss Beaton, partly because he was reflecting about anything while supposed to be engaged in conversation with Josephine Saxon. "Have you any ambition to be a 19th century General Monk?" she said saucily. General Monk? He did not understand her at first. "Oh, yes, I see. No, I was not thinking of a Stuart restoration, only of a possible restoration of Stuart property." A little wave of people who were near broke upon them, and Lady Saxon found herself talking to someone else with the annoying idea that Sir Victor had purposely escaped from her. She had a wonderful knack of seeing all that was going on around her without even seeming to turn her eyes away from anyone with whom she was talking. She saw now that Bellarmin was standing at Mary Beaton's side, and that General Falcon was close by with a set frown on his face. General Falcon evidently did not like Bellarmin's attentions to Mary Beaton, and the mere fact made Lady Saxon like them less, for it showed that Falcon thought there was something serious in them. "Yes, I am delighted with my glimpse into your parliamentary life," Mary was saying. "I mean your House of Commons life. I think the other house is lifeless and dull, but your House of Commons, I don't know how any Englishman could live without trying to take part in that sort of battle." As Mary spoke, a little bunch of roses of a peculiar reddish color, which she wore at her girdle, and with which she had been carelessly toying, fell to the ground. Bellarmin moved to save the bouquet from being trodden on by the bystanders, but Falcon was beforehand with him. Stooping his erect form and grey head, he picked up the flowers and gave them back to his mistress, who did not seem to have noticed her loss. She gave him a little nod, more impatient than grateful. "General," she said laughingly, "you watch me as closely as a heron watches his prey, or a master his pupil. I am sure that you are afraid of my becoming corrupted by dangerous doctrine, or of saying something that would be unbecoming in a Stuart. Mr. Bellarmin isn't a socialist, or a dynamiter, or even a Whig, dear tyrant. And do you know, this is the third time in the last hour that you have interrupted the flow of my conversation by restoring some lost property, which I could very well have done without for a time." Falcon drew himself up stiffly. He averted his face for a moment, that Mary might not see how deeply he was wounded. Lady Saxon's eyes met his full. She smiled, and he turned away again quickly. "I am very sorry, madame," he said, in a deep, resentful voice, "that my small services annoy you so much." "On the contrary, dear General, I am quite aware that they are my salvation. There's no saying what would become of me if it were not for you. But you know school children like to tease their masters sometimes." "Are those flowers from your own garden, madame?" asked Bellarmin. "They are very curious. I never before saw roses that color." "They grow in Schwalbenstadt, and nowhere else," replied Mary. "The dear old Grand Duchess invented them. I like them because they remind me of my childhood. And do you know that General Falcon, who, in spite of his tyrannical ways, can be quite courtier-like when he pleases, gets them over for me, and every day makes me a pretty little posy." Mary scarcely glanced at Falcon as she thus alluded lightly to his devotion, but Lady Saxon, with her keen woman's perception, divined how that arrow would strike home. The wave of emotion, which for an instant swept over the stern man's face, and which no one else perhaps would have observed, for whom it could have any particular significance, revealed to her experienced gaze what the thoughtless girl was so far from suspecting. Bellarmin still examined the flowers. He admired their peculiar color and praised their perfume, and he quoted in courtier fashion the well-known line, "The fairest rose in Scotland grows on the topmost bough," and made a playful allusion to Mary Stuart's device of the crowned red rose. "Would you like to have them?" said Mary simply, and with a little gesture of graceful condescension, which was quite spontaneous, and had a sort of regal absence of affectation, she gave Bellarmin Falcon's posy. The young man accepted it as he might have accepted the gift of a sovereign. Falcon made an abrupt, passionate movement, as if he would snatch away the bouquet. The scar on his forehead showed dangerously upon the red flush which rose, but he restrained himself. His arm dropped heavily to his side, and he was turning away. Just then Mary said, her eyes still wandering, "General, I don't think you are doing your duty as a gallant soldier ought. I am sure that Lady Saxon must want some iced coffee or something. Take her to the tea-room." And with a little imperious wave of her hand she dismissed him. Lady Saxon saw it all. Her heart thrilled with mingled exultation and anger. She was inclined to think that Mary meant offence to her in thrusting Falcon on her. "So you have to be polite to me, General Falcon. Your young mistress commands it," she said, as he gravely offered her his arm, murmuring, "You will permit me, madame?" "I try to be polite," Falcon returned grimly. "But you don't much care for this sort of thing?" "I don't much care for mixed assemblies." Something in the tone in which he said this, and the look which accompanied his words, made Lady Saxon's cheek flame. She was at once alarmed and offended. She said nothing, however, but, putting on her most gracious air, let him take her to the tea-room, where she drank a cup of iced coffee and played with some grapes. Presently she said to him, "I should like to take a turn with you in the garden." Lady Saxon had a keen memory for faces, and a sensitive faculty which forestalled memory itself by association. She had had to live on the defensive very much during certain years of her life, and even in these her later days, when smooth success strewn beneath her feet made her path so comparatively easy and pleasant, she found caution necessary. It occasionally happened that a disagreeable association surrounded some face which she supposed she was seeing for the first time, and then the association resolved itself into memory and justified itself. A chill, uncomfortable sensation had passed through her when in the central lobby of the House of Commons she had first seen Falcon's marked face, with the heavy drooping moustache that reminded her, she could not tell why, of a hawk's wing, and the steely gray and restless eyes in the depths of which something tyrannous and cruel might be read, she thought. But on that evening Lady Saxon's mind and heart had been so fully occupied that she had not troubled herself about General Falcon and her vague qualms concerning him. They had come back to her later, however, and she had remembered the man in a dim, indefinite way. Yes, she knew that they had met before. He had seen her in England, in her Bohemian days, before the Dulcamara enterprise of her first husband had been covered by a patent of nobility. He had seen her, perhaps with Champion, before Victor had become famous. Lady Saxon was not a woman to wait for danger and let it choose its own time for finding her out. She always preferred to go forth to meet it. "We have met before, General Falcon," she said, turning to him with a fearless smile. "Your face is quite familiar to me." He bowed. "We have met before, madame." "I never forget a face like yours," she went on. "Perhaps," she added, with a benign, encouraging glance, "a face like mine is not easily forgotten." "I remembered your face perfectly," he replied, and he looked at her straight as he spoke. He could not help, soldier that he was, feeling a little thrill of admiration for her courage. Yes, I am glad. Not with any disagreeable association, I hope? There was nothing particularly disagreeable in it to me, madame. I have met you on several occasions in the company of your late husband, who was not then Baron Langenwald, and I have seen you on 2 or 3 occasions about the same time in the company of another person. Lady Saxon was silent for a moment. She recollected now that Falcon had gone to her husband for treatment of his wound. She recollected what Langenwald had told her of its probable effect upon Falcon's life and temperament. I understand, she said, with a composure that, under the conditions, did her credit. General Falcon, a soldier, means to remind me that he knew me when I was poor and humble and under a cloud. Oh, madame. The steely eyes flashed, the heavy mustache moved in deprecation. What else? She blandly asked. What else could I understand? Well, I dare say you know all about me and my worst days, my poverty and my struggles, and how a quack adventurer made use of my youth and my, well, I suppose I may say beauty, to advertise his drugs. What then? Perhaps General Falcon thinks my husband, Lord Saxon, does not know. General Falcon is mistaken. My husband does know all. Her audacity deceived Falcon for a moment. When later on he thought over it, he felt almost certain that she had lied. Now it occurred to him that she was brave enough to have trusted to Lord Saxon's infatuation, and to have secured herself by telling him the truth. I was not thinking of that, madame, he replied. I was not thinking of Lord Saxon. I have not to think of him. I was thinking of others, whom it might have been my duty to caution against. Mary Beaton's silvery laugh rang out in the soft summer air as she, too, came with a little group of people from the tea-room. Lady Saxon looked meaningly towards her, and then unflinchingly at Falcon, who at the sound of Mary's voice had started and glanced in her direction. Lady Saxon laughed too, and lightly touched his arm with the gold handle of her parasol, forcing him to meet her gaze. Do not be so impatient to go to her. She does not want you. It is only natural that she should prefer Mr. Bellarmin's society to that of her guardian. Your Mary Stuart likes to be amused, General, and you are too old to play the part of Chastelard. That of Bothwell would suit you better. I shall suggest to her that she had better be careful. Madame, you would not dare. Dare is an odd word, isn't it, for a man, especially for a soldier to use towards a woman. I am not afraid of anyone in the world, General Falcon. I am not even afraid of my husband, and though that may seem strange to you, I am not in the least afraid of any stories you may think proper to tell of me. They couldn't do me any harm. They might hurt me, perhaps, if I were struggling for a place in society, if I were, in a fashion, on probation. But as it is, Lady Saxon drew her parasol into a perpendicular position and lowered it with an air of magnificent disdain. She wished to imply that society would not believe stories about a woman who was Marchioness of Saxon, and might any day be Duchess of Athelstane. I warn you, however, General, she went on, that I know your secret, and that though you cannot injure me, it might be better for you, and for your mistress, and for the success of your hopes, to make a friend of me instead of an enemy. She spoke coldly, and made a move across the grass as if she would put an end to the conversation and join her hostess. Falcon stopped her with a gesture of entreaty, and she turned back towards him, still cool and smiling. She saw that he was at her mercy. Come, she said, you see that your secret is more important to you than mine. If I had any particular secret, which I haven't, I can be bon camarade if I choose, and in any case, I am not fond of telling tales out of school. I should really like to help you, if we were to decide upon being friends, just for the mere interest of the thing. There's something quite picturesque in the idea of an old soldier like you, reckless and heroic, chivalrous and all the rest, madly in love like some knight of old, and with a princess claimant, too. You should win your suit by some daring stroke. The Bothwell sort of thing, you know. And if your Mary Stuart has the blood of her ancestress in her veins, that kind of wooing might well appeal to her. I assure you, General, that I should be quite sorry to work against anything so romantic. It would be too commonplace to marry your princess to a young London Tory Democrat, whose highest ambition would be gratified by a summons to Windsor. Every shaft that she had aimed struck home. Falcon writhed inwardly with fury and pain, and yet he realized in a strange, confused way that there was a certain affinity between the reckless spirit of this woman and his own. Her extravagant suggestions, contemptuously as they had been uttered, seemed an echo of the wild imaginings of his brain, of thoughts and impossible projects which had haunted his dreaming and waking hours. He felt instinctively that there were passionate chords in her nature which made her comprehend his mad love for Mary. "Lady Saxon," he said with impulsive appeal, "you know how. You understand what a man feels. Something tells me that you do. A man such as I am, for whom youth is gone, all its crackling fires swelled into one terrible flame that burns, and that nothing can quench except—" He stopped short and laughed in harsh, quavering tone. "You are a woman who knows. You have a soldier's spirit. I like the way you face danger. I'll keep your secret, Lady Saxon, though you deny that you have one, and I will trust to your woman's generosity to keep mine." Falcon's tone and manner were not without dignity. They touched Lady Saxon curiously. She had been perfectly sincere when she told him that she would rather be his friend than his enemy. "You may do more than rely on my generosity," she said. "You may rely upon my help. Perhaps I may be of greater service to you than you think now, and you may not be sorry that I have surprised your secret. Come to me if ever you want a woman's advice, and trust me. I know it all. I know what your love is, and what it means to you. I know what you dread and would avert, whom you like and whom you dislike. Don't ask me how I know all this. It is enough that I do know, and that no one else does." Lady Saxon's voice was low, but her manner was intensely melodramatic. She delighted in the melodramatic. She was never so much herself as when she was play-acting. Now she had a purpose in her melodrama, and felt such a pride in its success as Hamlet must have felt when he found that his lines of tragedy had caught the conscience of the king. She made a movement which signified that she had no more to say. She did not wish to mar her latest effect by another word on the subject just then. "Come," she said, "will you see me to my carriage? I am going now to bid Miss Beaton good-bye." Falcon followed her across the lawn to where Mary was standing among a rapidly thinning crowd. Lady Saxon bade her a gracious farewell, and again spoke of the contemplated dinner party, which it was decided should take place upon a day fixed after the Whitsuntide vacation. "We are going to stay with Lord Stonehenge," Mary said, "and we shall not be back till after the recess." "I, too, shall be out of town," said Lady Saxon, "but my holiday place will not be so delightful as yours, Miss Beaton. You have never seen that part of the coast. It is so wild that you could hardly imagine it comparatively near London. I have a den of my own down there. I almost wish that I were going to have one of my misanthropic fits and to retire to my eyrie by the sea." "I could never have suspected you of misanthropic fits, Lady Saxon," put in Bellarmin with a certain forced gaiety. "It is true, though. An effect of early barbarism, Miss Beaton. I was not trained like you to the restraints of polite society. My girlhood was an odd, unconventional one." She darted a fearless glance at the bystanders as she spoke, and laughed her ringing little laugh, which seemed to proclaim that she considered herself above criticism. "I like to break away from my shackles sometimes." "And your eyrie by the sea is near Stonehenge?" asked Mary, interested. This was a new view of Lady Saxon's character which appealed to her. "Yes. high up on the cliffs. Lord Stonehenge can show it to you if he pleases. I wish I were going to be there to show it to you myself. And to you, Mr. Bellarmin. You would believe in my misanthropy then." She gave him a smile that said, "You see, I know all about the visit and the snares that are being laid for you, and I am quite indifferent." Then she went on, "You didn't know, Lord Stonehenge, that I possess the loneliest and most romantic of ruined castles about 10 miles from your own?" "You mean Petrel's Rest?" replied Lord Stonehenge. "I go so seldom beyond my own gates when I am down there, but I have seen the place. I did not know that Lord Saxon ever used it. I dragged him there once, in our honeymoon days. It was a freak of mine, and I fell in love with the old ruin, and he made it over to me as a wedding present. I keep a very primitive staff there, and when I am tired of London life and country house parties, I want to draw a breath of freedom and to be savage again without shocking anybody's prejudices, I run down there all by myself for a day or two." Lady Saxon departed, having left a dramatic impression behind her. Falcon saw her into her carriage and then came back to the grounds. He did not join the rest, but sought refuge in a quaint little strip of flower garden, partly screened from inquisitive eyes by a projecting wing of the house and by a spreading beech tree, through which the soft breeze gently rustled and seemed to chime with the hum of voices and laughter beyond. The windows of Mary's sitting room looked out on the rose beds and grassy walks. There was a broken sundial in the center, and Falcon leaned his arms upon it and gazed up miserably into the foliage of the beech tree. He felt the dull, heavy pain of his old wound throbbing in his head, and the humiliation and the anxiety he had just been undergoing seemed part of the wound's pain somehow. Lo, the very secret of his heart of hearts, the secret with which he would not trust the winds or the birds of the air, which he had long tried to keep a secret even from himself, had been snatched from him by a woman who was not fit to breathe the same air as his queen, his stately, innocent princess, the lady of his love. It seemed an insult to Mary that his secret, and hers — it must be hers when the time was ripe — should be in the keeping of Lady Saxon. The maddest thoughts shot tormentingly through his distracted mind. If he could but kill her! But he must stoop to her, give her his confidence, profess to trust her, profess to be her friend, see her in familiar companionship with his mistress. One word from her might put out forever the light of poor Falcon's tortured life. Mary's guests were melting away. Only a few remained. Tressel, in close conversation with Lord Stonehenge, had gone towards the house after having made his farewell bow to Miss Beaton, and Bellarmin wondered within himself what political log-rolling could have induced Tressel to pay an afternoon call and deny himself for 2 whole hours the luxury of a cigarette. "Must you go, Sir Victor?" Mary asked as she saw Champion coming up to her, evidently with the intention of taking his leave. "I am sorry to say that I must. I have even outstayed what ought to have been my limit of time." "I am proud of having had so much of your time given up to me," said Mary sweetly. "It is an honor any woman might well feel proud of." "You are not any woman, Miss Beaton." "Ah, that is nicely said. I like to hear a great man pay a pretty compliment." "I didn't know that I was doing anything of the kind. I was only going to explain why I was so glad to outstay the limit of my time here, madame." He paid her the further compliment of recognizing the formal mode of address which her courtiers adopted in so dainty and courtly a manner that the young girl, for she was but a girl, our Princess Mary, felt her heart give a bound of gratified vanity. "Well," she said, "it is a triumph for me to have kept you beyond the limit of your time, but I hope I haven't done harm, like the girl in Scott's novel who keeps the brave knight by her side while the standard of England, which he was sent to guard, is torn from its place." Sir Victor's cheek flushed slightly. His enemies had a way of saying that he had no regard for the standard of his country, but it was plain that Mary meant nothing of the kind. She noted his momentary pause, however. "Have you not read Scott?" she asked. I am told no one in England reads Scott nowadays. We do read him abroad." "Oh yes, I know Scott well," Sir Victor replied. What was there which Sir Victor could say he did not know? "No, Miss Beaton, the comparison will not hold. Your influence will never be employed to keep any soldier of England from guarding her standard, and to prove it, I am going along now to my post at Westminster." He took her hand and bent over it, as though he were doing homage to a recognized princess, and he, too, made his way back through the tea-room and out into the street. Bellarmin was almost the last. Presently he too made his farewell. "Are you going to the House of Commons too?" Mary asked. "Yes," he answered, "but I'm afraid that my absence from the post at Westminster wouldn't be of quite so much importance to England as that of Sir Victor Champion." Bellarmin had been speaking in a constrained manner. He was doing his best to compel himself to look on Mary Beaton as a woman utterly away from him, and to keep her out of his heart. Mary suddenly seemed to notice something strange in his voice and his manner. Wholly unsuspicious of the real cause, she looked at him with open and sympathetic eyes and asked, "Are you not well, Mr. Bellarmin?" "Oh yes, madame, quite well." "You don't look like it. You are doing too much in the House of Commons. Of course you are going to Stonehenge Park? That will do you good." "I don't intend to go to Stonehenge Park." "No?" She looked at him in wonder. "Oh, surely you will go. I look forward to meeting you there. Yes, you will go?" He shook his head. "No, I think not." "But you will go if I command you?" she said with a smile which went through the young man's heart. "If you command, oh then—" "I do command." "Then I will go," and a thrill of joy and fear shot through his heart. "Thank you ever so much. You have made me glad. Goodbye." She had made him glad too, though his heart had remorse and dread in it as he left her, and knew that his resolve to keep away from her had died of her first entreaty. End of Volume 1, Chapter 13. Recording by Deanna Beauvais. End of The Rebel Rose, Volume 1, by Justin McCarthy and Rosa Campbell Praed. Volume 2, Chapter 1 of The Rebel Rose. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Deanna Beauvais. The Rebel Rose by Justin McCarthy and Rosa Campbell Praed. Volume 2, Chapter 1. Stonehenge Park. The visit to Lord Stonehenge was arranged to take place about the time of the Whitsun vacation. There was to be a curious collection of guests under the picturesque and ancient roof of the great house of Stonehenge Park. Time was to be given to Sir Victor Champion to be melted by Mary Beaton's charms and to make an impression on Rolfe Bellarmin. This latter opportunity was to be Champion's quid pro quo. "If you give us a chance of winning you to our money claim, we will give you a chance of winning Bellarmin to your side against the House of Lords." The position had not been openly defined in bald terms such as these, though that valuable intermediary Tressel had made it his business to throw some subtle hints into the Jacobite conclave. Lord Stonehenge, who had none of the gifts of a politician and took very little interest in the strife of parties and the manoeuvring of leaders in the House of Commons, hardly appreciated the full significance of Tressel's suggestions. He had nothing in common with the radical Tressel, and had been a good deal surprised to see him turn up at Mary Beaton's reception. Still, he was quite aware that for the sake of Miss Beaton's claims, it would be well to have Tressel's good word in the House, though he did not yet know how or when those claims were to be advanced. He accepted Tressel's ideas, therefore, with polite cordiality, and though no deliberate scheme of the kind would ever have shaped itself in Stonehenge's brain, the true meaning of the visit came to be tacitly recognized by more than one of the party. Mary Beaton and Rolfe Bellarmin knew least of the immediate political purpose of the visit when the invitation was given. Mary thought it was got up as a pleasant holiday and novelty for her, and till he came to the house, Bellarmin did not know that Champion was to be his fellow guest. Mary Beaton noted with keen and artistic interest all the features of the beautiful region through which they passed. She and her chaperone, Lady Struthers, and her cavalier, General Falcon, had been brought by special train from London, some 70 miles to the nearest station to Stonehenge Park, where they found Lord Stonehenge's carriages, and from which they had still some miles to drive. The country had a sort of cultivated barrenness. There were bluff, chalk hills rising abruptly and covered with box and gnarled funereal yews, and below these were green pleasant valleys and rich apple orchards and picturesque thatched cottages, and perhaps a quiet stream meandering beneath spreading beech trees. Now they would come upon a stretch of common with its clumps of black heath, like ill-shapen mounds, and shrubs of gorse lifting golden plumes, and tall bracken spreading its fronds over the dead brown refuse of last autumn. Or now the road would wind round by some wooded hillside where straight green larches and somber red-stemmed firs lifted their pyramidal tops above the undergrowth of hazel and alder. And oh, how beautiful were the mossy boles of the big trees! And how delightful it would be to set one's feet on the crisp red-brown carpet of withered leaves, or to lie stretched on the dry moss, and look up to the blue sky through lattice-work of foliage, or watch the gleams of sunlight slanting downwards and the shadows shifting their pattern as the wind stirred the boughs overhead. All these things affected Mary with a curious melancholy interest. It was like passing through some land she had known in her childhood, and till now had forgotten or had seen in some tender dream of the morning. It was all so thoroughly English, but English of the past, and not of the present, the ideal England, which some of us, and she was of the number, would fain believe to have once been real. The girl's eyes were moist. Why, she did not know. The carriage passed through the lodge gates, and there was a mile or two of stately pleasaunce where deer lifted their antlered heads and scampered away among the fine old trees, till at last the house came in sight. Lady Struthers' honest heart swelled with pride and joy at the thought of being welcomed and lodged in such a place. She drew back her shoulders and let her full chest expand, and her eyes sparkled even more brightly than their wont, but she kept her proud and glad emotions to herself. Not for worlds would she have had it supposed that her life from childhood upwards had not been passed in halls with which Stonehenge Park could at best only compete. "One might be very happy in a place like this," Mary said with a sigh. "It seems so much more real, so much more like a home, than our big dreary barracks of palaces in Germany." "Oh, well, of course there's no place like England," Lady Struthers affirmed, "and you, as an Englishwoman, must feel that as well as I. Lord Stonehenge has quite a nice home of it here. Very nice indeed. It reminds me a good deal of my aunt's place in Perthshire," observed Lady Struthers reflectively. "She was my mother's half-sister and a great heiress, and if all had had their dues, her property should have come to me as the rightful inheritress. But my uncle married again and had a son at the age of 65, a woman the family couldn't countenance, my love, and that's how wicked reprobates flourish, while virtuous paupers have to grub along as best they may." "I got nothing," pursued Lady Struthers mournfully, "except a parcel of Mechlin lace and a diamond heart, the jewel, madame, which you admire. I trust my dear mistress and pupil will honor me and my aunt's memory by accepting it as a wedding gift at such a time as she shall have made her choice of a husband, which will, I am convinced, be in accordance with her illustrious ancestry." It should have been an entire parure, and Lady Struthers sighed deeply. "If my aunt's wishes had been duly considered, a parure that would have been worthy to take its place among historic, nay, even royal jewels. But bygones must be bygones, as I am always telling General Falcon. It's not for us poor mortals to keep up ill feeling, when even in Revelations the devil was only let loose for 1,000 years." General Falcon's eyes spoke scorn of Lady Struthers's maunderings. Just then, however, the carriage drew up at the entrance to Lord Stonehenge's house. On the steps to receive them stood Lord Stonehenge, and when the carriage stopped, he came down the steps bareheaded and handed Mary out. With him, a little in the background, were two men, one old and thin and stooped, one young and thin and straight, and a dark-haired, bright-eyed boy. After Lord Stonehenge had handed Mary out and welcomed her, the boy came forward with a smiling face and the assured grace of one who knows that his turn comes next. Lord Stonehenge presented him to Mary as Don Jose, Prince of Saragossa. Don Jose prettily dropped on one knee and took Mary's hand and touched it lightly with his lips. General Falcon's heart swelled with exultation. "We are recognized," was the thought that passed through his mind. Mary blushed and smiled, was confused and pleased. All this was delightful to Lady Struthers, whose demeanor seemed instantly to acquire an even greater stateliness, and whose curtsy to the young prince was worthy of the 17th century. Lady Struthers disdained the modern bob. "We might almost fancy ourselves again at the residence," she murmured to her mistress. Then Lord Stonehenge presented Monseigneur Valmy and the Reverend Dr. Amblaine, the first of whom, as became a most true and fervent Catholic, Mary greeted with a deep reverence. Don Jose was the heir, the recognized heir of a lost cause. He was the head of the elder branch of an exiled royal family. He was a representative of legitimacy, of divine right. He was like Mary Beaton in a certain sense, but then he had the advantage over her that his was a country of revolution and hers was not. The crown might be going a begging any day in his country, and his house might put in a claim and make it good. He was a claimant of admitted rank and account. Diplomacy kept its eye upon him. He was never quite out of the calculations of European statecraft, of foreign offices and embassies, and chancelleries, and drawing-rooms, and coteries and petticoteries. But in Mary Beaton's country no palace revolutions were looked for, and European diplomacy regarded the throne of Queen Victoria as pretty safe. Therefore Mary Beaton, as compared with Don Jose, was like the niece of a rich man who has any number of healthy children and grandchildren, while Don Jose was like the nephew of one who has neither chick nor child of his own, but has some few nephews or nieces, all of whom he cordially detests, but someone of whom he will have to choose for the inheritance of his possessions. No doubt any practical politician, in looking shrewdly over the field, would have betted heavily against Don Jose's chances, but no practical politician would have troubled his head about Mary Beaton at all. Don Jose was far from being a favorite. Indeed, he had the field against him, but Mary was not in the running. That was the difference, and it certainly was a very considerable difference. It particularly impressed itself just now on the mind of Mary Beaton herself, and she even wondered whether it did not impress itself upon the mind of Lord Stonehenge as well. Mary was not certain yet whether Stonehenge was a mere dreamer and visionary or not. Stonehenge House was a vast pile of red brick and grey stone. It stood upon the brink of a broad lake. The grounds around were of immense extent. A pine wood was but an incident in the visitor's drive. Lord Stonehenge, when he was staying at this place, never left his own grounds, never passed beyond his own gates, unless when he had to visit some sick tenant or neighbor, poor neighbor, that is to say, for he did not hold much intercourse with his nearest rich neighbors. One was a newly made radical baronet, the other was a no-popery Tory squire, and Lord Stonehenge naturally did not greatly care for either. Although Lord Stonehenge was a devoted Catholic, his actual domain enfolded the parish church and the vicarage, and even the graveyard, where the rude Protestant and Puritan forefathers of the hamlet sleep. He was not unpopular among his Protestant tenantry. He always acted liberally, and he was not in any sense a bigot. He might have been very popular if he had cared for popularity.
But he loved quietude and ease and the society of people who thoroughly understood him, and at present his mind was filled with fancies and dreams, fancies which he tried to discourage, and dreams which used to be day and night thoughts and projects to generations of his ancestors. The outer door opened into a great hall, almost the full size of the middle block of the house. Ancestral portraits, most of them by famous painters, hung on the walls. Suits of armor and stands of arms were there, the empty mail-coats seeming not inapt representatives, now in their emptiness, of the cause for which they had once been dinted and battered on many a battlefield. The hall had a great stand, in which were grouped sticks and staves and cudgels and stocks of various kinds. Lord Stonehenge had a taste for the accumulation of sticks from all parts of the world. His friends who knew his taste often brought him a present of some desirable and uncommon sort of staff. It was all new and interesting to Mary. She had never stayed before in a great English house. Her own ancestral home had been sold in her grandfather's time, and it had not occurred to her to regret it. But now, amid her ejaculations of surprise and pleasure, she could not suppress a deep sigh. "This makes me sad in a kind of way," she said, turning with her sweet, frank smile to Monsignor Valmy, who, standing a little apart, with his thin hands folded before him, and a gentle, benevolent curiosity on his somewhat severe countenance, was watching her intently. "I was so delighted with my little house in Kensington," Mary went on, "and so glad, because the portraits of some of my own people looked down upon me from the walls, and in England, their own country. But now, after all, when I see this place, I can't help feeling an alien and an exile." Lord Stonehenge made a little movement of almost impassioned protest, but he did not speak. Perhaps shyness kept him silent. "Surely that is an impossibility, madame, if you turn in this direction," said Monsignor Valmy, in suave, tender accents, and he motioned towards a part of the hall where hung a collection of Stuart portraits, conspicuous among them a fine likeness of Mary Stuart. This particular painting is said to have been done by a French artist during that brief period when, in the flush of her youth, her loveliness, and her happiness, Mary Stuart presided as Queen Consort at the court of France. She is represented in the dress of that court. A royal mantle of crimson velvet edged with miniver falls from the shoulders. She has the ungraceful puff sleeves and the more becoming long-waisted jeweled bodice with high collar and small ruff, which is thrown back, opening deep in front, and shows the shape of her long slender throat. Dark chestnut hair, dark save for the ruddy tinge running through it, waves upon the broad, candid brow, and is confined by 3 rows of pearls, with one large pendant drop below the parting. The face, a perfect oval, turns a little towards the left shoulder. The large, dark, almond-shaped eyes have a clear, penetrating gaze, and an almost childlike purity. The brows are delicately arched, the nose is fine and straight, and the lips gracious and slightly pouting. In spite of the girlish serenity and sweetness of the countenance, it has that expression of melancholy so characteristic of the royal Stuarts. It was impossible not to be struck by the resemblance Mary Beaton bore to this portrait, even in that very pensive shade which gave so pathetic a charm to her bright young beauty. It was remarked by several. General Falcon looked earnestly from the pictured to the living face. Involuntarily, Lady Saxon's words rose in his memory. "You may be her Bothwell." A red wave overspread his forehead, through which the scar shone livid. Monsignor Valmy seemed an appropriate figure against the Stonehenge background. He was Don Jose's tutor and traveling companion, a Jesuit priest whose ascetic life was printed in the lines of his thin, clear, wasted face. His hair, which fell almost to his shoulder beneath the biretta which he wore, was prematurely gray. He looked 70. In reality, he was about 50. He had fine, delicately cut features of the Dante-esque type. There was power in his steady, serene eyes, and a greater sweetness than subtlety in his smile. He had an air of culture and dignity, and his manner, like that of most Catholic priests of high birth and position, was singularly bland and courteous. Monsignor Valmy's chaplain and secretary, the Reverend Dr. Amblaine, hung in the background. He was a very young man, with a hectic flush, and apparently of a consumptive tendency. Mary heard later from her host that he had, in fact, but poor hope of prolonging his life. He was a scholar, and she heard, too, that he had an almost morbid love of books, and a taste for the personal possession of editions which the public could not easily get at. A little room full of books, all his own, his very own, was his happiness.
The library at Stonehenge, in which they had tea, must, one would fancy, have been a paradise to poor Dr. Amblaine. It was a great oblong room with 3 tall windows looking out on the lake, and its collection of books and manuscripts was almost unique for a private owner's house. But, in fact, it gave little joy to Dr. Amblaine. He had been a few weeks at Stonehenge Park, and was to be there only a few weeks longer. But he had already set up his own little store of books in his own room, and he stole every possible moment to go and look at them, and to take down this one and that from its shelf, and open it tenderly, and pat its cover, and stroke its back, and study its title page and its imprimatur fondly, and utter little half-articulate and gladsome words over it. Nor did he want to keep his treasures all to himself. He was only too delighted when he could entice some one of the company into his room and win, by gentle extortion, a few words of admiration and of sympathy. All this seemed curiously pathetic to Miss Beaton, when, after she had been some days at Stonehenge, she made him thus happy, and she would not even smile, though Don Jose did his very best to force her into mirth by his odd interjections and furtive grimaces. Don Jose was a clever, sweet, precocious boy of 14. He was an odd compound, for he had the frolicsomeness of an English schoolboy, the unleavened conceit and whims of a Parisian lad, and occasionally an interval, short indeed, of the Spaniard's melancholy gravity. When Lord Stonehenge had placed Mary in a chair near one of the windows, through which floated a gentle breeze from the lake, bearing sweet scent of June roses and honeysuckle on its breath, and was busying himself in getting her tea, Don Jose rushed forward with a funny little gesture of mock humility. "No, no," he exclaimed, "she is my princess, the head of my family, the queen of my house. I am her page. I must pour her wine. I must bring her tea. I and no one else." Lord Stonehenge laughed. "But I am her host, my prince," he said. "No matter," cried the prince, and he sprang to the table, poured Mary's tea, and handed it to her, kneeling on one knee the while. And Mary laughed too, and accepted the homage, and leaned back in her chair, sipping her tea and feeling delightfully at home. She fell into conversation with Monsignor Valmy presently, and asked some questions about the services in the private chapel at Stonehenge. She regretted that she had as yet no chaplain of her own, and that though the oratory was not far from her house, she attended the offices of her church less regularly than had been her wont abroad. The priest bent upon her a look of fatherly regard. "You feel the need of religion?" he said. "It is difficult to lead the religious life in London," said Mary thoughtfully. "And yet it is in London, where material interests and enjoyments throng around us like a vast army of shadowy forms, darkening and vitiating the spiritual atmosphere, that the religious life seems a greater reality as well as a greater need than here. For instance, where the air is pure, morally and physically," said the priest, with a grave smile. "Yes, I know what you mean," cried Mary. "I feel that it is as you say. We are surrounded by shadows. I often fancy that other people's realities are my shadows. And then to go into the solemn security of our own church, and to feed our own souls, and give no food to the starving, ignorant souls outside, seems to me no less selfishness than to feed our bodies, and let the poor die of hunger at our doors."
Madame, you allow your mind to dwell too much upon the sufferings of the poor, interposed Falcon abruptly. I have often had the thought which Madame's words suggest, said Lord Stonehenge in a dreamy tone. We rich and exclusive Catholics in England are, in the spiritual sense, like Dives. Well, he added in a lighter manner, we are introducing one alien presence into our fold here, if not two. When Mr. Bellarmin arrives, he will find himself the only one of the party who is not Catholic.
Mary made a little involuntary movement of interest as he spoke.
She had been wondering, since her arrival in the house, whether Bellarmin was already there, and if not, when he was expected. Falcon asked the question, "When does Mr. Bellarmin come?" "In a day or two," replied Stonehenge. "Presumably he is less necessary in the House of Commons than Sir Victor Champion, who follows him when the Whitsuntide recess begins." "You are right," Monsieur Valmy said presently, "in qualifying your remark about the alien presence, in one instance at least. Sir Victor is as yet outside the fold, but his instincts are leading him to look over the pale. His mind has in it much of the churchman. His sympathies are with the church." "I have sometimes thought," Stonehenge said with a smile, "that Champion would make an admirable cardinal." "He would like the office, I dare say, many of its functions, at least. But has he not a little too much mysticism, emotionalism, even ecclesiasticism, about him to be quite effective as a prince of the church?" "Yet you look to his being Prime Minister of England," said Stonehenge. "Oh yes, that is different. In England you govern." "You govern?" Stonehenge said, again with a smile. "Why don't you say we govern? You are an Englishman." "Yes, but I am in spirit a medieval Englishman, an Englishman of the days when England still believed in her saints," answered Monsignor Valmy. "Well, you were going to say something when I interrupted you." "I was going to say that in England you govern by talking, and therefore Champion is a destined Prime Minister," said Monsignor Valmy. "But a prince of the church must be trained to the art of silence as well as speech. And do you think Sir Victor could ever learn that? No, he must be always in some place where he can use the great gift which heaven has given him. He would make a marvelous preacher. If he were one of us," Monsignor Valmy added meditatively, "I should like to appoint him to preach in some West End church, to stir the hearts of the light-minded and to compel Protestants to go and listen. I'm afraid there is a very worldly side to Champion's ambition," Lord Stonehenge said. "The redemption of souls might serve as an avocation for him. It would never be his vocation." "Os homines sublime did die," Valmy said quietly. "A man of genius and heart looks naturally up from the world. Have you seen much of Sir Victor Champion?" he added, turning to Miss Beaton. "Yes," she answered. "He has called on me several times lately, and we have talked a good deal together." "And you like him? You admire him?" "Oh yes," she replied frankly. "Who could help admiring him? I confess that I like him best when he puts on that courtier-like old-world manner which suits him so well. I am not so much interested in him when he talks generalities to me as he might to an ordinary young London lady, and asks my plans for the season. Perhaps that is Champion's diplomatic way of trying to find out something about you, Madame," said Lord Stonehenge. "Something about your own and your friends' projects and ideas, which he might think it impolitic to ask directly." "I would rather he questioned me outright about what he wanted to know," said Mary. "But I think he must have discovered after the second visit that I did not like him so well as the man of society, for he became the courtier again." "And Mr. Bellarmin?" pursued the priest blandly. "Oh, Mr. Bellarmin," and Mary's color rose slightly, "he too has been to see us 3 or 4 times. But Mr. Bellarmin is different. He is younger, naturally more of the London man. Mr. Bellarmin amuses me, and he interests me too, for he seems to have 2 sides to his character.
I don't feel with him, as with Sir Victor, that I ought to be on my best behaviour." She laughed a half-conscious laugh, which both Monsignor Valmy and Lord Stonehenge noticed. Alas for Bellarmin, it was quite true that in spite of his prudent resolves, he had found occasion more than once to visit the young Pretendress at her house in Kensington. It would seem uncourteous, unfeeling, he argued, to himself to slight the frank invitations, almost commands, of a lady in Mary Beaton's peculiar position, a stranger in her own country, a victim, so Bellarmin put it, to the accident of her illustrious birth. At first Miss Beaton was enchanted with everything at Stonehenge Park. She loved to wander over the great old house from room to room and corridor to corridor. From the foot of the 2 wide flights of stairs which met in the middle of the hall, one might look up to a glass dome, and through it see the shadow of a little turret that commanded a view of the whole country round. Mary delighted in mounting this tower and gazing over the broad, fair English landscape on the one side to the more barren stretch of country, the bleak cliffs and misty sea on the other. She persuaded herself sometimes that she saw on the horizon the outlines of Lady Saxon's eyrie, Petrel's Rest. She had thought many times since that day of her reception, of Lady Saxon, of her brilliancy, her beauty, her vivid, intriguing life, and of her frank confession of an occasional longing for solitude and savagery. Somehow, Mary thought of Lady Saxon most often in association with Bellarmin. And then the young girl's cheek would flush painfully. She did not dare to ask herself why, and she would shrink and determinedly turn her mind away. The people at Stonehenge humoured Mary Beaton's fancies, and permitted her to throw completely aside the flimsy pomp and ceremony which in London Falcon so strongly insisted upon. Thus, here she was more of the merry schoolgirl than the dignified young claimant who had declared herself every inch a queen. Lady Struthers remonstrated feebly, but she could not gainsay the Prince of Saragossa and Monsignor Valmy, who took Miss Beaton's view of things. Mary was charmed with little Don Jose. The boy had picked up some London slang, which he found great pleasure in airing for Mary's amusement and social education. They became comrades, and used to have long rambles and rides together. Still, there was want of force, of interest, of movement about all this, and Mary found herself secretly wishing that Mr. Bellarmin would appear. He had not come on the day first appointed, but had put off his arrival 2 days on the plea of committees and debates. She wanted him to come before Sir Victor. A day or two of his bright companionship without the constraint of the elder and graver statesman's presence would be pleasant, Mary thought. For Mr. Bellarmin was young, and Sir Victor was, not old, not exactly old, but elderly. Sir Victor seemed quite an elderly person to Mary Beaton. She had always been a good deal mixed up with elderly people. She was under the care and in the close companionship now of elderly people, and she yearned for the society of the young, as one weary of gray skies and dun clouds might yearn for the sunshine. Perhaps this condition of feeling, all natural and comprehensible as it was, might serve to account for the fact that elder people sometimes grew a little displeased and impatient with sweet Mary Beaton. They suspected that she yearned for younger companions sometimes, and it made them bitter. Certainly, it made General Falcon bitter. General Falcon looked out for the coming of young Bellarmin with alternate sinking of the heart and rising of passion. The mere mention of Bellarmin's name brought a scowl to Falcon's face. He was beginning to fancy that he had been wrong in his first estimate of Bellarmin's position. He had believed him to be enmeshed in Lady Saxon's toils. He now suspected that Lady Saxon's influence was not entirely paramount. It was evidence of a certain feline craft in Falcon that he should seem to countenance and even encourage any apparent admirer of Mary Beaton, whereas in reality the serious suggestion of her marriage coming into his mind as a possibility, nay, a certainty in the future, set all his strongest passions at work and turned him
for the time almost into a madman. He had appeared eager to welcome both Bellarmin and Sir Victor Champion to the house in Kensington, and to seize on the evident attraction of both to his charge as a factor in his political schemes. But now that the attraction seemed to have become more distinct, he regarded it with a mixture of abhorrence and terror. Yet he still placed so severe a restraint upon himself that only Lady Saxon, had she been in his company, could have read the morbid workings of his diseased mind. End of Volume 2, Chapter 1.
Volume 2, Chapter 2 of The Rebel Rose by Justin McCarthy and Rosa Campbell Praed. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, Among the Lilies. For days before the Stonehenge visit, Bellarmin's soul had been sorely racked. Soon after he had sent away the fateful letter which was Lady Saxon's trophy, a terrible revulsion of feeling came over him. He felt like one who has sold his soul to the spirit of darkness. Never had he been deceived in his cooler moments by Lady Saxon's tenderest protestations and professions. He knew that she did not love him, that she was not a woman to love anyone in the true sense. His heart revolted at the thought of her treachery to her husband. He felt himself degraded by the servitude he had allowed her to impose on him, and now, from servitude, he had made it slavery. He had written to her a declaration of love, and it was not true. He did not love her. He was dazzled by her, allured by her, infatuated by her. His senses betrayed him to her, but he did not love her, and he knew it now only too well. He had a hideous presentiment that his letter would yet be made to play some part in some scheme of Lady Saxon's. So little faith had he in her, when he was not under the bewildering sway of her presence and her charm, that he actually found this thought taking possession of his mind, the thought that the letter had been drawn from him to be used in some way against him. And added to all this was the feeling that now he had cut himself off from Mary Beaton forever. Little hope, indeed, had he ever that Mary Beaton could care for him, or that anything could come of it even if she did. But still he was free to think of her, to fill his soul with thought of her, to hold her always in his heart. Now he must try to think of her no more. The bond-slave of Josephine Saxon must not admit the thought of Mary Beaton into the profane sanctuary of his heart. He felt that such transactions have their own code of honor, and he must order his heart so that it should not give out its feelings to any other woman. A man, he said to himself savagely, ought to be one thing or the other. He ought to be either good or bad. He ought to have the courage of his goodness or the courage of his badness. He ought to be not like me. Bellarmin was, for the time, distinctly unhappy. He seemed to have lost interest in everything. He was out of tune with political life. There were moments when he wished he had never come up to London, never got a seat in the House of Commons. The world, his world, seemed all darkened. He could not see the sky or the stars anywhere. He was as one who suddenly finds that he has lost sight, or hearing, or power of movement, and whose senses are paralyzed by the appalling knowledge. He had come to understand that in the terrible struggle between the two forces in his nature, the spirit of evil had conquered, but not cast out, the spirit of good, that the conquered spirit lay, a perpetual ache and agony, deep in its prison in his heart. Still, Bellarmin was young, and whether he would or not, his forces were elastic, and he soon determined to make the best of his Stonehenge visit, to put on an appearance of brightness, to meet Mary bravely, and to be in the world like a man of the world. These thoughts were in Bellarmin's mind as he came down by the train, the same train which had brought Mary Beaton. He found the party drinking tea in a quaint garden on one side of the house, A garden laid out in fancifully shaped beds bordered with box and almost closed in by red brick walls, on which hung big yellow Marechal Niel and Souvenir d'Almaison roses. The roses were abloom in sunny sheltered regions now. They grew in profusion at Stonehenge, and the very air seemed heavy with them. Lady Struthers was at the tea-table. General Falcon and Monsieur Valmy were conversing together, and Mary and Lord Stonehenge sat a little apart. They both rose as Bellarmin was ushered towards them, and Lord Stonehenge went forward to greet his guest, but Mary held back, looking very stately and slender as she stood beside a bed of tall white lilies, and indeed not unlike the lilies themselves, Bellarmin thought. A little blush came to her cheek, however, when at last Bellarmin shook hands with her. "I am glad to see you," she said simply. "We were beginning to think that you didn't mean to come." "Oh," he answered, "I have had tiresome committees. A tedious time altogether, with only the consolation of feeling that I was doing my duty, which was not much of a consolation after all, under the conditions, and the satisfaction of knowing that I should get a holiday anyhow at Whitsuntide." "Everyone gets holidays at Whitsuntide," said Mary, and then she was going to say, "and then Sir Victor will be here," but added, "We were going to give you a longer holiday." "Have you seen Sir Victor Champion?" asked Stonehenge, and felt immediately that the question needed some preparation, for Bellarmin gave a quick, surprised look. "Seen him? Yes, every day, but I've had no particular talk with him." "He is coming here in the Whitsuntide recess," said Lord Stonehenge calmly. "Coming here?" repeated Bellarmin, still surprised and glancing at Mary. "I did not imagine that I was to meet Sir Victor Champion." "You don't object," said Lord Stonehenge. "I know that you differ politically, perhaps not as much as people think. Here, political differences count for as little as those of creed," and he made a gesture towards the priest. "You will find Monsieur Valmy a perfectly delightful companion. So I hope you, and Miss Beaton too, will find Sir Victor. I have an idea, Mr. Bellarmin, that if you were in the House of Lords, you would sit on the cross benches in more senses than one." Mary laughed, and so did Bellarmin. "I dare say you are right," said Rolfe. "Anyhow, I haven't the faintest dislike to staying in the same house with Sir Victor. Quite the contrary. It is what I have often wished to do. But I have never been given the chance. I'm delighted to meet him outside the field of politics." "Mr. Bellarmin," cried Lady Struthers from the tea-table, handing him at the same time a fragrant steaming cup and the cream jug. "It's a fresh brew. Do you take sugar? Though it is not the fashion in England to take sugar, I observe. The first cup was delicious, Mr. Bellarmin. Our second wasn't so good, but this is going to be quite as excellent as the first. And strawberries? I always assure foreigners that strawberry squash is really the typical English dish. I tell Madame, Mr. Bellarmin, that there's one good you get by living out of one's own country for a number of years. You notice things, and you get perspective. If I ever go back to Schwalbenstadt, I shall introduce the dear Grand Duchess to English strawberry squash." That evening, both Mary and Don Jose were in particularly lively humor. The girl seemed to have been endued with a spirit of playfulness and innocent gaiety that contrasted with her former vague depression, and which was to Bellarmin peculiarly captivating. The young Prince of Saragossa, still hailing her as his queen, made himself her cupbearer and poured her wine and waited upon her, somewhat to the embarrassment of Lord Stonehenge's solemn butler. Bellarmin fell into the boy's fancy and gravely paid homage to the pretty pretendress. The priests smiled benignantly. General Falcon scowled in sullen dissatisfaction. To Lady Struthers and Stonehenge, each in a different fashion, the proceedings savoured too much of a jest on the sacred subject of divine rights to be altogether agreeable. But Mary Beaton and Bellarmin were very happy. Perhaps neither of them quite knew why. When dinner was over, they all went back together to the drawing-room. The windows stood wide open to the terrace, and the lake shone silvery in the moonlight. Don Jose vaulted forth and ran down to the boathouse, where a tiny skiff was moored, and presently, They heard his clear boy's tenor ringing out a sort of boat song in Spanish, which sounded like an invitation to follow him. Miss Beaton paused a little irresolutely on the sill. "I am going on the water," said she, looking back into the room, and then she turned again and sang an answering call. She had a very sweet, but not very powerful, mezzo-soprano voice, with a pathetic note in it that struck Bellarmin as peculiarly in harmony with that slightly melancholy strain he had noticed in her character. "Madame," said Falcon abruptly, "you will not trust yourself alone on the lake with the prince, who, to say the least, is young and heedless." "But indeed I shall, my good general," replied Mary with pretty wilfulness, "and we shall sing duets on the water, to which you may join chorus from the bank, if you please. Lord Stonehenge, let us have coffee in the boathouse, and you gentlemen may talk politics or science or anything you like, while Don Jose and I enjoy ourselves." "And I," said Lady Struthers, "shall beg to remain indoors, if Madame and His Highness will excuse my attendance. The lake has no attractions for me. I am not fond of leading the vie de canard, which appears to delight you so in England." "We make a virtue of necessity, Lady Struthers," put in Bellarmin. "Dr. Amblaine and I will enjoy a game of draughts or a little literary conversation," went on Lady Struthers. "The pleasures of intellectual intercourse have not come much in my way since we left the cultivated circle of the residence. I must confess that I am disappointed in English society," and she threw a rebuking glance at Bellarmin. "It seems to me that the entree to the highest circles in London, political or social, is far from being a guarantee of intellectual distinction." "Quite true, Lady Struthers," answered Bellarmin. "You must amuse us, is the first command of smart society. It doesn't say you must improve us." Miss Beaton went lightly out into the garden, singing still as she walked. Bellarmin followed her. He carried a white knitted cloud. "Lady Struthers beseeches you to put this on." She let him wrap the shawl about her head and shoulders. "I have never heard you sing before," he said. "Oh, I sing very passably, I assure you," she replied, "but I have a perverse and gammon taste for street songs, and General Falcon doesn't encourage me in it. He thinks it is unbefitting your—" Bellarmin was going to say pretensions, but stopped himself and added, "your illustrious descent." "Exactly, and there he is wrong. Mary Stuart never thought about what was befitting or unbefitting her dignity, and yet she was always a queen. That's part of the bore of sham royalty," Mary added with a sigh. "One has, metaphorically speaking, to keep the scepter and crown perpetually en evidence. Now, I am sure if your queen, when she was much younger, say, had taken a fancy to sing Johnny Peel or Up in a Balloon, Boys, everyone would have thought it quite pretty and nice." Bellarmin laughed. Mary turned her bright, frank eyes to him. They were sparkling with amusement. "I have only seen the people in their wretchedness," she said, and her face became suddenly sad again. "I want to see them in their places of entertainment, Mr. Bellarmin." She clasped her hands with a girlish, impulsive gesture. "I am going to carry out the most daring project when I go back to London. I should shock you so terribly that I long to tell you what it is, but I dare not. I have only brought the general to consent by dint of coaxing and promises of the strictest secrecy." "I dare say I can guess," said Bellarmin. "A private box at the Oxford or the London Pavilion." "Oh dear, no. Nothing half so much in the world. But don't ask me another question." Whether by design or accident, they had made a little detour, and instead of proceeding straight to the bank of the lake, near which Don Jose was paddling, they turned up by a small inlet crossed by an ornamental bridge. "Tell me," said Bellarmin, looking at her in a half-amused, half-earnest manner, "what is the meaning of it all?" "The meaning of it?" Mary repeated, and she stopped short on the bridge and looked up at him. "The meaning of what?" "This sham royalty, as you call it. What is it to end in?" "Noblesse oblige," said Mary, a little haughtily. "I am the last of the Stuarts." "That, of course, no one doubts it, but—" He paused. He had a vague impulse to question her that he might discover to what extent she herself was aware of any political or social machinations on the part of her adherents. Though Mary Beaton had been magnet powerful enough to draw him at once to Stonehenge, it puzzled him a little why he had been invited there. He wanted to find out what was expected of him, how far he was supposed to espouse Miss Beaton's claims, why Sir Victor Champion had been asked, whether the meeting between him and Sir Victor had been arranged by the Jacobite clan with a view to furthering the minor Stuart business, or by Champion himself for a greater political purpose. His embarrassed manner quickened Mary's curiosity. "Well," she said, "what is it that you are wondering about?" "I'll tell you. I'm wondering about two things. Why General Falcon and Lord Stonehenge were so good as to press me to join this party. And, by the way, why does General Falcon scowl at me so fiercely now that I am here?" He saw in the moonlight the red blood rise to Mary's face and overspread its milky whiteness. "You were asked because, well, I'll be frank with you, because I wanted to have someone new and entertaining and fresh from the outside world about me. I am tired of all these fossilized interests. As for my general, perhaps it is that which makes him cross. I can't be responsible for his whims. They puzzle me quite as much as they can puzzle you." "Madame," said Bellarmin, with real feeling in his voice, "I am more than honored. I am deeply grateful. If you knew what a sweet and soothing, beneficial influence you have over me, you would not be surprised that I thank heaven for the kindly impulse which made you wish for my company." There was a little pause. It seemed to Bellarmin that the red deepened on Mary's half-averted cheek. "And the other thing you were wondering about?" she asked presently. "The other thing? Oh, why is Sir Victor Champion coming?" Mary looked round at him with a bright little laugh. "Well, I don't mind confiding to you the least little faint hint of a very tiny political conspiracy, which Lord Stonehenge got from Mr. Tressel, and which he let out to me only yesterday. Mr. Tressel just suggested that Sir Victor would not be sorry to see something of you in a friendly, informal way. Oh, Mr. Bellarmin, it is too delicious that I should be mixed up in your English parliamentary intrigues. I wish you were on Sir Victor's side. I believe in him." "You wish I were on his side?" said Bellarmin slowly. "Not against your convictions, of course. I think on the whole that what interests me about you is that you are a frontiere. Still, I believe I should not be sorry if your convictions were to take the same form as Sir Victor's." "You believe that he has sincere convictions? That he has the good of his country at heart? Oh, I am certain of it. No one could watch his face and see the light kindle in his eyes when he talks of what is near his heart, and not feel that he is intensely in earnest. I have seen him several times lately. He is very good in explaining things to me, and he has such a pretty way of recognizing me as a Stuart, and all that, as if he were indulging the whim of a child he was fond of. Oh yes, I believe in Sir Victor. I am a little afraid of him. I shall not dare to be frivolous before him as I am this evening, but I admire him immensely all the same." The thought came into Bellarmin's mind as he walked along by Mary Beaton's side that it was curious these two women, Josephine Saxon and Mary Beaton, women as unlike in character and temperament as if they had been born in different planets, and showing that dissimilarity most, it seemed to him, in the strange conflicting influence they exercised upon himself, should both feel such genuine and apparently intuitive confidence in Champion's political sincerity. Josephine's frank admission of a former acquaintance with Champion dispelled any dark suggestions that might have rankled in Bellarmin's mind. Her arguments and her appeal in their late interview had, almost unconsciously to himself, affected him strongly. Now they seemed to receive additional strength from the fact of Mary's partisanship. It was a curious convergence of opposing forces. Mary's enthusiastic expressions grated slightly upon him, but they set him thinking. If this bright, intelligent girl were so imbued with belief in Champion's high purpose, Was he right in refusing to hear what Champion had to bring forward in his own support? They had crossed the bridge, and now by a turn in the shrubbery they had been skirting, came suddenly upon the boathouse, a kind of open pavilion with tables and lounges, where the gentlemen were sitting and enjoying their cigarettes, and where coffee was being served. Mary did not wait for any coffee, but stepped into the canoe in which Don Jose was established, and presently the two had paddled out into the lake. Monsignor Valmy and Lord Stonehenge called out admonitions to keep near the shore. The boy and girl laughed and murmured together, and in a few moments their voices burst on the still, soft night, blending in a rollicking Rhine song. It was very charming and poetic, Bellarmin thought. He sat somewhat apart near the wide entrance arch of the pavilion, silent and dreamy as he smoked his cigar and gazed at the white figure in the boat, and the noble head, and the play of features and eyes which seemed spiritualized by the moonlight. The two young people went on, singing song after song, pushing out into the lake, so that their voices sounded softer and more distant. And now they turned a little point and were hidden by a drooping willow, though the sweet, ringing melody told that they were not far. After a while they stopped singing altogether. It could be seen that they had landed on an islet in the middle of the lake, where there were more willows and another pavilion. Meanwhile, the men had fallen into general half-political talk, and the question of Mary Stuart Beaton's inheritance was brought up. General Falcon was explaining the position to Monsignor Valmy, and while the echo of Mary Beaton's and Don Jose's first duet still lingered in his ear, Bellarmin was roused from his dream-like reverie by a pointed question. End of Volume 2, Chapter 2. Volume 2, Chapter 3 of The Rebel Rose by Justin McCarthy and Rosa Campbell Praed. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, The Whiteness of the Rebel Rose. Tell me, General Falcon, Monsignor Valmy said quietly, what you want Sir Victor Champion to do, what you want Mr. Bellarmin to do. He looked towards Bellarmin as he spoke in a manner that plainly invited Bellarmin to take part in the discussion. Am I in this? Bellarmin asked, half rising, and then drawing his chair nearer to the little group, which was gathered round a small table on which coffee and cigarettes were placed. Surely, I was just saying to General Falcon that we should all like to know what he wants you, for example, to do in regard to these claims. You see, we assume your sympathy and willingness to help us, Lord Stonehenge said. I shall be only too glad to help you, Bellarmin replied, if I can see my way. Exactly. We want General Falcon to give you the light to help you to see your way. Dry light, as Bacon puts it, Monsignor Valmy said quietly. Light free from all coloring matter. I suppose Bacon meant, we want to give you that sort of light and none other. We want to have the case put fairly before you, so that you shall judge for yourself on the facts. I have studied the question pretty closely, Bellarmin answered, and very sympathetically. It seems clear to me that there is no constitutional or legal claim in the technical sense of the words. Mr. Bellarmin doesn't understand the question, Falcon interposed with harsh voice and scowling face. I have studied it to the best of my ability, General Falcon, Bellarmin said, determined not to lose his temper. If I don't understand it, that is the fault of my intellect and not of my effort. It is well to have everyone's opinion. Oh yes, go on, please, Mr. Bellarmin, Stonehenge exclaimed, turning eyes of expostulation on the impatient Falcon. I am particularly anxious to hear Mr. Bellarmin's full and candid expression of opinion, Monsignor Valmy said gravely. He is one of our friends, General Falcon, not one of our enemies. I ask Mr. Bellarmin's pardon, said Falcon, in a strange contradictory flash of penitence which puzzled Bellarmin. I know he means to be a friend. Now, Mr. Bellarmin, Lord Stonehenge interposed a little impatiently, I don't see any claim that you could possibly sustain in any court of law. For instance, Bellarmin explained, I don't see how the government— the Crown, Monsignor Valmy suggested?
Oh, well, it isn't the Crown really, it is the government. The Crown will, as a matter of public policy, decline to do anything but what the government advises. Now, it seems to me that as a question of generosity, there is a strong case, and as a question of public policy, even a very good case. I think in this instance, generosity and public policy would go together. Generosity? Lord Stonehenge began in a doubting tone of voice. Yes, I was coming to that point, Bellarmin went on. Are you disposed to make an appeal to the generosity of the country? Would you be willing to do that? Would Miss Beaton consent? Do you mean to make an appeal in forma pauperis? Is that what Mr. Bellarmin recommends? Cried Falcon. No, General Falcon, I didn't recommend anything of the kind. I didn't recommend anything in point of fact. I only asked a question or two for the guidance of myself and of all of us. It is one thing to make a legal claim in a court of law or even in Parliament. It is another to appeal to Parliament for fair play and moral justice and generosity in a matter where it is frankly admitted that we have no legal claim. I mean legal in the narrow and technical sense. I think Mr. Bellarmin is putting the case very well, said Monsignor Valmy. I'm afraid he is putting it only too well, too accurately, I mean, Lord Stonehenge added. Well, my idea is this, Bellarmin went on. I think the claim could be put in that way, in such a manner as to command the attention and sympathy of the House of Commons, and I don't say that a resolution might not be carried recommending the case to the consideration of the government. Then, of course, all would depend on the action of the government. In other words, Monsignor Valmy said, it would depend on who were the government. Precisely. There was a pause full of meaning. The same thought was in the minds of each of the men. Yes, said Lord Stonehenge, with a sudden vivacity of emphasis. It would all depend on who were the men in the government. I mean on who was the man at the head of the government. Bellarmin understood clearly. He thought it would be well to let his listeners know that he understood. Now, he said slowly, we are on the eve of a crisis of some sort. Everyone is agreed upon that, and what everyone says does now and then happen to be true. At least, it is unsafe to count on its never coming true. I don't think it would be well to bring up this claim under unfavorable circumstances. Better wait a little, perhaps. Our modern Tories have utterly forsworn or forgotten all memory of their ancient traditions and the king over the water. The more stolidly Tory they are, the more inveterately they are opposed to any recognition of a past condition of things. It would not be of much use trying on anything under them, but suppose there should be a change of government. Yes, Monsignor Valmy observed quietly. Suppose there should be. There may be before long, Lord Stonehenge said significantly. In other words, Bellarmin said, taking a long puff at his cigarette and sending the smoke out before him straight as the path of a bullet, suppose Sir Victor Champion were to come into office. As Prime Minister? Monsignor Valmy inquired blandly. As Prime Minister, yes. I suppose he will either come in as Prime Minister or not come in at all.
In that case, Lord Stonehenge, Monsignor Valmy asked with a tone of ingenuous curiosity,
how do you think Sir Victor Champion would be affected towards these claims? In that case, Stonehenge answered gravely, I should hope favorably, after a while at least. Yes, said Bellarmin meditatively. The answer he had received was exactly what he had expected. Their hopes were centered on Champion. Will Champion carry the country with him? Monsignor Valmy asked, still in a tone of simple artlessness. In what? Bellarmin rejoined with manner equally guileless. Monsignor Valmy smiled. For myself, Lord Stonehenge said abruptly, with the air of one who comes daringly to what others are only thinking of, I would much rather see the House of Lords reformed than reorganized, and reformed or reorganized by its friends than by its enemies. Champion has a highly cultivated mind, and he has a deep vein of sympathy in his nature. I prefer Champion as a reformer to Mr. Tressel, for instance. The priest gave a little shudder. "The plain common sense of the thing, then," said Bellarmin, "is that we should keep these claims quiet until we see whether Sir Victor Champion is likely to come into power soon." "May I ask who are understood by 'we'?" General Falcon demanded angrily. "We? Well, I meant those who are anxious to see justice done to Miss Beaton's claims," Bellarmin answered with perfect good humour. "I was delighted to hear Mr. Bellarmin include himself in the number," put in Monsignor Valmy. "So was I," added Lord Stonehenge, with a courteous bend of the head to Bellarmin. "Only I did not quite understand," said Falcon, not altogether appeased. There was a pause. Lord Stonehenge broke in. "We were thinking of something of that kind, of waiting quietly until we see what Champion will do and what will happen. But we are not what are called practical politicians, Monsignor Valmy and I am sure General Falcon would be very angry with me if I were to call him a practical politician." "I'm a soldier," said General Falcon. "Exactly," Monsignor Valmy rejoined sweetly, "and I am a priest. We are neither of us qualified to advise Lord Stonehenge on a question of practical politics, and so we are all grateful for Mr. Bellarmin's advice." Apparently the matter was regarded as settled. The claims were bound up for the present with the fortunes of Sir Victor Champion's next move, whatever that might turn out to be. Bellarmin removed his cigarette from his mouth and thoughtfully laid down the smouldering end. He looked round the little group. "I should like to ask one thing. I ask it in all sincerity and faith and with the fullest friendliness. These claims, these particular claims, are an end and not a means?" The priest, who had been gazing abstractedly out on the lake, the clear-cut outline of his ascetic features defined against the dim leafy background, turned to Bellarmin with a ray of keen interest, lighting his face into a look of less otherworldliness. "Do we quite understand?" he asked softly. "I don't understand," Falcon exclaimed bluntly. Lord Stonehenge turned to Bellarmin. "Do you mean, Mr. Bellarmin, that these claims are all that we consider ourselves, on Miss Beaton's part, entitled to make, that on their being satisfied we are prepared to give a receipt in full? If that is what you mean, yes, certainly." Nevertheless, Lord Stonehenge sighed as he spoke, and the spirit of his ancestors, loyal to the death, to Stuarts of old time, seemed to glow in his refined Vandyke face. "These money claims are final," he went on in a tone of determined resignation. "We have no other money claims to make. The Princess, Miss Beaton, only wants what is her own by right." "Yes, all that I quite understand, but what I would ask is whether there is any idea of making these claims a sort of test of public feeling as to other possible claims. I am sure you understand my meaning. Believe me, such an idea would end in nothing but utter disaster, ridicule, and disgrace." "Disgrace?" Falcon cried, his eyes aflame with wrath. "Yes, General Falcon," Bellarmin replied, turning to him with some warmth. "Disgrace to the advisers who ruined a just claim and exposed to public odium the noblest of clients." He was going to say women, but somehow he preferred to leave the sex out of the question. "The noblest of clients, by mixing both up with absurd and hopeless dynastic intrigues." Monsignor Valmy's pale, delicate complexion seemed to deepen a little in the moonlight as Bellarmin spoke these words. Lord Stonehenge remained quite self-possessed. "Mr. Bellarmin," he said, "is naturally afraid of being mixed up with the Stuart restoration scheme in the 19th century." "No, indeed," Bellarmin broke in warmly. "I was not thinking of myself. I could go into a scheme or keep out of it, just as I thought best to do. I was not thinking of danger, of real danger for anybody. I was thinking of ridicule. I was thinking of public odium, so hard for a woman to bear." The sex, which he would fain have kept out of the controversy here, boldly asserted itself and came in. "I was thinking of all that, and of the inevitable ruin of these very claims themselves, no matter how just they may be. That is what I was thinking of, Lord Stonehenge."
Again there was a pause, and through the silence of the arbor there floated the sound of Mary Beaton's laugh as she chatted with the young prince. That sweet, frank laugh, which, with all its sweetness and its girlishness, had in it an imperious ring. Involuntarily at its sound the men moved forward a little, all except the priest, and he remained still, with that bland inquiring smile on his thin lips, as if there were in his mind no thought of the girl round whom centered these curious out-of-date suggestions of conspiracy and revolution. They could see the boat as it lay like a fairy skiff on the shining lake, and the slim youth with his picturesque Spanish face, and the slender, proud, bright maiden, whose dark wavy hair and contour of feature and smile and gesture seemed to have in them something traditional, which woke in the mind memories of Holyrood and of reckless, winsome Mary Stuart. How out of keeping with the commonplace fret, the vulgar rush and scurry of 19th century existences were these two living representatives of dead dynasties. It had an odd, bewildering effect, this spell of the past. Bellarmin felt a tightening of his heart, he scarce knew why, and then a rush of impetuous desire to bear her away from it all, from the network of scheming and calculations and false hopes and associations that were at once tragic and poetic and absurd. He longed to sweep away the glamour of her Stuart ancestry, the poor pretense of princessship, and to appeal to her bravely, honestly, as the tender, true-hearted, simple English girl that she was, that and nothing else. For it had come to this with Bellarmin in certain moods of reaction, when the other wilder passion lost its sway over him. These thoughts were moving him to the very depths of his being, while Lord Stonehenge said gently, "I quite understand, Mr. Bellarmin. I didn't put my meaning well. At least, I certainly did not mean to say that you were concerned about yourself. What I meant was that you were afraid of some unwise political schemes, or dynastic schemes, if you like, might be astir. But you may be quite reassured. Monsignor Valmy and I, and General Falcon, of course, are sane men." "Leave me out," Falcon exclaimed impatiently. "I would go my own way if I could." Bellarmin made a movement as if he would pull himself out of dreamland, a gesture not lost upon Falcon. "You see," Bellarmin said, "there was some ground for my misgivings after all." "None whatever," General Falcon retorted. "I would go my own way if I could, but I can't, and I understand that as well as any practical politician who ever lived. Only I don't want to be taken as approving of every arrangement which I accept just because I can't have any other." Monsignor Valmy interposed. "It is not easy, perhaps, for Mr. Bellarmin to realize our position. We have nothing to renounce. I mean, there is nothing which it is in our power to renounce. No declaration on her part could make the princess, could make Miss Beaton other than what she is. Suppose she were to say that she renounced being a woman, would she not be a woman all the same? Suppose you were to say you renounced your right to be your father's son, would you be any less the son of your father? All that I can quite understand. Looking at it from your point of view, of course mine is quite different. With you, it is only like the case of a man who withdraws from the candidature for the presidentship of the United States, or the office of Lord Mayor of London," Lord Stonehenge suggested with a quiet smile. "Well, yes, if you like to put it that way. Yes, I believe in the right of a people to choose its own chief magistrate, whether for perpetuity, or for 4 years, or 1 year." "And you, a Tory?" "A Tory Democrat," Monsignor Valmy suavely interposed. "A Tory who believes that the world goes round and that something must come of the discovery of the electric light," Bellarmin said. "But what I was going to say was that I quite understand your principle and that I greatly respect it. All that I want to impress on you is this. I am only talking now of parliamentary affairs. It would be absurd of me to offer you advice in any other matters. I only want to impress upon you that your last chance for your real claims — I mean your money claims — would be gone with the House of Commons, gone with Sir Victor Champion, gone with any and every English statesman if the claims were accompanied with the very faintest whisper of dynastic intrigues or even hopes. There are no intrigues, Lord Stonehenge said slowly and distinctly. None whatever. I think I may tell you also, Mr. Bellarmin, that to men like Monsignor Valmy and myself there are no hopes within the range of any horizon that the eyes of our intellect can compass. If the right order of things is ever to be restored, it will not be in our time. It will be in heaven's time, Monsignor Valmy said, bending his head. We of this day and generation can do nothing. That is quite enough, Bellarmin replied gravely. You have satisfied all my scruples and fears. Pray forgive my bluntness. I had to ask these questions. Even while they were speaking, General Falcon had abruptly quitted the pavilion. It was evident that even if he had no hopes, he was not willing to admit the fact. Bellarmin was the first to observe that he had gone. Bellarmin said nothing then on the subject, but in his mind the ways of Falcon boded trouble. To Mary Beaton, also, Falcon's manner seemed ominous. In truth, she had been puzzled and vexed by his fitful moods of late, his strange alternations of capricious fault-finding and jealous affection. It was a relief sometimes to turn to Lord Stonehenge, in whom she always found a grave, respectful devotion and care for her interests, which in many ways appeared more abstract than personal. She had come to rely upon him in an undemonstrative fashion almost more than upon any other of her counselors, and the thought had flashed through her mind several times during the past week or two that if she were in any real difficulty, it would be to Lord Stonehenge that she would apply for advice. He was waiting for her alone at the little landing place when the skiff shot to shore, and the young Prince of Saragossa, with his exaggerated air of deference, bent on one knee to the ground and held the boat steady while Mary Beaton stepped on land. Madame, said Stonehenge, I think that you have been long enough out of doors. There is a mist rising, and we must be careful of your health. It is you, exclaimed Mary. I thought that solitary figure could only be Falcon waiting to rebuke me for my misdeeds. Has he commissioned you to scold me? Now, I am sure that you have all been talking politics and discussing my claims and the rest, and Mr. Bellarmin took the sober 19th century House of Commons view of the matter, and my poor general was indignant and went off in wrath. Wasn't it so? We were discussing your claims, madame. And you all quarreled over them? No, we did not quarrel. We came to the conclusion that it was best to let them rest, as far as Parliament is concerned, till a Prime Minister came in who would give them his sympathy and support, and that may be before long. And the Prime Minister will be Sir Victor Champion. I think I can count upon his sympathy, if I can count on nothing else. Well, it was a wise conclusion to come to, Lord Stonehenge, but I am afraid it did not suit General Falcon's temper, which seems irritated against us all, myself included. Then he went away in anger, and he left you as his deputy to give me my scolding. I am quite accustomed to being found fault with and made angry, so that you need not have any scruples about beginning. Madame, I could not be so presumptuous, unless anything serious, if it were a question of your safety, and then, repeated Mary, looking up at him as she moved on by his side. And then, madame, he said in a tone very unusual in him, I think it would be easier to die for you than to make you angry. She felt the thrill of his emotion. It alarmed and bewildered her a little. Was he, too, becoming melodramatic? She glanced up at him again in a troubled way, and her voice changed as she answered, with an attempt to speak lightly. One, at least, of your name, Lord Stonehenge, vowed his life to the service of a Stuart, and he gave it up at Newbury. I was looking at his portrait yesterday, and do you know that your face and his are very much alike? But those days are past, she added, happily for you and for me. Their spirit lives yet, said Stonehenge, and it will endure in me so long as my life endures. He stopped and gazed at her solemnly, she too standing still. A shaft of moonlight pierced the thick foliage of a little grove through which they were passing into the house, and fell upon Mary's fair face and noble form. The white scarf had dropped from her head, but she held it loosely with her two hands interlaced at her breast. Stonehenge bent forward, and taking one of her hands in his, stooped low over it, and touched it with his lips. "Madame," he said, with an old-world chivalry which might have befitted the cavalier who had fallen at Newbury, "this is my act of homage to the Queen and to the woman. In all faith and sincerity, I lay my heart and my life at your feet. They are yours to do with what you will." The young girl started and crimsoned deeply, and the tears gathered in her eyes. She hardly realized the meaning of his words. She only felt that he was intensely in earnest. She did not know whether this was a part of the fantastic dream, the romantic fealty of subject to sovereign, which even in these prosaic times seemed the birthright of Stuart blood, the rich breath of perfume from the still unfading white rose, or was it the red rose of love which was held out to her, the mere everyday offer of marriage from man to woman? She could have wept aloud in the feeling of strangeness and loneliness and odd humiliation that came over her. What was she, that this man should rate her so high? Would he feel the same to her if she were only Mary, Mary with no noble name, no historic lineage? Was she any better off after all in her sham royalty than the princesses who could never know what it was to be loved for themselves alone? "Lord Stonehenge," she cried impulsively, "why do you think of me like that? I'm not a queen, and I can't accept your life or anything except your friendship, and that I do value with my whole heart. It is more to me than even you perhaps could understand." "I feel glad and happy to hear you say that," he answered quietly. "Since friendship is the name you prefer, we will call it so. But, madame, I want you to know fully that everything else is included. What I call it does not matter to you, and need never cause you a moment's responsibility or uneasiness, since in future it will not be for me to ask, but for you to demand, or to bestow if you think good. That is the privilege of queens, you know," he added with a gentle laugh. They walked on for a few moments in silence, and then, as if determined that she should feel no doubt or embarrassment, he resumed his ordinary manner and began to tell her the subject of their conversation in the pavilion. "I don't understand General Falcon," said Mary thoughtfully. "His manner is so strange and variable. In truth," she went on, "I do not know what he wants of me, or for me. I sometimes fancy, Lord Stonehenge, that he is so anxious to have these money claims settled because, living in London, we are spending more than we ought, and getting to the end of our resources." "Oh no, madame," interposed Stonehenge hastily. "Surely you need not be troubled about that." "It does not trouble me, even if it were the case. I don't suppose that I shall come to the workhouse anyhow, and what right have I to be better off than thousands of poor creatures? What does make me unhappy sometimes is that I seem to have so little to give away. I see so much misery, and I can do nothing to remedy it." Mary sighed deeply. They entered the house just then. Lady Struthers, heroically waiting her young mistress's pleasure, was nodding in the inner hall in company of the Reverend Dr. Amblaine, whom the bonds of courtesy still detained. The poor priest found no sympathetic soul in Lady Struthers, but he had talked to her about his beloved books all the same, and had accepted the receipt for a cough mixture which had benefited an hereditary prince. And then he had watched her as she nodded, and had pondered upon the emptiness of an existence such as hers. Mary Beaton, graver than was her wont, bade them good night and went at once to her own apartments. End of Volume 2, Chapter 3. Volume 2, Chapter 4 of The Rebel Rose by Justin McCarthy and Rosa Campbell Praed. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. What Would You Have Me Do? Mary Beaton came down to breakfast the next morning, apparently in as light spirits as at dinner the previous evening. She chattered frivolously to Bellarmin and playfully abused him for acting the Tory and being at heart the Radical. She, too, had determined that her manner should give no indication of any serious thought about him, either personal or political, and if occasionally they both relapsed from their prescribed parts, it was only when they were alone and, so to speak, off their guard. She teased the Prince of Saragossa and rallied Falcon upon his unsociability in a way that certainly did not tend to put that veteran into good humor. To the two priests and Lord Stonehenge she was quite different, womanly, sweet, and faintly deferential. It was as if she wished the priests to understand that she reverenced their office, and to convey to Lord Stonehenge that his curious outburst of the night before had made no impression upon her, except to increase her friendly regard. This was not quite the case, however. Mary had passed a perturbed night, and was putting some strain upon herself this morning. Of course, she knew now that it rested with her to become Lord Stonehenge's wife. She had no thought of being his wife. She had never considered such a prospect as within the range of things possible to her. But she was touched, nevertheless, the more touched because he had wooed her so delicately and in such courtier-like fashion. She knew that he would never definitely press his suit, and he had so phrased it as to leave her the choice of accepting his true meaning. He had given her to understand that it was for her if she pleased to stretch out her hand to him, as might a queen whose rank did not permit her lover to approach her on equal terms. And he had also made it clear to her that if she did not choose to regard him in the light of a lover, she had the right to demand, and it would be his joy to tender, the loyalty and devotion of a subject. Such chivalrous homage, far-fetched though it might be, was well calculated to thrill the heart of a young girl with womanly pride and tender exultation. A little later, Falcon, with much formality, requested an audience. Mary bade him come to her in the boudoir of the suite of apartments which Stonehenge, with much forethought and study of her fancies, had caused to be arranged for her use. She was tired and a little overwrought and preoccupied, and in no mood for his querulous reproaches on her thoughtless way of talking, her want of dignity, her failure to appreciate the gravity of the occasion, and the necessity for ruling her conduct in such a manner as to further the objects they had in view, instead of retarding them. "You have not come to Stonehenge Park for a mere holiday, madame," said Falcon, in a tone severe, as though he were chiding a naughty schoolgirl. "It is not only for amusement that the guests under this roof have been brought together." "Indeed, General, there seems to me little likelihood of amusement under this roof or any other, while you represent the skeleton at the feast. I thought that when people went out of town for the Whitsuntide recess, they usually called it a holiday." "You understand my meaning perfectly, madame. You were not so blind to your interests when we first came to London." "To judge by your manner, General Falcon," retorted Mary, "I did not seem to play my part any more to your satisfaction in London than I appear to do here." "Oh, I wish you would play a part, any part that pleases you, so long as you chose it out and kept to it, madame," replied Falcon gruffly. "But you act a dozen different parts a day, just as the humor takes you." "Assign me a part then, my good Falcon, and I'll do my very best to play it and to keep to it for the whole of this day." "I want you to impress that young man Bellarmin more than you do. He is a rising man, they tell me, and he might do service. He seems well inclined." Mary glanced at Falcon in surprise. There seemed to her something covert, dangerous in his tone, a sort of studied self-repression. He corrected himself. "I don't like him," exclaimed the old man, with a sudden gesture that betrayed more than the words. "I suffer when I see him with you, my princess," he went on with something of pathetic appeal. "It wounds me. It offends me. It is sometimes more than I can bear." "You, General?" began Mary falteringly. What would you have me do?" "My liking or my disliking is not to the point," Falcon answered, resuming his former tone. Everything of that sort should be subservient to your interest. We are playing a game, a great political game." So you have often told me, said Mary wearily, and in good truth, General, I am tired of the pastime. That is how you regard it? Yes. Crowns, hearts, fortunes, the divine rights which you have inherited from your ancestors, what are they to you? Only a part of the pastime which you relished at first and which is now becoming tiresome to you? He paused for a moment. Mary stood silent, conscience-stricken perhaps. Madame, I want you to impress this young man, whose political influence can be turned to our service. You have your part to play towards him, as towards Champion, Tressel, the rest. Is it too much to ask that you will play it becomingly? A demure little smile flickered on Mary's lips. She said with a spark of girlish mischief, I had a faint hope, General, that I was making some sort of impression on Mr. Bellarmin. Is that your sense of what is befitting for you? You, that you should act the schoolgirl, the hoyden, run about the garden at night, play silly pranks, sing music-hall songs? Mary flushed a deep crimson. She drew herself up in as stately a fashion as he could have wished. Now, General Falcon, you go too far. We have had enough of this. Madame, if I go too far, as you say, it is because, for the sake of your dignity, I dare to make you angry. I speak, at least, with the authority which was committed to me by your father. Any allusion to her dead parents instantly turned the current of Mary Beaton's displeasure. Well, she said in a softer tone, but speak gently, and remember, she hesitated and smiled again, this time sadly, remember that I am only a girl. Madame, he replied, not noticing her last words, you know what I mean. The pretty levity which might very fittingly attract a man of Sir Victor Champion's age and great qualities and renown, and to which in that case I have nothing to say, would be out of place with a man so much younger, so much less distinguished. I want you to impress Mr. Bellarmin with the sense of your position, of your personal dignity as well as the dignity which you inherit. I want you to show yourself a princess, the descendant of a line of kings. He comes of the middle class, that hateful English middle class. They respect only those who look down on them and keep them at a distance. A man must be a gentleman, more an aristocrat, to understand that a princess may be friendly with him and remain a princess still. Mr. Bellarmin seems to me a very perfect gentleman, said Mary, quite a chivalrous sort of youth, and on the old feudal pattern. Is that English middle class? Well, I approve of English middle class. And Sir Victor Champion, he is not middle class then, since I am to be permitted a touch of levity in my manner to him? You wilfully misunderstand and mock at me. Levity is too strong a word. I should not have used it. You have a certain manner. I know its charm, a girlish impulsiveness, which to a statesman of mature years would be but a delicate compliment, a condescension. I see. Rank may stoop to elderly renown, but tell me, I am curious, is Sir Victor Champion middle class? He comes of the middle class, yes. Then through all my condescension I must impress him too, with a sense of my dignity. You must, madame, I especially request it. Observe, I want to learn my part, which seems a complicated and rather contradictory one. Is there anybody else, General Falcon, to whom I may be affable or must be haughty, anyone who is to be impressed with a sense of my dignity? Yes, there is, madame, one for whom it is far more needed than for any other. Indeed, dear Falcon, and who may that person be? Yourself, madame. Mary laughed gleefully. I thought we were coming to that, she said. Well now, what about Lord Stonehenge? Her voice faltered a little. She gave him a furtive glance from beneath her drooped lashes. How am I to comport myself with regard to him? He is an aristocrat. I suppose you will concede that, and equal to drawing subtle distinctions. Is it to be a case of dignity or impudence? Madame, don't be shocked. I was only alluding to the name of a picture. Landseer's. Don't you remember? No, madame, I don't, said Falcon decisively, with the air of one who turns the picture to the wall. But I wanted to speak to you about Lord Stonehenge. I am glad you brought up his name. I am glad I did anything right, General. Well? Play off, champion, and yes, and this young Bellarmin against Stonehenge and the priests, Falcon said with a sudden vehemence that almost startled Mary, accustomed as she was to his changing moods. Let Stonehenge see that you have other friends. I don't understand you at all this time, my good Falcon. Tell me, what do you mean? I don't distrust Lord Stonehenge, Falcon said hurriedly. I don't wish you to distrust him, but we must show him that we have other friends. About these money claims, he is of no use at all. He can't be of any use. We must look to Champion for that. Lord Stonehenge had better get to know that, and be reminded that there are higher claims that not he nor any man on earth must talk of compromising. General Falcon, Mary spoke very gravely, I cannot understand why you speak in such a way of Lord Stonehenge. If any woman ever had a true friend, I have one in Lord Stonehenge. Do you think I don't know that? He is as true to me as yourself. She turned on him a searching, half-alarmed look, which seemed to disconcert Falcon, for he lowered his eyes to the ground. I will play no part with him or with anybody. I will be myself, what God made me. Princess or no princess, what do I care? Ah, yes, I do care. Do not be afraid, General, that I shall act in any way unworthy of my Stuart blood. I will keep my own self-respect. I will not stoop to intrigue or double-dealing. I am a Stuart, yes, but I am an honest English girl, and I will not play off Mr. Bellarmin against Lord Stonehenge, or Lord Stonehenge against Mr. Bellarmin, or Sir Victor against either. Oh, you make things too hard for me. Is there nothing due to myself? Am I to have no consideration? Because I am a Stuart and have claims and rights which sometimes, heaven forgive me, seem as shadowy and unreal as if I were a stage princess and nothing more. Because of these, am I not to be allowed the rights and the feelings that other girls have? No, I can't bear it. I will not have it, Falcon. Tears gushed from Mary's eyes. An hysterical sob choked her voice. She waved her hand in an agitated manner in sign that Falcon should leave her. He bent on his knee at her feet and kissed the hand with which she was dismissing him. "Oh, my queen," he exclaimed passionately, "it is because you are the girl, the woman, that I seem hard with you, because you are so adorable, because— oh, how can I explain? Mary, forgive me, have patience with me." "I forgive you, General, if I have anything to forgive," said Mary, recovering herself at the sight of his agitation. "But I am tired and a little overdone, and I am weary of all this talk about playing parts and securing allies. Let me be for the present, and when I am enjoying the roses and the moonlight and Don Jose's fun, don't frown upon me and poison all my harmless pleasure. It's only for a few days, General. Let me be happy for a few days." He left her, and for the rest of that day was soft and tender in his manner as she could wish. "I fancy the zeal of your house has eaten him up," said Bellarmin. He spoke of General Falcon, whose moody manner had been the subject of discussion, if indeed that could be called discussion, in which Mary's part consisted only of constrained and embarrassed answers. They were walking alone together on the grounds of Stonehenge, and their footsteps had turned towards a little pine forest, not far from the house, which was one of Mary's favorite resorts. Mary was grave and seemed depressed. Bellarmin was grave too. Sir Victor Champion was to arrive that day. He was concerned also on Mary's account. He feared that her poor little project would only break to pieces among all the schemes that were going on, and he was daily growing to have more and more distrust of the discretion of General Falcon. There was a little summer house standing on the green moss just at the pine wood's edge. "Let us go in," Mary said abruptly. "I want to sit in that summer house. It is of bark, and it reminds me of Carl August's summer house of bark, that Goethe was so fond of, in the park at Weimar. Don't you remember?" "No, I never was at Weimar." "How strange! Why don't you go at once?" He did not particularly want to go anywhere at the time away from the spot where they were standing. "I am so busy with politics," he said. "I am tied to London." He spoke almost sullenly. He was a little vexed with her for dropping the subject of Falcon. She seemed to guess his thoughts, for she said in a meditative but resolute manner, as she sat down on one of the bark seats, "Yes, I know it. Indeed, I am afraid Falcon makes a conscience out of me. He compels himself to believe that whatever is of advantage to me is the right thing to do. I almost think I could make him run away from a battle if I could only appear at the critical moment and tell him that it would interfere with my plans if he did not instantly quit the field. It is very serious, having the soul of a grown man thus on one's conscience." "I have an instinctive impression that General Falcon doesn't like me," Bellarmin said. "I am sorry, for I wanted to like him. He hardly takes any pains to conceal his dislike." "Oh, that is it? He thinks you are too light and frivolous, I fancy," Miss Beaton said, with an evident effort to seem unconcerned. "And then I don't suppose he takes much to anyone who interests or amuses me. He has not really any conscientious objection to my being amused, but he thinks I ought to be amused in a more queenly sort of way. I should not be surprised if he were to get it into his mind that you abet me in my frivolity instead of discouraging me. But pray don't try to win his affections by joining with him to discourage me. Life is in general a very melancholy piece of business, Mr. Bellarmin. The sadness seems to peep out upon us from all sides, as something gruesome appears to do sometimes when we are walking in the dark, don't you know? And I think we want every help to get us out of the gloom and the morbidness as often as we can. At least I find it so," she said with a half-suppressed sigh. "Yet surely life must have been very bright and happy for you," Bellarmin said in a tone of the deepest interest. "You think so? Why?" said Mary, turning upon him with a sort of mournful solemnity. "Because my mother died when I was only a child. Because my father died when I was only a girl. Because I have no kith or kin who are in any true way dear to me. Because I have to live the life of a sham princess. Because I am surrounded by a tiny mock court. Because I have to do the things I don't want to do, and can hardly ever do any of the things I want to do. Because I have always been walled about with forms and ceremonies, and because I know that I am a center of all manner of plans and schemes which are not likely to come to anything, because I hardly ever knew any young people or could talk to other girls freely, because, oh, a lot of other becauses which I don't mean to run through. If all this means happiness, then indeed, God a mercy, I am the very happiest young woman in England." Bellarmin was infinitely touched by her words, which seemed to him but the echo of some of his own thoughts. He was impressed, too, by the evidence of the clear good sense and reasonableness which her little speech contained. It broke down all the barriers of reserve he had set up within himself. "Madame," he said, with a certain diffidence, and yet with impulsive earnestness, "may I speak to you a little freely? You will not take offense at what I say?" She fixed her deep soft eyes on him. "Yes. Say what you like, Mr. Bellarmin. I know you would not say anything which was meant to wound or to vex me. I am not a woman to take offense at the words of a friend. It is this. Why allow yourself to be employed in these visionary schemes? Why keep chasing a phantom? You must have seen for yourself long ago that there is no chance, no hope, or even ghost of a chance. Why waste away the sweetest years of your life in an ambition which can come to nothing, and which I don't believe is your ambition at all?" "And it is Mr. Bellarmin who speaks to me in this way," she said with a dreamy, far-off look in her eyes. "Mr. Bellarmin, of whom his friends and his enemies alike say that he is the most ambitious man in England." "Do they say that of me?" Bellarmin asked, with a shadow coming over his face. He would have wished her just then to think of him as made for something better than mere political ambition. "Yes, they say that of you. They say that you threw in your fortunes with the Tory party because you thought there were much better chances for a man of talent or genius or whatever it is with the Tories than with the Liberals. See how I have learned your political gossip and your political vocabulary already. Yes, they do say that. And do you know, Mr. Bellarmin, I was rather attracted by it. It seemed interesting, the idea of the young man thus letting his ambition go its own way. If I were a man, I should be in your House of Commons. It seems to me the only place left now where the honorable ambition of a man of spirit can find outlet or goal. And you preach to me against ambition." "I am not so ambitious as I was," he said slowly, "at least in the same sort of way. I think differently about some things. I have altered my standard of value. I shall perhaps alter it more and more. Besides, even if I were acting only out of mere ambition, it is an ambition which has clear, practical objects before it, objects that one might in reason hope to attain." "And mine has none such," she said gravely. "I understand what you mean, but you don't quite know what my secret ambition really was. Shall I tell you? From my childhood up, those around me kept telling me I was like Mary Stuart. Well, it became my pride to be like her, my one ambition to be more and more like her. Yes, you can't know, you couldn't know, how this ambition filled my soul and governed almost every movement I made. To be like Mary Stuart, to captivate hearts of women as well as men just as she did, to be a great politician like her, even to go to the scaffold like her. That was my dream. It was charming enough over there, when one was a sort of star of a small court and had nobody near but those who flattered one's vanity and taught one to believe in oneself. But here, well, one learns a different lesson. It is like coming straight from the dream of the morning into the cold, hard life of a London street, where you are jostled by a whole crowd and known by nobody. My dream is over." As she stood up and let her hands fall by her sides with the gesture of one who dismisses an illusion forever, she looked more like Mary Stuart than she had ever seemed to Bellarmin before. His soul was filled with sympathy, with pity, with intense admiration. "From that dream," he said softly, "who could wish to rouse you? Not I, at least. But the other illusion, why encourage it? Why keep it up? It can only end in the most utter disappointment, even, perhaps, disaster." She turned upon him vehemently, passionately. "What would you have me do?" she asked. "Live here in England and be happy, since you like the place. Give up all the appearance and the retinue of a court, the sham royalty. Drop the part of exiled princess. You don't seem to like it or to believe in it any more than I do. Meet society as an Englishwoman, as the daughter of an English peer, as what you are. You will find in English life all you want, all that even ambition can want, and you will have the sense of being real." She smiled, a rather wan and melancholy smile. "Yes, they are right, Mr. Bellarmin. You are an ambitious man. Perhaps all men are like that in one way or other. Don't you notice that you have not appealed to me by one single word which did not concern my personal ambition or my personal feelings of some kind? Why did you not tell me that if I settled down to the quiet life of a London lady, I might have plenty of opportunities of doing some good for the poor and the miserable about whom you have so often heard me lamenting? I suppose you suspected that there was nothing very deep and lasting in the tone of the lamentation, that it was of the same order of sentiment as my sham Mary Stuartism, and my sham pretensions to the place of a princess. But, do you know, I think you were wrong. I think you judged me wrongly. I think if anyone could show me how I could better serve some unhappy human creatures, I might be glad to give up my life and my claims and my aerial royalty, and to live and die a benevolent old maid. There, I have been talking enough about myself, and enough of nonsense for once, and see, Mr. Bellarmin, there is Sir Victor Champion." The statesman was coming towards them in the company of Lord Stonehenge and Monsignor Valmy. He was deep in conversation with the priest, and his fine intellectual head, with its clear-cut features and rather long hair, was bent in grave interest. Both Mary and Bellarmin noted the firm, elastic manner of his tread, his look of force and vitality, and the dominance which his whole bearing suggested. "He is a great man," said the girl almost below her breath. "Yes, he is a great man," Bellarmin answered. Sir Victor's face lighted with pleasure, and something more than pleasure, at the sight of Mary Beaton. His manner of greeting her was peculiar. He took her two hands in his as a fatherly old friend might have done, but he bowed over them with all the deference of a courtier. End of Volume 2, Chapter 4. Volume 2, Chapter 5 of The Rebel Rose by Justin McCarthy and Rosa Campbell Praed. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, The Stonehenge Negotiations. It was perfectly well understood at Stonehenge that Sir Victor Champion was to be pleased and conciliated. Nobody said this, nobody distinctly gave it out. Certainly neither Lord Stonehenge nor Monsignor Valmy uttered a word on the subject to the general company, but the purpose was afloat all the same. The nearest approach to any open allusion to this policy was made one morning by Stonehenge to Monsignor Valmy in one of the libraries. The house had several libraries. "How does one best please a great man?" Stonehenge asked, as if abstractedly. "By making him think he is pleasing everybody," was the ready and quiet answer. Stonehenge smiled. "I believe you are right," he said, "but are there not great men who don't care to please? I never met one. Great men, like small men, get sour and rough when they think they have not the art of pleasing. A man must care for men before he can become a misanthrope. Everyone, according to Horace, drags his tail. Everyone, according to the American politician's expression, has his axe to grind." There was some silent preparation for the grinding of axes at Stonehenge. Lord Stonehenge's icy integrity of purpose did not in the least interfere to keep him out of this general grinding operation. He was one of the men who will readily do for a cause things which they would disdain to do for themselves. He was therefore willing to go out of his way to conciliate Champion, and even to conciliate Bellarmin, for the sake of Mary Beaton's claims. The money claims are, of course, understood. Lord Stonehenge knew far more about Mary Beaton's pecuniary affairs than she did herself, and knew that her suspicion was correct. And he knew that Falcon was playing a venturesome game, and that if the money claims on the British government were not soon acknowledged, the poor princess's court and state dignity, such as they were, must all too soon contract or even collapse. He was fully convinced of the moral and even the legal justice of the claims, but he knew they would stand in need of vigorous and clever parliamentary pushing. A man like Bellarmin might be very useful, but a man like Sir Victor Champion would be invaluable. Monsignor Valmy was of the same mind as Lord Stonehenge, and was prepared to assist him in his projects, but the priest's motives were not quite the same as those of his host. Monsignor Valmy was particularly anxious that Lord Stonehenge should marry. It was about time, he thought. Stonehenge was no longer young. Stonehenge's brother, who would succeed in the event of the elder having no son, was a good-for-nothing creature, a purposeless idler, and a man about town. Therefore, Monsignor Valmy wanted Stonehenge to marry, and the dearest wish of his heart on that subject was that Stonehenge should marry Mary Beaton. Sir Victor Champion came to Stonehenge Park very much because Mary Beaton had attracted him, and he wished to see more of her, but principally to have the opportunity of talking over Bellarmin. Bellarmin came to meet Mary Beaton because she had bidden him, not because he intended to be false to Lady Saxon's claim upon him, but perhaps because his conscience revolted against that claim, and Mary's influence was like a soothing anodyne. Mary had come to be amused, and she found, alas, that amusement was not precisely the object she had attained. She did not analyze her feelings, however, but allowed herself to drift as the current bore her, and Bellarmin did the same, and he relaxed his guard upon himself and allowed his scruples to be lulled under the sweet charm of her society. So these two young people grew into closer intimacy and companionship, and almost unconsciously to both, neither of them looked forward with any great eagerness to Sir Victor's arrival. It seemed to Mary, somehow, that the best part of her holiday would be over, and Bellarmin found reason to believe, from what Mary had said to him, that Sir Victor would try to make a political convert of him. Lady Saxon had prepared him for this too, and he remembered his promise to her, and faithfully intended to keep it. But she had not given him to understand that Champion would go out of his way to make immediate overtures. The idea was a little embarrassing, but he could not run away. Indeed, he had no wish to run away, and he was only made uncomfortable by his own attitude of uncertainty and Sir Victor's coolness. Nor was his discomfort in any way diminished by the manner in which Sir Victor devoted himself to Mary, and the increasing gratification which, he told his vexed heart, Mary was learning to feel from the great statesman's attentions. Certainly, Sir Victor Champion was very much attracted to Mary Stuart Beaton, and certainly, also, no one suspected the true nature of the attraction less than Mary herself. Falcon observed it, and grew more and more silent and sullen, and Bellarmin noticed it and was jealous, though he told himself that he had no right to care, and Stonehenge saw it, and his manner to Sir Victor became even more courteous, and his manner to Mary even more gentle and friendly still. But the sadness in his refined face deepened, and there seemed in it a yet greater likeness to his melancholy-featured ancestor, who had given up his life for the king at Newbury. To Mary, and even contrary to her expectations, Sir Victor's presence was a relief and a pleasure. She was a little wayward, this girl, and there had come upon her a vague reaction after her innocent flirtation with Bellarmin. She felt so safe with Sir Victor, who was so much older than the rest, not very much younger indeed than Falcon, for what difference is there between a man of 47 and a man of 65 in the eyes of a girl of 20? And then the man who would be Prime Minister of England was upon a plane far removed from that occupied by the others. It did not occur to her that he might be looked upon as a possible suitor. She need not stand upon ceremony with him, or have any fear of giving cause for misconstruction. His great gifts and his important position in the service of his country justified her in granting him privileges to which even Falcon could not object. In this regard, she had the pleasing consciousness that she was fulfilling Falcon's behests, and that, in a way, that was perfectly natural to her. She had got over her first little shyness with him. She even presumed sometimes to make a jest of his political prospects. "When you are Prime Minister and busy abolishing the House of Lords, you won't have time to explain the British Constitution to me," she would say laughingly. But in the meanwhile she begged him to tell her all about the Constitution and about many other matters besides, and she would listen to him with the deepest attention, and would ask him sudden naive questions about the English court and about the business of statecraft, and about the great measures he had helped to make law. Sometimes, too, they would talk seriously about legislation and the amelioration of national evils, and he would listen to her ignorant criticisms on life, which were withal so fresh to him, and encourage her to give out to him her crude enthusiasms with an interest and indulgence which would have made some of his political followers, anxious to get the ear of their chief for their own particular theories, turn pale with wrath and envy. Thus Mary found a constant and delightful companion in Sir Victor, and was innocently flattered by his attentions. She had perhaps visions of doing good and of exercising a beneficent political influence, and she had already made him promise to go with her to visit her Southwark parish, that he might see for himself the poverty and the misery which she fancied he had never had time to look into. And he was going to help her in emigrating some of the starving artisans, and he was going to give consideration to the feasibility of providing food for the children who came breakfastless to the board schools, and went home with little prospect of a dinner. All this so filled her mind that she almost forgot the Stuart claims and the part she was expected to fulfill. Had she remembered, she might not have succeeded in playing her part so well. There was a certain strain of mysticism and of veneration in Champion's nature that struck a chord harmonious with that devotional tendency so marked in Mary Beaton, and which was, perhaps, an hereditary trait in her. To Sir Victor, the society of the priests was a source of peculiar pleasure. He liked to lead up to philosophical and metaphysical discussion, to talk of the development of creeds, to compare rather than to contrast the doctrines of schools, to endeavor to enter into the feelings of the worshipper of Pasht and the self-suppression of the hermit in the Bayed. Materialism was the only form of human belief or disbelief into which Champion found himself absolutely incapable of entering, which had for him no meaning and won from him no sympathy. Monsignor Valmy also delighted in such subjects of discussion, and Champion found something strangely congenial in the strain of spiritual idealism which the ecclesiastic infused into his conversation. Monsignor Valmy's Catholicism was of the widest range. To one not of his own faith, he rarely talked of creed, save in its most abstract sense. Men not of his own faith sometimes found fault with his very wideness of view and his comprehensive, candid tolerance of differing opinion. It was the arrogance of the Roman churchman, they would have it. He was so satisfied of the final triumph of his own church that he already regarded every other human creature as one of the same fold, whether the other human creature would have it so or not. The gentle resignation and sweet piety of Dr. Amblaine had, on the other hand, a soothing effect on the mind of the world-fretted statesman, and helped him the more to enjoy his holiday at Stonehenge. It was one of the peculiarities of Champion's complex nature that, iconoclast as he was supposed to be, iconoclast as indeed in one sense he was, his soul was suffused with the sentiment of reverence and religion. One day Monsignor Valmy touched delicately on this seeming contradiction. "It sounds strangely in my ears, Sir Victor," he said, "when I hear people talk of you as a man of revolutionary ideas. I always think of you as, in spirit, one of us who believe in the guiding hand from above, in faith founded at the beginning of things, and in the divine order of the universe." "I understand you," Champion said musingly. "I confess it is a thing by which my own mind has sometimes been vaguely puzzled. But you will not think me arrogant when I say that I believe the destroyer of the form is often he who is most profoundly reverent of the spirit. Would you not admit that something of the kind might be said of Pascal? Not that I am vain enough to compare myself with Pascal. It is the tendency of our progress, or what we call progress, to thicken and increase the outer layers which envelop the soul of a national or a religious institution, so that the inner light shows more and more dimly, until at last it ceases, to most eyes, to be visible at all. Then is the time for the reformer to rend and tear away. And while he is doing this, he seems no doubt to be putting the light out, but his only object is to let it blaze forth to the world again in all its pure and pristine brilliancy. I hold, he went on, after a brief silence, during which the priest's eyes had been steadfastly fixed on his face, I hold that the reformer is as much the product of previous causes and effects as the very condition of things it is his mission to destroy. He is but an instrument and has no power of controlling the tendencies and the sometimes contradictory impulses which guide him this way or that, but always to a certain goal, unrecognized, it may be, even by himself. What seems a stupendous egotism may be but instinctive submission to a compelling destiny. Yes, answered Monsignor Valmy, amid all our philosophies and attempts at solution of the many problems of life, it seems inevitable that the soul should fall back upon the idea of the Hebraistic God, the personal ruling divinity. You are right, said Champion. It is a strange feeling, he went on thoughtfully, his dark eyes dilating, as they always did in moments of earnestness, to find oneself, after having tried to worship the pantheistic God, as all with the artistic temperament are sure to do, in touch, once more, with the Hebraistic deity of our childhood. Wasn't it Heine who said at the last, the pantheistic God is of no use? One is forced, as you say, to submit to the idea of a celestial despotism, the edict given forth from above, and to the practice of a blind faith. The worst of it is a horrible doubt whether our drafts of faith will be honored. It does sometimes seem in our disheartened moods as though the Demiurgos had been permitted to make a world and were laughing at his own experiment. And it is this kind of mood, Monsignor Valmy, that the Church and its discipline alone can combat successfully. We have the law from above and the interpreter here below, replied Valmy. It is often said that the discipline of the Church exercises a stultifying effect upon man's will. Not so. The object of discipline is to train and purify and eventually free the will, so that it becomes, in a sense, a separate entity. Sorrow, struggle, and experience are needed for this, and the spiritual education that the Church gives may be more rapid and effectual than that wrought through the illusions of life. Face to face with love and death, either in spirit or body, the pantheistic God vanishes. As he uttered the word love, a certain far-off human emotion seemed to light the priest's thin ascetic countenance. He looked dreamily towards Bellarmin as he spoke. What support is there in flower or sunset, in forest glory or beauty of trackless sea, to the soul fighting in the open? My God, why hast thou forsaken me, becomes its natural utterance in the hour of crisis. What puzzles me most, broke in Rolfe Bellarmin, who had come nearer during the discussion, what puzzles me most in the method of humanity's government is that process of education by illusion. It makes us skeptics at one stage or another. We go through so many phases that sometimes it is impossible to believe in the reality of any of our emotions. That's the most hurtful sort of skepticism, I think, and the most likely to make us feel that everything is chance, or that a devil has the management of affairs. Seems an odd form of education, don't it, which creates distrust in the whole scheme? I have sometimes got hold of a notion that our bodies are taken possession of now and then by wandering spirits, and that we die and are born again many times in our lives. One looks back upon a love that is dead, a condition of mind that has completely altered, an enthusiasm that has vanished to the winds, and the remembrance of which only provokes a smile. And though there runs a certain slight thread of continuity through all, the man who passed through each of these stages is, without a doubt, a different I. Bellarmin spoke with bitterness. He was thinking of experiences of his own. "Ah," began Mary Beaton impetuously, "I too have felt the same." She had come nearer also. It sometimes seemed as though Champion unconsciously exercised a sort of magnetic influence, so that when he talked, those who were a little apart dropped their own conversation and drew towards him. The girl glanced at Bellarmin with quickened interest. They had been sitting together, and their talk had touched upon one subject after another in a vague, fugitive manner till, a little while before, they had subsided into silence. It was a rainy afternoon, and several of the party had collected in the vast hall, which was large enough for each one to pursue his or her separate avocation quite alone and apart if so inclined. The sound of falling drops on the glass dome overhead, the subdued light entering through stained windows, the oak-paneled walls and massive carved mantels, the dim faces of the portraits, the spectral suits of armor, and indeed the whole atmosphere of the place, produced a dreamy sense of languor and a not disagreeable melancholy that was conducive to such a tone of conversation. "I don't believe that we are ourselves," the girl went on in an eager tone. "I mean that I half believe in the theory that we have all lived before, and that everything we do and think and say is just carrying on what we were in some former life, like a flower that springs up again when summer comes, the same that it was last summer, only that it is another flower." "A new rose on the old stem," said Monsignor Valmy, smiling indulgently upon her. "Monsignor," said Mary, turning to him in a reverential manner, "I hope that you do not find anything heretical in my fanciful idea, which, after all, is so old and so much in people's minds nowadays. The bosom of our Mother Church is great enough, surely, and tender enough to enfold all theories which, in darker ages, have brought troubled humanity nearer to the divine ruler," replied Monsignor gravely. "I have never thought of the theory of reincarnation as totally opposed to the divine revelation which we have received. It would, on the contrary, seem to throw some light upon difficult problems, with which, however, we need not greatly concern ourselves, seeing that God has given us faith and light for our guidance in this present life, and the assurance of a most blessed spiritual condition when it is ended." The priest leaned back in his chair, and his eyes were lowered to the cross on his breast, as he were silently communing with his soul. There was a little pause. Presently, Champion said, glancing from Miss Beaton's face to the portrait of Mary Stuart which hung near to where she was sitting, "Madame's theory might certainly gain corroboration from that picture, and would open out a field of very romantic speculation." "At least," said Stonehenge, who had come in a few moments before, "it would go towards explaining that curious thread of destiny which seems to run through all human relationships, and which draws certain groups of persons together. Has it ever struck you, considering the inexhaustible capabilities of life, how limited is the sphere of each of us, and how, in spite of continual efforts that some of us make to change surrounding conditions, we are impelled by persons, associations, tendencies, all sorts of intangible but irresistible influences, to follow a course perhaps entirely opposed to our wishes and inclinations?" "In fact," said Champion, "every group represents a psychological drama for the denouement of which we can only wait." Then he branched off abruptly to discussion of the Greek fate and its influence upon later drama. "Fate works on groups," he said, "never on one sole human being. Man is never alone with fate. The Greeks understood this." Shut off from the outside world though they were, the little party found no lack of interest and amusement. A week passed very quickly amid such surroundings as those of Stonehenge Park. They did not go out on the lake again after dinner, but it was discovered that the Reverend Dr. Amblaine had a passion for the violoncello almost equal to that with which he cherished his books, and that Champion added to his varied gifts a fine cultivated taste in music. So there were concerts every evening within doors. The Prince of Saragossa and Miss Beaton sang duets to the accompaniment of piano and violoncello, Lady Struthers performing on the former instrument, and the two young people representing an operatic scena in dramatic fashion. Then Mary's sweet, clear voice would sometimes break into a border song or a melancholy Scotch ballad, and Champion himself was more than once caught joining in a spirited Jacobite chorus. Sometimes Bellarmin would steal out through the open window into the night, and from the shelter of a trellis of roses he would gaze into the lighted room and upon the fair face of Mary Stuart Beaton, as she stood by the piano, with her bosom gently heaving under the stiff brocaded bodice, and her soft brown eyes upraised and alight, and all her heart in the pathetic words of the well-known song which thrilled her listeners. Yestereen the Queen had 4 Marys, the day she'll have but 3. There was Mary Beaton and Mary Seton and Mary Carmichael and me. It was a mournful plate, and the young girl's voice trembled with genuine emotion when she reached the last verse. Somehow it hurt Bellarmin that anything so tragic should be associated with his bright, winsome Mary. The same thought must have been in Champion's mind, for he went up to her when she had ended and said with affectionate insistence, "Oh, do not sing that again while we are here. Do me this great favor. The feeling you put into it is too real. You ought to awaken only joyous memories. Our Mary Stuart should recall no darksome suggestion of Holyrood. The brightness and the bloom shall be hers. Let the tragedy remain in the past." Notwithstanding his earlier designs, it is possible that Sir Victor was so much engrossed with Mary Beaton's society as to be willing to let all vulgar, worldly considerations go by for the moment. Or perhaps with a certain Epicurean thoroughness which characterized his temperament where his pleasures were concerned, he wished to enjoy to the full the idyllic charm of this country visit without too hastily introducing a discordant element. It was enough to talk ecclesiasticism with Monsignor Valmy, literature with Stonehenge and Dr. Amblaine, abstract Jacobitism with Falcon, and to explore the recesses of Mary's intelligent mind without bringing practical politics to the fore, at any rate for a day or two. However that might have been, he did not rush at Bellarmin. He was extremely courteous and friendly to the young man, but nothing in his manner showed any desire for a private conference. Bellarmin began to think that Miss Beaton must have been mistaken, and that no purpose beyond that of enlisting Champion's sympathy in the question of the Stuart inheritance had been in anyone's mind. Perhaps he was, after all, just a little disappointed. He was not, then, so important a personage as people imagined. Some 2 or 3 mornings after Sir Victor's arrival, Bellarmin was standing on the terrace looking vaguely over the trees and the lake and the whole landscape. He was moody and discontented, though he hardly dared to analyze his feelings, and he was beginning to be conscious of an uncomfortable questioning within himself as to why, having obeyed Miss Beaton's command and come to Stonehenge Park, he now remained there, when he did not seem to be much wanted. The whole of that morning he had not seen Mary. She did not seem inclined to visit the summer house now. "She is better occupied," he said to himself, and then came the murmur, "I think I'll go back to London." "This is better than London, Mr. Bellarmin," a rich and musical voice said at his very ear. Bellarmin almost started. The words sounded so like an answer to his thought that for a moment he doubted whether he had not expressed his thought aloud. But Sir Victor Champion, who had come out of the house and was standing beside him, was evidently offering a general observation. So Bellarmin agreed that the terrace at Stonehenge was a better place on which to pass a fine morning than even the terrace of the House of Commons. "You know the history of this place, no doubt," Sir Victor said carelessly. "Lord Stonehenge would have told you." "I have a rough general idea," Bellarmin answered, not feeling quite sure whether Sir Victor really wanted to talk about Stonehenge Park or not. "I haven't had much chance of hearing Lord Stonehenge talk about it." "Not yet? No? Well, it is one of the most delightful narratives in the history of our great family houses. I am satisfied that no country is so rich as England in the history of houses, family houses. But I must not anticipate Lord Stonehenge's description. He can show you everything, the exact spot of which each tradition speaks. Get him to show you. He will like to be asked. He is shy. He wants to be made to talk, to be drawn out." "I shall be delighted to hear something about it from you meanwhile, Sir Victor. I am sure you know all about it just as well as Lord Stonehenge." No, it would be unfair in a man's own house. Besides, as I have got hold of you, Mr. Bellarmin, I think I should rather talk to you about something else, just now." "My time is come," Bellarmin said to himself. Aloud he said, "Anything you wish, Sir Victor." "Suppose we walk up and down, Mr. Bellarmin. A little chilly still, don't you think so?" Bellarmin remembered Osric's way of falling in with the Lord Hamlet's changes of mood concerning the weather, but he said nothing on that subject, and the twain began to pace up and down the great terrace. "We are the only two politicians in this house at present," Sir Victor said, "you and I. One can hardly call Lord Stonehenge a politician. He lives in a more rarefied atmosphere than that of politics, although I, for one, have not admitted that a politician may not breathe the very purest air." "When are we coming to the point?" Bellarmin asked himself. "When are we to hear of the new political combination?" Sir Victor apparently was not coming to it at all, for he only said, "I have observed your parliamentary career with great interest, Mr. Bellarmin. You seem instinctively to have gone the right way about it. A young man now must seize the attention of the House of Commons if he wants to get a chance within any reasonable time. It was different in my early parliamentary days. Then we young men were supposed to be bound down by all sorts of forms and rules, not to open our mouths until the middle of our second session, and so on. All that was absurd. I believe in young men, and the fresh breath coming in from the outer world." There was a subtle suggestion in all this that Bellarmin's early escapades in the House of Commons were the outcome of deliberate purpose and keen parliamentary foresight. Bellarmin was pleased, but he felt that he could not accept the praise with a clear conscience. "I am afraid that it was schoolboy impetuosity, Sir Victor, and not any reasonable purpose." No, I am sure you do yourself injustice. It only amounts to this, that you came in under new conditions, and you saw, instinctively perhaps, that there were new conditions and what they were. I have observed other young men who came in about the same time as you, and if you will excuse me for saying so, under more favorable auspices, such as the traditional influence of great families and all that, and they are yet waiting to begin, while you have already, made a name." Bellarmin could not but feel gratified. Sir Victor's words sounded genuine. "Of course, you have yet to make your way," Sir Victor went on, "but you will do that. The quick judgment which has guided you so far will guide you still farther. You have not been speaking quite so often of late. That, too, is well, in a young man who wants to show that he can be something more than a young man. You were right at first, and you are right now." "I fear I only followed my humor in both instances," Bellarmin said with a boyish smile. At first Bellarmin had felt somewhat as a snake might have felt when about to be brought within the sphere of the serpent charmer. He fancied that he was, in a sort of way, entrapped into the magic circle, and that he would need to have all his faculties at work if he would escape with his freedom. But as he got into easy talk with Sir Victor, he found this sensation began to fade, and he felt with each instant less and less necessity for keeping on his guard. Sir Victor did not seem to be greatly interested in any partisan plots or schemings. He appeared only to be occupied with the kind of professional, or artistic interest in the parliamentary career of Bellarmin himself. He spoke as the veteran general of division might talk, when in sympathetic mood and in the sheltered familiarity of private intercourse, to the promising young cadet whom he has already seen more than once under fire. "Well, yes, I said that you had got into the right way, instinctively. But in all such cases, what we call instinct is only unconscious intellectual foresight. You began, of course, where I began, where we all begin. Strange what a fascination for young Englishmen that conservative principle has. There is something romantic and poetic about it, I suppose. One venerates it, like an old English ruin with the ivy clinging round it." "Must one cease to venerate the ruin, Sir Victor?" "Oh no, I hope not, surely not. But one finds he can't live in the ruin and make it his home. I found that. You are finding it. I should not hasten my discovery if I were you, or my disillusion, or whatever it is. It will come in time. Let it wait." "People say you would like to rush things, Sir Victor, don't they?" "Do they? Yes, I suppose they do, but that is quite a mistake. The only foundation for it is that I like to have the country prepared for a change that is inevitable. To go back to our ruin, when I see some of the walls of the house beginning to crumble, I think it well to set about arranging for rebuilding or removal. I don't believe it wise policy to wait till the roof comes crashing in. That is my idea about the House of Lords." Sir Victor looked Bellarmin frankly in the face. There was frankness, more than frankness. There was an implied fullness of confidence in the words and the look. The plans about the House of Lords were supposed to be so entirely confidential between Champion and his closest political agents that any agent who made the very disclosure he was sent out to make might be repudiated by his chief. This had been put very plainly to Bellarmin by the unabashed Tressel. Bellarmin was, therefore, all the more surprised to hear Sir Victor now refer so openly and directly to his policy about the House of Lords. It could only be a compliment to Bellarmin. Bellarmin accepted it accordingly. "You see, you have raised the question yourself," Sir Victor said, with a good-natured smile. "You were thinking about the House of Lords, of course, when you spoke of what people were saying of me, and my desire to rush things." "I am afraid I was thinking of that," Bellarmin answered, a little angry with himself for having given Sir Victor his chance so easily, and a good deal amused too. "Yes, why not? I am not at all sorry that you have come to the question so frankly and directly." "Did I come to the question frankly and directly?" Bellarmin asked. "As you have touched upon it, I may say that I am rather glad to have a chance of saying a word or two, in the way of explanation, perhaps." Bellarmin bowed. He did not want to commit himself too rashly again. "You must understand that I had no idea, or hope, or wish even, to induce you to separate yourself from your party at such a stage of the question. You understand that?" "I was not quite certain," Bellarmin answered rather coldly. "It was all somewhat vague." "Vague? Oh no. I wanted to give your party, your friends, a fair chance. I wanted them to do nothing more than simply say they don't pledge themselves to oppose all reform in that direction. But I don't suppose they will do even that." "Oh, surely yes," Bellarmin said hastily. "No man in his senses goes in for finality in politics now." "They will say they do, I am afraid, in that. They may refuse to say anything at some particular moment, on some sudden demand. That I could quite understand. No one has a right to make a sudden call on a great party for a declaration of policy on some question which has not yet come up." Bellarmin spoke warmly now. "Of course not. Such a demand would be unreasonable, and your friends would be quite warranted in refusing to answer it. But they won't be content with that, Mr. Bellarmin. You will find it before long. Your leaders will pledge the party to what they will call an absolute, final and irrevocable decision. It can't be. It is impossible. They would have consulted me, he was going to say, but he checked himself. They would have consulted all of us. They certainly ought to have consulted you. I was quite willing and anxious, as you know. They do not seem to have thought it necessary, but they have made up their minds all the same. Made up their minds? About what, Sir Victor? Sir Victor looked at him with a benevolent or even a compassionate smile. I see they have not taken you into their confidence, he said. Well, Mr. Bellarmin, it is just this. Their leaders had the opportunity, the full opportunity, of consulting and cooperating with me as to the course which a scheme of reform in that direction ought to take, and they rejected it, positively and finally rejected it. I see you are surprised at this, and I don't wonder at your surprise. I own I was a little astonished myself, although I didn't expect much. Well, we can talk about this another time if we haven't talked about it enough already. Bellarmin felt touched to the very quick. Sir Victor had put the thrust home. So then his own party, his own leaders, had been acting without him, had never consulted him, never, apparently, thought him worth consulting. And all the time he had been fancying himself a sort of leader, an ally, at least, who must be thought of and consulted at any crisis. Could it be true? It must be true. Champion was up to many political crafts and parliamentary arts, but no one had ever accused him of a readiness to say the thing which was not. It must be true. And this, then, was the return for all the bold service he had rendered, the risks he had run, the chances he had deliberately thrown away. Sir Victor Champion had thought him worth consulting, and he had held back and refused, and this was his reward. The young man's heart burned within him. He was in the Coriolanus mood. The truth is, I believe, I am told, Sir Victor said hesitatingly, they don't quite appreciate anything original and brilliant, especially anything humorous. Bellarmin could not help thinking that people generally said that Sir Victor himself was sadly lacking in appreciation of the humorous, but that was not a matter quite to the point just then. Surely De Carmel, he said, naming the brilliant Tory leader, once the light of the Commons, then a funeral lamp in the Lords, now extinguished altogether, surely De Carmel was not of that way of thinking. Ah, De Carmel. Well, no, not he. De Carmel, of course, was a sort of bohemian, a sort of Zingaro. He had a sort of Maghrebine art and humor of his own. I never thought very highly of it myself, not very highly, but even he, when he got into the Lords, became so different. He always seemed to feel that, after all, he was only an outsider, that he didn't belong to the place. He had to be very respectable, and to go in specially for consulting all the proprieties and the conventionalities. Like Miss Fotheringay, you know, when she got elevated into Lady Mirabelle. You remember Pendennis? Yes, Bellarmin quite remembered. It was something like that with De Carmel in the Lords. Besides, he was absolutely in the leading strings of Lord Bosworth, and Bosworth lately became quite determined, they tell me, that the party was to be altogether respectable in its action, and that eccentricity of any kind must be resolutely discouraged. So De Carmel, who made the party by his eccentricity, what a man like Bosworth would call eccentricity, Mr. Bellarmin, what you and I would call originality, brilliancy, boldness, spirit, and so even De Carmel had to conform himself. Very absurd. But why did a man like him ever consent to swamp and submerge himself in a dull marsh like that? Sir Victor asked quite angrily. Bellarmin was not thinking much just then about De Carmel's reasons for consenting to be transferred to the House of Lords. He was thinking of Champion's words about himself. Could it be possible then that the leaders of the party to which he had attached himself and had devoted himself looked upon him only as a sort of gamin, whose freaks were to be tolerated when his party was in opposition, because such freaks annoyed and thwarted the men in office, but were to be repudiated the moment the opposition had, and partly by his means, been transformed into an administration? And could it be that he, who had always gone in for the right and duty of conservatism to move abreast with the best movements of the age, was to be pledged by his leaders to a policy of stupid and impossible finality, no consent or concurrence of his being given or even being asked? Bellarmin would gladly have persuaded himself that his strongest feeling of dissatisfaction was on public grounds. "They will wreck the party," he said to himself grimly. "Well, you will find that your leaders are pledged to finality," Sir Victor said with a smile, "and that they have pledged you too. I can't offer them another chance. I see, by the way, that Tressel has a motion down about the House of Lords. I don't know whether he means to bring it on. He is an odd sort of person, Tressel, as you know. One can't pretend to control him. If he should bring it on, that might give them an opportunity of qualifying in some way what I understood to be their decision. But I don't believe they will qualify it. Bosworth is master for the present. Well, I shan't move until the right time. Of course you will understand that this little morning talk of ours is entirely between ourselves? Ah, here comes Lord Stonehenge. Get him to tell you all about this place." Sir Victor left Bellarmin and presently attached himself to Monsignor Valmy, to whom he poured forth a dissertation on the inner discipline of the order of the Jesuits. Monsignor Valmy listened with a bland, sweet smile. End of Volume 2, Chapter 5. Volume 2, Chapter 6 of The Rebel Rose by Justin McCarthy and Rosa Campbell Praed. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, Petrel's Rest. A mysterious note was brought to General Falcon one morning, just before the breakup of the Stonehenge party. The messenger had orders to wait. The note was addressed in a bold, slanting hand. It was sealed and impressed with a curiously twisted monogram, and ran thus: Petrel's Rest, June. The bearer of this will have a carriage at the Stonehenge Arms, in which you can be brought here at once. I want particularly to see you, and I don't want any fuss made about my sending for you or about my presence in this neighborhood, though there is no reason why the fact shouldn't be chronicled in the county newspapers. J.S. Falcon sent a message to the effect that he would be at the Stonehenge Arms in half an hour. He made a short cut through the park and was at the lodge gates soon after the bearer of the missive had passed through. He found a quiet-looking dog-cart standing in front of the inn, with a foreign servant beside it. The man touched his hat and asked in German if he were the gentleman going to Petrel's Rest. Falcon got into the vehicle and was driven at a rapid trot along the lanes in the direction of the sea. The country about Stonehenge Park was well wooded and garden-like, with here and there a patch of pine forest which gave variety and picturesqueness to the landscape. Nearer the coast it grew wilder and more barren-looking. Bleak downs and wastes of moorland, with scarcely any sign of habitation, rising gradually, and then an abrupt dip, as if a sort of natural rampart guarded the jagged fringe of land, which, with its beetling cliffs, its hidden gulfs and inlets, and its rugged, forbidding appearance, suggested thoughts of medieval romance and tales of smuggling and piracy and dark and dangerous deeds. Nothing could have been more isolated than the situation of Petrel's Rest. It was 4 miles from the nearest railway station, and there was scarcely a hamlet or even a cottage within sight of it. The little tongue of land upon which it was built jutted out in the center of a gloomy bay, closed in by lofty promontories that terminated in bold precipices of black rock. From the moorland, one seemed to look down upon the gray, beacon-like tower, the foundations of which were washed on 3 sides by the waters of the bay. But after passing through the belt of pine wood that stretched from the downs to the very gates of the place, it was difficult to believe that the country at the back was in reality higher. The cliffs seemed so like a mountain crag, the still bay with its rocky walls so like a lake, while the descent from the tower platform was so perpendicular that without going to the very edge of the terrace, it was almost impossible to realize that the sea lay so close below. The castle had evidently been fortified at one period of its history. Part of it had fallen into ruin, and indeed the square tower and a small wing of more modern date, built on at the back, seemed the only portions fit for habitation. It stood in a kind of courtyard with great iron gates and a stone archway carved with armorial bearings. The gates stood open now, but one could well fancy the clang with which they might close upon some hapless prisoner or little band of armed desperadoes. The place seemed a survival of feudal times, and in its greyness, its look of age, its fortress-like simplicity, seemed so strangely out of keeping as a background with the personality of Lady Saxon. Brilliant, modern, meretricious, that Falcon was set wondering and speculating upon the motive which induced her at times to seclude herself in so impregnable an eyrie. "She does not bring her husband here with her," he said to himself with a grim smile. "I should like to know who has been given the key of those rusty gates." He was admitted by another foreign servant, an elderly man, whose face seemed familiar to the eyes of the old general. It was Falcon's boast that he never forgot the countenance of any man or woman with whom he had once conversed for 10 minutes. "I think that I've seen you before," he said. "You used to receive Dr. Langenvelt's patients?" "I was in the service of the late Baron Langenvelt," replied the man, bowing. General Falcon began to understand that Lady Saxon might find it convenient to employ foreign servants in this residence of hers, and especially servants who had known her as Madame Langenvelt. Doubtless they were well paid. He followed the butler through a dim hall lined with tapestry, and in which a fire of pine wood burned brightly, and into a sort of boudoir, where it was evident from the gorgeous coloring, the heavy Eastern carpets, the magnificent hangings, the luxurious divans, and fantastic Parisian knickknacks, that Lady Saxon's taste reigned supreme. There was a fire here also. Bowls of roses were scattered about. A stack of French novels lay on a bookstand near one of the couches, on which was stretched the skin of a leopard. The effigy of an Indian god held a jeweled casket, which was open and filled with the most exquisite sweetmeats. Lady Saxon was not in the room. The servant told Falcon that she had been informed of his arrival and would appear presently. He lingered, putting another log on the hearth and drawing down the outer blind. "You prefer this country to Germany?" asked Falcon. "Ach, yes. Bonswalben is a dreary place in the winter, when the roads are blocked with snow and there is not a single visitor." "I should have thought that this place must be quite as dreary as Bonswalben in the winter," said Falcon. The man gave his shoulders a shrug and answered civilly, "One does not wish for more than the good of his family. Her gracious ladyship has given my wife and son and daughter-in-law a home here." "Ah," said Falcon. The man withdrew, and in a few minutes Lady Saxon entered. She greeted Falcon with a certain impetuosity of gesture which called upon the idea that she had thrown off her shackles, and bade him be seated. She looked anxious, a little excited, he thought, but quite at her ease. "You have cut short your visits in the country?" he remarked. "Oh!" She threw up her hands with an impatient movement. "Heaven preserve me from male dummies and fools in petticoats! Have you heard, my brave Falcon, of that irresistible longing sometimes which comes over the civilized savage to throw off his clothes and execute a war dance in his native paint and feathers? I came here to dance my war dance. You may be sure that there is nobody to tell tales." "You are alone, then?" "Alone?" she repeated sharply. "Did you suppose that I had brought Lord Saxon with me?" No, I did not suppose that. Lord Saxon is with the Duke, who has a fit of the gout. Lord Saxon is one of those amiable husbands who indulge their wives' whims, even when the whims are a little wounding to marital vanity. Lord Saxon is a model of all that is agreeable in a husband. She put out her hand and took one of the sweetmeats from the casket, and ate it delicately. Will you have one? They are filled with a liqueur that is as expensive as a tar of roses. Falcon politely declined the proffered luxury. Perhaps you are surprised that I should have sent for you in this sudden sort of way, Lady Saxon said in an abrupt manner. No, I am not surprised, Falcon answered grimly. Meaning, I suppose, that nothing I could do would surprise you in the least, Lady Saxon said with a laugh. Well, we are confederates, pals, I presume. We may be called in a sort of way, at least for one particular purpose. Yes, Falcon said, with a face of unabated gloom. You don't seem as if you altogether liked it. I am not good at paying compliments, Lady Saxon. I don't want compliments. You may believe I have had my share of them already. Well, I sent for you because I was impatient to know what was going on at Stonehenge Park. Who are there, and what are they doing? I came down here to be near at hand, if there was anything that had to be done. What could there be to be done? Falcon asked. That is exactly what I want to know. Where there are plots, there can be counterplots. I don't know that anything could be called a plot is going on at Stonehenge Park. There are talks, and perhaps arrangements, about the property claims. Stuff! I don't care about that. I wouldn't have come in this secret way down to this place to hear about some trumpery money claims. Tell me of what I want to know. But, Lady Saxon, I don't understand what you mean. I am too dull to guess. What is it that you want me to tell of? Tell me about the plans for marrying off your princess. That is what interests me. Tell me about them. There are no such plans, Falcon exclaimed angrily, and with a face literally darkened by emotion. Who has dared to say that there are any plans like that? You are too simple for this world, General Falcon. I tell you that there are such plans. I will tell you what it seems you don't know, although it is all going on under your very eyes. The priests want your princess to marry Lord Stonehenge. She herself wants to marry young Bellarmin. Ah! He exclaimed, and he clenched his hand. Yes, in her heart, she would like to marry him. She is only a woman, your princess, and he is handsome and young and fascinating. Oh yes, I can read a woman's heart as well as the heart of a man. Lady Saxon, a man of low birth, of no position? Oh, are you then a prince in disguise, General Falcon? It is not only men of royal lineage who may presume to love your Mary Stuart, but you need not be unhappy about Bellarmin. If it ever comes to a serious question with her, and if she has any pride, I shall be able to settle that matter. You, Lady Saxon? How? Never mind. All in good time. But now there is another. Now, I am certain, my heart tells me, Victor Champion wants to marry her. He does. He is there. Is he not, Victor Champion? He is there already. Yes, he is there, but I believe he has only come to patter politics with these other men. He could not have the audacity to hope. The audacity to hope? And he the greatest Englishman of his time? The audacity to hope what General Falcon hopes? Yes, my poor Falcon, as your princess sometimes calls you, yes. The great man intends to marry your princess if he can. He shall not, by God! Falcon exclaimed. I am glad I have stirred you up at last, General Falcon. I thought I should find you sensitive. But how, may I ask, do you intend to prevent it? If she doesn't marry Champion, she will marry Stonehenge or Bellarmin. It will be all the same for you. I will do anything to prevent it, he exclaimed,
and he let his hand fall heavily on the table. Well, you will have, perhaps, soon to exert all your powers, whatever they are, in that way. Now I will speak out to you. I will act on the square, as they say. I don't mean to let her marry Bellarmin. I don't want her to marry Champion. I couldn't endure that. I would rather kill her or myself than have that happen. But for the rest, I don't care whom she marries, or when she marries, or what happens to her in this world or the next. I wish you wouldn't speak of her in that manner, Falcon said sternly. It is not right for me to hear it. A sense of the degradation of his alliance with Lady Saxon was aroused in him as he heard the woman thus speak of his princess. Lady Saxon understood him and changed her tone. I am sorry if I have hurt you in any way, she said gently, although she can laugh at you when she is in the mood for laughter, which I fancy is pretty often. Let us leave her out of our talk as much as we can. Yes, forgive me, but as you see, I have my own feelings too, and sometimes they are too strong for me. Well, I want you to be on guard, to keep your eyes and ears open, to see who walks with her most, and talks to her most. I can't play the spy, Lady Saxon. That is not at all in my line, Falcon interposed with a certain dignity. Play the spy, she said contemptuously. He calls it playing the spy just to observe what lover comes nearest to the woman he himself loves. Oh, how you degrade her, and me, Falcon groaned. Have you no influence over her? Can't you get her away from Stonehenge Park, get her out of Champion's way? I wish we had her here, she went on in a lighter tone, and all the while she kept her eyes fixed on Falcon's face. What a charming bower this would be for a captive Stuart princess! How safely she might be immured here, kept in gentle and honorable captivity by some gallant Bothwell, who wished to save her from political plotters and prevail on her to marry him. What a charming and romantic notion! She is a romantic young princess, too. I fancy the enterprise itself would have a charm for her. See, General Falcon, she rose from her chair and went to the window, drawing aside the curtains that veiled it. See how lonely it is in this bay. Look at the descent of that cliff on which our eyrie is perched. Look how far down the sea breaks at its feet. Who could come near her without her faithful jailer's consent? And see my little schooner yacht below, how temptingly it spreads its wings, how easily a yachting excursion might be planned, and the yacht come to an anchor here. One would not need here a company of armed bordermen to enact the Bothwell episode. General Falcon followed her to the window. He, too, looked out upon the blue, hazy sea and down at the tarn-like bay, the lonely cliffs to the left and right. He turned abruptly away and paced moodily up and down the room. Then he stopped in front of her. Lady Saxon, he said, have you any purpose in these strange words? Yes, she answered boldly. I have a purpose, but the time is not ripe for it yet. Nor are you, my good Falcon, ripe for it either. They were both silent. Falcon's face worked with emotion. A vision of an earthly paradise opened itself before him. His Mary, his queen, a captive in his power, alone with him in this wild place, to be won by his daring, by his passionate entreaties, by his deep respect, by his ardent love. The bare thought was intoxicating. Lady Saxon watched his face. A kind of reflex emotion kindled in hers. If she herself might only be borne away hither by the man that she loved, then let the world go by. I wanted you to see this place, she said presently. That is one reason why I sent for you here. If you come to think of any way in which it might be of use to you, in your plans, I shall be happy to lend it to you for a week or two. The servants are to be trusted. Falcon made no answer. He appeared to be considering deeply. Lady Saxon left the window and seated herself on the couch, which was covered with the leopard skin. "Come here," she said. "I want to talk to you. I want to hear about Champion. How long has he been at Stonehenge?" "Something less than a week." "And Bellarmin?" "A little longer." "A week?" she repeated. "And he never told me that he was going. Does he talk with her? Hang about her? Behave like a lover? You know what I mean. I am speaking of Champion." "It appears so. But he is interested in everything that is new, fresh, picturesque. Her birth, her position, the historical associations. All this would attract him. He has such an extraordinary power of projecting his sympathies. It is his temperament. I know him so well." "You know him so well?" repeated Falcon slowly. "It does not mean love," Lady Saxon went on, as if speaking to herself and taking no notice of Falcon's interruption. "He is not a man to lose his heart to a girl. He who—" her mind framed the words, "he who loved me." But she said aloud, "He who, since he became a widower, might have married any woman in England had he chosen. But the name is historic. He might fancy that such a marriage would increase his power. It would be a mistake. He could not gain anything from her, but it is possible that his imagination might mislead him. His first marriage was a sacrifice to ambition." Falcon heard her in grim silence. Then both were silent for a few moments. The minds of both were traveling swiftly through the region of possibilities. Lady Saxon heaved a sigh rather of satisfaction than alarm. She was not afraid. Champion was once more under her influence. This time she could defy ambition. "When does he leave Stonehenge Park?" she asked, turning on Falcon almost fiercely. "Tomorrow, I understand. The House has already met." Falcon's tone seemed to indicate resentment at Sir Victor's absence from his parliamentary post. "Mere routine business," said Lady Saxon impatiently. "And Bellarmin?" "He too goes tomorrow, but they do not travel together. Sir Victor takes an early train." "What about Bellarmin and Champion?" Lady Saxon questioned. "Have they come to any agreement, any political agreement? You know the rumors." "I neither know nor care anything about your parliamentary intrigues, except insofar as they concern the Stuart claims." "But you can observe. You know, at least, whether these two have had any private conversation." They walked together for some time on the terrace one morning. "I should say they had been talking politics, and that Bellarmin is favorably disposed toward Champion's views, whatever they may be." "Ah." Lady Saxon seemed to be considering deeply. Presently she abruptly changed the conversation. "I don't wish this visit of yours here talked about." Falcon bowed. "Certainly not, Lady Saxon. There's no object in chatter. Not that I want to make a mystery, but it would annoy me to be invaded." Falcon bowed again. "I shall return to London in a day or two," she resumed. "We shall meet there. You have not forgotten that Wednesday is the date fixed for your dinner party to Miss Beaton?" "No, I had not forgotten." Lady Saxon seemed moody and thoughtful. After a little while General Falcon took his leave, refusing the luncheon which she offered him. He was driven back in the direction whence he had come. Lady Saxon had a wild impulse to waylay Champion, to bid him come to her at Petrel's Rest. Her heart throbbed at the thought. There had been tender passages between them in London. He had come to the confessional, but her love made her timid. She did not dare to assert her hold upon him too imperiously. There was an iron hand, she knew, beneath the velvet glove. The heart that beat under that caressing manner could be steel at times. She would wind her meshes more closely round him. She would make herself necessary to him. She would not resent even his attentions to Mary Beaton. Her woman's craft got the better of her woman's impulse.
He should not dream that she suspected him, that she had played the spy. She told herself that she understood the reason why he had dallied at Stonehenge Park. He did not wish to appear too eager. It would not be wise to let Bellarmin imagine that the trap had been laid and baited, and that he was to be secured forthwith. She told herself all this. Nevertheless, she wrote to Champion a letter which should meet him in London. A letter, in its earlier pages, more political than personal, ignoring the fact that he had not told her of his proposed visit to Lord Stonehenge, but taking for granted that he had accepted the invitation in order to gain a good opportunity of getting at Bellarmin's views. Bellarmin's adhesion obtained, and with it the chance of his band being augmented by other democratic Tories, and also the adhesion of the extreme Radical or Tressel party, then the Whig section, in the person of her husband, might be cautiously attacked. Lady Saxon gauged the situation with a keenness and grasp that might have been envied by many a trained politician. She threw out subtle suggestions, showing a man's courage and a woman's finesse. She gave adroit hints concerning the wires by which certain of the political puppets might be pulled to his side. He should see clearly that her influence was far-reaching, that her assistance was not to be despised. And then, from a politician, she became suddenly a woman of the world, bright, amusing, witty. She described her country house visits with a satirical humor, a clever seizing of characteristic points only possible to one who had regarded life from another level. It was a very well schemed letter. There was a touch of veiled sentiment at the end, a note of repressed passion, a suggestion of regret amid all the splendors which surrounded her, regret half bitter, half melancholy, for the beautiful past that, had Champion failed to be touched by it, would have proved him something more than man. Champion's answer arrived by return of post. It was couched in the brilliant, tender, poetic style, peculiarly his own, and which, when he chose to employ it in winning a woman, became irresistible. Lady Saxon did not object to a certain delicate diplomatic reserve. She was alive to the desirability of caution in the correspondence of a statesman. At least, he showed her that he understood her talent and her power, and he appreciated and frankly accepted her devotion to his interests. End of Volume 2, Chapter 6. Volume 2, Chapter 7 of The Rebel Rose by Justin McCarthy and Rosa Campbell Praed. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, Lord Saxon. Lord Saxon sat in his study one morning. His face wore a troubled look. He had been reading the papers, and the papers had a bad effect on him. The papers were most of them full of attacks upon Champion. This in itself would have annoyed Saxon, but there were other considerations too. He saw that nearly all the papers had got filled with the idea that Champion was planning some grand coup to make himself more popular than ever and to get himself back into office. And he did not believe in anything of the kind. It was all lies and nonsense. Still, the lies and nonsense vexed and disturbed Lord Saxon all the same. If you feel perfectly well, and people come telling you one after the other that you look very unwell, you may not believe them, but their assurances make you feel uncomfortable. So with Lord Saxon. He did not believe that his friend and leader was deceiving him, but to be always reading assertions which pointed that way made him feel not exactly distrustful, but decidedly uncomfortable. Lady Saxon had, he knew, gone off on one of her eccentric trips to Petrel's Rest. He was expecting her return some time during the day, for he had been given to understand that they had a dinner party that evening. Suddenly, she burst in upon him in all the glory of her beauty and her splendid vitality, and with a certain radiance of the morning about her. "Well, Josephine," Lord Saxon said in his ineffusive manner, but a change came over his face as she entered, and the cloud lightened. "You didn't expect me quite so early, dear. I wasn't altogether sure myself that I could get up in time for the first train. But it was lovely driving over the moors this morning. And I had things I wanted to see about. I am too late for your breakfast, though, I see. No, I don't want anything more. I had some coffee at a station. Have you been dull these days, breakfasting without me?" It was Lady Saxon's chief concession to the domestic virtues to breakfast late every morning with her husband. It kept him in a good humour. Not that Lord Saxon was ever in a bad humour with her. It made him believe in her, and she got over her duty early in the day, swallowed her physic before it had time to stand, as she put it to herself. "Yes, of course, you know," he said with awkward fondness. He did not ask what she had been doing at Petrel's Rest. She had long ago given him to understand that she did not choose to be asked questions about her movements, and that he must be content with such information as she herself volunteered. Lord Saxon was not inquisitive, and made much concession to his wife's mood. On the whole, the strain of independence and originality in her pleased him, and then he was always delighted to have her with him, ready to take her on her own terms. Yet in spite of her radiance and her beauty, she seemed agitated, excited, he thought. Something had put her out. Women are easily put out, Lord Saxon reflected. It is their way. If not, they wouldn't be women. Certainly not charming women. "You look worried," Lady Saxon said. "What is the matter? Anything wrong in politics?" "Nothing that I know of. I have been reading the papers, and I'm so sorry poor old Greenleaf, don't you know, is dead." He read her a paragraph from a paper. "Death of a veteran MP. We regret to announce the sudden death of Mr. Greenleaf, one of the oldest members of the House of Commons, and who represented the same constituency for more than 50 years. The death was sudden. It took place in the House of Commons library about 2:00 yesterday. Mr. Greenleaf was reading in the library, and perhaps had fallen asleep." Some of the officials of the House were testing the division bells, and the bells were made to ring sharply. Mr. Greenleaf started up on hearing the sound, and was heard to cry, "A division already?" and he ran towards the door. The only other member in the library was Mr. Bellarmin, and Mr. Bellarmin called out, "No, no, they are only trying the bells. The House is not sitting." Mr. Greenleaf, however, hurried on, and just as he reached the nearest door, he fell on the floor. Mr. Bellarmin and one of the librarians ran to his assistance, but they found that the poor old gentleman was dead. It used to be a boast of Mr. Greenleaf's that he never missed a division of the House. "Poor old creature," Lady Saxon said carelessly. "It was the right sort of way for him to die." "Seems to me terrible," Lord Saxon said. "A sudden death like that. Fancy being full of life one minute and dead the next." "Oh, but a poor old thing like that, what did it matter?" "Sudden death is not only for the old. Poor Greenleaf." "Why, Saxon, you are quite tragic over this dreadful old man. He had lived long enough." Lord Saxon said no more on that subject. His wife evidently could not be got to feel for poor old Greenleaf and his sudden death. Lord Saxon turned listlessly to some other part of the paper he held in his hand. Lord Saxon felt that one of the duties of his position was to read the papers every morning, and accordingly he read them. Sometimes they made him very angry. More often they made him yawn. The fellows seemed to know so little about anything, Lord Saxon often said. He was very conscious of his own defective education, and he was satisfied, in a stolid, resigned sort of way, that his was a very slow intelligence. When he found that on some political question he knew more of the realities of things than some writer of a leading article in a newspaper, he was not elated, he was merely disappointed. This day he was particularly displeased. "What's the good of reading a paper if the fellows who write don't know half as much as one knows oneself?" he said irrelevantly, without waiting for an answer to his question, as he tossed aside one of the dailies over which he had been poring. Lord Saxon was a man absolutely without self-conceit. He honestly understood his own capacity and was inclined to overrate the abilities of others. He was selfish in a certain sense, that is to say, he did not know how to deny himself any momentary gratification which he coveted, but in a broader sense he often showed himself quietly self-sacrificing. He stuck to politics and the House of Commons because the family traditions and his father's wish told him that he ought to do so. And he had even drilled himself into an interest in politics and trained and hammered himself into a really powerful, hard-hitting, straight-from-the-shoulder sort of parliamentary debater. He was often taken for a haughty and sullen man, when he was, in fact, only shy, slow of speech, and awkward. A spoilt child, he had at least some of the characteristic virtues of spoilt childhood, if he had most of its characteristic vices. He loved his father dearly, and thus far he adored his wife. He put absolute trust in her. Lady Saxon stepped rapidly towards her husband and stood for a moment behind his chair, looking at him with a curious contemptuous smile on her face before she spoke. "What is the good of reading the papers?" she said. "Well, I like to make sure that the fellows don't know what I know. Think of the thousands of people who read those articles as if they were gospel. It amuses me to know that I am ever so much better informed than they are. It's like having private proof of the spuriousness of the Bible, or like hearing a man tell the House of Commons from the Treasury bench that the government never did make certain proposals to some foreign power after he has himself shown you in confidence a copy of the dispatch and the reply. Well, but what have the papers been saying now? Stuff about Champion. But they are always talking stuff about Champion. What are they saying now? Saying that he is planning some great coup, some popular thing, to get back into office. I wish to heaven he were, Lady Saxon said emphatically. Lord Saxon looked up amazed. Why so, Josephine? Because I am ambitious for him and for you. I hate to see two such men out of office. You ought to be in power. You ought to be governing England, you two. Why, your father says it himself. And he said it to me the other day. Ah, but he might not quite like some of Champion's notions all the same. He would when he came to understand them, Lady Saxon said in a tone of decision. Lord Saxon was a little puzzled by his wife's manner. "Did you see Champion when you were at Petrel's Rest?" he asked suddenly. "Why should I? I went away for quiet. No, I didn't go near Stonehenge Park. I didn't want to go there. I didn't fancy myself with all these Jacobites and Legitimists. But Sir Victor Champion, of course, thinks it is his business to know everybody, and he is quite right." Of course, Lord Saxon was turning over something slowly in the recesses of his mind. At last, he seemed anxious to put away the topic of conversation. "By the way, Josephine, who are coming to dinner today? Besides Champion, I mean." Lady Saxon had moved from him and begun to open some letters which she had brought in with her. "Who are coming to dinner today?" she said presently. "The princess, of course, to begin with." "The princess? Which princess?" "The Stuart princess, the young pretendress, the lovely Jacobite." "Miss Beaton, do you mean?" "Miss Beaton, yes." "Dear Josephine," Lord Saxon said with a heavy smile, "don't call her a princess, please. She isn't any princess. I wonder if she has any sense that she can let people talk about her in that way. It's nonsense." "I suppose she likes it. It was only my fun, dear, calling her a princess. I wish you would pay her some attention, Saxon. It would look well from you, and she is so much admired." "Oh, she is a deuced nice-looking girl, and all that," Lord Saxon conceded, not with the air of one who is deeply engrossed in the subject. "And Champion thinks her clever, so I am told." "Told? By whom?" Lady Saxon's voice had a little suggestion of sharpness in it as she put the question to her unconcerned husband. "Don't quite remember, Josephine. I'm sure everybody, I think." The people who are coming, let me see." She named 2 or 3 great political peers. "Oh, that lot," her husband said with an air of profound depression. "Must, Saxon, must, you grumbling person. They want to meet the fair princess. Oh, I beg pardon, of course. I mean Miss Mary Beaton." "All right, Josephine. Is there no one new or interesting except Miss Beaton?" "I don't know whether you would call her aide-de-camp or master of the horse, or whatever he is, interesting. General Falcon." "Certainly not," Lord Saxon replied promptly for him. "And do you know, Josephine," he said, partly rousing himself up, "there's something odd about that man. Something I can't quite make out. I must have seen him somewhere. I can't remember if that's it. His face impresses me in a devilish uncomfortable sort of manner. Kind of man to cut his throat or do something of that kind in some odd, unexpected public way." "My dear Saxon, what very horrible ideas! But we have to ask him, you know, and that dreadful old lady Struthers. They are supposed to be in attendance on Miss Beaton, and they would expect to be asked." "Oh, of course, they would expect to be asked." "There is Mr. Bellarmin. Do you call him interesting?" "Yes, I call him interesting. He is coming to the front in the House. I should like to see more of him." "You might easily do that. He comes here very often," Lady Saxon replied carelessly. "To your luncheons, I suppose. That set isn't in my line." "Not political enough?" suggested Lady Saxon. "Though that doesn't quite apply." "No, they are too— I don't care about their talk. Too many fireworks." "Let us say that they are too epigrammatic for you," said Lady Saxon. "You must have had some of Mr. Bellarmin's fireworks in the house." "Oh, he is a clever fellow. Some people say he is self-conceited and a puppy and all that, but I don't quite think it of him. He would get on if he had money, but I am told he has no money. And by Jove, Josephine, it's hard for a fellow to get on, no matter how clever he may be, without money. I have thought of that sometimes." Lady Saxon had thought of it a good deal in former days, and could have illustrated it by experiences of her own had she been so minded. Just now, however, she did not care to pursue the theme. "Well, that's about the whole lot," she said, when she had given him the names of a few more of their guests. Lord Saxon went back abruptly to Bellarmin. "Bellarmin's looking out for a woman with money, I have heard men say. I should think he could find one easily enough. He is a handsome, well-set-up fellow, but that always seemed to me the deuce of being poor, that one has to look out not for the woman he would like to marry, but for the woman with money." He looked at his wife as he spoke. Lady Saxon smiled on him with gracious affection. "Now," Lord Saxon went on, in a meditative way, "if a girl like Miss Beaton had money, and were to take a real fancy for a young fellow like Bellarmin, that wouldn't be half a bad thing for both of them. They say he sticks very closely to her." Lady Saxon winced and chafed under these remarks. She would not so much have minded the idea of Bellarmin's marrying for money, but it made the nerves of her vanity sore to hear him talked of as an admirer of Miss Beaton. And if Saxon, of all men, had heard of such a thing, and noticed and remembered it, rumor could not speak altogether falsely. "My dear Saxon, it is something new to hear you entering into these marriage speculations and love makings. I never thought you observed things of that kind." "One sometimes observes more than people fancy, Josephine." The words were carelessly spoken, and had no special meaning. Lord Saxon was feeling a little surprised at himself for indulging in so much gossip, and was wondering where he had got it. But Lady Saxon almost started, and she turned her head away for a moment. "You were speaking of Sir Victor Champion," she said presently, in her tenderest tone. "I want you to think about him, Saxon." "My dear Josephine, I think a lot about him. I am always thinking about him, more or less. But I want you to believe in him, to trust in him, to trust in him fully, to have entire faith in him, to trust yourself to him. He is a great man. All his views are great. I want you and him to govern England together." She came over to him and leaned upon his shoulder and bent her head down winningly over his and gazed into his eyes. He did not understand her. He had no perception of her meaning, but he felt the fascination of her manner and her eyes. "Look here," she went on earnestly, and with that dash of the melodramatic which had grown to be characteristic of her, "I want you to be a great man, Saxon, my husband. I want to be proud of you. I am proud of you, as it is, but I want you to do great things. I want you to be a great English statesman. You have all the brains and all the courage." "Not all the brains, Josephine dear. No, no, but I hope I have courage enough, if one only saw one's way, and if—" Lord Saxon paused and sighed in a heavy, perplexed manner, strange in one ordinarily so stolid and composed. Lady Saxon did not notice the sigh, but exclaimed eagerly, "Exactly. There it is. One don't always see one's own way, and then is the time for trusting someone who does." Lord Saxon raised his head a little and looked at her in some surprise. "Yes, Saxon, I know what I am saying. Sometimes, perhaps, you may not quite see your way. You are a slow old darling now and then, but when you do see your way, who can tread it so firmly and so boldly as you can? Oh, I have been so proud of you often, proud of my husband. Dear, I couldn't care for any man in all the world if he were not ambitious, ambitious of greatness. But Josephine, my dear, I don't understand. Really, I don't. It's this. Victor Champion always sees his way. No man in England can read the signs of the times as he can. I want you to go with him, to believe and to know that what he does is wise and right, and not to let anyone estrange you from him. You must promise me that. You will promise me that." She threw her arms fondly round his neck and drew his head closer to her. Saxon faintly struggled with the embrace, but only in order to give expression to his perplexities. "Well, but Josephine, who talks about our being estranged? Are we not the best of friends? Why, everyone knows that I am devoted to him. They are always reproaching me with being too devoted to him. Some of them are. What does it all mean? Is he really planning something?" "Dear, how should I know? But of course his mind is always full of England's future. Of course he must be thinking of something great. Whatever it is, I want you to be in it. Promise me, Saxon, that you will not lightly allow any people or any idle talk to come between you and him. You must promise me that. I ask it for your own sake. I want to see you and him always associated. I want you and him to govern England." "Josephine," Lord Saxon said gravely, "there are only 3 people in the world, I think, that I care for really, and you know who they are. Yourself, and my old governor, and Champion. It would be a curious thing that you and Champion wanted me to do, and that I did not do, wouldn't it? You wouldn't ask me to do anything that I oughtn't to do, and neither would he, I am sure. So there's nothing to promise, is there?" "That is promise enough," she said, and she touched his forehead with her lips. He drew her down to him closer and folded one arm about her, gazing up at her beautiful face, which she held back slightly averted. Something of almost poetic yearning shone in Lord Saxon's dull eyes and lightened his heavy reddened features. For a moment or two he did not speak. "Well?" she asked laughingly. "Bear, what is it? You have been so remarkably sociable of late that I have almost forgotten my nickname for you. Have I been less bearish in society of late, Josephine? I'm never bearish to you." "Never, dear. I must pay you that compliment, but really your sublime resignation to circumstances while we were doing our visits was something beautiful to behold. It was I who showed the wild beast, and had to run off to my lair. I wonder why you like to rush off in that wild way to Petrel's Rest.
and why you won't let me go with you. I should enjoy doing Darby and Joan. There with you once or twice in the season, Josephine. I get a little tired of it all. Darby and Joan, and John Anderson, my Joe, are not in my line, Saxon, as I told you when we married, dear. Nevertheless, if you wish it, I am willing to do that or anything else at one of the other places, not at Petrel's Rest. That's my own particular lair, and I love it the more because you gave it to me to growl in, and because you are such a gentleman, Saxon, that you respect my whims still. A woman likes that, you know. You are a strange creature, Josephine, he said in fond pride. You knew that from the first. I always told you that I wasn't the patient Griselle sort of woman, or the conventional beggar maid who waited so submissively for King Cophetua to step down to her. I have often thought that the beggar maid must have felt the pinch of her gold-embroidered shoes, and must have longed to take them off and go barefoot again now and then. I have walked barefoot, Saxon, yes, barefoot, after a caravan when I was a little girl. And I, too, have felt the craving to take off my smart shoes sometimes. But Queen Cophetua wouldn't have liked her king to see her when she had one of her wild fits on. She would have wanted to go all alone from the palace and forget for a little while that she was a queen. But she would have been glad to come back to the palace and to Cophetua once more, and she might not be sorry then that she was a queen, said Saxon tenderly. Dear Bear, dear practical statistical politician, can it be possible that I am making you poetic? I don't pretend to be poetic or out of the common or anything like you, Josephine. Lord Saxon reddened to a deeper tint than was even natural to him. But I think I'm not quite the stolid statistical sort of person you make me out, or I couldn't have wanted so madly to marry you. There never was a woman in the world that suited me as you do, and I couldn't have cared for you if you had been the conventional kind, of one sort or the other. I've known plenty of them, Griselles and Vere de Veres, and beggar maids too, by Jove, and you were the only one I wanted to settle down with as my wife. Perhaps I'm slow at showing what I feel. You don't like me to be demonstrative. You don't like to be effusive either. And I'm not sure if I don't admire you all the more for that. But there it is. It's a fact. And sometimes, by Jove, Josephine, I wish that we could leave it all, the show and the business in the House of Commons, for a bit, and go and set up a cabin somewhere in the Wild West by ourselves. That wouldn't please me, Saxon, for more than a day or two. The show and the business is what I like, just as I liked the booths and the fairs in the old caravan days. You know, I never pretended to you that I was anything but a caravan child who might have grown up to be something too dreadful to think about if a kind, generous man hadn't been touched by my youth and my innocence. Lady Saxon gave a queer little half-pathetic laugh as she spoke. And my beauty, I suppose, and if he hadn't taken me away and educated me and married me, the taint of the caravan clings to me still. I like glitter and show. I like a retinue. I like this. And she waved her hand towards the splendidly furnished room. But you, well, I can understand that the society business bores you. You should be glad that you have a wife who is capable of doing it alone, and will leave you with your blue books in peace. But the real business of your life, you couldn't get away from it if you would, and you would not if you could. Politics, statesmanship, government, all that, it's in your blood. You have inherited from the Athelstanes and the Saxons and the rest. Do not think I am not proud of that. This is your part in the world, and I want to spur you on to reform of old abuses, to power, to the governing of a great nation. It is to this you will come if you join Victor Champion. She had moved from him as she talked, and stood before him, her eyes alight, her bosom heaving. A vague expression of doubt and trouble crept over Saxon's face. Can there be anything? Are the papers on the scent? Do you know anything, Josephine? It is not possible. I will not believe that Champion could have spoken of any project he may have in his mind to anyone before he spoke to me. No, no, exclaimed Lady Saxon eagerly. How could you imagine it? But I have intuitions. Even you have said so. Didn't I foretell Glen Gordon's resignation? I can read the signs of the times more quickly than you. There will be a change, a great scheme, and Champion will speak of it first to you. To whom else? Saxon rose from his seat with a reluctant, preoccupied air. Well, it will come, if it is to come, he said slowly. Not too soon, I hope. I hope that it will come before the session is over, she answered, and that England will have to thank you for a big thing. You are all at me, Saxon went on. You, the governor, the papers, everyone. You all talk of my doing something big before, he hesitated. Before you fossilize in the House of Lords as Duke of Athelstane, she put in. No, yes, I sometimes think, Josephine, that you will never be Duchess of Athelstane. What do you mean? She asked, her face blanching. This was a contingency she had never contemplated. She meant to be Duchess of Athelstane. You are not ill, Saxon. You look in the most robust health. I am big enough, and red enough, and muscular enough, and all that, he answered, laughing a little grimly. But I didn't want to frighten you, Josephine. I did not really mean that the governor might outlive me, though I shouldn't be surprised at it. He is better after the grouse on the moors than I am. I don't quite know why I said that, unless it's because I have been feeling rather down lately. A fit of the blue devils, a sort of lethargy, and queer sensations now and then. Liver, I suppose. Everything is liver with us London men. We smoke too much and drink too much and live too hard when we are young fellows. You should see a doctor, said Lady Saxon. I have often told you, dear, that it is a sluggish liver that makes you so disinclined to go out among people. Call in Geddes. I wonder why you have such an invincible objection to be photographed and to seeing a doctor. Perhaps because I am afraid of the result in both cases, answered Lord Saxon. I know that I am not a beauty, and I've always had a queer, instinctive kind of notion that I was not altogether sound in the wind. Anyhow, I hope that I am not a coward, and if there should be anything wrong with me, I'd rather know it. I'd rather know anything than live on in a fool's paradise. A fellow can take a long breath then, and look round him. There's only one thing, by Jove, Josephine. If you were to play me false, I'd rather be hoodwinked into believing you true. Lady Saxon kept her eyes lowered. You love me so much, then. I am glad. About this, doctor, I am anxious. Oh, I am rather ashamed of having got funked. I was so blue last night that I wrote a note to Scourfield making an appointment. I shall look in on him on my way to the house. Scourfield? Repeated Lady Saxon, for her husband had named a famous specialist. She made no further comment, however, and they separated. Lady Saxon thought no more of her husband. She went to plan the arrangements of her little dinner party. She liked to plan her dinner parties. Lord Saxon's house had become famous for its little dinners since Lady Saxon had become its mistress. Lord Saxon's father made it his study to advance his son to political leadership. It was a fine tradition in that great Whig family that the eldest son should always be a political leader in the House of Commons, and that the father should find liberal means for the elder son to fulfill all the social as well as the political duties of leadership. The Duke of Athelstane had wished his eldest son to be married as soon as possible, and to be married to the daughter of some great English Whig peer. But Lord Saxon disappointed his father in the two conditions. He did not marry early, and he did not marry the daughter of an English Whig peer. He remained until his 40th year unmarried, and then he came home from Germany, bringing with him as his wife the widow of a doubtful baron, some residence doctor who had been ennobled because he restored to imaginary health a dyspeptic or hypochondriacal German prince.
Still, the Duke was heroic enough to make the best of things even then. Lord Saxon's reckless youth had inspired the Duke with a secret dread that he might be entrapped by even a less eligible co-mate than this widow of a doubtful German baron. And there were other and more occult reasons, which, however, the Duke would not readily have acknowledged, that made him willing to indulge his son in all ways. So Lord Saxon's father accepted Lady Saxon, and even put on a goodly show of welcome for her. She was very handsome, she proved to be very clever, and there was nothing against her, at least there was nothing known against her, and she flattered the old man a great deal, and before long had talked him over. Lady Saxon's father-in-law came to put some trust in her, and to regard her as a sort of fellow conspirator and colleague. She had a genius for political combinations and for dinner parties, and the head of the house gave her full means of testing her capacity. The Duke was old, and was anxious that his son should make a name and an influence in the House of Commons before destiny, cruel in two ways, should remove the father from the House of Lords and entomb the son alive in the father's vacated place. Thus the stiff festivities at the family mansion, in which men only had taken part, now gave place to a more brilliant and even more lavish form of entertainment at the house in Seymour Place. End of Volume 2, Chapter 7. Volume 2, Chapter 8 of The Rebel Rose by Justin McCarthy and Rosa Campbell Praed. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, Lady Saxon's Dinner Party. Lord and Lady Saxon were in their drawing-room receiving their guests. Lady Saxon, full of animation and talk, looked more than usually Juno-like and magnificent in her rich draperies and her wonderful parure of uncut sapphires and diamonds. Who could have believed, even on her own confession, that she had once walked barefooted behind a caravan? Lord Saxon, on the other hand, was duller and heavier than his wont. He had a stupid, preoccupied air, and when he spoke, he seemed hardly to lift his eyes from the ground. Lord Saxon's father, the Duke of Athelstane, had arrived. He was a hale, handsome, erect old man, who people said looked, but for his white hair, younger, straighter, and of keener vitality than his son. There had also come the Duke of Nornside, old, young, dandified, unmarried, to the eternal disgrace of chaperones, who had succeeded to his dukedom in his minority, and who prided himself upon having seen a good deal more of the world than most people, all other dukes included. His mother, the Duchess of Nornside, an archbishop, and several people belonging entirely to the world of fashion and politics. Presently Mr. Bellarmin was announced. Despite all his recent troubles of spirit, he seemed to bring with him that which was his peculiar charm, a certain breath of youth and sweetness and enjoyment of life, not altogether congenial with that somewhat luxurious and languorous atmosphere. "Anything in your house today, Mr. Bellarmin?" the Duke of Nornside asked. "No, nothing to speak of. A local Sunday closing bill. It was talked out. By the way, you weren't there, Lord Saxon." "No," returned Lord Saxon monosyllabically, and Lady Saxon darted a glance at her husband. For the first time since the morning it occurred to her that he had seen Sir Oscar Scourfeld that day. The Duke of Nornside began to talk politics at once. It was not that he took great interest in the subject, but he had a way of talking familiarly about anything that came up, whether he knew much about it or not. "I dare say you fellows are breaking your hearts to get back into office, Saxon? Mr. Bellarmin? Are you and your Tory Democrats, your merry men, isn't that what Tommy Tressel calls them, going to help these Liberal fellows to get back again?" Bellarmin smiled and made a jesting rejoinder. Lord Saxon's heavy brows met in a slight frown. The Duke of Nornside never allowed himself to be disturbed by the consciousness of having made a malapropos remark, and added a few more in the same strain. "The system of government by party is really deplorable," said the Archbishop, shaking his head despondingly. But what to put in its place, that's the point, cheerfully observed the elder Duke. We don't want to get into office, broke in Lord Saxon brusquely. Fact of it is, what the country wants now is quiet. We have been putting in a lot of change lately, and I am sure people want to be let alone now for a little. So do I. Yes, but people say that Lucifer is getting restless. He wants to stir up the Constitution, don't he? To make a sensation, said the Duke of Nornside. I don't believe a word of what people or the men on the papers say. It's they who want to stir up things for a sensation, said Lord Saxon decisively. Champion's all right. You are a great believer in Champion, Lord Saxon, the Archbishop said with another shake of his head. Well, naturally. I am a great believer in Champion. He gets hold of the people somehow, don't you know? One can't tell how he does it. Wonderful head. Wonderful voice, the Archbishop conceded. Wonderful tongue, the Duke of Nornside put in. Yes, he has a wonderful tongue, Lord Saxon replied simply, but it is not all tongue, as some of you fellows try to make out. You say that you believe it, but I don't fancy you really do. Champion is a great man, and of course he is a great friend of mine. But you don't want to go in for all sorts of revolutionary schemes, abolishing the House of Lords and all that? Of course I don't, but no one does. Don't you believe a word of it? Still, by Jove, the Duke exclaimed, you know everybody is saying things, and everybody can't be wrong. Everybody? Who is everybody? The fellows on the evening papers, or Tommy Tressel? No, Tommy Tressel told me it was bosh, and that there was nothing going on, but I always believed all the more that there was something. I know Tommy was only trying to put me off the scent. But you don't really imagine, Saxon said very gravely, and supporting his chin with one hand while he looked fixedly at the young Duke, and his face wore an expression not altogether unlike a scowl. You really don't imagine that Champion would, in any case, make a confidant of Tommy Tressel? Come, you can't believe that. Don't know what I might not believe of Champion. Lord Saxon's face changed its frown or scowl into a rugged smile. I verily believe, he said, some of you fellows think Champion is the devil. And just at that moment the name of Sir Victor Champion was announced. Sir Victor paused for half a second on the threshold and flashed his deep brown eyes round the room and over the company. His eyes had the peculiarity of seeming to rest on everyone in a company at the same moment, and Champion could always individualize with a glance every one of such a group. Lady Saxon went forward to meet him. There was a radiancy about her as she held out her hand. She felt sure that things were going well with him, and she had a sort of pride of ownership in him and his plans just then. She thought there was something significant in the very pressure of his hand. He began to talk at once, ostensibly to the Duchess of Nornside, really to the company generally, about some new play which he had seen and admired, and he even quoted some lines from it, giving them out with far finer dramatic effect than can always be commanded by actors even of the highest class. While he was still declaiming, Mary Beaton was announced. Perhaps no other comer could have drawn attention away just then from Champion's declamation, but the curiosity about Miss Beaton was intense and overpowering, and Champion stopped in the middle of a sentence. Even the Archbishop was not so devoted or so bigoted in his devotion to the Act of Settlement as not to be curious to see something of the young lady who was given out as a Stuart princess, and was alleged to have at least a moral right to the crown of England. Bellarmin, recaught in the toils of Lady Saxon, with whom he had been exchanging a few low-toned words, half bantering, half serious about what she called the Stonehenge negotiations, turned too at Mary's entrance. Though it was in reality only a day or two since he had parted from her, there seemed a lapse of years between then and now, and he had a fantastic sense of a gulf fixed between them. He had returned to London with the determination to put away all hope of winning her, to deck himself once more in Lady Saxon's gilded chains, and to deaden the tender memories of Stonehenge Park by plunging into the whirl of social and political excitement. But everything seemed to stand still for him as she approached, and the lights and the forms and the faces of the people round him, and even Lady Saxon herself in all her luxuriant beauty, paled and dimmed and became unreal as the phantoms of the Walpurgis night might have seemed to Faust when he beheld the vision of Margaret. How fair and sweet and noble she looked, his white queen, as she paused with a certain stately expectation just within the threshold of the door, and seemed to wait for her host to lead her forward. Mary Stuart Beaton might in truth have been the Blanche Reine, for, true to her traditions, she had arranged her costume of stiff white brocade, with its pointed bodice and straight folds, and a curious little coif of rose diamonds upon her chestnut hair, so as to forcibly suggest her illustrious ancestress of unhappy memory, while General Falcon, with a foreign star and order on his breast, and Lady Struthers, in ruby velvet and Venetian point lace, seemed by no means unfitting attendants to a young lady of royal descent. Lord and Lady Saxon advanced to welcome her, the latter with considerable effusiveness, and the Duke of Athelstane, the Archbishop, and the Duke of Northside were presented. Lady Saxon did not approve of what she called the table d'hote system of dining. She had arranged this dinner after a plan of her own. She broke up the dining room into several small tables, each accommodating 6 persons. She carefully arranged who was to dine with whom, and thus made thoughtful provision for each party to allow of political combinations and political confidences, with a leaven of beauty and wit and fashion to give vivacity to the lump. There were 3 tables set out this evening. Lord Saxon presided at one, Lady Saxon at another, and the Duke of Athelstane at the third table. If you did not sit with Lord Saxon, then perhaps you sat with Lady Saxon, and you could not grumble at that. And if not with Lady Saxon, then be pleased to remember that you sat with the grandest old Whig peer in England, the living head of the house, of which Lord Saxon was only the heir apparent. There. Thus each guest might reason to himself. At Lord Saxon's table sat Mary Beaton, Sir Victor Champion. Had Lady Saxon displayed her usual generalship in this respect? But she had so arranged that she could watch him from where she sat, and she had placed the two as far apart as is possible at a round table. The Duke of Northside, Lady Mavis Redhouse, who was tall and dark and had a fixed dreamy smile, and was in fact, or like to be thought, the Primrose League Egeria of the ultra-Tory party, and Lady Eastgrave, a beauty in her meridian, who wore a marvellous Paris costume of black and yellow, and whom Lady Saxon had placed there with an artistic sense of variety, as presenting an exact contrast to the modern Mary Stuart. Lady Eastgrave had yellow hair, not bright gold like Lady Saxon's, but a beautiful crepe arrangement fresh from Bond Street, which only the eye of a hairdresser or a woman could detect as postiche, yet which seemed worn more as a concession to fashion than with a view to artifice. She had black eyebrows and clear dark eyes, and the thin, high-featured face which one associates with a certain type of the English aristocracy, the type which holds its head erect and looks vacuous and bored as it tools along the ladies' mile, which clips its G's with high-bred scorn and languidly vituperates radical abuses, and is never anything but Whig-Tory or Tory-Whig. Lady Eastgrave's colour was a little fixed, and her diamonds were magnificent. She seemed at once ingenuous and blasé, and turned directly to Miss Beaton and made a remark on some commonplace subject, which, however, conveyed with fine directness, "I know who you are, and I want you to know that I know." Mary Beaton, seated between her heavy, taciturn host and the young Duke of Northside, had an opportunity for making a mental note upon the lack of brilliancy displayed by the British peer. Lord Saxon said very little, and there were long pauses between his sentences. He asked some questions about the little Schwalbenstadt court. His notions about the government of Schwalbenstadt appeared dim, and he was constantly recurring to Frankfurt, a city which seemed to have made a more abiding impression upon him than any other he had ever visited. This was natural, perhaps, but Mary did not know that it was there he had married Madame Langenwald, and so was at a loss to understand why German life should be regarded solely from the standpoint of Frankfurt on the Main. Then Lord Saxon said that he thought English people were worse educated in the matter of geography than any other people on the face of the globe, and he told Mary that he was always busy, that he didn't find being out of office made much difference in the amount of work that he got through, and that if a fellow did his duty conscientiously in the House of Commons and got up his facts, there was no time for anything else. The only result of being in office was that you had to trust to other people to get up your facts for you. But he always liked to get up his own facts, if he could. The Duke, on the other side, kept up a sort of rippling monologue. He was very good-looking. The aroma of rank and fashion which seemed to exhale from him would have delighted the lady novelists who make their heroes talk French and who revel in le high life. The Duke did not talk French or even very grammatical English. He, too, clipped his G's, and he drawled a little and put in "don't you know" at the end of every sentence. His eyes had a funny twinkle. He looked exquisitely clean and well got up. His hair was shorn very close and parted in the middle, and he seemed to feel that his station involved certain duties, one of which was that of being affable to everybody. The Duke asked, too, about Schwalbenstadt. He was very communicative about his opinions and his fancies. He was very fond of traveling. He always had traveled a great deal. In fact, he would like to be at it now, going round the world on a bicycle, don't you know, and that sort of thing. But I am tied by the leg, must stop in England. Fact is, I'm a conscientious fellow. In these times I think a fellow ought to stay at home. It's his duty, don't you know, and a word to his people now and then, and seeing to his farms and making friends out in the hunting field and that sort of thing. Why, it might help to stop a revolution, don't you see, and everyone says there is a revolution coming. The Duke paused and looked at Mary, not certain as to how far he was treading on personal grounds. "I hope you are not going to start a revolution, Miss Beaton. It would lead to no end of bothers, don't you know, and then there's the Act of Settlement. You can't get over that." "I don't want to start any sort of revolution," replied Mary, "though I think you need one, Duke, to put crooked things straight." "Oh, that's all Champion's doing," murmured the Duke. "It's he who upsets things. He has got a bee in his bonnet. He is too clever. Saxon will find it out. They say he wants to do away with us. And we couldn't stand that, don't you know. You should write a book, Miss Beaton. If you want to put things straight, the fellows wanted me to write a book, though perhaps you wouldn't believe it, about the Turkish War. I was out there, and I talked to no end of distinguished people. I could throw no end of light on things if I could only remember what they said. But I can't. I didn't even put down headings. You should always put down headings of the conversation when you talk to distinguished people. The fellows said that if I'd given 'em the facts, they'd work them up, and I wish I had. For Bellers, you know Bellers of the Guards? You must have heard that. He is the most stunning liar, really the most awful liar. He has written a book all about the same things and the same people, and there isn't a word of it true." Mary wished that she had had Bellarmin next her instead of the Duke of Nornside. And Lady Saxon, in arranging her guests' places, had the amiable intention of provoking Rolfe's jealousy by the spectacle of Mary Beaton engrossed with the Duke. So she had put him at her own table in full view of the fair Stuart, with the Duchess of Nornside, the wife of a foreign ambassador, the Archbishop, and General Falcon. At the Duke of Athelstane's table sat Lady Struthers, the ambassador, an ex-lady-in-waiting, a brilliant American beauty, and a handsome guardsman. But Mary Beaton's eyes and her attention had wandered across the table. She was listening to Sir Victor Champion's silvery voice as he assured Lady Eastgrave that French dramatic art is too subtle to be popular in England, and deplored British realism and the terrible system of making points and playing to the gallery. He described Rachel and her exhibition of tragic passion in the famous recitation of Adrienne, a few lines of which he repeated with something of the same magnetic charm as that of which he had been telling, and so on to Bernhardt. "She is a maigre," put in Lord Saxon, who had joined in the theatrical discussion. "I incline to the Grand Turk's opinion. I like plenitude and bountifulness in a woman." "Oh, she is a fausse maigre," said Lady Eastgrave. "Her bones are very small." The Duke, meanwhile, had got on to psychology. "I believe in intuition, don't you know? I buy my pictures and my bric-a-brac by intuition, and I choose my friends by intuition. I get on ever so much better than the fellows who reason. People who reason always go wrong. There's Champion, don't you know?" And the Duke lowered his voice. "He reasons. He's a, what do you call it? Makes black seem white. Sophist? Rhetorician. I never went in for rhetoric. Couldn't do it, don't you know? When I'm at the dilettante club and fellows begin about philosophy and Egyptian antiquities and all that sort of thing, I shut up. But I don't make mistakes. Champion does. You should follow out his policy and his mistakes, and you'll find they all come from reason." "I don't think he makes mistakes," Mary said in a tone of grave reproof. "I don't understand anything about English policy," she added, "but he seems to me to know all about everything." "Uncommonly interesting man," assented the Duke. "If Bellers was here, he'd have all that down for his memoirs. It'll be valuable stuff 50 years hence, though it is only about actresses. That's what these literary fellows think of. Why, a lot of headings of conversation of eminent men, don't you know, are as good as a life insurance policy. It might be the Eastern question, you know, and that would be history, paid for accordingly." Mary laughed. "I wish he would say something about political questions," she said. "This talk about books and pictures and the drama is charming, but he seems thrown away on such things. He is a maker of history, and I always want to hear him tell of his own deeds." "Tell you what," whispered the Duke, "if you want him to talk politics, Miss Beaton, I'll try if I can't draw him out." "Oh no, please." "Yes, you'll see." "Then be very careful, or he will see what you would have and refuse to be drawn out." "Oh, I'll manage him all right." So by way of managing him all right, the Duke blurted out, "I say, Sir Victor, what are you going to do with us?" "Whom do you mean by us, Duke?" Sir Victor asked, with a determined smile which had something ominous in it. "Us? Well, of course, I mean our unfortunate House of Lords. Everyone says you are preparing to make some grand attack on us. Papers all say so, don't you know?" "I don't read the papers very much," Champion said. "Oh, well, they say it every day. They say Tommy Tressel and you are up to something." "Fancy," Lord Saxon interposed, "Sir Victor Champion and Tommy Tressel being associates." "Everyone says they are, though, all the same," the persevering Duke went on. "Mr. Tressel," Champion said gravely, "is a very capable man, and so far as I can judge, a very sincere and earnest man. A man may be witty, and may be even cynical in manner, and yet be a sincere politician, Duke." "I didn't say a word against Tommy Tressel, Sir Victor. I like Tressel. I like his dinners, and I like his stories. Uncommonly spicy stories Tressel tells. And I like Mrs. Tressel and her stories. She is as good as a play, Mrs. Tressel. Uncommonly good-natured, too, don't you know. I think Tressel has some very sound opinions. Had a long talk with him about the Bonapartes the other night, and I quite agree with him that they're no good. Ought to be done away with, don't you know. It wasn't I, it was Saxon, who repudiated Tressel." "I didn't think he was the sort of man to be in close association with Champion," Saxon said. He was gazing steadfastly all the time at Champion. Champion said nothing. "Then you won't divulge your projects in advance, Sir Victor? Not even for the benefit of Miss Beaton?" "Pray don't bring me into so indiscreet a proposal, Duke," Mary hastened to interpose. "There is nothing Miss Beaton could ask me that I could refuse to tell her," Champion said, with a bend of the head and a gracious smile directed at Mary. "Now then, ask him," murmured the Duke. "Thank you ever so much, Sir Victor," Mary replied, "but I have nothing to ask except that you won't think I was foolish enough to ask you anything." Champion bowed again in acknowledgment. "Do you know," he said, addressing the company generally, "that I have lately come across a most interesting relic in a rather curious way. It is a bundle of proofs of Walter Scott's Peveril of the Peak, with Scott's own corrections and additions and charming little annotations for Ballantyne's instruction." And he went on to dilate on the interesting nature of this treasure trove. "He won't be drawn," the Duke whispered. "Hush, pray," Mary said. "You didn't go very well about it, Duke." "Extraordinary that such things should get into the papers," Saxon suddenly said, as if he had not heard a word about the proof sheets of Peveril of the Peak. "But if they're not true, why don't somebody contradict them?" the Duke asked, still trying to manage his little game. "Oh, well, I don't believe in writing to the papers to contradict things," said Saxon quickly. "If a man began at that sort of work, he would never get done with it." "But there must be something in it all," the Duke urged. Lord Saxon looked again at Sir Victor, but Sir Victor either had not heard or would not hear what they were saying. He had now gone off on the question of reputed plagiarism among living authors. Lord Saxon's heavy features wore a look of something like pain. The idea was forcing itself into his mind that his old friend and colleague was keeping something a secret from him for some reason, and that, for some reason too, the secret was partly made known to his wife. But it was quite clear to him that the present moment was not the time for asking any questions, and that in no case could the Duke of Nornside be considered an appropriate questioner. So Lord Saxon tried to appear greatly interested in the subject of reputed plagiarism. End of Volume 2, Chapter 8. Volume 2, Chapter 9 of The Rebel Rose by Justin McCarthy and Rosa Campbell Praed. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, Sir Victor's Master. A slight lull occurred at Lady Saxon's table while the little passage at arms took place between Sir Victor and the Duke of Nornside. Bellarmin noticed that though Lady Saxon smiled sweetly upon the Archbishop and interjected an occasional remark into his somewhat florid dissertation upon recent archaeological discoveries in Central America, her attention was strained, and she was, in reality, listening to the conversation at the other table. Bellarmin, too, followed it with interest, and was for a few moments scarcely so ready in his replies to the frank confidences of his transatlantic neighbor as he had been at the beginning of dinner. He was particularly struck by the few sentences which Lord Saxon uttered, and by the general manner of his host, which somehow tonight seemed to suggest a greater depth and reality in the man than his demeanor ordinarily indicated. Bellarmin had never known much of Lord Saxon personally. He had always avoided him, having got the idea, perhaps truly enough, that Lord Saxon avoided him. He had made up his mind that Lord Saxon was haughty, self-opinionated, and rude. But quite lately he had found himself beginning to change his opinion. It was clear to him that Lord Saxon liked to be talked to by those who knew how to talk frankly and unaffectedly, and thus to encourage him in talking in the only way he could talk, frankly and unaffectedly. It seemed to Bellarmin that one explanation of that reserve in Lord Saxon, which so many people took to be pride and sullenness, was found in the fact that for Lord Saxon there was no alternative but frank, unaffected talk or complete and stolid silence. Tonight he found himself curiously drawn towards Lord Saxon. It would be well, he found himself thinking, for the man who should win and hold Lord Saxon's friendship, and the woman who had won his love, if she should lose it. These thoughts were in Bellarmin's mind as the ladies passed out of the dining room. It was plain that for some reason or other Sir Victor Champion had kept Lord Saxon out of his confidence with regard to the move he was about to make. The question, which seemed very doubtful indeed to Bellarmin, was whether the disclosure, when it came, would not come too late for Saxon, whether his loyalty to Champion would stand so much of a strain. whether he would not feel that he had been deliberately deceived, and would not renounce the political companionship of a leader who had thus slighted him. Bellarmin thought of his own feelings the other day, and he felt somewhat in sympathy with Lord Saxon, had even a sort of compassion for him. There was talk of Sir Victor Champion in the drawing-room among the ladies. Lady Mavis Redhouse reproached her hostess, half banteringly, half in earnest, for placing her in such close proximity to her political arch-enemy. Lady Mavis was a dame of high degree in the Primrose League. She had all the courage of her opinions, and sometimes even flaunted the primrose skirt. She was poor and proud, and her good looks were waning. She had been for some years a widow, and had apartments in Hampton Court. She had been a great politician, and professed to have carried 2 counties and 3 boroughs by her own personal exertions. She detested the Radicals, of whom she believed Sir Victor to be the chief, but tolerated the Whigs, declared a certain admiration for Lord Saxon as being a man of principle, and at heart one of themselves. She was a professional diner out, and never refused an invitation to this particular house, because, though she inveighed against Lady Saxon's political eclecticism in the matter of her guests, she was as likely to meet a conservative as a liberal, and on the whole thought it advisable to embrace opportunities for encounter with wavering partisans on both sides, for she liked to be talked of as a wire puller. People were glad to have her because she was amusing in her way, and she was an aristocratic institution, and would not go to the house of a newly enriched or ennobled manufacturer or city man. No, not if his wife begged me on her bended knees, my dear, Lady Mavis said complacently. I wonder what poor dear de Carmel would have said, she exclaimed pathetically. She prided herself upon a close friendship with that late renowned Tory chief. He would have advised you to make the most of your opportunities, replied Lady Saxon, laughing. Poor Lady Mavis, I must arrange to put you between 2 conservatives next time. Only think, Miss Beaton, the last time Lady Mavis lunched here, she had the misfortune to sit beside Mr. Tommy Tressel. Mary smiled with grave graciousness, but did not speak. It was not her way to talk much in the company of ladies with whom she was not perfectly congenial. Tommy Tressel is a Jacobin, said Lady Eastgrave. I should hate him if he did not tell such amusing naughty stories. But I know that he would put on the red cap in a minute and sentence us cheerfully to the guillotine. He wants to do away with us. Like Sir Victor Champion, put in Lady Mavis savagely. Oh, no, softly interposed the foreign ambassador's wife, who spoke English with scarcely an accent and was sweetly neutral in politics. Sir Victor has the qualities of a statesman. Of course, it is his wish to destroy something. That is the way with them all when they are reformers. But he is not a Jacobin. It is only the hereditary right, is it not, that he would do away with? But, and she threw up her pretty hands, it is a grand power in England, the aristocracy. I am told that in private Champion says he would be quite willing to do away with the church, our church. I have always suspected him of a leaning towards Rome, said the Duchess of Nornside. He thinks it's too troublesome an undertaking, though if he could find a man who would undertake knocking it to pieces quietly, he would let him try. Just as if he were sending for a plumber, cried Lady Mavis. My dear Lady Saxon, don't say anything to me in praise of such a wretch. He is a wretch. We all know it. He must know it himself. He can't help knowing it. Come now, my husband was a colleague of his, and I am sure you won't say Lord Saxon is a man to patronize wretches, Lady Saxon said with a smile. Lady Mavis shook her head. Ah, my dear Lord Saxon will find him out in time. I always said so. He will find him out very soon. There will be a split-up before long. Everyone says the wretch is planning some frightful stroke of policy now, some horrible plot against his own sovereign and his own country. I don't believe he could be happy if he were not doing something to degrade and dishonor his own country. Look abroad. Look anywhere. Nothing is felt but contempt and pity for us. Pity for England, my dear, because of that wicked man." Lady Saxon, on her part, felt the most utter contempt for Primrose League dames who talked and argued after this fashion, but she had a secret pleasure in drawing the talk out sometimes, and she was anxious, for reasons of her own, to get known as a votary of Sir Victor Champion. "Perhaps he doesn't mean to be wicked," she suggested. "I give him credit for patriotism, Lady Mavis. But what is this great plot people are talking of?" she asked with a simplicity that seemed delightfully childish. "I don't believe there is anything of the kind. Lord Saxon would have known, and Lord Saxon would have told me." "Lord Saxon, my dear Lord Saxon, is the last person in the world Sir Victor would consult about a plot of that kind. No, it is his policy not to let Lord Saxon know anything about it, until it bursts upon the world and Lord Saxon is no longer able to prevent it." "Well, you know everything that is going on." "I know most things," Lady Mavis replied decidedly, "and so, I think, my dear, do you. All the same, I fancy you are mistaken about this. Tell me, why do people think Sir Victor is meditating any move?" "Why? Because he appears to be doing nothing. Don't you know that when children are perfectly quiet, they are always at some mischief? It is just the same with him. Months and months nothing, or next to nothing, has been heard of him. Writing essays on history, they say. Essays on history, indeed! As if that sort of work would satisfy him or his master." "Sir Victor's master, dear Lady Mavis? Whom do you mean?" "The devil, my dear. Who else?" Everybody laughed, except indeed Miss Beaton, and just then the entrance of the servants with coffee put a stop for the moment to Lady Mavis's anathemas. Lady Saxon moved about among her guests. She talked with much cordiality to Mary Beaton, and asked many questions about the visit to Stonehenge Park, about Sir Victor Champion, about Bellarmin. But Mary was grave and reticent. She could not have defined the feeling which made her shrink from discussing these two men with Lady Saxon, but it was very distinctly present with her. Lady Struthers felt gratified by the demeanour of her young mistress. This stately grace reflected credit upon herself, and was in every way befitting a Stuart princess. Certainly no one would that evening have suspected the strain of frolic and daredevilry which was a part of Mary's nature. In truth, the girl's mood bordered upon melancholy. She was a little bewildered, too. Her experience of English society had so far been limited, but she found nothing in it that harmonized with her temperament. The want of reality oppressed her. She seemed to be assisting at a masque in which each had a part to play and wore a costume appropriate to the part. She felt a momentary scorn of her own part and her own costume. What man or woman with one grain of poetic instinct, with one ray of ideal craving, has not felt the same when moving in the world of so-called pleasure? The women were narrow and artificial, walled round by the prejudices of their order, of the political creed to which they had been born, knowing no language but the shibboleth that prevailed in their own particular circle. She had already discovered that unmeasured reprobation of Sir Victor Champion was a characteristic of certain phases of English society. She had not expected to find it here, in the house of his colleague and friend. Was sincerity an impossibility with people such as these? Did convictions mean nothing? Was loyalty to a leader only a profession on the floor of the House of Commons? By and by the conversation drifted on to current gossip and scandal, to the talk at Pratt's on a society night as retailed to Lady Eastgrave, so she said, by her husband. She was careful to inform the company generally that he had gone off suddenly on a short yachting excursion. She was sure that everybody must be wondering that he was not with her this evening. The old Duchess of Nornside murmured maliciously that this view of the subject had not occurred to her, and Lady Mavis Redhouse whispered to Miss Beaton that she supposed Lady Eastgrave wanted them all to believe that the little difference about Count Kenya had been squared. The American beauty, who had not long been over and was in the first modest flush of success, did not want to seem too green, and appealed to Lady Struthers as to what was quite the smart thing to do under given social contingencies, with a frank directness that called forth the eloquence of that authority on court usages. The gentleman came in while Lady Eastgrave was giving her views upon a political conversation at which she had been assisting, and where a certain Lady Eleanora Fitzgriffin had made a long radical speech, in which she proclaimed that the sun of England's liberty and progress was rising from the borough of Northampton. Lady Mavis shook her head. "Good gracious, I don't know what we're coming to." "Oh, yes," Lady Eastgrave continued, "and several members of Parliament made wild speeches, and one man was invited to make a speech on the strength of his having been a defeated candidate for a provincial borough. Why, I have a cousin who actually goes in for provincial politics and is standing for the town council of Manchester." "Manchester is rather low form, but we must all begin in the provinces, you know, Lady Eastgrave," said the handsome guardsman who was thinking of going on the stage. "It seems to me," said Lady Mavis, "that we get everything from the provinces nowadays. The picture buyers come from Liverpool, the heiresses from Leeds, and the new peers from Burton-on-Trent. I sat at dinner next to a man from Birmingham last night, and he assured me that nobody ever is born in London now. People all come up from the provinces." Sir Victor found an opportunity of coming up to Lady Saxon and saying a few words for her private understanding. "Everything is going well. I want you to know that, and I shall have Bellarmin with me, I am sure, thanks to you for that." "I am working for you." Lady Saxon reddened under his earnest look, so deeply did the look and the word of recognition touch her. For the moment she forgot her jealousy, her vague distrust. "You will have more than Mr. Bellarmin with you, I hope," she added quickly, and glanced towards the part of the room where her husband was standing. "You hope so? You think so?" "I am not so certain. But if it should be as you think, then it will be your doing also." "No, he believes in me, but he believes in you too, trusts you, thinks it impossible that you could have any project on foot about which you had not consulted him. He is stupid, stupid enough to kill one with boredom. But he has a sort of loyalty. It's in the blood. It's one of the privileges you radicals can't despoil them of, Victor. There is something in race, after all." "Could I ever deny it?" he exclaimed with low-toned warmth. "The courage of race, the loyalty and chivalrous sense of honor, the noblesse oblige traditions, who could deny that such things be?" He glanced involuntarily in the direction of Mary Beaton. It seemed to Lady Saxon's jealous heart that he unconsciously indicated this girl as the inheritress and the embodiment of true nobility. She lost command over herself for a moment. "I understand," she said, "you have been studying the qualities of race at the very fountainhead. I forgot for the moment that you had just come from the camp of the legitimists. Tell me, are you, too, captivated by the charms of our young pretendress? She has a long list of admirers, I hear. Bellarmin, Lord Stonehenge, the ex-Prime Minister. In good truth, the young lady has cause to be proud of her list of victims, or should we say her suitors?" Champion's steady gaze did not falter before the flash of Lady Saxon's eyes as he answered quietly, "Miss Beaton could hardly fail to interest even a man so preoccupied as I am. But you, Josephine, know that there is one woman who claims my warmest regard. Yet you are so cold, unemotional," she whispered passionately. "Your letter the other day, it was the letter of a diplomatist, not of a man of heart. Must I be always a sacrifice to policy?" "No, a trusted comrade, a woman who can for the moment put love in the second place. You gave England the first place.
Remember our compact? At this crisis you would not have me anything but reserved in my letters to Lord Saxon's wife." She changed her tone at once. "Victor, yes, I will keep to our compact, but I am a woman." She gave her shoulders a little impatient shrug and moved towards a picture on an easel, which stood in a more distant part of the room. She appeared to be pointing out its beauties to him, while she spoke in a low, rapid tone. "You must speak to Saxon as soon as possible. If he guessed that Bellarmin had been sounded, that Tressel had your confidence, your hope of him would be at an end. And it is in the atmosphere. You know how whispers are carried by the birds of the air. The papers are full of it. There is a rumor that the Tories want to forestall you. Speak to him at once. Vaguely at first. Get his promise. He will be a drag on the wheel, of course, but trust to time and to me." "I suppose you are right. I have no doubt you are right," said Sir Victor. "I will speak to him. Yes, the opportunity may occur this evening. Better here than in the House of Commons. Yes, I am going to the D'Estables' ball when these people have left. Will you come on there afterwards, Victor?" "I at the D'Estables' ball? That isn't in my line, I am afraid. No, let us meet tomorrow at the House, and take a turn on the terrace." She gave a little nod of assent. "It is quite as well that we should be seen together, especially there," she said. "It will give a sort of contradiction to these rumors of a split between you and Saxon." She moved away and began to talk to the Archbishop. Sir Victor, too, passed on and seated himself beside Mary Beaton. Lady Saxon fell into a mood of sullenness, which was shown clearly enough on her face. It was only for a moment, however. She recovered herself and her smiles, and was the brilliant hostess, the coquettish beauty, once again. Bellarmin was by Miss Beaton's side. The young man's heart had been heavy within him during the evening, but he smiled and jested and uttered complimentary nothings, as men and women do in the great world, even when the fox is gnawing their vitals. He had scarcely talked to Mary that evening until now, and even the little interchange of commonplaces which had first passed between them had seemed to his guilty conscience a treason to her and a treason to Lady Saxon. Now they spoke of Stonehenge Park, and of the roses and the lilies, and the walled garden, and the still lake, and of the almost conventual calm which seemed to have settled over everything there, and which had such a soothing effect upon those who came within its influence. Mary spoke with tender regret of the pleasure Monsignor Valmy's conversation had given her, and of the services in Lord Stonehenge's beautiful oratory. It was a trait in the young man's character that, while he professed all the modern materialism, he loved to indulge a certain devotional tendency by dropping in occasionally at the Catholic churches while the Mass was going on. The sacred music, the tapers and flowers and swaying censers and fumes of incense, the pageantry of it all, gave him a dreamy sense of satisfaction and appealed to the medieval strain in him. He was wont to say that he preferred the music at the Carmelite church to that at the opera, and that music could only be fully enjoyed in silence and under accompanying conditions of solemnity. He had thus lightly explained to Mary his presence in the chapel the first time when she had observed him, quietly seated under the shadow of a pillar, and evidently anxious not to obtrude his attendance. And then she had smiled in grave, sweet rebuke, and had said, "Ah, the divine voice is speaking to you, though you do not know it." He thought of her words now, and of the exalted look on her face, a look that he had never seen in the face of any other woman, though he had known several who were good and religious enough, he thought, to be angels on earth. "Religion is much in your life," he said abruptly. "Yes," she answered with her gentle seriousness. "It is a part of me, or I am a part of it. I mean—" She paused an instant, and then added with some slight hesitation, "Once you talked to me of giving up the sham court and the part of exiled princess, you called it, and indeed it often appears to me a sham, and I am weary of the part. That is when the world presses upon me, and I see only the hollowness and the vanity of it. In other moods, I know that there is for me a reality in which nothing could change altogether. Well, Mr. Bellarmin,
I could not tell you, and perhaps you would not understand, how the religious feeling is mixed up even with what you call the sham royalty. Miss Beaton," he said earnestly, "I used the words only in the superficial sense. I knew that you agreed with me, too. It was because I feel so deeply about you, and I cannot bear the idea of your being in a false position. But in the real sense, of course, you do come of a line of kings and queens, and nothing could alter what is in your very blood, or make you different or less royal, either by birth or nature. And if you only knew how much I am concerned about you, and how much good it does me to hear you speak in this way." "Well," she said, still hesitatingly, "you know that it was for religion the crown was lost. And perhaps it is a wild fancy, but it may be that England will return once more to the faith which made her greatness. Ah, yes, it is so. And she will dwindle and die. New life is not put into her, the life of religion. I have a deep and a steadfast hope, Mr. Bellarmin. Sometime, it may be long hence, truth will conquer. It seems to me that what you need now in England more than anything is the sense of religion, such as we Catholics have. Some of the old superstitions, as you would say, the dear, dead traditions of your men who lived for piety. I think England would be greater if there were more men in her like Lord Stonehenge." "Why do you instance Lord Stonehenge?" "Because I hardly know. Because he is a very fervent Catholic, and the embodiment of all that past, all that I am talking of. But you wouldn't understand." "Oh, you must not say that," exclaimed Rolfe in low-toned, almost passionate insistence. "I do understand." He broke off abruptly. "Madame," said Falcon grimly at Mary's elbow, "Lady Saxon wishes to present the German ambassador to you." Mary's eyes, which had been fixed on Bellarmin's face in a kind of wonder and tenderness, turned away with a sudden startled consciousness. Bellarmin got up. He felt a sick revulsion. Had Falcon overheard his agitated expostulation and guessed the secret his tone might well have betrayed? It would almost seem so. His face was so thunderous. Indeed, all the evening Lady Saxon had easily seen that there was something disturbing the mind of General Falcon. The symptoms would perhaps not have been noticed by anyone else, but they told the story to her. She saw that, for all his effort at politeness of manner, he was unable to keep his attention fixed on the passing conversation, and that he looked anxious and troubled when his eyes rested upon Mary Beaton's face. She saw that he sometimes glanced at herself with the glance of one who has something he wishes to talk about, yet shrinks from saying. End of Volume 2, Chapter 9. Volume 2, Chapter 10 of The Rebel Rose by Justin McCarthy and Rosa Campbell Praed. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10, I Hope Our Roads May Never Part. After a little while the party broke up, only 2 or 3 of the men lingering downstairs, lighting their cigars and drinking seltzer water. Champion took Saxon's arm and in his impulsive, imperious, friendly manner led him into a room opening off the hall, which was, in fact, Lord Saxon's study. "Come here," he said. "I want to talk to you." Champion flung himself on a couch and pulled forward a chair in which Saxon seated himself more deliberately. Saxon had one thing on his mind, one only just then. "I wonder how these things get into the papers," Saxon said. "It's rather annoying, don't you think?" "What things?" "Things about your getting up some scheme or other in alliance with Tressel." Lord Saxon got the words out slowly and evidently was under the influence of strong emotion. "As to schemes, Saxon, a man in my position must keep always looking forward to the future. It is out of the question that things could always remain stagnant as they are. English political life is not a marsh or a dike." "No, of course not.
I quite feel all that with you, quite, and you know that I want to follow wherever you give the lead, if I possibly can. I never could doubt your loyalty and comradeship, my dear Saxon. No, if I'm good for anything, I'm good for that. But it is rather annoying when fellows like Nornside go about telling one of great schemes got up by one's leader and one's party, of which one has never heard a word oneself. You can have the most absolute trust in me, Saxon. I shall take no decided step in anything without consulting you. I shall mature no scheme without having your judgment on it. Then you are thinking of something? Thinking of many things. I have to think of many things. Why, our party has to be literally recalled to life. It is inanimate, all but inanimate. Its lungs must be filled with the breath of a new life. You see that, I am sure. Yes, I see that, Saxon answered in a rather depressed tone. I see all that. But I want to know what is going to be done before I am asked to do it. Surely you can have no doubt on that point. Well, that is all I want. I think, champion, I am entitled to expect that much. I hope I shall see my way to go in any direction just as far as you want to go. I am sure I shall see my way. But I am slow, and I want time to think things over. I haven't your inspirations, and I like to talk matters out. A man, champion said, evasively, has to act sometimes on a sudden impulse, and trust to the confidence of his colleagues, to understand him and his reasons, and to go with him, even if, perhaps, they are taken by surprise at the moment. Yes, I admit all that, when a thing has to be done on the moment and won't keep. But that's different, and then all the man's colleagues are in the same boat, and nobody can complain. Champion made no reply at the moment. Indeed, the Duke of Nornside, coming up with some question, gave him an excuse for not replying. But the impression on Saxon's mind was one of deepening uneasiness. He could not help thinking that something was going on which was kept from his knowledge, not purposely kept, he still hoped and believed. All could be explained satisfactorily in the end, no doubt, when the right time came, but meanwhile he felt perplexed and distressed. While Champion was talking with the Duke, he made a gesture to Saxon not to move away. Presently the Duke had lighted his cigar and said good night. He was free again, and able to continue the conversation. Perhaps Champion had not been sorry to have an opportunity of thinking over things. He could think over things very keenly, even in a moment, and even while he was talking with someone whose concerns did not come into his thoughts. Every stranger, man or woman, who got a few moments' talk with Champion could tell of something delightfully interesting that he said, and tell of the fluency and earnestness with which he had said it. Those who knew Champion pretty well knew that he generally poured forth this easy conversational eloquence in order to give himself time to think of something entirely different, and in which he felt a genuine interest. "That man is a bore," Saxon bluntly observed. They were quite alone now. All the men had gone. Champion resumed his seat on the couch, and Lord Saxon, after carefully closing the door, came back and threw himself into the armchair. Champion laughed. No, I didn't find him so. Do you know, I don't believe I ever met a bore. Every man has his uses." "I wish I could find that so," Saxon said. "Wait till you come to 40 years, Saxon." "I am not far off 40 years," Saxon answered, not appreciating the reference to Thackeray's ballad. "By Jove, I mayn't perhaps ever get there, all the same." "How do you mean?" Champion asked in great surprise. "Well, I have been looking up Scarfield today. You know him, of course, and he's been looking me up, and he says I must be awfully careful and all that, and tells me things are looking rather serious. I must avoid shocks and a lot of that sort of thing. I have not said a word to my wife, and I don't mean to, just yet anyhow. It would do no good. The whole thing will probably come all right. Even he don't say it won't, although he is a tremendous alarmist. So I haven't told her. I tell you, champion, because if ever I should seem to shirk political work, you will know the reason why, and you won't tell anyone." At that moment, there was a rustle of silk in the vestibule. The door opened, and Lady Saxon appeared, a radiant sultana, carrying a bouquet and a large feather fan, and with a soft furred wrap falling from her shoulders. She glanced keenly from her husband to Sir Victor, who had risen at her entrance. "I see that you are deep in politics," she said. "I won't interrupt you. I am going to my ball. Good night." "You are going to your ball?" Lord Saxon repeated mechanically, his eyes fixed upon her. He had risen too. Something in his expression and his manner struck Josephine, and thrilled her with a vague uneasiness. She looked again at Champion. His bland smile reassured her. "We have been discussing bores," he said, "and I have been insisting to Saxon that I do not find even the Duke of Nornside a bore when he talks politics. Allow me," and he helped her to adjust her cloak. "Good night," she said again. "No, don't come out with me. Good night, Saxon, unless I should find you up when I come back. I shall look in here. Meantime, I leave the destinies of Europe in Sir Victor's keeping and yours." Lord Saxon went out with her to the carriage. He seemed unusually solicitous about her tonight. When he came back, Champion exclaimed impetuously and with real feeling, "But my dear Saxon, what you have told me is alarming. You must have rest. You must not take any trouble or thought about anything." "Oh, well, there is no need for being so careful as all that," Saxon replied with a smile. "I have no doubt I shall pull through all right, and I don't want my wife to be frightened. She has not a notion that I am in the least out of health." He was silent for a moment, and then he added in a burst of frankness, much out of keeping with his odd, shy reticence, "Things would be different with my wife if anything were to happen to me while the Duke was alive. And if I shouldn't leave a son behind me, I've been thinking all day what a pity it was my poor little 2-days-old chap didn't live." Yes, it was a pity. Champion could well understand that. He had good reason to suspect that, owing to the peculiar circumstances of Saxon's marriage, the old Duke had a great deal in his power, and that though under any contingencies Lady Saxon's income was of course secure, her settlements were not so magnificent as would have befitted a future Duchess of Athelstane, married in the regular and orthodox way, the childless widow of the heir presumptive, with no prospect of reigning even as a sort of regent, and no special claim upon the younger brother, who would be head of the house, would certainly find things very different. These thoughts ran through Champion's mind, but he only said, "My dear fellow, you must not think of such a terrible possibility. As you say, Scarfeld is an alarmist. Doctors always are. It is their trade. How many of them have predicted the same sort of thing for me myself? And even he tells you all will be right." "Well, that's how it is," said Saxon slowly, "and I think that was one reason why I wanted to know something about what you were going to do. I should like to act with you, and to follow you as long as ever I could." Champion paused for a while. He was really much shocked by what Lord Saxon had told him. He knew that Saxon was neither an alarmist nor a hypochondriac, and he assumed that Saxon had rather minimized than magnified the seriousness of his condition. He felt a pang of conscience at having kept all his project from Saxon thus far, although he still believed he had good ground for the course he had taken. But he knew that he must say something now. He must tell something, not too much. "Well, Saxon, I have, for a long time, as I think you already know, been turning my attention to the question of reforming the House of Lords, so as to make it a real living institution and put it in harmony with the spirit of the times. I am convinced that this can be done as a genuine reform, not as a work of destruction. But I also confess to you that I do not as yet quite see my way to the precise scheme of reform which I should like to submit to your consideration. It is of little use talking over mere abstract propositions, especially between men who, like you and me, are, I hope, pretty well agreed as to principles." "I hope so. I hope so," Saxon said eagerly. "I am sure of it. I am for reform, not revolution, and so, of course, you would naturally be. I am now telling you the direction my thoughts have long been taking, but I may tell you more. I have been lately coming to think that this must be the next great reform. Yes, the next. I acknowledge that I have advanced to that point, but the principles of the scheme of reform, now I wish you would think over them. Think over them carefully, deeply, at your leisure, and I do hope we shall agree." Lord Saxon's mind was greatly relieved. He believed that he was now in full possession of the confidence of his friend. He thought he could easily understand how the mere fact that Champion was thinking over such a scheme had found its way into the perceptions of others and got crystallized by the breath of rumor into the form of an actual scheme already made. "I tell you this at once," he said. "I will think the whole thing over, and with a sincere wish, Champion, to be able to help you in your work. I will go with you as far as ever I can fairly see my way, and I hope our roads may never part. I do indeed." "I think we understand each other, Saxon," Sir Victor said, and then for a second time his conscience smote him. But he reduced it to quiescence and even to acquiescence very soon. "Saxon is an overgrown schoolboy," he said to himself, "with the schoolboy's pluck and a good deal of the stolid capacity for dealing with simple subjects, which belongs to some of our public schoolboys. He must not be told all until the fighting time. Marat himself would not expect to be told long in advance when his cavalry were to move and where." This illustration seemed to him effective, and it contented him. But to do him justice, he was far from content with what he had heard about Saxon's state of health. There was a curious tradition in the family of the Duke of Athelstane that the eldest son succeeded in 2 generations, but never in the third, and the Duke of Athelstane had succeeded his father and his grandfather. Lord Saxon represented the fateful 3rd generation. Nothing more was said between Lord Saxon and Sir Victor Champion that night. Sir Victor was, on the whole, not dissatisfied with what had happened. He would have preferred to keep all his plans unknown to Saxon until the moment should come when, in his opinion, it would be expedient to take him into full confidence. But as apparently this could not quite be done, he thought things had, on the whole, turned out very well, and that he had played his cards cleverly, which it always pleased him to think. Lady Saxon came home comparatively early from her ball, and she looked into her husband's study as she had promised. She found him there alone, sitting in the same moody and meditative attitude as when she had interrupted the talk between him and Champion. She went up to him and bent over him, placing herself on the arm of his chair. The perfume of the fading flowers she carried, the rich, sensuous atmosphere that surrounded her, seemed to envelop and partially intoxicate him. He made a little passionate movement and leaned back against her, his head resting upon her bosom, without speaking a word. So he remained for some moments. As she looked down upon the heavy, flushed face, with its thick red beard, its drooping eyelids, and rather coarse features, the vision of another face, clear-cut, refined, pale, and all alight with genius and sensibility, that eagle look, the silky hair, the magnetic influence which to her was so irresistible. A wave of passionate determination swept her being. Yes, every gift, every allurement of hers should be turned to the service of this other man whom she loved. She would crown him her king of men, and afterwards his love. She felt a certain hatred of her husband at that moment. She could have thrust him from her with her beautiful firm arms, which were so strong. But she wound them round him more closely, and she put her lips to his forehead. "Well?" she asked, and she could not hide the tremor of anxiety in her voice. "Sir Victor has gone?" "He left half an hour ago." and you were talking. You did not talk about bores all that time. Has he told you anything fresh in politics? Any new scheme? Yes, he has told me in vague terms, there are no definite lines laid down as yet, of his scheme for reforming the House of Lords. It will be the next great measure. Lady Saxon drew a quick long breath. He felt her bosom heave and her heart beat where his head lay. It seemed to him that he could hear the heart-throbs, loud and tumultuous. "You are excited," he said. "I did not think you took so much interest in the Constitution of Great Britain." "War horse scenting the battle," she answered. "My wild spirit thrills to the sound of the fanfare. I am ambitious for you, my husband. You cannot be the leader, but he is a great leader, and I want your name to be written with his in history." Saxon did not answer except by a heavy sigh. "And you, Saxon," she went on, "he was here to consult you, I suppose, to ask for your cooperation. What did you say?" She caressed him again, and he yielded to the caresses with a kind of stupefying enjoyment, and as though he would willingly have let statecraft go by then. "Are you in this with him?" "I have promised that I would go as far as I could. Don't let us talk about it all now, Josephine. After all, it is only in the air, a long way off. Why should you care so much?" "I have told you. Oh, it is grand. It is glorious to see a general making ready for the battle, to see a reformer willing to risk personal popularity, even the breakup of a party, for the sake of the reform." Saxon seemed to rouse at her words. He moved, releasing himself from her enfolding arms, and turned half round, facing her. "The breakup of the party," he said slowly, and with a disquieted look upon his face. "You must have misunderstood me. The party is agreed upon principles. It never could come to that." "It would come to the breakup of a party," she said quickly, "if the progressive Tories joined us." "Oh, Bellarmin. Well, I suppose Champion is calculating on that. Don't let us have any more politics now, Josephine. I am not in the mood somehow." He leaned towards her again and put his head upon her shoulder and kissed her soft neck. "Tell me that you love me," he said. "Seems an odd thing for a husband to want a wife to say when he is as sure of her as I am of you, I suppose, but I do want to hear you say it. Tell me that you love me, Josephine." "You know it so well," she answered, "but if it pleases you to hear the words, I will say them again and again. I love you, and again, I love you." End of Volume 2, Chapter 10.
Volume 2, Chapter 11 of The Rebel Rose by Justin McCarthy and Rosa Campbell Praed. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11, Tommy Tressel Appears. The bells in the churches were all chiming and tolling one Sunday morning after Lady Saxon's dinner party. The bells in the great cathedrals and parish churches and fashionable chapels of ease, tolling with deep, rich sound, suggestive of good revenues and influential congregations. Those in the smaller nonconformist meeting houses clinking in mild persuasive appeal, as if some sense of the old-time disabilities and disqualifications still lingered in their metallic hollows. This Sunday morning found Bellarmin in his rooms in a meditative mood. Our poor youth was burning his candle pretty freely at both ends. He had come into public life with a magnificent constitution, which was well nigh destined to serve him as Gretchen's beauty did her, and prove his ruin. The man who sets out with the consciousness that he has great physical resources behind him is very apt to act on the assumption that they are inexhaustible. And the too familiar fable of the hare and the tortoise is thus illustrated over and over again in the race between the cautious invalid and the reckless Hercules. Bellarmin loved to tax his splendid powers of action and endurance. He would do everything, would give up nothing. It delighted him to sit up all night at some long exciting debate, and when the House adjourned, to bring some 2 or 3 friends home to his lodgings and talk over things and smoke cigars until the sunlight streamed in, and then to declare that it was too late to go to bed, and accordingly take a bath and start for a walk to Hampstead. He was fond of society. He liked dinners and receptions and balls. He was fond of dancing, as he was fond of riding, and of debating, and of fencing, and of the companionship of pretty and intellectual women. He carried no one liking to excess or extravagance, but the truth is that he was in this one characteristic akin to Goethe's Edward. Nichts übertreibens wollen, aber viel und vielerlei wollen. He liked far too many things, and he was not always able to contrive to pack them all comfortably and satisfactorily into the compass of his daily life. So he treated that daily life as people once used to treat the old-fashioned carpet-bag. He stuffed in what he pleased, whether the bag was made to hold it or not. He was beginning to suffer tortures about Mary Beaton, and also, it must be owned, tortures about Lady Saxon. There were moods in which he hated Lady Saxon. Again, there were moods of passion and revulsion when that worst half of him, which her influence roused and strengthened, came uppermost and got the better of the purer self. Sometimes he dreamed of Lady Saxon, of his avowing his love to her, and of her returning his words with passionate welcome, and he cried out in ecstasy, and the dream was gone. And in his first half-waking moment he seemed to see the sweet face of Mary Beaton, turned wonderingly, reproachfully on him, and he called her name and cried to her for pity and forgiveness before he quite knew that he was in his own room and all alone. Conscience, says Scott, anticipating time, already rues the unacted crime. Bellarmin's conscience had no crime on it, acted or unacted, to rue, but he sometimes suffered as much agony of remorse and shame as if he had actually been Lady Saxon's lover, or had tried in serious earnest to make her love him. "I don't love her? No, I don't love her," he would say to himself again and again. Yet when that other mood came, and he was stung and maddened by a sense of unworthiness, he would fly from the thought and presence of Mary as from an accusing angel, and would go and steep himself in the glamour of Lady Saxon's fascinations, would frequent the houses where he might meet her, would follow her at parties and public places. A glance, a smile, a little upward movement of her chin, beckoning to him, would bring him away from any talk in any crowd to get to her side. Lady Saxon paraded him as her victim, and he knew it, and he was sometimes furious with himself, and yet he had no power to break away. The turn of her neck, the movement of her arms, the rise and fall of her eyelids, sent a fire and a fever through him. All the time he well knew that she appealed only to the sensuous in his nature and the cynical in his mind. But she did appeal to him. Other influences, which might have been much stronger, let him pass unchallenged. There were moments when he felt a sort of morbid longing to cut himself off from Mary Beaton forever, to do something which would make it impossible to have any hope of winning her. Indeed, he had not now any hope of winning her. She liked him. She liked to talk with him. She had often told him so with a friendly frankness which, he thought gloomily, was enough in itself to give death to a lover's hopes. And so there came morbid moments to him when he almost thought it would be well to do something which would put him once for all out of pain, as if anything could put him out of pain, on account of Mary Beaton. Why not marry for money? He sometimes thought with grim humor. Then he could not rack his brain about Mary any more, and Mary would probably not think enough about him even to be angry with him, or to be sorry for him, or to despise him. Youth finds comfort sometimes in this queer sort of self-torture. He did not reflect very deeply on the political situation in these days. Lady Saxon was too clever a woman to talk much to him about the radical schemes, or to try and influence him now more directly than by adroit allusions. She gave him to understand, however, that Lord Saxon had been taken into Champion's confidence, and that the Whig section was prepared to go with the more advanced Liberals. There seemed to be a tacit agreement among them all that he was to be let alone for the present. Only there was a grave cordiality and suggestion of friendly understanding in Sir Victor's manner of greeting him when they met in the lobbies of the house, which pleased and conciliated the young man more than he would have liked to acknowledge, even to himself. The bells were still ringing when a rapid hansom rattled up to Bellarmin's door, and brought that young man a letter and a messenger, who had been sent out with an instruction to bear back an answer. This was the letter which Bellarmin, not without difficulty, contrived to puzzle out. Dear Bellarmin, I want to see you at once. Matter of importance. I have sent copy of this by messenger to each of the half-dozen clubs which I find given as yours in Dodd. The moment I hear where I can see you, I put myself into a cab, and I appear. Yours, T.T. Bellarmin did not need the help, doubtful help in any case, of the cramped and oddly intertwined initials to know that the letter came from Tommy Tressel. He wrote a rapid line saying, "Appear here." Not more than a quarter of an hour had passed when Tressel appeared. His manner, as an apparition, was in curious contrast with the eager and hurried style of his letter. He lounged into Bellarmin's room with the air of a man who has no thought on his mind but the question of how he is to kill the dull and heavy time. Bellarmin only gave him a greeting, but did not ask him any question. Tressel was finishing a cigarette when he came into the room. He stopped to light another before he began. "Well, it's this," he said, as if he were continuing an explanation or answering some inquiry. "Lucifer will be having a fit if he don't get into negotiations or communication or something with somebody. So I thought I'd come, don't you know?" This was not precisely clear, even to a mind strung to expectation. "Come where?" Bellarmin asked. "Well, I didn't tell him that, but I thought I'd come and see you." "All right," Bellarmin said composedly and without showing the slightest sign of curiosity. "The fix is this. Lucifer is taken with a sudden burst of public spirit and patriotism and that sort of thing, and he still wants to give the Tories a chance of helping him in his grand scheme, making it a national scheme, he says, not the scheme of a party. All rot, of course, but that's his humor. Now, I happen to know that there are one or two of the Tory bosses who would like this well enough if they could educate their party quietly up to it. I was talking to one of them, and he wants to see you." "Why on earth does he want to see me?" "Progressive Tories and all that. He wants to know how far you would go in the way of reform, and how many you could count on bringing with you. He thinks the House of Lords is doomed unless it can be reorganized. Of course, I want it doomed and not reorganized. But I think Champion has got hold of a good idea for putting new life into our party, and so I go with him. Now the question is, will you see Lord Twyford, and will you see him today, at once?" Bellarmin was surprised and a little perplexed. "I meet Lord Twyford in the ordinary way pretty often," he said. "Exactly, but this isn't in the ordinary way. This is to be in an extraordinary way. You see, we don't want anything of this to get into the evening papers. Now, if you were to go and call on Twyford openly, somebody would see you, somebody would be there, and the story would go about that Twyford was trying to nobble the Tory progressives. How many of them are you? 5, ain't they?" This was Tressel's familiar joke about the number of Bellarmin's host. "But we are on Lord Twyford's side in politics." "Nominally, yes. But you are freelances to a certain extent, and nobody knows that better than the Tories. You may be fighting for your own hand any day. You may come, if things run very close, to hold the balance. These are ticklish times, don't you see? Everyone feels that Lucifer is up to something. It's in the wind. Now, as he is in this heroic and public-spirited mood and wants to give the Tories a chance of showing how heroic and public-spirited they are, I suppose the best thing to do is to let men like Twyford, who have the brains and the sense, know what he wants to do and seize the opportunity if they can. I wouldn't give them any chance if I were Lucifer. But then, I'm not Lucifer. and I'm not public-spirited, and there it is. Still, I can't see why Lord Twyford wants to consult me, or if he does, why he doesn't write to say so. My good young Tory Democrat, it wouldn't do at all. Twyford is very honest and straightforward, they say, and he has a conscience, he says. But all the same, this is a risky business for him, and he wants to look before he leaps. The great trouble is Bosworth. Bosworth hates Champion, and hates reform, and new ideas, and so on, and if he thought Twyford was negotiating in advance with you, the game would be all up. But if Twyford can tell him that you fellows are determined to support Champion unless some terms of reorganization can be agreed on, then perhaps he may frighten Bosworth into compliance. Tell me, Tressel, did Lord Twyford say he wanted to see me, and about this? Of course he did. What else would make me get up so early and send hunting about all over London to find you? 6 messengers in 6 hansoms at once. I don't much like that sort of thing, Bellarmin said. Should think you wouldn't. I didn't like it, I can tell you. Put it even at only a shilling each way. That's 12 shillings, and the prices of provisions rising every day, said Tressel, with a manner of intense simplicity. Still, Bellarmin went on, not heeding Tressel's interruption, if Lord Twyford really wishes to see me— Precisely so I say. That's how I put it. As it is, he wishes to see you, not you who wish to see him. I dare say you wouldn't care if you never set eyes upon him again. It's all right, then? You'll go? I don't know, Tressel. I really don't know. I feel some difficulty. Naturally. I always feel some difficulty about everything, but we must act all the same. Don't you see what a good thing this is for you, who cherish the noble ambition to be a leader of a party, if only of a party of light horse? Don't you see that it recognizes you as a party? Twyford is a solid man. Solid, that's the word. Eminently respectable, going in for conscience and principle and all the good old domestic and political virtues. A man well in the running to be a meritorious prime minister in some quiet day to come. Shouldn't wonder a bit, as things go. Well, when a man like Twyford recognizes your party as a party, it's a score. Should think it would please some of your roaring boys, Bellarmin. How many of them are there? 5, all told? Bellarmin had been thinking of something of the kind himself, and he paid no attention to Tressel's stock joke about the number of what the Paris journals used to call the Frachon Bellarmin. Our young friend had his weaknesses, and one of them was a certain boyish vanity about the little party he had called into existence. The more solemn and pompous section of the great Tory party had hardly condescended to recognize it as a factor in the political game. Since the days of De Carmel, Bellarmin had never felt quite certain whether the leaders of the party understood or did not understand the honest service he and his band had rendered to what ought to be, he thought, the common cause. Now, here was, at last, the hand of recognition held out. In an indirect and furtive sort of way, it is true, but still held out by one of the high Tory leaders. Would it be wise or well to stand too much on scruples and refuse to see the outstretched hand? The Earl of Twyford was a man of political and personal integrity, a man also of honorable ambition, a little viewy in his politics, a curious mixture of intellectual courage and moral timidity. He had never been in the House of Commons, his father having died when he was very young, and he had therefore missed all the rough training and practical discipline of the popular chamber. In his earlier career, he had bright dreams about the House of Lords winning back its political influence and becoming once more a real factor in the constitutional problem. He tried to get the peers to sit longer and to show themselves active and eager for work, and he started several debates himself, chiefly on colonial questions, for he had an idea that the House of Lords might assume a sort of moral protectorate over the younger and weaker colonies. But nothing came of it. Irresponsible and elderly men do not care to take the trouble of debating when there is to be no result or consequence of the debate. Twyford gave up his struggle, not without a sigh, and turned his thoughts in new directions. But it was always understood that he was one of the few peers who would have welcomed some reasonable and promising scheme for the reorganization of the House of Lords. "Made up your mind?" Tressel asked. "Yes, I'll go." "That's right. I thought you would." "Where?" "My house. Nobody minds me. It don't matter who comes to see me. Everybody knows that everybody comes to see me. If the Pope, the Emperor of Russia, and Prince Bismarck were to be seen on my doorstep arm in arm, nobody would infer anything. Nobody takes Tommy Tressel seriously. Shouldn't wonder if Twyford were to drop in on me at luncheon time today. He may, perhaps. Won't you drop in?" "Yes, I'll come. Tell me, what about Lord Saxon and the old Whigs? Are they in this thing?" "No. There's the fun of it. I have backed up Lucifer in his growing resolve to throw them over. I have told him that it is utterly impossible to think of getting the Whigs over to our side, and that, for my part, I think the time has come when the Radicals ought to decline having anything to do with them. This falls in very well with Champion's humor just at present. He don't quite know what to do with Saxon. Fact is, he despises Saxon intellectually, but is half afraid of him all the same." "I rather like Lord Saxon, as far as I know him," Bellarmin said. "And now is that dealing fairly with him? Is that quite in accord with the public-spirited and patriotic humor you talk of?" "I dare say it's partly my doing. I want Lucifer to throw Saxon overboard. Show him that we don't care what the Duke of Wellington used to call one twopenny dam, not even a sixpenny or a shilling dam, which would be a costly sort of thing, but one poor little twopenny dam for himself and his Whigs. Then there's nobody else on our side to be talked with. All the rest of Lucifer's old colleagues are only looking round to see which way the cat jumps. They'll go in for any enterprise which they think will land them on the Treasury bench." "Seems a little like a conspiracy between Champion and some of the Conservatives against Champion's own colleagues," Bellarmin said. "Seems like that, does it? No, I couldn't say that. You see, what most of them want is only office, and Lucifer will give them that, if he succeeds, and they couldn't have it without him anyhow. And as to Saxon, Saxon won't take the jump. And what's the good of talking to him?" "There will be a row when he comes to know of all this." "Of course there will, but it won't matter then. It would come anyhow. I have had several letters from Lucifer lately, and the burden of them all is that never, never, never will he submit to Saxon's dictatorship. I can't find out that Saxon has tried any dictatorship. He don't know or suspect anything about the real meaning of this business. But there is something uneasy about him in Champion's mind of late. Champion is getting more and more unwilling to have anything to do with him. I am very glad, for my part, but I am not so sure if it's all right with Champion. I begin to think that I hear a familiar sound, too familiar in politics, my brave leader of freelances." "What sound are you talking of?" "As if you don't know. The rustle of the petticoat, of course. Lady Teazle behind the screen, don't you see? Champion and she were close friends once, and these old loves renew often. Don't you remember the story of Millie Maudoir when she got married and went off the stage and reformed? One day her husband thought she had relapsed a little and accused her. She owned up handsomely and said, 'You know I hadn't seen him for ever so long, and one must oblige such an old friend.'" Bellarmin's cheek flushed. He was turning angrily on Tressel, and then he wisely bethought himself and said nothing on that subject. "Well," he said, making a desperate effort to conceal his vexation, "I shouldn't wonder if I did look in upon you at lunchtime. If any friend of yours happens to be there, of course I shall be delighted to see him." "One has to meet all sorts of people," Tressel replied laconically. "By the way, how does the princess get on? Our friend Lucifer seems very much gone there, too, don't he?" "I really don't know. I haven't seen— I know nothing about it," Bellarmin said, with a new flame of anger from a new source. Rather absurd, wouldn't that be? Rather a disparity of years? How young you are, Bellarmin, Tressel said. I envy you, by Jove. I, too, can recall to memory a happy and ingenuous time when I really believed it was part of the inexorable decree of Providence that only the young and beautiful should presume to fall in love with the young and beautiful, and that elders, like Lucifer, for example, never thought except in the paternal sense of beautiful young women, and that even if they did, it wouldn't matter, because the beautiful young women wouldn't accept their attentions. I am a married man, Bellarmin, very much married indeed, and you needn't be alarmed about me. But if I were not, well, I am getting to be an oldster, and you are young. You are a good-looking fellow, and well, I'm not a beauty, but I have lots of money, and I presume you haven't a great deal. If you were devoted to a girl, a London girl, at all events, and you asked her to marry you, and I went to the girl's mamma and said I wanted the girl to marry me, how would it end, do you think?" "I know what you think, at any rate," said Bellarmin, recovering his good temper. "You think it would end in the girl's becoming Mrs. Thomas Tressel." "You bet your pile on that," said the genial cynic, and he thereupon took his departure. Bellarmin was sorry when Tressel had gone, for the terrible struggle between the two natures, between the two imprisoned souls, between the two men, the two creatures in one body, was racking Bellarmin's heart again the moment he was left alone. Again he cursed himself for being in the slightest degree under the thrall of Lady Saxon. Again he felt ashamed of himself. Again he almost made up his mind that merely for being in the smallest way a slave to her influence, he was unworthy to come into the presence of a woman like Mary Beaton. To what avail? He asked himself many a time in bitterness. To what avail my hanging on to this girl's train? She does not care about me. She couldn't care about me, even if she could really care about anyone. And the thought of her marrying me is absurd. What should I do with her if she were to marry me? What should I do with a princess claimant at my modest breakfast table, a Stuart heiress, to be daughter-in-law to my father, and a claim to the throne of England to be brought on as a Tuesday evening motion in the House of Commons? Anyhow, a man who has sold his soul to Lady Saxon has no business to put himself in the way of a woman like Mary Stuart Beaton. I had better stick to my politics and my speech-making and my political conspiracies, and mix only with the women who are fit for such work and are free to make their personal fascinations a factor in politics. That must be my sphere, the only sphere, and the only people I have any right to belong to. In this genial mood of mind, he set out for Tommy Tressel's, to meet Lord Twyford and conspire. End of Volume 2, Chapter 11. Volume 2, Chapter 12 of The Rebel Rose by Justin McCarthy and Rosa Campbell Praed. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12, The Twyford Negotiations. Mr. Tressel lived in St. James Square, and when Bellarmin appeared at luncheon time, he was seated at table with his wife and Lady Cora Mallory, Ross Bingley, the journalist, an attaché to the Chinese legation, and Colonel Towers. Tressel was eating nothing and was drinking only iced water, while the most delicious of dishes and the finest claret and still hock were handed by the velvet-footed servants. But that, as everyone knew, was Tressel's way. Mrs. Tressel, however, did ample justice to her luncheon. So did Lady Cora Mallory. So, needless to say, did the other guests, except perhaps the Chinese attaché, who appeared a little bit embarrassed and uncertain how to manipulate his implements, in whose well-being kind-hearted Mrs. Tressel took the deepest interest, openly deploring the absence of edible birds' nests and sea-slugs, which lingering recollections of her child's guide taught her to associate with China. Mrs. Tressel was a bountiful-looking and bounteous matron, not handsome, but extremely good-natured. She had a certain malappropriate reputation for always getting hold of the wrong end of a story, and a good many amusing anecdotes were told of her. few of which probably had any foundation. There were people who said that Mrs. Tressel's ingenuous good nature masked all the guile of a woman of the world, and that if she were to disclose all she knew about matters, social and political, London society would be considerably disturbed by her revelations. Mrs. Tressel beamed a welcome upon Bellarmin, and made room for him between herself and the Chinaman, from whom she had been inquiring how many wives his countrymen were allowed. She wanted to know all about the marital arrangements of the Celestial Empire, and asked a good many naive questions, when the Chinese gentleman explained that his countrymen usually found that more than 2 wives gave trouble, and required to be constantly sent back to their relatives as a punishment for insubordinate conduct. Certain great personages sometimes had 4, and the Emperor had 6, he added, with a gleam of national pride lighting a countenance which, in its immovable gravity, was almost equaled by that of the host. Tressel was convulsing Lady Cora over a witty story with a fine French point which he drawled out, his eyes half shut, and scarcely a muscle of his face moving. Presently Lord Twyford came in, and he too did justice to the dainty fare, though in a refined and somewhat abstracted manner. Colonel Towers greeted the Conservative chief with effusive geniality, and at once made a point of jerking political allusions and House of Commons jokes into the conversation, and launched into a discussion about the feeling in the provinces and the Tory manoeuvres during the Whitsun recess, which Lord Twyford laughingly put aside as inappropriate to a Radical table. There was a good deal of light talk, and of course Miss Beaton's name came up, and Bellarmin was plied with questions as to the Stonehenge visit, of which all London seemed to have heard. Was it true that Lord Stonehenge was going to marry Miss Beaton? Did Sir Victor Champion mean to play the part of a Bolingbroke and espouse the Stuart claims? What were the actual claims? A forfeited estate sounded so romantic, etc. And now, had not Lady Saxon taken the Pretendress up, and was she not trying to marry her off to the Duke of Nornside in order to get her out of Champion's way? For had not all the world read in the society columns of the papers the names of the guests at Lady Saxon's dinner? Had they not even been telegraphed in the English intelligence to America? Lady Cora Mallory made the first move, and perhaps in malice prepense insisted upon carrying off Ross Bingley and Colonel Towers, who she had found out were engaged, like herself, to Madame Spinola for a party on the river that afternoon. Colonel Towers had a shrewd suspicion, notwithstanding the unembarrassed air of Lord Twyford and Bellarmin, that some wire pulling was going on, and he would fain have lingered to take such part as was possible in the performance, or at any rate to be in a position to declare his knowledge of the whole matter. Mrs. Tressel discreetly withdrew with the attaché, and the other 3 gentlemen were left alone. Lord Twyford was a delicately made and nervous man. He passed for being the intellectual and the educated man of his party. He had published translations from Pindar and a volume on The Science of Thought. His friends believed that he would be a statesman one day. He was only just over 40 years of age. He had intellectual courage enough to go to the edge of some political crisis, but then his physical nerves failed him, and he drew back and would not make the spring. And then he racked his brain for plausible reasons to persuade his friends and himself that he had drawn back deliberately and out of pure statesmanship. At each new venture, he said to himself anew, "I am determined upon it this time. I see my way. I will not draw back." Then, when he did draw back after all, he said to himself, "Of course I was quite right. I only wanted to see if it ought to be done, and I saw that it ought not to be done." Still, his friends counted on his doing great things, some day. And there was a general impression that the policy which was to revivify the Conservative party and make it popular, while yet conservative, was to come somehow from Lord Twyford. Lord Twyford had taken early notice of Bellarmin, and had talked a good deal to the young man whenever he had an opportunity. He admired Bellarmin's talents, and especially admired his go, the reckless way in which Bellarmin would fling himself into some parliamentary gap or at some political obstacle, clearing it by mere rush and dash. That was exactly what Twyford could never make up his mind to do, and he admired such a quality in Bellarmin as some very weak woman admires physical strength in a man. Of late they had not met very often, and they had a good many general subjects to talk about. "Now, if you two," Tressel said, "would excuse me for a few moments and smoke your cigarettes in happiness, although for the time bereft of me, I should like to get rid of a few letters and messages which won't well bear delay." Tressel's meaning was quite understood. Lord Twyford and Bellarmin were left together. "Delicious cigarettes," said the peer. "Everything is excellent in Tressel's house," Bellarmin assented. "Yes, that luncheon now, where could you have got anything nicer? And the wines. And Tressel cares nothing for eating or drinking, gives perfect dinners and eats none of them, takes a chop and a cup of tea earlier in his study. What does our dear Tressel really enjoy?" "Cigarettes and political excitement." "Yes, exactly. By the way, speaking of political excitement, ain't you expecting some of it in your house pretty soon?" "They tell me so," Bellarmin answered, "but we are always expecting something or other in our house." "This time, isn't there solid reason for the expectation?" "Yes, I suppose so." "And don't it concern our house this time?" "I am told that it does." Bellarmin was perfectly determined that he would not bring the talk to the point. Lord Twyford must do that for himself, or leave it undone. Bellarmin had long been a little uncertain as to the position which he held in the favor and confidence of certain peers high up in the Conservative government, and he was resolved that Lord Twyford must make the first move. There was a pause, and then Lord Twyford made the move. "Well, Mr. Bellarmin," he said with a little confidential cough, "I suppose we may come to the point. We understand each other. Champion is planning a great coup, and everyone seems to know of it except his own colleague, Lord Saxon. Now, the one great question for us is, what are we to do?" "Exactly," Bellarmin said, and he thought to himself, "So it is we then?" "Well, I'll tell you frankly what I think, and then I'll ask you what you think. I quite admit that the House of Lords wants to be reformed, modified in some way. If the change don't take that form, it will take a form less acceptable to some of us. Therefore, I say, let the reform come spontaneously and from within. Let it come from the Conservative Party and the House of Lords itself. That is my conviction." Lord Twyford's delicate face had quite an heroic look as he spoke. Bellarmin was warmed into confidence in a moment. "Yes," he said earnestly, "I have long been convinced that the House of Lords must be remodeled, that it must be made capable of development, must be popularized, or it must go. I don't see why it should not freely accept reform, and I certainly can't see why its friends should refuse to listen to a fair proposal. For myself, I should be inclined to go farther. I don't see why its friends should not make the fair proposal." "Oh, make it? Do you think you could bring your people up to that, Lord Twyford?" "Well, now, there is just the question. If de Carmel were alive, then indeed. Yes, but Mirabeau is dead, as the French waiter said." Lord Twyford smiled. "This conversation," he said, "is so very interesting that I think I might venture on another cigarette. Yes, that is, of course, my difficulty, but I am not dismayed by it. We must encounter difficulties. Nucide malis sed contra. You know. They have given up quoting from the classics in your house, I am told. A pity, I think." Come, Bellarmin said. "We had an Irish Attorney General there lately who quoted Greek." "Did he really? How odd! Well, I see the difficulty, but I don't mean to let it frighten me." And Lord Twyford looked heroic again. Still, Bellarmin had not got to know exactly what Lord Twyford intended to do, and that was precisely what he wanted to know before he could become quite communicative on his own account. Bellarmin had come, as he understood, to talk over the possibility of inducing the Conservative government to go into council with Sir Victor Champion as to a scheme for the reorganization of the House of Lords. He had come to think such a project desirable and even possible, but to all appearances Lord Twyford was disposed to go for a project much bolder. "Do I quite understand, Lord Twyford? You can only go into this project with Champion or without him. Which do you propose to do? He is in the field, at least we are assured that he is to be, and he is willing to be our ally, your ally," said Bellarmin hastily, but distinctly correcting himself. "How do you propose to deal with him?" "Well, I'll be quite frank with you, Mr. Bellarmin. What I want to do is this. I want to screw the courage of our people up to the level of undertaking this reform themselves, and adopting the earliest opportunity of making their resolve publicly known. I want them to announce it in your House and the House of Lords the same night. That would take the wind out of the sails of the Radicals and the Revolutionists. We should gain time. We should gain everything. We could prepare a scheme at once simple and grand. I have the idea in my own mind just now, simmering, only simmering, and we should have all the reform in our hands. Well, I have not said a word yet to Bosworth about this. Of course, it's all only an idea yet. It will be terribly hard to screw him up to the proper pitch, but it will be a great thing if I can show him that the best men of our party will be with him if he will only make up his mind that way. Now, I want to know about you and your friends. Will you go with us? First, about Champion. As I understand, you propose to cut him out. That is the plain way of putting it. We are in office, in the seat of authority. If we are willing to accept a scheme of reform, it is our right and our duty as a government to undertake it. What would Sir Victor Champion say to all that, after his voluntary offer to cooperate with you? What should he say? He can still cooperate with us. We, of course, should invite his cooperation. He declares he only wants the House of Lords reformed. He don't care by whom. Yes, men say these things, and to a certain extent they mean them. St. George goes out to rescue the lovely, I forget her name, and he asks some hero and brother saint to come along and see fair. The brother saint runs ahead or finds a shortcut and rescues the lovely creature himself. Of course, St. George is very glad that she is rescued, but still, I suppose he wanted to play the leading part in the drama himself." Lord Twyford smiled. "Your illustration is amusing," he said, "but I don't think it quite applies in this case. No man has a right to claim a monopoly in reform. A true reformer ought to rejoice when his work is anticipated." "He ought to, and when men are governed by maxims he will. But that time is not yet." "You don't seem very encouraging. May I say that I expected a little more of the venturesome from Mr. Bellarmin?" "Oh, well now, don't let me be misunderstood. I was only thinking of the matter as between you and Champion, and the difficulty you will have in inducing your people to take the initiative. But so far as my friends and I are concerned, we will go with you heart and soul in any scheme or policy which you are at all likely to sanction. That I can safely promise you." Lord Twyford bowed his head in acknowledgment of the promise, but did not seem quite satisfied. He had evidently expected a warmer encouragement. "You appear to think it will be hard to induce my people to take the initiative." "Hard to make them take the initiative? Impossible, I should say, but of course you ought to know all about that much better than I. It seemed to me that with Champion actually in the field, your people might be induced to cooperate with him, partly to prevent him from doing too much. But as to their being prevailed on to start the thing themselves, well, I can't see it, Lord Twyford." "Still," Lord Twyford said a little peevishly, "is it worth while taking so much trouble and risking so much merely to be champion's jackal? A true reformer, Bellarmin gravely said, ought to rejoice when his work is anticipated. Lord Twyford's good humour returned, and he smiled graciously. I am afraid that my people are not true reformers yet in that sense. They will want to be convinced first that the thing is inevitable, and then perhaps if they see that, they will like to get the credit of doing it themselves. But to prevail on Bosworth to accept such a scheme in order that he may become champion's jackal, well, that would be difficult. It was clear that Lord Twyford thought the hour had come for the great deed of his lifetime. Bellarmin could not get out of his mind the idea that there was a sort of treachery to champion in Twyford's project. That, however, seemed no affair of his. Only a few words more were spoken on the subject. Each man understood the other, and each was a little disappointed. Lord Twyford had expected to find in Bellarmin more of the recklessness of a freelance. Bellarmin had expected to find in Lord Twyford less of the craft of a politician. Well, I must be going, the peer said. Charming interchange of ideas. Strictly confidential, of course, needn't say. Oh, here's Tressel. Just in time. End of Volume 2, Chapter 12. Volume 2, Chapter 13 of The Rebel Rose by Justin McCarthy and Rosa Campbell Praed. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13, Angels Within It. It is a pleasant walk through the Green Park into Piccadilly, and thence by Berkeley Square towards Hyde Park. And somehow, about 4:30, Bellarmin found himself in the neighbourhood of South Street, Mayfair, and it was not unnatural, however inconsistent with some of his recent resolves, that he should remember the benediction service at the Farm Street Church, the Catholic church to which Mary Beaton often went. It occurred to his mind that the service would be going on now, and that the sermon would be over by this time, and that the music would have a soothing and satisfying effect upon his nerves and spirit. So he turned into the church, and he had not been seated many minutes before he recognized Lady Struthers's snow-white coiffure and nodding plumes, and beside the old lady's portly presence a slender, perfect form, and a stately little head framed in a coif-like bonnet, and rising above a full, dainty ruff, and a gracious, clear-cut face with tender lips, and deep eyes, turned now in calm adoration towards the high altar, and now bent again in extremest reverence. The organ and the choir voices were sending forth a sweet, solemn chant, and presently the pure notes of the soprano soloist thrilled upward like the song of the lark in its ecstatic effort to ascend to the heavenly blue. The candles of the altar were being lighted one by one, and they shone in the soft religious light like stars of a near and mellowed luster. There came forth a procession following the crucifix, before which a gray-haired old man in gorgeous vestments walked backward, and after him a file of priests in albs and golden copes, with tapers and banners of blue and gold. The image of the mother and child, rising from a bank of beautiful white flowers, was borne aloft, while the censers swayed rhythmically, and the incense went up in clouds and made an atmosphere of heavy perfume. The feeling of unreality which had first oppressed Bellarmin on entering this scene, after the light social talk and the more momentous political conversation at Tressel's house, seemed to fade away and give place to the perception of a consoling spiritual actuality, underlying a certain theatrical effect, which in the Catholic ritual always jarred upon his rationalistic mind. He did not bow his head as the other worshippers did when the procession passed, but he watched it with a vague feeling of wonder and increasing interest, and then an unconsciously deepening sentiment of awe. In his ordinary mood he would have seen a garishness in the gilded images, the starry banners, the gorgeous copes, a sort of prosaic homeliness in the soiled vestments and the crumpled lace of the minor attendants. There was a want of religious enthusiasm in the faces of most of the acolytes. There was something in the whole which, in any other mood than his present, might have provoked him to a feeling of antagonism. But now, notwithstanding this impression, the ceremonial appeared to him in a dim fashion symbolic of that spiritual essence hidden beneath the outward pageantry and frolic of life, that divine voice which speaks to the listening soul through sobs and laughter, through the roar of crowds, through all worldly turmoil and clangor. There are moments of brief, sudden illumination when the eternal truths shine out from the mere emblems, and it is there. It is with us. The Christ crucified, the martyred ideal. For to many the command, take up the cross, may not be read, crucify the material, live the higher life in pure aspiration and scorn of the mean and ignoble, but rather crucify for the hour those finer and more exquisite instincts and sensibilities of your nature. Surrender them to the grim, inexorable edict of circumstance, of condition, of what life and its limitations have made duty for you. In condition of mind and soul of which such mood as this of Bellarmin is but a pale reflection, men of old time walked with God. In these later days of worldly fret, men and women who in rare moments of exaltation recognize the divine force working within, and impelling to faith in the unseen, the noble, the unselfish, do still hold commune with God. It would not appear strange to them, then, were the heavens to open and the unseen world be revealed. And in very truth the angels of that world do sometimes pass in human guise, and, holding forth a beckoning hand, lovingly bid us draw near to the holy presence. So it seemed to the young man, perturbed in soul and heart, for the moment irked by the world, yearning for a higher ideal and for the purer light, which for him shone in the eyes of a girl. He waited, kneeling, till Mary came down the aisle. She had lingered in prayer some moments after Lady Struthers filed away with the rest of the congregation. Oh, that one little prayer for him might pass her lips! She made her reverence to the altar and walked with eyes gazing straight before her. She came so close to his bowed form that her dress brushed his shoulder, and her little hand, clasping her missal, almost touched his head. She did not see him. Her look was rapt and earnest, as if she were not thinking of the common things of life, with which, he told himself bitterly, he must be associated in her mind. Yet in all its sweetness and earnestness her face was sad, he thought. This angel held out no beckoning hand to him, but he rose at once and followed her closely, and when she took the holy water, he dipped his fingers into the font as soon as she had turned from it. He had a glancing fancy that thus some grace or virtue might be imparted to him. It was not till they both stood outside the church that she turned suddenly and saw him near her. He felt a thrill of wonder and delight at seeing the look of glad surprise which came into her face. It was something more than mere surprise, something deeper and more personal. It seemed a tender and welcoming interest. She held out her hand, and he took it in his almost silently. Perhaps his face told her something she had not quite known before. Her bright smile faded, and she grew grave in a moment, though not less gentle and tender, and she still looked at him in her clear, questioning way. "I did not think you would have cared to come to our service in London," she said. "I have been lunching at Tressel's," he answered, "and I passed by here, and so I went in and I saw you." "Mr. Bellarmin," she said wistfully, "you look a little worried and troubled. Tell me, is anything wrong with you?" "Oh, yes," he said recklessly. "There's a great deal wrong with me. Any sort of life like mine must seem all wrong, I suppose, when one gets under that kind of influence you and I have just come from. It is an influence, even for one who doesn't believe in it. But I am not really troubled. I am always happy when I am—" He checked himself abruptly. He had been near saying, "when I am with you." She took up his words simply. "I, too, am always happy when I am under that influence. Life would be very sad and difficult, I think, without the church to go to for strength and comfort. You couldn't have come to a better place, Mr. Bellarmin. If you were disturbed or unhappy, and I think you must have felt it so in your heart, or you would not have come." She bade him good-bye and was moving to her carriage, beside the door of which Lord Stonehenge and Lady Struthers stood. Bellarmin lifted his hat, but did not go near to speak to them. It smote him with a vague pain that Mary had not asked him, as she often did when they accidentally met, to come and see her at some particular time near at hand. On an impulse, he said, "May I call upon you tomorrow?" Mary shook her head. "I am going to be away part of the time tomorrow, and when I come home from the business I have to do, I shall be tired and stupid, and I think I shall want to be alone. But come some other day. Come soon." He took leave of her, and Lord Stonehenge helped her into the carriage, and Rolfe went on to the park. The thought of her and of the chanting and the service was with him all the evening, though he dined at a house where he met Lady Saxon. The talk during dinner touched upon the wonder of life in London, its drama, its never-ceasing change and movement, its picturesqueness, and its sordid misery, its vivid contrast, its solemnity and its frivolity, the strange beauty to be found even in its winter skies and fog-veiled streets and leaden livid river, and the subtle fascination there was in its grimness and gloom and mystery for those who had once fallen under the spell of its enchantment. It was contended that though London possesses a magic as peculiarly her own, and in a certain sense no less potent than that of Rome and other far-famed historic capitals, no poet or romancist or painter has ever completely represented her infinite charm, that poetry, romance, and painting have left some of her most peculiar charms untouched. Someone spoke of the extraordinary variety of feelings which might be evoked merely in the course of one day's experience among the shifting scenes of the great city. Bellarmin smiled a little sadly to himself as he joined in with the speaker. Later on, he went to a crowded party at the magnificent studio of a noted academician, a Sunday evening semi-bohemian party, where a celebrated French comedian and comedienne played a scene from a Palais Royal farce which had but just escaped the Lord Chamberlain's prohibition, where champagne corks flew, and empty laughter resounded, and beautiful women in art costumes postured against tapestry backgrounds, and lovers whispered, and art critics took the opportunity to furtively examine the pictures and appraise the bric-a-brac, and where in dim corners and amid aesthetic groups there hovered that ideal which is exhibited on the walls of the Academy, and sold at Christie's, and bargained for by American railway kings, but which had no place in dim churches, and but little affinity with the saints. Bellarmin flirted and jested and applauded the mummers with the consciousness all the time of moving and talking in a dream. He looked in towards morning at a late club, and in the grey dawn went to rest and to dream more vividly still of Mary Stuart Beaton. He had a kind of instinct that the business to which she had alluded was one of her Southwark Sister of Mercy expeditions. He had heard her speak more than once of the particular quarter she visited, and although he would not for the world that she should imagine he wished to obtrude himself upon her, yet somehow, before the meeting of the House next day, he drifted along the purlieus of Westminster, and thence across the bridge and down into the Southwark region. It was a new locality to him, and had a curious, unaccustomed bourgeois air, very unlike that of the West End he had quitted, or the city in all its rush and roar and suggestion of momentous issues and terrific responsibilities. Bellarmin got into the Borough Road, where great omnibuses rolled heavily along the tram lines, and where carts and wagons lumbered, but where there were no private carriages to be seen, and very few cabs. Then he found himself in a tangle of lanes and alleys and dismal narrow streets, pervaded by the smell of decaying fish and vegetable refuse and mouldering rags, streets which were mostly given up to the pliers of petty trades, the cobblers who buy old boots and turn them out in a wearable condition as new, the buttonholers and fish smokers and fur pickers and rag sorters, for whom there is no place in better class quarters. It seemed, on the whole, a fairly decent community, in spite of its filth and squalor. The women who hung about the doorways, most of them with babies in their arms, were not vicious or debased looking, but only grimy and unkempt, and stolid and miserable and hopeless. The men looked hopeless too, but few of them were drunken. Alas, poor souls! There was not money enough for the gin palaces to flourish. The children were pale and rickety and blotched, as, indeed, was little marvel, seeing that their lives were passed in foul courts where not a breath of pure air might ever penetrate. Here and there, in a more open space, ropes were stretched, and the ragged garments of the population hung out to dry, adding a damp and moldy odor to the noxious smells that loaded the atmosphere. Bellarmin wandered on, stopping now and then to give a few pence to some tattered, wistful-eyed girl, or to a group of starved street Arabs, who soon collected at his heels in goodly procession, eager to direct him anywhere that he would go. They were at last forcibly dispersed by a dealer, who stood before his window, in which were displayed a variety of cheap and common goods, men's shirts of coarsest cotton at $1 apiece, and boots roughly vamped at 3 and 6 a pair, and who descried in Bellarmin a possible philanthropist. This man was a churchwarden, so he told Bellarmin, who stopped to talk with him, and he was, so he said with some pride, the best to-do tradesman in the parish. But he had his distresses, and just now he hardly knew how to carry on, for his brother-in-law, who helped him in the shop, had run away with 8 shillings out of the till. From him Bellarmin gained much practical information as to the ways and wants of the parish. It was a very poor parish, perhaps the poorest in all London. The vicar himself had hard work to live and feed his family, let alone keeping the church lighted and the things together and feeding the poor people. Things weren't quite so bad as they had been, though. Once not one of the West End charitable ladies, who went down singing at the East End, had ever heard of or thought of visiting this God-forsaken spot. But now— and here a strange thing happened, and Bellarmin's attention was strained to an extraordinary pitch of alertness. Now there was a lady, a real West Ender, and as handsome as a princess, and he didn't know but what she was a princess, for the old gentleman who came with her mostly treated her as such, and old Jacoby of the second-hand bookstall in London Road declared she was the walking image of a print he had of Mary Queen of Scots. She had come often of late, and she gave teas to the old people, presents of clothing and prizes to the school children, and it was all through her that the soup kitchen and the creche had been started. The man went on to tell him that she was there that very day, that she was at the schoolhouse now with the vicar and some other gentlemen, one of whom, and the dealer looked mysterious, was uncommonly like the pictures in the Comic Illustrated of Sir Victor Champion. The dealer didn't know as he had any politics himself. He had voted for the Conservatives last election because they'd told him as he ought to stand by the country. But if the Liberals was going to do better by that parish, why, he was willing to let Sir Victor have his vote, and it wasn't much odds anyway. And if Bellarmin would like to see for himself that the people were not such a bad lot, taking them all round, he had only to look into Green's Gardens, where he would see an average selection. Just then a customer came, and Bellarmin, who really wanted to know what manner of people these were to whom his Lily Queen devoted herself, asked one of the urchins to show him the way to Green's Gardens, a row of dingy, miserable, dilapidated, 2-storied houses looking out upon a foul, ill-smelling court, and offering melancholy satire upon the bare suggestion of flower-beds. There was a little flutter of excitement about the place, however, amid all its wretchedness. Bellarmin was not long in discovering the cause. Had not his princess passed that way? In good truth, it might well have seemed to the dwellers in that dreary street that angels were abroad upon this soft June afternoon. It was not difficult to identify the beautiful lady who had come to the rescue last week, when the gaunt, hard-worked mother of 7, in number 5, broke her mangle, her only means of earning a scant subsistence, and whom starvation threatened, till by some miracle the mangle could be repaired. The angel had performed the miracle, and the mangle was at work again. And then there was the decrepit cobbler, who had started in life afresh now that the lady had provided him with tools and leather. And there was the deaf widow, who used to support herself handsomely by making bandboxes, till, as she grew deafer, the shop people lost patience and refused her orders, until the lady came and went herself to a great warehouse, and somehow managed to get the poor old dame a certain weekly order for the few dozen that she was able to turn out. And then there was the family which were to be emigrated to Australia, whose passage she had paid, and whose clothes she had taken out of pawn. The head of that family never quite knew how it was that he became the possessor of a little nest egg, which the vicar handed him before he sailed, as the gift of an anonymous friend. It must be owned that Bellarmin's impulsive liberality that day was somewhat in ratio with the blessings poured upon the beautiful lady, whose name and position no one seemed to have exactly ascertained. But, anyhow, some hopeless hearts were gladder, and some starved bodies more content that night because of what he had done. When he had visited most of the dwellers in the gardens, he made his way as quickly as he could towards the Borough Road again. He had a nervous dread lest Mary should see him or get to know of his presence there. By chance, however, he struck upon a little square with a church and a red brick schoolhouse, and more lines and more clothes fluttering in the wind, and as he passed at the end of the square the faint sound of a sweet, fresh voice that he knew fell upon his ear, with just that little imperious intonation in it which told that his princess was at that moment very earnest and intent on the carrying out of some projects for the people's good. Bellarmin could not but pause and look from behind his screen of bulging sheets. She was there, standing very straight and looking very slender and stately in her plain black dress and little close bonnet, and with a part of her profile only visible to him. There was quite a group of them just outside the church door. General Falcon stood by, and Sir Victor Champion. Yes, there could be no doubt about that. His face was turned towards Mary, and had a look of deep attention, as if he were revolving her project, whatever it might be, in his mind in taking all its practical bearings before he flashed into enthusiastic advocacy. Bellarmin had often seen the same kind of look on his face in the House of Commons, only that then it had not the tinge of strong personal interest which warmed it now. Bellarmin felt a darting pang of jealousy. If he were on the eve of becoming Prime Minister, and had a great fortune, and might not only restore to the last of the Stuarts her forfeited inheritance, but take from her counsel and inspiration, and perhaps bring into practical working some of her visionary plans for the good of England? Well, he was glad for Mary's sake that she had enlisted interest so powerful. There was no doubt that if Champion, as Prime Minister, were to urge Mary's claims in the House, they would be carried. Liberals and Tories alike would be fired to an impulse of generosity towards one so beautiful, winning, and so good. The act of forfeiture would be reversed in a manner becoming in a magnanimous government, and a wise and lofty-minded sovereign, absolutely secure of the affections of her people, and able to smile at the bogey of a Stuart pretender to the throne. Then all this shadow and sham and net of intrigue and assumption would fall away from Mary. Her claims having been recognized and acceded to, she would stand forth in an assured position, free to live her own life and do her good works as she pleased. Yes, he was glad, very glad, but he wished that he could be the great minister, and that it might be in his power to do all this for her. A clergyman, in a long rusty coat and felt wide-awake, evidently the vicar of the parish, was in the group. A man with a tired, commonplace face and stooping gait, and eyes alight now in wonder and hope as he glanced eagerly from Miss Beaton to Champion. Probably he, like the dealer, would be quite willing to turn from Tory to Liberal if the latter party were likely to do better than the former by that particular parish. Then there was a little woman in brown alpaca and a shabby bonnet, twinkling with jet, a school-teacher or district visitor probably, all agape with astonishment and delighted expectation, who would put in her modest word when Sir Victor asked the vicar a question, and he turned to her. They were all in full conclave. Bellarmin wished that he could hear what it was about, and wished, too, that he might join in it. It was only a very little reform, easy enough to a rich philanthropist, and scarcely involving a question of legislation, though Mary, in her anxiety, felt sure that an Act of Parliament might be passed immediately to set everything right. It was only about the starting of free breakfasts for the hungry scholars whom a beneficent state provided with a mass of valuable knowledge, but whose empty stomachs were not equal to the task of assisting their minds in its digestion. Had Bellarmin gone boldly forward, he would have been welcomed, and he might have secured for himself several opportunities which fell to Champion of enjoying Mary Beaton's society and benefiting his fellow creatures at the same time. But he felt sore and sad, and he turned quietly away behind the sheets and wandered out of the labyrinth of alleys by a different path. End of Volume 2, Chapter 13. Volume 3, Chapter 1 of The Rebel Rose by Justin McCarthy and Rosa Campbell Praed. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1, Bosworth Won't Have It. Dear Mr. Bellarmin, Lady Cora Mallory wrote, I never see you now, never. You must come and dine with me on Sunday, just one of my tiny, quiet little dinners, such as you used to say you liked. I want you particularly, for I am going out of town so very soon. Do, like a good creature, throw over everything else just for this once and come to me. Then there was a little postscript. I think Lord Twyford will dine with me. He will be coming up from Lord Bosworth's on Sunday. Come, Bellarmin said to himself, that explains the urgency. Twyford wants to tell me the result of his dealings with Lord Bosworth. Yes, of course I shall go. Lady Cora Mallory was a relative by marriage of Lord Twyford. She was a widow, she was fairly rich, and she lived to please herself. She had a small house in a Mayfair street. She kept no men-servants except her coachman and her groom, and they did not live in the house. She gave pleasant little dinners and luncheons, and she was supposed to have no political opinions, and to entertain Trojan and Tyrian alike. This was, of course, the reason why Lord Twyford selected her house as the rendezvous for Bellarmin. No suspicion would be roused in any mind by the fact that Lord Twyford had met Bellarmin at Lady Cora Mallory's house. Lady Cora was a connection of his, and Lady Cora's pretty little house welcomed to its friendly bosom everybody who was worth knowing, and perhaps, indeed, some few who in the strict sense were not worth knowing. So Mr. Bellarmin went to the little feast on the appointed day. There were two ladies besides the hostess, and there were Lord Twyford and a brother of Lady Cora's just home from sea. He had a command in one of the squadrons, and Bellarmin himself. The dinner was excellent. The talk was bright and varied. Lady Cora talked a great deal, and was a woman of incessant movement and gesture. She was thought handsome by some people. Those who did not think her handsome were willing to admit that she was impressive. Some less kindly persons hinted that she was oppressive. Presently the ladies left the room, and Lady Cora's brother found that he had to hurry off somewhere. Lord Twyford and Bellarmin were alone. Lord Twyford pushed the claret jug to Bellarmin, and there was a moment of silence which Bellarmin determined that it was not his part to break. I have been seeing Bosworth, Twyford began with a little uneasy cough. In fact, I went down there early on Saturday and only came up this evening. Yes, said Bellarmin. Yes. Then there came two uneasy little coughs, little clearings of the embarrassed throat, and Lord Twyford went on. Fact is, Mr. Bellarmin, some of your friends have been acting rather indiscreetly, I think. I suppose it is very hard to keep things altogether private, but I fancy there has been some indiscretion somewhere. Not with me, Bellarmin said firmly. Oh, dear no. No one could think anything of that kind about you. But do you see, it has got out somehow that Champion has been making arrangements, sending up pilot balloons, sending out scouts. It's got about, and it has specially got to Bosworth's ears. I must say, Bellarmin, Twyford went on, suddenly becoming familiar, I must say there does appear to have been something like treachery or underhand dealing of some kind. Someone has peached. Isn't that the old-fashioned slang phrase? Someone has been peaching to Bosworth. I found he had got hold of the whole thing, and he was wild about it. How he looks at it is that Champion has been only trying to humor us, while all the while he is making serious arrangements elsewhere. He has been humbugging us, he says. Bosworth says, and he has been mystifying Saxon. He's going to play a downright radical part, he says, Bosworth says, and to appeal to the country from a regular revolutionary platform. Oh, that's mere nonsense, Bellarmin said. He could hardly hope to get the support of my friends if he were going to mount a revolutionary platform. I know, but you can understand that what Bosworth calls a revolutionary platform, you and I might call a platform of reasonable reform. Anyhow, Bosworth has regularly taken fright, and all our slow fellows with him, and he shies like a horse. He vows we were just about to be made the cat's paw of Champion and the demagogues, and some of our men, whom I had all but persuaded to take my views, now start back and say Bosworth is right. Then Lord Bosworth won't make any move? My dear fellow, I shouldn't so much mind even that. I'm afraid he will make a move, and that, like the crab, he will go backwards. I am sorry for it, Bellarmin said gravely. There is a great chance lost to the Conservative Party, a chance of identifying themselves with a real popular reform and at the same time keeping the real reform from degenerating into a sham revolution. Yes, I'm sorry for it too, Lord Twyford said with a gentle sigh. It was an opportunity. One would have liked the grand old Conservative Party to stand in an attitude of something better than mere resistance. One might have had an ambition to have a share in some bold and generous movement forward. But there it is, you see. Bosworth won't have it. I think that ought to be the motto of conservatism since de Carmel's death, Bellarmin said bitterly. Bosworth won't have it. There is too much truth in that, but what can we do? We can't get on without Bosworth. Are you getting on with Bosworth? Well, no, it don't seem like getting on, does it? It seems more like getting off, I should say, but some of our men won't do anything except just as Bosworth tells them. Against Bosworth and stupidity, said Bellarmin, the gods themselves contend in vain. Oh, well, Bosworth is a brilliant man in his way, and you must admit that his foreign policy is bold, but, as you say, he is somewhat narrow-minded and very determined. Anyhow, there is the condition of things, and I was anxious to let you know, in strictest confidence, of course, at the earliest moment possible. You will have to decide as to your own course. Perhaps I ought not to have told you all this so fully, but I felt bound, especially to you, and I thought it was but right to let you know at once that the thing is at an end so far as we are concerned. Shall we go upstairs? Yes, just a moment. About this treachery, Lord Twyford, can you tell me anything more clearly? Twyford indulged in a little embarrassed chuckle. Well, I don't know. I don't think I can tell you much. Indeed, I don't know very much myself. But Bosworth implied it to me, if he didn't exactly say it, that he had had positive information conveyed to him about Champion's intentions. Positive information? Did he say from whom he got the positive information? I think Bosworth rather gave me to understand that it came in the form of anonymous information. There did not appear to be anything more to say. They were about to leave the room when Lord Twyford suddenly stopped. I thought at first of resigning, he said in a low, confidential tone. Indeed, I had almost made up my mind to it, but Bosworth wouldn't hear of it. And after all, one must compromise, I suppose. Perhaps things are not exactly quite ripe with us yet. With the conservatives of the old school, I mean. It would be impossible to bring up some of our country squires. We haven't had time to educate them." "Will things ever be ripe?" Bellarmin asked. "If men of higher intellect and more enlightened opinions do all the compromising, and the pig-headed dullards are allowed to have their own way in everything?" "You put it rather sharply," Lord Twyford said, with just a faint tinge coming on his delicate features. "But of course there is something to be said for your view of the matter. I don't dispute that at all. But in a practical way, what good could be done by my withdrawing from the government now? Would not that be merely to leave the class of persons you describe somewhat severely, to have their own way in everything?" "It would leave them alone with the country," Bellarmin replied warmly, "face to face with the country, and alone." Lord Twyford remained silent for a moment. He felt within himself that there was force in what Bellarmin had been urging. Still, he thought it was hardly the moment to withdraw from Bosworth. It might create a wrong impression through England. It was not timidity or nervousness that restrained him. He told himself, nothing of the kind, only statesmanship. Bellarmin, much reflecting, walked to his club after having left Lady Cora Mallory's house. He was beginning to think that there was a good deal of the demoralizing in this noble game of politics. Here is Lord Twyford, in private life, a man of honor and of virtue, even of piety, it is said, yet having worked hard in secret yesterday to induce his leader and his party to adopt a certain policy, he will now work hard in public tomorrow to frustrate and defeat that very same policy. No doubt he will get up in the House of Lords and argue against it and condemn it and denounce it. And no doubt, too, if it were to be stated in the papers that he had conferred with Bellarmin on the subject and endeavored to arrange a combination between Bellarmin and himself in favor of the policy he was now to oppose, Lord Twyford would get up in the House of Lords and publicly deny that there had been any such conference for any such purpose. And only the other day, even, while professing a desire to cooperate with Champion and to induce the whole party to cooperate with him, Lord Twyford's chief idea was to get beforehand with Champion and cut him out and obtain the whole credit of the reform for the Conservatives. If this is what a man of the highest reputation for honor will do, Bellarmin asked himself, what may we not expect from the men who have no especial reputation that way, but are content to be only like other men? We can understand Don Quixote, he thought, and we can also understand Gil Blas. But how to combine Don Quixote and Gil Blas and make them one? Bellarmin's suspicion of treachery had not at first turned in the right direction. It was true that partly by assuming what she guessed but did not know, partly by adroit questioning, partly by pulling the wires which she had at her service in the different camps, Lady Saxon had ascertained the existence of what she called to herself the Twyford overtures, and had summed up in her mind with tolerable accuracy the substance of the interview between Lord Twyford and Bellarmin. Lady Saxon had by no means underrated her value to Champion as an ally. A beautiful woman who chooses to play the game has forces at her command far more subtle and effective than those of male statecraft. Lady Saxon might at times have made a more accurate count of heads than any of the whips on the Liberal or the Conservative side. As a minor instrument, Colonel Towers was very easily manipulated, and Ross Bingley, the journalist, who always contrived to gather loose ends together and pick up bits of information, nobody knew how, that gave the clue to more important information still, was a no less lightly wielded tool. Bellarmin soon saw clearly that Lady Saxon knew a good deal about the business. It is easy work, of course, for people skilled in such delicate maneuvering to reveal much without actually saying anything. And then, too, there was a temptation, only possible when a woman's good opinion was in question, to let her see that he was not considered by his party so unimportant as she might have imagined. And the more he recognized her real knowledge, her tact, and her diplomacy, the more he realized that she was no mean political counselor, no ordinary feminine partisan, the more dangerous became the position and the greater the temptation. Bellarmin had never mentioned Lord Twyford's name to her. He had not even suggested that the Conservatives had an idea of checkmating Champion. But Lady Saxon read the move, and she talked it over with Champion, and the two resolved that the Bosworth Conservatives should be checkmated in their turn. So a whisper pierced the ear of the Marquis of Bosworth himself. "You are sold to the Championites," it insinuated. "Lucifer has dug a pit into which you must tumble if you move forward. You had better fall back behind the lines of your Taurus Vetrus of ancient Toryism and wait there until better times, as the dear old Tory Duke waited until Napoleon's men had spent themselves. To try to compromise with Champion is to try to sup with Lucifer without a long spoon." If Bellarmin was variable and perturbed during these days, Mary Stuart Beaton too was under the influence of moods and impulses which made her seem at different times a totally different person. Her temperament was like a lake that reflects sunbeams and clouds as the sky changes, and there blended strangely in her nature a certain French gaiety and elasticity with a northern courage, an open-air hardihood, and a strain of religious mysticism and melancholy devoutness that seemed to give ground for the fantastic suggestion of a parallel between her own personality and that of Mary of Scotland, whom she resembled in feature. The devotee was prominent just now. The creche and school board breakfast schemes, and a wild project for expending some of the Stuart inheritance, as soon as she should come of age, in building a Catholic church and proselytizing in Southwark, filled her mind to the exclusion, for the moment, of those unqueenly escapades which tormented General Falcon and made Lady Struthers shudder. She had not lately teased her guardian to let her mount omnibuses and visit music halls and doubtful places of entertainment, and was, on the whole, as well behaved as the most exacting legitimist could have desired his liege lady to be. And then, too, it was the height of the season, and somehow, notwithstanding her attitude of separateness from the Hanoverians, the young princess, as people called her, had got caught in a perfect vortex of fashionable society. After her debut among the Whigs at Lady Saxon's house, the Duchess of Nornside took her up and introduced her to many notable persons. Then Lady Mavis Redhouse launched her among the Tories, and she was even the lioness at a great reception given by the Marchioness of Bosworth. She did not go to Ascot, but created some sensation at the summer meeting at Sandown Park, and one night at the Amphion Club, Rolfe Bellarmin, sitting beside Lady Saxon, one of a noisy little group with long tumblers on a table before them, was startled by the apparition of a tall, slim figure in a straight brocaded gown, with a pale, proud face and deep, wondering eyes, and dark chestnut hair bound by that old-fashioned jeweled coif which Mary was fond of wearing. She had come in with Lady Eastgrave, and the two women might have been embodied types of the old time and the new. Nothing could have been more in the 19th century mode than Lady Eastgrave's low-cut, skin-like bodice, sleeveless arms, crinoletted draperies, and fashion-book yellow coiffure, ornamented with diamond frogs and beetles. Bellarmin rose involuntarily, and a frown came over his face. He did not like to see Mary Beaton here, and with Lady Eastgrave, though the errant husband was ostentatiously to the fore. Lady Saxon noticed the gesture and laughed scornfully. "You are thinking that your princess looks a little out of place in this atmosphere of cigarette smoke. But Mary Stuart liked a romp sometimes, you know, and I dare say she would have appreciated this sort of thing intensely." Mary Beaton did seem to enjoy the comic singing which was going on, and she did not seem to mind the cigarette smoke. She laughed at the buffoonery, and every now and then glanced wistfully towards Rolfe, who, however, scarcely spoke to her, but devoted himself in a marked manner to Lady Saxon. He did not understand her, so he told himself, with something like a throb of indignation. Why had he wasted sentiment and adoration upon the saint of Farm Street, who could come down so readily from her pedestal and lend herself with such apparent zest to a mundane scene like this? Another time, when he met her again at the Amphion Club, he could not help saying something of the sort to her, and remarked with a sarcastic emphasis that he knew no one who so perfectly combined the world and the church. Mary colored for a moment, and then became silent and stately and reserved, so that for a week or so there was a slight coolness between them. He met her often at parties and receptions. In truth, Miss Beaton had now become quite a famous personage. It was altogether the thing to go to her little court, and to talk about her, and laugh at her pretensions, and admire her beauty, and, in the aesthetic circles, to imitate her style of dress. She was growing accustomed now to seeing her appearance, and her dresses, and her ancestry described in the papers. The more serious papers even discussed her property claims, and it began to be generally understood that Sir Victor Champion would bring them forward, and that the Tories would offer no opposition, and that the sovereign would generously assent to their recognition. So that, from a worldly point of view, everything seemed to be going well with our poor princess, and there was certainly no practical cause for General Falcon's sour looks and odd, abrupt manners. The relations between Falcon and the others of his young mistress's household were becoming more and more strained with every succeeding day. The curious thing was that the more difficult Falcon became to deal with, the more Mary made effort to bear patiently with him and to meet him with unfailing sweetness and affection. At one time she was ready enough to reply to his rough words by imperious words of her own. She was ready enough to laugh at him, to make mockery of him and his tempers and his ways. But of late she was almost always gentle, forbearing, considerate. There was that change in her which, let us hope, would be seen in any of us who suddenly found that he or she had been taking for mere outbursts of ill temper what were really but the symptoms of malady and of pain. But to the outer world, to all who came into association, even into close association with him, there was no appearance of any sort of malady or ill health in Falcon. No man ever carried 65 years with more careless ease. His tread was as firm and as light as that of a man of 30. He seldom troubled to put his foot into his horse's stirrup in order to mount. He vaulted into the saddle with the elastic spring of a boy. He managed all his mistress's affairs as shrewdly as ever. But his manners were becoming every day worse and worse, more imperious and more rude to all those around him. Lord Stonehenge was deeply concerned, and could only account for the change in him on Mary's own supposition that anxiety in regard to her fortunes and cause had preyed upon him, and had shaken his nerves. It had always been understood that Falcon's old wound at times rendered him irritable and uncertain, but people wondered how Miss Beaton was able to endure him. And as she became more and more talked about in London, the most absurd stories were got up as to the origin and extent of his guardianship, and the most fantastic guesses hazarded to explain the extraordinary power he was said to have over her, and which no extravagance of ill temper on his part seemed to lessen. In truth, Mary was herself in a depressed and fluctuating state of mind and nerves. Amidst all her gaiety and occupations and religious exercises, she often felt lonely and astray and bewildered. Life seemed to her something like a theatrical performance in which hardly anything was real and very little was satisfying. She was troubled and perplexed, she did not know why. She clung to her benevolent schemes, and to her church, and to her old friends who she believed loved her. And she thought Falcon loved her best of all, and with most of a father's love. What did it matter, then, about his humors and his contrariety and his strange wild outbursts of affection, since the affection was, and had always been, the most disinterested upon which she could rely? She believed in Lord Stonehenge and clung to him after a fashion. She was always gentle to him and sweet, but she could not help sometimes feeling a little pang, a little doubt and dread. She could never forget that night when he had offered her his heart and his life. She believed in Sir Victor Champion, too, and admired him, and took pleasure in his company. But there was just that faint doubt in regard to him also. End of Volume 3, Chapter 1.